Battle 5 Scum? A sky-crushing start? After the working-class girl, Li Xing traverses to the Dragon Ball world. She relies on the magical lying-flat system to win effortlessly. She successfully turns all the powerful beings, including Zeno, the Grand Minister, angels, gods of destruction, and even Son Goku, into her eternal number 2. In the universe, Li Xing stands with her hands on her hips, laughing proudly. Haha, it turns out lying flat is invincible. Behind her is the speechless universe's strongest team. Chapter 1, Battle 5 Scum? Robbery. Please hand over your brains. Dragon Ball World, Earth. The sun is shining, and the sky is blue with white clouds. On the green plains, an ordinary farmer is waving a pitchfork, loading the piled straw onto his pickup truck. The farmer takes off his hat and sees that he has a cigarette in his mouth, preparing to take a break before continuing his work. Buzz. At that moment, a strange sound suddenly comes from the sky, followed by a spherical object he has never seen before, trailing a red tail across the sky. Boom! With a loud noise, the spherical object crashes into a corner of the plane, creating a deep pit in the ground. What? What is that? A meteor? A UFO? The farmer's eyes widen in shock, and he hurriedly drives his pickup truck toward the scene. It doesn't look like a meteor. What on earth is it? Soon, the farmer, holding a hunting rifle, cautiously approaches the big pit. Creak. Just as the farmer is in a daze, the spherical object suddenly opens a door, and a person dressed in strange armor with long black hair slowly walks out. That's right. This person is Raditz, Son Goku's brother. Raditz has a serious expression as he slowly floats up from the pit and directly lands in front of the farmer. You. Who are you? The farmer is so scared that he takes a few steps back and hurriedly loads his rifle. Raditz, hearing this, calmly presses a button on the scouter attached to his left eye. A scum with a power level of only 5. After detecting the farmer's power level, Raditz's mouth slightly curls up. Battle 5 Scum, completely unable to pose a threat to him. Don't come over. I'm going to shoot. The farmer, holding the hunting rifle, chaotically fires a shot at Raditz. Bang! With the gunshot, Raditz firmly catches the bullet, squeezes it in his hand, and flicks it, causing the farmer to be knocked down to the ground. What a weak race. Raditz mutters disdainfully to himself. Beep, beep. Suddenly, the scouter in front of him emits a sound, making his brow furrow. There is a powerful energy being ahead, distance 4,880. Is it Kakarot? Raditz leaps into the air and flies toward that direction. After he leaves, behind a small green hill, a girl with flowing silver hair and a graceful figure is slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. Finally gone. Luckily didn't get discovered. The girl wipes the beads of sweat from her forehead with her small hand, recalling the scene just now, feeling a lingering fear. Damn, I didn't realize I've been here for 3 years. Turns out this is the Dragon Ball world. The girl clenches her fists, her eyes shining. Her name is Li Xing, 22 years old, originally a corporate worker just out of college on Blue Star. After being overworked by a heartless boss, she finally collapsed one night under the heavy burden. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in this strange world, and inexplicably, she went back to high school for 3 years. Today, she finally managed to skip class for a breather, but unexpectedly ran into Raditz's arrival on Earth. Without a system, without a cheat, she almost forgot her identity as a traveler. I'm very familiar with Dragon Ball, isn't it just fighting and blowing up with anger? Finally understanding the truth of this world, Li Xing appeared extremely excited, raising her eyebrows and laughing loudly. Son Goku, Vegeta, are you ready to be my eternal number 2? Ha ha. She unabashedly laughed, and a sweet-looking girl was laughing madly on the empty hill, creating a somewhat abrupt scene. If anyone else were present, they would definitely think Li Xing was crazy. Wait, what about the Dragon Ball world? I'm still an ordinary person. After laughing for a few minutes, Li Xing's heated head gradually cooled down. Yes, so what if it's the Dragon Ball world? Without a system, without a cheat, how could she, an ordinary person, surpass those perverted Saiyans? Practice hard? Li Xing places her hands in front of her. Her fair hands look somewhat dazzling in the sunlight. Clearly not the skin tone of someone who should be training. Forget it. Just look at Tien and Krillin to know the results of ordinary people training. She shakes her head, quickly dismissing this newly formed idea. Training? After working hard in her previous life, she finally crossed over, And now she has to train? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I will never train in this life. Li Xing shakes her head like a rattle drum. With this ordinary body, no matter how hard she tries to train, she could never catch up to those freaks, not to mention she didn't want to be as exhausted as in her previous life. Sigh, with the intention to help the bright moon, but powerless to repay the universe. Li Xing sighs, and just as she wears a worried expression, suddenly, a pleasant voice comes into her ears, definitely the most beautiful sound she has ever heard in her life. Ding! Detected that the host has crossed over for 1,086 days. The strongest ion system is officially activated. Ding! Binding the strongest ion system. Ding! Detected that the host power level is too low. System binding failed. Li Xing is stunned. Is there such a thing as binding failure for a system? 3 years. 3 years. I've waited for a whole 3 years. Do you know how I got through these 3 years? System, you stupid system. Are you messing with me? She grits her silver teeth, wishing she could stab this damn system. Facing her questioning, the system is also speechless. It had existed since Li Xing first crossed into the Dragon Ball world, but at that time, it was still in a dormant state and couldn't communicate with Li Xing. Now, it has awakened, but to officially activate the system, there is a necessary condition. That is, power level greater than 5. In other words, she must at least reach the power level of an ordinary adult to activate the system. At present, Li Xing is also an adult. In this world, the system never expected that after 3 years, she would actually be weaker than a Battle 5 scum. 3 years. 3 years. This system has waited a full 3 years. Do you know how I got through these 3 years? Please remain calm. Once your power level reaches above 5, the system will attempt to bind again. What? Power level above 5? Are you saying I can't even beat that farmer from just now? Li Xing's pretty face darkens instantly. Yes, the host indeed cannot defeat him. Stop. Shut up. A power level of 5, just wait for me. Before the system could finish, Li Xing directly interrupted it, rolled up her sleeves, revealing her slender arms. Chapter 2. The Delayed System. 7, 8, 9, 10. Li Xing sits down on the ground, beads of sweat sliding down her forehead. As for why, she just did 10 push-ups. So weak. This is Li Xing's self-assessment in her mind. But who told her that she is currently even worse than a low-level fighter? System, hurry up and try to rebind. After a short rest, she wiped the stains off her hands and eagerly inquired in her mind's sigh. What responded to her was not the system's pleasant prompt sound, but a sigh followed by silence. At this moment, the system was also speechless. Although it was said to be the Dragon Ball world, did she really think that improving battle power was as easy as doing a few push-ups to become a low-level fighter? It was broad daylight. She should wash up and go to sleep. Hey, why are you sighing? Quickly bind me. Li Xing was anxious, her beautiful eyes wide open, thinking, 10 push-ups, no more if there are more. Whoever wants to train can train. After all, as an ordinary person, even if she died, Sun Wukong and his group would revive her. Ding, binding the strongest Saiyan system. Ding, detected that the host battle power is too low. System, binding failed. Unable to cope with her temperament, the system reluctantly tried to rebind, and, as expected, the outcome was the same. Ui. Li Xing's face turned red as she cursed. Whoever wants to train can train. I'm going to school. She stood up and prepared to leave without looking back. What a broken system with so many requirements. If it really succeeded in binding, wouldn't it have to issue her tasks every day to force her train? Thinking this, Li Xing also dismissed the thought of training. Just then, a prompt sound suddenly came to her ears again. Ding, detected the host's negative and lazy attitude. The strongest lazy Saiyan system officially activated. Ding, binding the strongest lazy Saiyan system. Ding, system. Binding successful. Binding successful? Hearing the continuous prompt sounds, Li Xing paused her steps, seemingly having switched to a new system. But when images of fighting and killing from Dragon Ball flashed in her mind, she chose to ignore it. A late-arriving system dog isn't needed. Without any hesitation, she spat to the side and quickened her pace to leave, not even bothering to listen to the name of this system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a newbie gift pack. Would you like to open it? The voice in her mind continued, sounding as if it were not the same as the original. System. Li Xing remained silent. She was too lazy to respond, even with a no. What if she replied no, and this broken system pretended to be deaf and opened it for her? After doing those 10 push-ups earlier, she had completely realized that working hard was a must, whether it was for training or studying. Why on earth was she thinking of competing with the protagonist? No matter what newbie gift pack it was, she was going to school in peace. Ding! Response timed out. Opening newbie gift pack for the host. Congratulations! The host has obtained Saiyan bloodline. Sins of Being X1. Activated personal attribute panel 4. The host. Response timed out. She was dumbfounded. She hadn't even said a word. Where did this broken system hear a response from? Moreover, it even assumed she chose to open it? Stingy system, treating me like a beggar. Li Xing had a stubborn temperament, but this still couldn't change her determination to be lazy as she walked away toward the school. She didn't notice that behind her, something that didn't belong to her was quietly growing. On the other side, at the Kame house, with your unawakened battle power, you are completely no match for my brother. Goodbye. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Ha ha. Raditz laughed heartily as he carried Gohan and left the Kame house. Gohan. Sun Wukong lay on the ground in pain, having just taken a solid kick. With his current battle power, he couldn't compete with Raditz at all. Came Sanine, Bulma, and Krillin hurried over to comfort him. Kintown. Sun Wukong struggled to get up, extremely angry that his son had been taken away, wanting to fight Raditz to the death. Wait, that's too reckless. Don't be impulsive. You can't. You'll be killed. Yeah, your brother is just too strong. Everyone rushed to advise him, helping Sun Wukong sit down beside the Kame house. Tail. As long as I grab that guy's tail, he should become powerless, just like I used to. After a brief moment of thought, Sun Wukong stood up. He had already thought of a countermeasure against Raditz. But can you grab that guy's tail? Krillin asked worriedly, clearly not believing that Sun Wukong could defeat Raditz with such a huge power gap. Of course you can't do it just by yourselves. Suddenly, Piccolo's voice interrupted the conversation. Let me go. Let me go. Gohan was being carried by Raditz, soaring through the AI, and no matter how he struggled, it was futile. Beep beep. Just as Raditz locked Gohan in his spacecraft, the detector in front of him suddenly beeped. Strange, a warning signal? Raditz's expression changed slightly, showing some surprise. Battle power, 710? It's close. He quickly looked around, searching for the source of the anomaly. Distance 2857, who could it be? Glancing at Gohan, who was still struggling in the spacecraft, Raditz frowned and quickly locked onto the location of that battle power. His eyes narrowed as he flew directly toward the source of that power. Soon, he arrived at a university in a city. Beep beep. Battle power 800. Looking at the data from the detector, Raditz's eyes widened in shock. In just a short amount of time, the battle power had increased by nearly 100. No, it's still increasing. 801, 802, 803. As the numbers on the detector kept rising, fear began to show on Raditz's face. Hello. If you want to enter the school, please show your student ID. At that moment, a security guard came out from the school gate, seeing Raditz, a strangely dressed person standing at the entrance for a long time without moving and with an unpredictable expression. This made the guard feel that something was off. If it weren't for Raditz's imposing stature, he would have chased him away already. Student ID? Hearing the guard's words, Raditz's gaze sharpened as he looked inside the school. Then he gathered his strength in his palm and suddenly raised it. Humph. No matter who you are, come out. Boom. A powerful shock wave spread out from him, causing the buildings in the entire city to collapse under this force, immediately filling the air with thick smoke and the garden. Front of him was turned to ashes in the shock wave. Ouch. In the classroom, Li Xing, who was attending class, suddenly felt a violent impact and was thrown out, crashing heavily into the ruins. After a while, the smoke gradually cleared. Cough cough. Xing stood up among the ruins, covering her chest, with a slight trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth, her eyes showing a hollow, dazed, and angry expression. Chapter 3. Female Saiyan. Li Xing. Damn it, it's only the 3rd chapter, and I'm going to die so soon. Li Xing looked at the city that had turned into ruins around her, unable to help but curse, feeling utterly helpless inside. Wait, aside from that Bardock, the other Saiyans hadn't destroyed any cities when they came to Earth. Had the plot of Dragon Ball gone off course? Li Xing frowned, memories flashing wildly in her mind. Hey, the one's still alive. Suddenly, a voice from a distance interrupted her thoughts, startling Li Xing and making her snap back to reality. Why you? Who are you? Li Xing feigned panic as she asked, Standing before her was Raditz, arms crossed and looking at her with disdain. Raditz had previously destroyed the city just to find the source of strong fighting power. Now, with the entire city left in ruins, Li Xing was the only survivor, and the detector in front of him was continuously beeping, indicating that the source of the fighting power was the little girl standing before him. It's just a woman. Raditz outwardly expressed disdain, but inwardly he was somewhat shocked. He never expected that Earth could hide such a powerful individual, and moreover, a woman. Scum of Earth, you are not worthy of knowing my name. He was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly fixed his gaze on Li Xing, disbelief flooding his eyes. Keep talking. Why did you stop? Hurry up and finish so I can have a quick end. Watching Raditz stand there, staring at her with burning eyes, Li Xing panicked. Big brother, you don't have any special preferences, do you? Even if I die, I won't give in to you. She silently cried out in her heart, remaining vigilant and ready to bite her tongue to end her life. However, Raditz completely ignored her thoughts, and his next words left Li Xing dumbfounded. You are a Saiyan. What? Li Xing was stunned on the spot. What the heck? With this outfit and appearance, I couldn't be more ordinary. How'd he figure out that I am Saiyan? She widened her beautiful eyes, looking at Raditz in shock. Indeed, you are a Saiyan. Great. Our Saiyan race still has females alive. Raditz was extremely excited, his eyes turning red, clearly showing his exhilaration. Li Xing looked at his expression with great speechlessness. When did I become a Saiyan? Just as she was about to respond, the detector in front of Raditz suddenly flickered a few times. Hey, Raditz, there really are female Saiyans still alive? From the other side, Bardock's voice came through the detector. Since Raditz landed on Earth, he and Vegeta had been fully aware of everything happening here through the detector. It was evident he couldn't believe there were still other Saiyans alive, especially female Saiyans. Why wise? There really is a female Saiyan alive, right in front of me. Raditz was overly excited. Even his speech was trembling. Oh, that is truly a blessing for our Saiyan race. Raditz, I don't care what method you use. Keep that female Saiyan safe. Vegeta's undeniable voice reached Raditz's ears through the detector. Yes, Prince Vegeta, leave it to me. However, after agreeing to protect Li Xing, Raditz hesitated and said, Kakarot. If Kakarot doesn't join, kill him. He's just a low-level warrior. If that female Saiyan dies, you can disappear from this world. Vegeta's impatient voice sounded, and then the detector fell silent after 2 beeps. Raditz let out a heavy sigh of relief, then turned his gaze to Li Xing. Tell me, who are you? Why do you have Saiyan blood? Me? I'm not a Saiyan. Li Xing spread her hands helplessly, feeling that Raditz was talking nonsense. You're lying. That tail behind you is the mark of our Saiyan bloodline. Raditz pointed behind her. Tail? Li Xing suddenly turned her head, and sure enough, a brown tail was sticking out from her backside, slowly wagging. Wait a minute. That tail? Li Xing's pupils shrank suddenly, realizing that the rogue system bound to her had given her Saiyan blood. Don't talk nonsense. That tail is not the mark you mentioned. She quickly denied it, having just decided to give up, and now she didn't want to get involved in the plot of the protagonists. Still want to deny it? Do you think I can't see? Raditz sneered, his gaze fixed on the tail behind Li Xing. Then why don't you just pull it off? Li Xing said without holding back. You. Raditz was momentarily speechless. He could indeed pull off Li Xing's tail, but she was currently the only surviving female Saiyan, and Prince Vegeta had just ordered to keep her safe. If anything happened to her, Vegeta would undoubtedly kill him without hesitation. Beep, beep. Just when Raditz was at a loss for words, the detector by his ear emitted a sound again. Power level 864. I'll come back for you later. Raditz narrowed his eyes, a hint of killing intent appearing, and then he quickly left. The abnormal readings from the detector were due to Goku and Piccolo approaching his spacecraft. Before leaving, he didn't forget to check Li Xing's power level, clearly believing that currently, on Earth, no one besides himself could harm her, so he felt safe leaving. After he left, Li Xing also quietly breathed a sigh of relief, finally ending this strange situation. System? Is the system there? Li Xing tentatively asked in her mind, feeling inexplicably pulled into the plot of the protagonists, her tone slightly reproachful. Host, you finally woke up. A voice rang out in her mind. It was the system bound to her. What do you mean I finally woke up? Quickly explain what use you have. Li Xing said impatiently. The entire city had been destroyed by Raditz, and she had lost her home in this world. She felt utterly isolated and helpless. The system bound to the host is named the Ultimate Lazy Saiyan System, and as the name suggests, the host does not need to undergo any training, and the fighting power will automatically increase. However, the first part of the message flowed smoothly, but in the second half, the system suddenly began to stammer. However, what? Li Xing frowned, not understanding what the system wanted to say. The system will periodically issue tasks. If the host fails to complete them, a certain amount of fighting power will be deducted. Oh, a low-tier system. Hearing this, Li Xing finally understood the use of this system. She pouted, clearly dissatisfied with the deduction of fighting power. Low-tier is just low-tier. Chapter 4. Facing Raditz. Forget it. My combat power will grow even without training. After a long psychological struggle, Li Xing finally accepted the system. Open the personal attribute panel. Li Xing silently thought, and then she felt a wealth of information emerging in her mind. Name, Li Xing. Gender, female. Age, 17. Dragon Ball World. Height, 175 centimeters. Race, Saiyan. Skills, none. Items, Senzabine X1. Combat power, 902 1 minute. 1 per minute means 1, 440 a day, 43, 200 a month, and 525, 600 a year. Li Xing murmured to herself, calculating that it would take her over a year to defeat Frisia's first form, 530,000. As for Frisia's final form, it would take at least 200 to 300 years. It's better to have something than nothing. If there's nothing else going on, this girl is going to sleep. Li Xing stretched, but when she looked around at the ruins, her mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. This is forcing me to participate in the plot. Li Xing chuckled bitterly. Although she wanted to complain, she already had a golden finger. Not participating in the plot would be unreasonable. Ding! Raditz has been detected on Earth. The Dragon Ball Z arc officially begins. Current task: defeat Raditz personally. Task reward: adjustable gravity battle suit X1. Senzu Beans X10. Failure penalty: combat power will no longer increase automatically for 30 days. Time limit: none. This is really simple and straightforward. Hearing the system issue a task, Li Xing couldn't help but sigh, but at the same time, she was filled with anticipation. The sigh was because she couldn't escape the fate of being drawn into the plot, and the anticipation was because she wanted all the protagonists to become eternal second place. Forget it. They should be fighting by now. I'll find a place to watch. After finishing her thoughts, Li Xing headed towards the location where Raditz was battling Goku and Piccolo in the original story. As for why she didn't fly, it wasn't that she didn't want to. It was because although Li Xing already had over 900 combat power, she still couldn't use ki. I really fell for this broken system's trick. It gives combat power, but doesn't teach me how to use it. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Li Xing sat down on the ruins of the city, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and cursed loudly. After walking for so long, she hadn't even left the city. At this rate, she wouldn't be able to watch the fight, and by the time she got there, Raditz would already be dead. Ding! Detecting the host's reasonable demand. The task reward has been changed to key control. Current experience available. 6 o'clock. 00, the sudden system sound, along with a wonderful white light that infused into Li Xing's body, made her, who was just complaining, instantly feel invigorated. I didn't expect this system to be quite humane. Now I can catch up. Li Xing was overjoyed. As for the change in reward, she didn't care at all. After all, with combat power increasing automatically, who would want to wear a gravity-adjustable battle suit? She closed her eyes tightly, focusing all her energy on her feet. In an instant, she felt her feet leave the ground, and her whole body floated up. Haha, I can fly. Li Xing smiled, and, after adapting for a while, headed straight for the location where the others were fighting. At this moment, the battlefield was reaching a fever pitch. Piccolo, who had lost an arm, was emanating a golden light from his fingers. Combat power, 1330. Just as Raditz was about to finish off Goku, Piccolo's rapidly increasing combat power made him widen his mouth in shock. All of his combat power concentrated at his fingertips. But damn it, these guys can freely control their power. Raditz gritted his teeth, clearly caught off guard by the scene before him. Take this. Special beam cannon. Piccolo, already charged up, didn't care about Raditz. He pointed a finger, and a golden spiral beam shot towards Raditz. Boom! The beam shot through and ultimately struck a mountain, causing it to collapse and smoke to rise. Get out of the way. As the smoke cleared, seeing Raditz standing there with only one shoulder pad shattered, Piccolo broke out in a cold sweat. Looks like we have to fight a little longer. Not far from the battlefield, Li Xing secretly glanced at the three, her face showing a calm expression. System, what is my current combat power? She was still hesitating whether to wait a bit longer or go help directly. Host current combat power, 982, still not even 1,000 after all this time. Li Xing frowned. Raditz was basically uninjured now. If she went to help, it would be a guaranteed defeat. Forget it, I'll wait a bit more. She shook her head and continued to observe the battlefield, hoping to go up after Gohan's headbutt. Boom! After a while, as Raditz seemed to have the upper hand, Gohan smashed his flying device. Wow, what? Raditz looked at the little guy in front of him, his heart suddenly racing. Hurry and run, Gohan. Run. Lying on the ground, Goku struggled to speak. However, Gohan seemed not to hear him and stared at Raditz with tears in his eyes. His childlike body now contained terrifying power. Combat power, 1307. Seeing the value from the scouter, Raditz took several steps back in shock. Don't bully my dad. Gohan shouted and transformed into a golden light, rushing towards Raditz. Bang! Raditz's armor shattered, and Gohan's head but struck his chest. Raditz was knocked back several steps, staggering to stop himself. This little brat. He clutched his chest, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and angrily walked towards Gohan. And Gohan, having used his headbutt, had lost that power and was now leaning beside Goku. Gohan, hurry and run. Seeing Raditz approaching, Goku yelled out. This time, the combat power was only one. Raditz gritted his teeth and approached the two. Does power fluctuate with emotions? Oomph. Raditz waved his hand, ready to knock Gohan away. Bang! A sound rang out, but the expected scene did not occur. Instead, a pure white hand grabbed his wrist from the side. Who is it? Raditz's pupils constricted. Besides Piccolo and Gohan, was there another strong person hiding? He looked up, and what came into view was an incredibly beautiful woman, her silver hair dancing in the wind, looking nobly exquisite. So beautiful. Raditz was stunned for a second, involuntarily exclaiming, Huh? Li Xing raised an eyebrow. She actually dared to gawk at her in this situation. It seemed the system's task had to be completed today. Chapter 5. The Unchangeable Plot Bang. A whip kick from Li Xing struck Raditz at his waist, instantly sending him flying into a nearby mountain peak. Wow, so strong. Goku and Piccolo, lying on the ground, both widened their mouths in shock as they looked at the suddenly appearing Li Xing. It was hard to imagine that a woman could have the power to kick Raditz away with a single blow. Hey, Goku, be careful, she is also a Saiyan. Piccolo shouted from a distance, clearly having noticed Li Xing's identity. There was no way to miss that iconic tail behind her. What? Goku exclaimed, hurriedly struggling to get up. He grabbed Goten and quickly retreated to Piccolo's side. Who are you, and why did you save Goten? Goku asked, looking at Li Xing with some confusion. Although Li Xing was also a Saiyan, her action of saving Goten made Goku lower his guard a bit. My name is Li Xing, and as you can see, I'm also a Saiyan. As for why I saved your son, it was just a small effort, Li Xing said casually. But internally, she was feeling a sense of concern about having inadvertently changed the plot for the main characters. She wondered if unexpected changes would occur next. Crack. Li Xing, are you looking for death? Just a few exchanges into their conversation, Raditz rushed back to the battlefield, his armor damaged in multiple places, appearing somewhat disheveled. Power level 1024. It's actually increasing this fast, Raditz thought, looking at Li Xing with a wary gaze as he felt a storm brewing in his heart. He distinctly remembered that this female Saiyan had a power level of just over 800 when he left not long ago, yet it had surpassed 1,000 so quickly. Could she also be an elite warrior? Raditz's heart trembled, and his expression became even more serious. Although he had a power level of 1,500, having taken a hit from Goten's headbutt and Li Xing's whip kick earlier, he could only muster 1,200 now, which was still quite impressive. Why are you helping them? You're also a Saiyan? Raditz asked coldly, his tone filled with murderous intent. Look at what you're saying. I'm a Saiyan. Aren't they Saiyans too? Li Xing pointed at Goku and Goten, rebutting him naturally. They're low-class warriors. Why do you associate with them? Raditz roared, clenching his fists tightly. It was evident that if it weren't for his fear of Vegeta's orders, he would have charged at Li Xing without hesitation to kill her. Are low-class warriors not warriors? Let us fight. Stop with the nonsense. Li Xing frowned, showing no fear of Raditz's threats on the surface, but inwardly, she was bitterly smiling. Before she acted to save Goten, she had already checked her own power level through the system, just over 1,000. Although she might not be able to defeat the injured Raditz, with Goku and Piccolo's help, it should be enough. The system only said she had to defeat him herself, not that she couldn't team up. As long as she dealt the final blow, it would be fine. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Li Xing's lips. However, Raditz, not far away, became even angrier upon seeing this scene, mistakenly believing Li Xing was mocking him. Even if I can't kill you, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson today. He snorted coldly and then suddenly stepped forward, raising a storm of sand and dust across the area. With a leap, Raditz executed a fierce side kick towards Li Xing. Whoa, are you serious? Li Xing's eyes flashed, and she quickly extended an arm to block. Bang! She stumbled back a few steps as Raditz's attack was deflected. That hurts. Glancing at her reddened arm from the impact, Li Xing cursed inwardly. It was clear her power level was still insufficient. If Raditz weren't injured, she probably wouldn't stand a chance against him. Li Xing glanced at Goku and Piccolo, who were still watching, and a faint arc formed at the corner of her mouth. This is what you wanted to fight for. Hey, what are you two looking at? Hurry up and come help. She shouted at them. In the next moment, she pushed off the ground with her right foot and rushed at Raditz. Seeing Li Xing's attack, a vicious expression appeared on Raditz's face. He decided that even if it went against Vegeta's orders, he had to eliminate this female Saiyan. Otherwise, he would eventually die at her hands. Huh! Raditz shouted, and after taking Li Xing's attack, he grabbed her kicking right leg and hurled her away. Piccolo, Uri. Use that move from earlier. Goku yelled as he dashed toward the battlefield, realizing that although Li Xing had considerable fighting power, she still couldn't team-match Raditz alone. To defeat him, they needed Piccolo's attack. Let go of me, Kakarot. You idiot. Sticking to me, 1T let you escape. Raditz struggled a few times, finding himself unable to shake off Goku, and he shouted angrily. Hey, let us die together. Goku sneered but showed no sign of releasing his grip. Goku, I 1T hold back. Piccolo, understanding Goku's intention, also showed a smile and focused on charging his special beam cannon. Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you ready? Soon, the tips of Piccolo's fingers glimmered with golden light, ready to unleash his ultimate attack. Wait! Li Xing, rushing back to the battlefield, saw this scene and shouted urgently, her expression changing abruptly, not expecting that she couldn't change the plot even now. Take this. Special beam cannon. The intensity of the battle made Piccolo unable to hear her voice, and a golden spiral beam shot towards Goku and Raditz. Chapter 6 Raditz's Death Wait. Realizing that death was imminent, Raditz panicked and struggled in despair. Whoosh! Watching the unchangeable scene before him, Li Xing also pointed, and a light white beam shot toward Raditz's body. Raditz and Sun Wukong shouted in unison, both of their bodies pierced by Piccolo's attack. Beast! Beast! Raditz roared in anger, unable to comprehend how he ended up in such a situation, killed by the trash on Earth. And that female Saiyan, why did she help Kakarot and the others? Thud! Sun Wukong and Raditz's bodies fell helplessly to the ground, unable to escape the fate of death. Dad! Seeing the silent battlefield, Sun Gohan rushed to Sun Wukong's side. Ha! Piccolo stood there, breathing heavily. That last move had nearly exhausted all his strength. Li Xing, like an observer, quietly watched Raditz lying on the ground. She had also delivered that strike, but she didn't know if she had gotten the kill. Damn, I didn't expect to fall to you. That guy Kakarot actually sacrificed his life. Raditz's eyes lost their light, already the last thoughts before death. Sun Wukong would soon be revived. Piccolo walked to Raditz's side and disdainfully revealed the secret of the Dragon Balls. There is a good thing on this planet called the Dragon Balls. If you make a wish, any wish can be granted. Bringing the dead back to life is no exception. 1 year. 1 year later, Enjoy your brief joy. You're ultimately just ants. After learning about the Dragon Balls, Raditz spoke with reluctance. Everything that had happened here had been heard by Vegeta. Unfortunately, he wouldn't see the moment Vegeta destroyed Earth. After saying these words, he was completely obliterated by Piccolo. Whoosh! The sound of a spacecraft came, and Li Xing looked up at the sky. It was the group from Kame House coming. That guy Raditz is dead. Meanwhile, Nappa and Vegeta also learned of this news, but neither felt much surprise. What disgraceful guy! Killed by those with combat power of just over 1,000. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. He had no interest in such a loser. What to do next? Shall we finish cleaning up this planet? Nappa asked Vegeta's intention. Of course, the Dragon Balls seem to be able to grant any wish. And that female Saiyan seems to be an upper-class warrior. At this point, a smile appeared at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. What a surviving Saiyan! As Sun Wukong's body was taken away by the deity, the focus shifted to Li Xing. Yes, I was sent to Earth by my parents before the explosion of planet Vegeta. Li Xing explained her background, while her eyes covertly glanced at Bulma. Ever since Raditz destroyed her original school city, her clothes had begun to tear, not to mention that she had just experienced a battle. Gotta cozy up to the rich lady first. Li Xing sacreli calculata. With such strong combat power, why didn't you participate in the previous World Martial Arts Tournament? Krillin asked curiously. Given Li Xing's strength, she should have been famous by now. But she had never been seen in the previous tournament. I was still in school. Can fighting skill pay the bills? Li Xing shrugged, answering seriously. You're still a student? Bulma looked at her in surprise. A Saiyan sent to Earth for school? This sounded so unbelievable. Of course. You can check my records if you don't believe me. Li Xing nodded confidently. After all, as a qualified transmigrator, she could still access her information from childhood. A natural-born warrior going to school, what a waste. From a distance, Piccolo also snorted disdainfully. After witnessing the powerful combat ability of the Saiyan race, he was no longer satisfied with his current strength, especially after hearing Raditz mention that 2 stronger Saiyans would come in a year. He was even more determined to train hard. So, will you come to the battle a year from now? Bulma looked at Li Xing, having a good impression of her as a fellow woman. And since Li Xing had Saiyan blood and impressive strength, she naturally held no hostility toward her. A year later, Li Xing was silent for a moment. Her city had been destroyed by Raditz, making her a typical homeless person. And she didn't know how to answer this question. If I'm free at that time, I'll show up. After a long while, she slowly thought of a vague response. That's great. By the way, which city do you live in? Are you going back to school? Upon hearing Li Xing's answer, Bulma's chatterbox completely opened up, starting to ask Li Xing questions, looking extremely enthusiastic. I live in the east, but it has already been destroyed by Raditz. Li Xing answered somewhat awkwardly, but inside she was screaming, Take me away. Rich lady, take me away. Raditz destroyed the east? What a bastard. Bulma gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Indeed, evil Saiyans, but fortunately, he had already been killed by several people. In that case, why don't you come back to West City with me? It's more prosperous there than the East, and you can also choose to continue your studies. Finally, Li Xing received Bulma's sincere invitation. Then I'll trouble you. On the surface, Li Xing pretended to be obedient, but inside she was already laughing wildly. Finally able to cling to a rich lady. Not a trouble at all. You're so pretty. I wonder how many people will pursue you if you go to school in West City. Bulma pili patali, Xing's shulde. This compliment came from the heart. Li Xing's appearance was indeed flawless, even making her, one of the several goddesses in Dragon Ball, feel a bit inferior. You'd better go find the Dragon Balls, because even the deity cannot directly resurrect someone. However, I need to temporarily take Sun Wukong's son. While Li Xing and Bulma were chatting, Piccolo could no longer contain his impatience and spoke, while also glancing at Li Xing's reaction. What do you want? Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Li Xing, who was standing there, acted as if she hadn't heard, while Bulma became a bit anxious. That little brat, named Son Gohan, can become a powerful warrior with a bit of training. A year from now, when the 2 Saiyans attack Earth, he will be useful. Chapter 7 1 year later, due to Li Xing's silence, Piccolo disregarded the majority opinion and took little Gohan away, while the others set off on their return journey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Defeat Raditz with your own hands. Task reward. Control of key has been issued. On the way. While Xing was chatting with everyone, the system notification arrived late. Great, it seems I managed to snag that kill. She secretly rejoiced. As the white beam she casually shot out was able to steal the kill from Piccolo's special beam cannon, which was a huge encouragement for her. Having participated in battle for the first time, Xing, can you defeat Piccolo? Bulma, piloting the aircraft, suddenly glanced at Xing and asked. I can. Xing replied with certainty. After experiencing the battle earlier, she had clearly become familiar with many fighting techniques, and as long as Piccolo didn't use the special beam cannon, she was confident she could defeat him. Moreover, in a one-on-one situation, how could he have that much time to charge up? Then why didn't you save Gohan earlier? Krillin complained softly. Save? Xing frowned and continued. Didn't Piccolo say he was taking him for training? Why should I stop him? Besides, he wasn't wrong. That kid could become a powerful warrior. Although Xing's words were harsh, they were not without reason, and hearing this, Krillin was left speechless. Who knows how strong those two Saiyans will be a year from now? Having one more ally is always good, and besides, if Piccolo really wanted little Gohan dead, he would have acted already. All right, what I'm really worried about now is Chi-Chi. Bulma quickly changed the topic. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, nearly a year has passed. During this year, aside from the training of the others, Xing successfully integrated into Bulma's household. Beep, beep, combat power 530,000. Bulma, wearing the improved scouter, looked at Xing in shock. Over the past year, Xing had been living in her house, spending every day either reading or playing games, without any intention of training. Yet her combat power was continuously increasing, to the point where the scouter's detection limit had to be changed repeatedly for her. Haha, how about now? Seeing Bulma's shocked expression, Xing smiled, and then mentally prompted Bulma to check again. Beep, beep, combat power 5? Oh, come on, are you messing with me? Instantly turning into a 5-power weakling. It was clear that Xing had completely mastered the use of ki, and Bulma immediately pretended to be angry, raising her hand to flick Xing on the forehead. Hey! Xing easily dodged, smiling and saying, How could I dare? You're my Bulma's sister. After a year, the two had become very familiar, especially after realizing that Xing's relatives in this world had perished at the hands of Raditz. Bulma regarded Xing as a sister. So, do you have confidence to defeat those two Saiyans now? Bulma asked seriously, her face filled with concern. Living no det havidi, her gaze resolute. She was now comparable to Frisia's first form, and even the current Vegeta, even in his grade 8 form, was no match for her. With you around, I feel at ease. Bulma sat down on the sofa, letting out a long breath. After the scouter was improved, she not only tested Xing, but everyone else's combat power was just over 1,000, while Xing, like a freak, left everyone far behind. The Dragon Balls have been collected. We need to go to Kame House to revive Goku. Do you want to come? After a brief silence, Bulma asked. Of course. Xing answered without hesitation. As Goku was about to be revived, then Vegeta and Nappa should be arriving as well. All right, but are you really going to wear that? Bulma glanced at Xing's outfit and immediately shook her head. Xing's clothes were all bought by Bulma, and at this moment it was summer, with a white t-shirt and blue jeans that showcased her curvy figure, looking quite youthful and vibrant. However, while it looked good, it was not practical at all. Such attire was completely unsuitable for battle. Looking at her outfit, Xing also frowned. Over the past year, she had been immersed in the life of an ordinary person and had neglected the upcoming battle. Where this? Bulma suddenly produced a set of battle clothes from somewhere and handed them to her, which surprisingly resembled the outfit Raditz wore when he came to Earth. What is this? Xing blinked and took the clothes, examining them closely. Indeed, they were very similar to the armor Raditz wore, but with slight modifications that made them more suitable for women. Hurry up and try it on. I specially tailored this for you. Seeing Xing standing there dazed with the clothes, Bulma couldn't help but urge, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. All right, thank you, Bulma's sister. Xing bit her lip, feeling Bulma's care, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. She had experienced the warmth of home in this world as well. Come fort. Shenron. Soon. Except for those still training, everyone gathered at Kame House. After Master Rashi said this, the previously unremarkable Dragon Balls began to shine with a golden light. At the same time, dark clouds gathered, gradually turning the world from day to night. A green giant dragon, about 100 meters long, floated in the air, exuding an imposing aura with its flowing whiskers. This is Shenron. Li Xing looked up at the gigantic creature in the sky, a sense of awe welling up within her. She had seen Shenron in comics before, but nothing compared to this real-life experience, which made her heart incredibly excited. Please revive Goku. Master Rashi said solemnly as he made his wish to Shenron. This is simple. As Shenron spoke, its huge eyes glowed with a red light. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed from the sky, and golden lightning flashed across. Is Goku finally going to be revived? Meanwhile, Piccolo looked at the darkening sky and couldn't help but murmur to himself. So, the Saiyans are coming earlier than expected? With this thought, Piccolo's expression grew increasingly grave. North Kai's planet. The halo above Goku's head slowly faded, indicating that he had officially been revived. Good. The halo has disappeared. He has been revived. North Kai was somewhat excited, as in just 1 year, Goku had won his favor with his optimistic personality and rapidly improving strength. Great! Goku clenched his fists, unable to hide his joy. During the time after his death, although he had grown a lot, he had not fought against strong enemies, making him look forward to the upcoming battle immensely. Chapter 8. The arrival of Vegeta the next day, at 11:43 a.m., Vegeta and Nappa finally arrived on Earth. Boom! After 2 dull thuds, Vegeta and Nappa's spacecraft landed in the eastern ruins. As for why it was ruins, it had been destroyed long ago when Raditz was searching for the Dragon Balls, and the people on Earth only used the Dragon Balls to resurrect Goku. The dead in the eastern city were forgotten the moment Nappa and Vegeta stepped out of the spacecraft. All the Z fighters who were training sensed the 2 powerful presences. The Saiyans have finally arrived. Piccolo was sweating profusely. The strength of their energy was so overwhelming that it made his heart race even from a distance. Such strong energy, Uncle Piccolo, said Gohan, who had been training with Piccolo, his face serious. Compared to a year ago, Gohan had shed his childishness and had grown quite a bit. Facing the impending battle, all the Z fighters were on high alert. This is Earth. Vegeta looked at the city that resembled ruins and frowned in disdain. TCH, not a single living person around. Nappa also spat in disdain to the side. Looks like we can only greet the air. As he spoke, Nappa gathered energy in his palm, then raised 2 fingers sharply upwards. Boom! A huge sound erupted, and the explosive energy was so strong that even the distant Z fighters could clearly sense it. The thick smoke from the explosion lingered for a long time. Although Raditz had destroyed the east, remnants of various buildings could still be seen. Now, after Nappa's attack, the entire eastern city had been completely leveled, leaving no trace of its existence. Ha ha! Do we greet too grandly? Nappa and Vegeta laughed loudly while floating in the air. That's enough, Nappa. Vegeta crossed his arms and glanced at Nappa with indifference, continuing to reprimand him. If the Dragon Balls are nearby, our wish for immortality will be in vain. It's all because of your boring greeting. Hearing this, Nappa quickly lowered his head and apologized to Vegeta. Forget it. Let's not dwell on the past. In any case, let's first find the strongest fighter and that female Saiyan. Vegeta didn't pursue the matter further and ordered Nappa. Nappa, without hesitation, used the detector to lead them straight to Piccolo and Gohan's location. The cause of this major earthquake is still unclear, with the epicenter in the eastern. Kame House, where Raditz and Bulma were, was currently watching the news report with everyone. Seeing that Vegeta and Nappa had just landed and were causing massive destruction. They wanted to help, but the gap in strength was evident, and they ultimately felt powerless. Beep. Detecting Vegeta has arrived on Earth. Current task released. Defeat Vegeta personally. Task reward. Permanent doubling of combat growth rate. Failure penalty. No automatic combat growth for 30 days. Time limit. None. I'm going. Hearing the voice in her mind, Raditz stood up from the sofa, stretched, and prepared to leave. With her current strength, she had sensed Vegeta and Nappa's spacecraft entering the atmosphere long ago. The reason she waited until now was simply to wait for the system to issue the task. In her eyes, want to take advantage of my labor? Sorry, not possible. Be careful. Although she knew about Raditz' terrifying combat power, Bulma couldn't help but remind her. Raditz slightly nodded, then stepped out of Kame's house. Her whole person transformed into a streak of light and dashed across the sky toward the battlefield. On the battlefield, Vegeta and Nappa had already arrived in front of several people. Got it. 3 people, one more than expected, and they all seemed to be quite capable. The two hovered in mid-air, with Nappa looking down at Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin. It seems they were well prepared. Wait, one person is missing. Vegeta scanned the surroundings and didn't see Raditz, his brow furrowing tightly. Haha, that female Saiyan is not here. She isn't scared and hiding, is she? Nappa laughed arrogantly, completely disregarding Raditz, the female Saiyan. If she is hiding out of fear, then she has no reason to exist. Vegeta said coldly, as a Saiyan. Retreating without fighting is simply an insult to the Saiyan bloodline. As they spoke, they slowly descended in front of Piccolo and the others. After some pre-battle negotiations, Piccolo and the others learned of their identity, Namekians, and to be cautious, Vegeta ordered Nappa to remove the detector in front of them to avoid repeating Raditz's mistake. All right, let's see what they're capable of. Nappa, you should still have 6 cultivators, right? Bring them out. Vegeta crossed his arms, looking prepared to watch the show. Vegeta, you really are eager. There are indeed 6, and the soil here is very suitable for planting cultivators. Nappa said as he followed Vegeta's order and planted the seeds of the cultivators. Hee. Accompanied by strange laughter, 6 green and small cultivators emerged from the ground. Ugh! What disgusting creatures! Krillin couldn't help but exclaim. He had never seen such ugly and repulsive things. Piccolo, however, appeared much calmer. For him, it was just another battle. If they couldn't even deal with these small fries, then they shouldn't think about defeating Vegeta and Nappa. The target is those 3. Eliminate them. After the newly emerged cultivators warmed up a bit, Vegeta gave the order. Bang, bang, bang. After a round of fighting, the people in the battlefield realized that this disgusting thing was not so simple. Meanwhile, the other 3Z fighters, including Yamcha, arrived at the battlefield, and a 6v6 battle was about to unfold. System, open the attribute panel. From a distance, Raditz had already seen the fluctuations of the battle and inquired in her mind ahead of time. Name, Raditz. Gender, female. Age, 18 years, Dragon Ball World. Height, 175 centimeters. Race, Saiyan. Skills, control of ki, flight technique. Items, Sensabine X1, combat power, 530, 000, 1 minute. Due to lack of training, Raditz had only learned the flight technique through her control of ki. However, as the saying goes, one strength breaks 10,000 methods. Looking at her combat power of 530, 000, she couldn't help but smile. Snap! In less than a minute, a sound was heard as Raditz landed on the nearest peak to the battlefield. At the same time, it interrupted everyone in the battlefield. Tapuno, Lixing arribas Lixing. Klin looked at the graceful figure on the peak and was the first to call out. Compared to the other Z fighters, he was currently one of the few people who knew Lixing well, aside from Bulma. Coming so slowly, could it be that you're scared? Piccolo glanced at Lixing with some displeasure. It had been a year since their last battle with Raditz, and after such a long period of training, he was confident that even if Lixing was a Saiyan, she would not be his opponent. Hey, look who's here. Isn't this our little Saiyan sister? Planning to come over to Prince Vegeta's side? Nappa also saw this scene and mocked her in a sarcastic tone. Vegeta seemed to want to say something, but hesitated and remained silent, only letting out a cold snort. He was actually thinking that the only pure-blooded Saiyans left were those present. If they wanted to recreate the glory of the Saiyan race, they needed pure-blooded descendants. In other words, if Lixing, the female Saiyan, was willing to submit, he would be very willing to accept her. Sorry, I'm late. Lixing nodded slightly to the Z fighters, then crossed her arms, watching the 6 cultivators with great interest. You all continue, don't mind me. Her calm voice came out, while her mind was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. If she remembered correctly, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, Tien, and Piccolo would all die in this segment of the plot. If she intervened at that time, it should not change the storyline. But would Bulma forgive her if she knew? Last time it was because she really couldn't defeat Raditz 1v1. But this time, with Bulma already aware of her strength, wouldn't it be too obvious if she acted again? Is this guy not planning to make a move? Piccolo frowned, looking at Li Xing's completely detached demeanor, feeling like he was being played. He was counting on Li Xing to act. After all, she had put in a lot of effort to defeat Raditz back then. And this enemy was clearly several times stronger than Raditz. Without teaming up, he had no confidence in defeating Nappa and Vegeta alone. Li Xing. Clint was about to speak, but was stopped by Piccolo's hand. Don't forget, she is still a Saiyan. Piccolo lowered his voice, his tone icy. Haha, have you already decided which side to stand on? Nappa's face was full of mockery, no matter how he looked at it. Li Xing seemed to be choosing to side with them. Since that's the case, let's see if you have the qualifications. After saying that, Nappa signaled a cultivator to go up and test Li Xing's strength. Seeing this, Vegeta showed no signs of opposition. Instead, he watched the scene with great interest. Just right. Let's see if you have the qualifications to join us. If you can't even handle a mere cultivator, then even if you're a female Saiyan, there is no need for you to survive. Vegeta's thinking was very simple. He didn't need worthless trash. Whoosh! The chosen cultivator suddenly sprang up, rushing towards Li Xing on the peak with a fierce wind. Li Xing looked at the approaching cultivator with some surprise. Trying to test me? Hee. A trace of disdain appeared on her lips, and her eyes instantly became sharp. Boom! To everyone's astonishment, the cultivator exploded into pieces when he was still several dozen meters away from Li Xing. What? Nappa's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. He didn't expect Li Xing to have such terrifying strength. Just her gaze was enough to prevent the cultivator from getting close. Interesting. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. Clearly, Li Xing's displayed combat power far exceeded his expectations. Although it was just a cultivator, it had a combat power of 1200, and yet it was instantly killed with just a glance. However, the incident happened too quickly for him to notice Li Xing's momentary combat power, which made him very interested in her true strength. Hiss! The surrounding Z fighters gasped, and no matter how they looked at it, Li Xing's instant kill of the cultivator displayed a momentum and strength that far surpassed theirs, even making Piccolo take her seriously. Is this the potential of a Saiyan? Piccolo muttered, his eyes fierce. He knew he couldn't do that. If someone like her really chose to join the opposing camp, then... Don't disturb me while I'm watching. Li Xing glanced disdainfully at Nappa, thinking, does this bald guy want to live too long? She had already said she wouldn't interfere, yet he still wanted to test her. Unfortunately, the system didn't issue a mission to defeat Nappa. Otherwise, she would have given him a beating. So arrogant. Vegeta, I'm going to teach her a lesson. Nappa roared angrily upon seeing her expression and charged straight toward Li Xing at the peak. Watching Nappa's actions, Vegeta did not stop him. Instead, he seemed to permit it. Coming again? I should have found a hidden place to watch, so I wouldn't be misunderstood as intentionally provoking. Li Xing sighed. She didn't like trouble, but there were always people wanting to provoke her. Smack! With a crisp sound, Nappa flew backward as soon as he was half a meter away from Li Xing. Boom. Nappa's figure crashed through several peaks like a cannonball. This simple blow silenced everyone, including Vegeta. How brutal. Looking up at Li Xing's slender back, Clint couldn't help but open his mouth wide. A girl was actually so much stronger than all of them. Gulp. Piccolo found it hard to swallow. Seeing Nappa's miserable fate, he suddenly felt that Li Xing, this female Saiyan, didn't seem to want to join the opposing side, but really just wanted to watch. At that moment, Piccolo finally realized that Li Xing's strength had far exceeded everyone's imagination, and those two Saiyans who made them tremble were probably not even her opponents. Cough, cough, cough. Nappa crawled up from the pile of rubble, looking very disheveled, with a conspicuous bump on his head. That's right. Li Xing's slap hadn't hit anywhere else but directly on his shiny forehead. Although she hadn't used much strength, with her combat power of 530,000, a casual slap could flatten Nappa. Vegeta, how much is her combat power? Nappa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, adopting a fighting stance, and dared not be careless anymore, asking Vegeta. Still 5. Vegeta gritted his teeth, ripped off the scouter from his ear, and prepared to crush it in the center of his palm. To him, Li Xing's combat power had already far surpassed Nappa, and she could freely control her energy, rendering the scouter completely useless. Wait! Seeing Vegeta's actions, Li Xing suddenly had a flash of inspiration and called out to stop him. Chapter 10. Facing Vegeta? Hearing Li Xing call for a stop, Vegeta looked at her in confusion. Can you give that to me? Facing the bewildered expressions of everyone, Li Xing pointed her little finger at the palm of Vegeta's hand. The reason she wanted this was twofold. First, she wanted to see the specific power levels of everyone present and how far ahead she was. Second, although Bulma had already improved a device that could detect higher power levels, the parts were indeed hard to find on Earth, and it would be a shame to destroy it like this. If you want this, Vegeta came back to his senses and looked at the device in his hand with a playful expression. Take it. After a brief moment of thought, Vegeta threw the device in Li Xing's direction. Whoosh! The small device flew towards Li Xing like a cannonball, but she showed no intention of reaching out to catch it. Just as the device was about to reach Li Xing, Vegeta gathered his power, and a terrifying pressure instantly emerged, sending a shockwave along with the flying device. Clearly, Vegeta was not in the mood to play around with anyone at this moment. Idiot! Get out of the way! Feeling the aura emanating from Vegeta, Piccolo shouted urgently, and the surrounding Z fighters felt their hearts race. From the moment Li Xing sent that ball flying, they understood that Li Xing was still on their side. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed throughout the area, causing the Z fighters nearby to feel a sharp pain in their eardrums. Haha, truly worthy of Prince Vegeta. Ba laughed maniacally from a distance, believing Vegeta's strength would surely obliterate Li Xing completely. However, as the smoke gradually dissipated, the scene revealed froze Ba's smile. The peak where Li Xing had been standing had vanished under the attack, yet Li Xing herself remained unharmed, floating there intact. Aside from her slightly disheveled hair, she was still holding the device Vegeta had thrown. How is that possible? Vegeta's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief. That attack was enough to kill ordinary people countless times. Even if Li Xing had power surpassing Ba, he still believed he could easily kill her. But the reality was right before him. Li Xing was completely unscathed. So strong. Piccolo swallowed hard, staring intently at Li Xing in the sky. From the previous attack, it was clear that their strengths were far behind that of Vegeta and Li Xing. As for Li Xing, she was on an entirely different level. Vegeta? Is this all you have? Looking at the gloomy and silent Vegeta, Li Xing chuckled lightly, her tone filled with mockery. Bastard! Hearing Li Xing's taunting words, Vegeta's temper flared, and a surge of powerful energy erupted from him, shaking the ground around them as if it couldn't contain his fury. Quick! We need to get away. Sensing the overwhelming aura released by Vegeta, Piccolo hurriedly called for everyone to retreat. This level of battle was something they could not participate in. Go for it, beautiful Andy. As Gohan was pulled away by Piccolo, he couldn't help but shout, recalling how Li Xing had saved him during the battle with Raditz a year ago. Andy! Again? Hearing this, Li Xing's mouth twitched violently. Little guy, say that again? Ignoring the furious Vegeta, she instantly flashed to Gohan's side, glaring at him fiercely. Gohan was startled by Li Xing's sudden closeness and quickly took a step back, realizing he might have said something wrong. Hey, he's just a kid. If he said something wrong, I'll apologize for him. Piccolo quickly stepped in front of Gohan, knowing that Li Xing was their lifeline and fearing to provoke her. Oh, is that so? Then you let him say it again. Li Xing looked at Piccolo's somewhat anxious expression, and her fierce demeanor softened a bit, finding it amusing. Gohan's babysitter, already on duty. Go for it, beautiful Annie. Gohan hesitated, ultimately deciding to timidly speak up. He hoped he hadn't said anything wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, Piccolo noticed Li Xing's face darken, and he felt his heart jump into his throat. Smack! Li Xing didn't care about all that. She dashed around Piccolo and gave Gohan a light smack on the head. Wow! Gohan covered his forehead, tears of grievance welling up. Remember to call me sister from now on. After saying that, Li Xing ignored their expressions and flashed back to the battlefield. Sister, isn't that supposed to be for me to call Uncle Piccolo too? Gohan murmured while rubbing his forehead, and he was then pulled away by a similarly confused Piccolo. After a long wait, Vegeta finally completed his fury and now only he and Li Xing remained on the battlefield, while Ba had long since taken the remaining 5 cultivators far away. How about this? If you admit your mistake now, I might consider letting you join us. Vegeta said with a smirk, clenching his right fist, causing his bones to crack. Is this all you have? Li Xing glanced disdainfully at Vegeta, still appearing calm and collected. To think that a mere 18,000 power level would take this long to charge up. With my current 530,000, I'd be able to explode with power in no time. You! Vegeta gritted his teeth, glaring at Li Xing, clearly at his wits' end with his female scion. Arrogant fool, prépare-toi dit. Vegeta stopped wasting words and kicked off the ground, charging at Li Xing like lightning. Bang! In a direct confrontation. His incoming fist was firmly grasped by Li Xing. How is that possible? Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply, feeling a shock in his heart. How could this woman be so fast? However, in the brief moment Vegeta was stunned, Li Xing suddenly flung his fist aside, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Boom! 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 After Vegeta crashed into several mountains, leaving a pile of rubble, he struggled to rise from the debris. Damn woman! Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression twisted in rage. He had never imagined that one day he would be beaten like this by a woman. He was Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, a superior warrior who had never met an opponent since birth, known as the strongest among the Saiyan race. However, all this pride would be shattered by this female Saiyan named Li Xing Pa. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood to the side, and his gaze turned icy. He knew he had to give it his all, or he would surely be defeated. With that thought, his arm muscles suddenly bulged, and his entire aura became exceptionally terrifying. Chapter 11, Are They All Dead? It's Li Xing, right? I would rather give up this planet than destroy you and the Earth together. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with a mad light, and a purple aura emanated from his body, like a wounded beast bursting out its last ferocity and despair. He was consumed by anger and couldn't think about anything else. Vegeta shot up into the sky, his hands clasped together in a charging position. Then he struck forward fiercely. Let it turn to cosmic dust along with the Earth. Final flash. A dazzling beam of energy erupted from Vegeta's palm and smashed down towards Li Xing's direction with tremendous force. Vegeta! Prince Vegeta! Nappa couldn't help but shout as he watched the incoming attack. If such an attack were to land, the Earth would truly be obliterated, and he and the others would turn to cosmic dust just like everyone else on Earth. Mutual destruction. Realizing this, Nappa panicked. Vegeta's reckless actions made him feel powerless. He didn't want to die and could only look towards Li Xing. Perhaps this female Saiyan could really withstand the attack. Everyone get down. Krillin, witnessing Vegeta's crazed actions, understood that he intended to take down the entire Earth with him. But upon seeing Li Xing still standing there without moving, he quickly shouted for everyone to crouch down and cover their heads to avoid being blown away by the powerful shockwave. In his view, Li Xing wasn't arrogant. She had absolute confidence. She clearly had the chance to dodge, but showed no reaction. Regardless of whether Li Xing could block the attack, as Krillin's voice fell, everyone obediently covered their heads and crouched down. Good. Vegeta laughed loudly, envisioning Li Xing being destroyed by him as the beam descended. Final flash? Li Xing stared at the beam approaching and momentarily lost her focus. It wasn't that she lacked confidence in her abilities. She just hadn't learned techniques like the final flash. There was no time to think further. The posture Vegeta took to charge up flashed in her mind, and she seemed to understand something. She stretched out her hands, adopting a charging posture, but there wasn't much time left. Final flash. In an instant, Li Xing couldn't think of anything else. She pushed her hands forward with force, feeling a tremendous wave of heat surge from her palms, colliding with the incoming beam. Boom! The white and purple beams collided, producing a deafening sound. The violent shockwave swept through, causing the entire Earth to shake. People on Earth looked up in horror, staring at the sky. What? You can actually use my technique too? Vegeta, exerting all his strength to unleash his ultimate attack, never expected that Li Xing would also be able to use it, and that her power would be even more formidable than his. A mere trick, Li Xing said, slightly increasing the energy she released from her palms. In an instant, the white beam expanded and completely engulfed Vegeta's purple beam. Then the white beam surged forward with a crushing momentum towards Vegeta. It was deflected back. No! Vegeta's face turned pale as he watched in disbelief. His ultimate attack lost? And it was such a miserable defeat. The opponent had returned his own technique back to him. Boom! The white beam charged at Vegeta in the sky, effortlessly engulfing him in a shocked gaze before rushing towards the higher sky. Everything fell silent. Is Vegeta dead? Nappa was the first to react, his eyes wide as he looked at the sky. Then he stole a glance at Li Xing like she was a monster, his face filled with disbelief. Since childhood, he had followed Vegeta, knowing just how powerful he was. He was the prince of the Saiyans, the future king of the Saiyans. But he never imagined that he would be defeated so quickly, unable to even resist against this female Saiyan, Li Xing. Is he dead? Piccolo was also the first to get up from the ground, watching the white light dissipate in the sky, feeling relieved. Although they couldn't intervene in the battle, they had witnessed Vegeta's strength firsthand. To them, Vegeta was almost invincible from the moment he displayed his aura. Everyone except Li Xing had been oppressed to the point of not even wanting to resist. But none of them expected that such a powerful Vegeta could be effortlessly rebuffed by Li Xing Prince Vegeta. Nappa cried out, kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face. As a loyal follower of Vegeta, his death caused him immense pain. After all, since the moment he was born, he had followed the Saiyan Prince without leaving his side. One could say that Vegeta's existence was the hope of the Saiyan race. Despite their near extinction and being forced to work under Frieza, he always believed that as long as Vegeta was alive, there was hope for the Saiyan race to revive. Now that hope was shattered. Vegeta's fall also meant that disaster was approaching for him. If even Vegeta wasn't a match for Li Xing, he had no chance of winning. Hey, bald guy over there. Just as Nappa was in despair, a cold voice reached his ears. He looked up to see Li Xing watching him with a half-smile. He never expected that this guy would be so loyal to Vegeta. He probably didn't realize that if it weren't for Li Xing's interference, he would have died at Vegeta's hands. Li Xing looked at Nappa and felt a surge of pity in her heart. You killed Prince Vegeta? I'll fight you. Suddenly, Nappa seemed to unleash all his power, his muscles bulging, his eyes turning blood red as he lunged towards Li Xing, overestimating yourself. Li Xing shook her head and raised her hand to slap him on the forehead. Nappa instantly fainted, his body collapsing limply to the ground. Sister Li Xing. Watching Li Xing effortlessly defeat the two Saiyans, Gohan ran over with admiration on his face. Are they all dead? Krillin also approached, nervously asking. The pressure brought by Vegeta and Nappa was overwhelming, so much that they didn't dare to intervene in the battle. Now that Li Xing was here, they could only hope that the earlier attack was enough to send these two evil Saiyans to hell. Perhaps, Li Xing replied, looking up at the now calm clouds. Chapter 12. Sun Wukong arrives above the clouds. Vegeta was taken to a very high position by this attack from Xing, but strangely, he did not feel any signs of his body being damaged under the force of this attack. Struggling against the force of the energy cannon, Vegeta managed to tilt his body and narrowly avoided Xing's strike. But, damn it, looking at the white beam of light shooting upwards, Vegeta's expression began to twist into a grimace. Why? Why does a mere female Saiyan exceed my power? Bastard! Vegeta cursed a few times at the sky, and after a brief moment of calm, a cold smile reappeared at the corners of his mouth. On the ground, besides the Z-Warriors, there were also the unconscious Naba and the skyward-gazing Xing. As for the remaining 5 training dummies, they were used as practice tools by Piccolo and the others, ultimately meeting a good end. Xing, the remaining training dummies are dead. We are preparing to leave. Not far away, Krillin shouted after killing the last training dummy. You all go back first. I still have matters to attend to here. Upon hearing this, Xing continued to stare blankly at the sky, as if waiting for something. No, she had deliberately controlled her strength just now to spare Vegeta's life. So why wasn't she coming down yet? Great ape! This thought suddenly flashed through Xing's mind, but she quickly calmed down again. With Vegeta's current power level of 18,000, even transforming into a great ape would not make him her opponent. Beep, beep. Suddenly, a sound came from Xing's pocket. Power level 5,000. Sun Wukong, you have finally arrived. Xing put on the scouter and smiled faintly. Xing, this Saiyan seems to be alive. The group that had finished cleaning the battlefield surrounded Naba, and Piccolo noticed something unusual and frowned as he spoke to Xing. Yes, I control my power. He should just be unconscious. Xing nodded slightly, indicating to everyone that she had deliberately spared the other party's life. Why not kill him? Piccolo seemed to find Xing's actions strange and frowned as he pressed for an answer. Because he is useful. Xing shrugged, but did not elaborate further. She wanted to see if her appearance would change Vegeta and Bulma's fate. If not, then keeping Naba as a lackey wouldn't be bad. As for Vegeta, it would be better to kill him than to have him run errands. Huh? Everyone is here. Soon, Sun Wukong's figure descended from the sky. Looking at the scene before him, he felt like he had arrived late. Had the battle already ended? Dad, Wukong. Everyone was naturally overjoyed to see Sun Wukong return from the dead. Just like that, Naba, who had been knocked unconscious by Xing, was forgotten. Sun Wukong, the battle is over. You are late. Piccolo's expression was slightly complex upon seeing the resurrected Sun Wukong. During the year after the other party's death, he had gradually lost his obsession with the idea of conquering the world. After witnessing the strength of Xing and Vegeta in the recent battle, and learning about his identity as a Namekian, all he needed to do now was to get stronger and then return home to see his people. The battle is over, but I clearly feel that there is still a strong energy presence. Sun Wukong scratched his head. On his way to the battlefield, he distinctly sensed a powerful energy wandering above the clouds. A strong energy? You must be referring to that monster. Piccolo pointed at Xing, his tone revealing a hint of mockery, as if ridiculing himself as well as Sun Wukong. Mocking himself for spending a year training, only to be so far behind Xing. No, it's not her. That energy is up in the clouds, as if searching for something. Sun Wukong couldn't help but glance at Xing a few more times, then shook his head. Xing, did you defeat those two Saiyans? He looked around and noticed that everyone had complex expressions towards Xing, even appearing somewhat fearful, which made Sun Wukong feel something was off. Xing nodded slightly, directly admitting it. Is that so? Just how strong are you now? Can we have a match? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. After a year of training with North Kai, he felt something was missing without real combat. A match? Heh. Piccolo scoffed at the side. At that moment, the scene of Sun Wukong being beaten by Xing flashed in his mind. Sorry, I'm not interested right now. If you really want to compete, go defeat that guy first, then come find me. Xing maintained a light smile while pointing upwards. That guy? Following the direction Xing pointed, everyone's gazes shifted to the sky. Vegeta is not dead. In the now calm battlefield, Piccolo exclaimed, and the others were equally shocked as they sensed Vegeta's energy. What a powerful energy. That was what I felt earlier. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes revealing intense fighting spirit. Defeat him, and then we can compete. How about that? Good. As their words fell, a black dot appeared in the sky, gradually enlarging under everyone's watchful eyes. Vegeta returned to the battlefield. Damn woman, don't think that just because you destroyed the moon, it's over. That's impossible. Vegeta stood nearby with a cold smile, although he hated that ugly form. It was his last resort. The moon? What was he talking about? Sun Wukong looked at Xing, while the others stepped back to watch the battle. Don't look at me. I don't know either. Xing shrugged, pretending to be uninformed, while a sense of unease began to rise within her. Hey, what moon are you talking about? Let's have a match. Seeing that Xing was unaware, Sun Wukong decided not to ask further. Wanting to fight, he shouted at Vegeta. You're Kakarot, right? A lowly warrior like you is not worthy to spar with me. Vegeta glanced at him. Sun Wukong was still hiding his energy and in his ordinary appearance. He naturally wouldn't take him seriously. Without further words, Vegeta charged his energy with one hand, and a glowing sphere appeared in his palm. He didn't care about Sun Wukong. Defeating Xing was his immediate priority, and with his energy nearly depleted, transforming into a great ape was his last resort. Awaken! Vegeta poured most of his remaining strength into that sphere and suddenly hurled it into the sky. Oh no! Xing slapped her forehead. Looking at the dazzling light in the sky, Her expression changed drastically as she shot up into the air. Chapter 13. Collective Oozuru Transformation Goku. On the night of the full moon, giant ape monsters will appear. Absolutely do not go out. It's safest to sleep at home. As Goku watched Vegeta's body undergo a tremendous transformation before him, memories of his grandfather's word from his childhood flashed in his mind. Giant ape monsters? No. Wait. Goku seemed to realize something and hurriedly looked up at the artificial moon thrown by Vegeta. Beside it, Xing had one hand extended, maintaining the pose of launching a ki blast, yet she seemed frozen in that position. If one looked closely, it was not hard to notice that Xing's eyes had turned blood red, and her muscles were beginning to swell slightly. Gohan, don't look at the sky. Piccolo quickly blocked Gohan's line of sight. However, it was too late. Even though Piccolo's large body obstructed Gohan's view, the transformation had already begun. In an instant, all three Saiyans present were in their transformed state. Calm down. Calm down. Xing's figure remained frozen in the sky as she continuously chanted to herself in her mind. The restless Saiyan blood within her was causing her to nearly lose her sanity, making it impossible for her to control her actions. Roar! A deafening roar erupted. Having been through this before, Vegeta was the first to complete his transformation into an Oozuru. At this moment, he had lost his human appearance. His muscles had become extraordinarily exaggerated, his skin covered in black fur, and he stood several dozen meters tall. Apart from the tattered clothes that barely indicated he was still Vegeta, he was truly a giant ape monster with blood-red eyes. Your doomsday has arrived. Vegeta, having just completed his transformation, growled, but his voice was quickly drowned out by another roar. Among the Z fighters, Gohan had also completed his transformation, looking almost identical to Vegeta. Due to his size, Gohan immediately noticed Vegeta, who was also in giant ape form. Boom! With a massive sound, the mindless Gohan swung his fist and shattered the mountain before him, locking eyes with Vegeta. Gee, Gohan, without a tail. Goku was trapped between the two giant apes on the battlefield, shock written all over his face. He never expected things would develop to this point. So it turns out, the monster that crushed my grandfather and destroyed the martial arts tournament is me. He looked up at Xing, who had not yet fully transformed, and the tail, swaying restlessly, finally made him understand everything. Roar! Without time to think, the mindless Gohan charged toward Vegeta. With each step, he left enormous footprints on the ground. What a terrifying aura. Goku quickly dodged to the side. The energy of the two transformed individuals surpassed even his own. Not to mention Vegeta over there. Mindless trash. Vegeta mocked as he watched Gohan rushing toward him. Even after transforming into an Oozuru, his arrogance and pride were still palpable. Bang! Vegeta directly struck Gohan's body with his powerful right arm, showcasing the terrifying power of 180,000 battle strength, and Gohan, also transformed into an Oozuru, fell to the ground from that blow. Gohan! Seeing Gohan fall, both Goku and Piccolo shouted in unison. Damn it! A red aura surged around Goku. He knew clearly that without using the Kaioken, he couldn't shake Vegeta at this point. 4 times. Kaioken. With great difficulty, Goku's voice rang out as he shot toward Vegeta's massive form like a red comet. Even if a few more bugs come, it's still the same. Vegeta sneered, having no intention of dodging Goku's attack. Bang! Goku's fist, infused with a violent aura, struck Vegeta's chest, but it only left a slight mark on his clothing. And then Vegeta swatted him away like a fly. Damn woman, where did she go? After batting Goku away, he did not pursue, but began searching for Xing's whereabouts. Thump! Thump! The sound of a massive heartbeat echoed, and the entire battlefield began to shake violently, as if some colossal creature was about to be born. Vegeta suddenly looked up and saw a massive giant ape frozen beside the artificial moon. Is that Xing? A hint of fear flickered in Vegeta's astonished eyes. At this moment, Xing was on the brink of losing consciousness. The raging Saiyan blood made it extremely difficult for her to remain calm, to the point where she still could not control her body. She opened her mouth wide, and a powerful shockwave suddenly erupted. It seemed that Xing had not fully completed her transformation, given the power she had just exhibited. Once she fully transformed, she would be impossible to defeat. Therefore, Vegeta seized the opportunity, preparing to eliminate Li Xing directly. Boom! The ground beneath Vegeta instantly collapsed, and the earth shook with a resounding roar, accompanied by a cloud of dust, as a dazzling beam of light shot toward Li Xing. No! From a distance, Krillin and the others showed expressions of sorrow. It seemed that something was wrong with Li Xing now, making it impossible for her to evade this terrifying impact. Boom! Vegeta's attack exploded on Li Xing's massive body, the violent explosion resonating in the air, and the blinding light from the explosion illuminated half the sky. Lingering for a long time. Is she dead? Vegeta stared at the center of the explosion, a hint of anxiety rising in his heart. Although he had seen his attack hit Li Xing, he could not be sure it would defeat her. After all, in their earlier confrontation, he had used all his strength. Yet Li Xing had effortlessly overpowered him. Now that she too had transformed into an Ozu, he could not confidently predict the outcome. Soon, astonishment appeared on Vegeta's face. As the blinding light from the explosion gradually faded, the scene that unfolded before everyone was shocking. Li Xing remained suspended in midair. Not even a hint of damage on her, and she slowly opened her eyes. That terrifying attack seemed to have only stirred up some dust. How could this be? Vegeta's eyes widened, not out of surprise, but regret. He had only thought of transforming into an Oozuru to enhance his strength. But he overlooked the fact that there were so many Saiyans present. Now, the transformed Li Xing appeared so powerful that his full force attack had not caused her any harm at all. Boom! With a loud crash, Li Xing's massive body descended from the sky onto the ground. Vegeta, I really have to thank you. She looked at Vegeta with her enormous red eyes, her voice echoing throughout the area, causing Vegeta to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 14. Vegeta's retreat. Thanks to you, I was able to wake up so quickly. Feeling the powerful energy within her, Li Xing couldn't help but feel a bit of joy. For the first time being forced to transform into a great ape, the violent bloodline within her made it impossible for her to control herself. In the final moment of struggling between rationality and rage, Li Xing even felt her consciousness was about to shatter. Fortunately, Vegeta's strike awakened her. It wasn't that she had suffered significant damage, but the sound of that strike clearly made her aware of her own existence. Seizing this opportunity, her consciousness surged, swiftly overcoming her violent side, successfully achieving a rational transformation into a great ape. I didn't expect you to be a superior warrior. The expression on Vegeta's face was dark, and a strong fighting spirit shone in his eyes. Despite the aura Li Xing was emitting, he felt that he might not be her match. Having waited for so long, it was time for me to strike. After saying this, Li Xing's aura rose again, a terrifying pressure spreading outwards, instantly enveloping Vegeta. Vegeta grunted, struggling against the pressure of this aura, his face revealing a look of shock. How is this possible? He widened his eyes in disbelief at Li Xing. This aura has even surpassed the pressure he felt when facing Frieza. Could it be that this female Saiyon's power has already surpassed Frieza? It hurts so much. At that moment, Sun Wukong, who had just been knocked away by Vegeta, lay on the ground, desperately rummaging through his pockets. There was only one Senzu bean left, and there was no other choice. He put the last Senzu bean in his mouth, and in an instant, the severely weakened Sun Wukong recovered, full of energy. He stood up from the ground, feeling that his strength had increased quite a bit. However, when he turned his gaze to the battlefield, the aura radiating from Li Xing made him gasp in shock. This female Saiyon's momentum was far more terrifying than Vegeta's. So strong. How is she trained? Sun Wukong swallowed hard, and the confidence he had just gained from becoming stronger was once again shattered. After recovering with the Senzu bean, he felt that he could at least exchange a few blows with the great ape transformed Vegeta, but facing a monster like Li Xing, he saw no hope of victory. Take this move. Li Xing's massive body did not move. Instead, her cheeks puffed up as she prepared to mimic Vegeta's earlier strike. The great ape version of her opened her mouth wide, unleashing an unprecedentedly powerful shockwave straight at Vegeta. Vegeta's pupils instantly constricted. He knew very well that if he took this hit, he would either die or be left severely injured. Damn it, it's too fast. I can't dodge. Vegeta gritted his teeth, raising his arms in defense. Accompanied by a painful roar, the shockwave's range completely engulfed his body. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud erupted, shaking the entire ground. When the dust settled, Vegeta's figure reappeared in front of everyone, still maintaining his great ape form, lying helplessly on the ground, covered in blood, looking utterly miserable. Even so, it was the result of Xing holding back slightly. Otherwise, with her battle power of 3 million after transforming, Vegeta would have been obliterated long ago. Cough, cough. Lying on the ground, Vegeta coughed violently twice, spitting out a pool of bright red blood. He looked up at the blue sky, his eyes filled with rage. This guy had the chance to kill him. So why didn't he take action? Did we win? Sun Wukong stood at a distance, murmuring as he looked at the fallen Vegeta, who had lost his fighting ability. At this moment, the other Z fighters cautiously approached, trying to get a clearer view of the battlefield. A gentle breeze brushed over the battlefield. Besides the people who had just gathered, only the unconscious Naba maintained a normal human form, while the other two great apes lay on the ground, having lost the ability to fight. Of course, there was also Xing, who remained standing in place. Xing, you are so strong. Once you turn back, we must have a match. Sun Wukong flew in front of Xing, looking at her massive form. Upon hearing this, Xing indifferently nodded and then reached out a finger to push Sun Wukong aside. With the battle over, her thoughts gradually calmed down. Although she had successfully controlled her rationality, it seemed that her heart was enjoying the thrill of destruction. She needed to quickly exit the great ape transformation. The longer she stayed, the more uncertain she was about being able to control her destructive desires. While thinking this, she raised her large hand, and a slender beam shot towards the artificial moon created for Vegeta. Bang! The beam hit, and without an explosion, the artificial moon simply disintegrated into specks of starlight in the air. Xing finally felt the violent energy within her gradually stabilize. Her body continuously shrank, eventually transforming back into a beautiful woman in a battle suit, looking just as she had before. Looking at Vegeta and Son Gohan, who had also returned to normal in the distance, Xing frowned. This battle had no casualties, but whether the plot would deviate from here, and whether the injured Vegeta would still go to Namek, remained unknown. Hey, Xing, what should we do with these two Saiyans? Sun Wukong picked up little Gohan and then pointed at Vegeta and Naba. He could sense that both had lost their ability to resist. Let them live. Xing responded without hesitation, then added, don't leave them on Earth. Send them back to where they came from. Upon hearing her words, Sun Wukong was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. He was not a person who craved killing, and since they had lost, he certainly wouldn't wipe them out completely. He didn't know about Naba, who fell first, but he hoped to have a match with Vegeta someday. Huff, huff. Lying on the ground, Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing their conversation. Finally, he survived. He struggled to take out a remote control from his pocket, and after a few operations, his spacecraft flew over from a distance and landed beside him. I didn't expect to be forced to retreat. Damn it, the legendary strongest warrior in the universe. Vegeta painfully rolled over and struggled to crawl toward the spacecraft. All the Z fighters focused their attention on him, but did not try to stop his departure. Xing's words had directly determined the fates of Vegeta and Naba. Huff, huff. After barely climbing onto the spacecraft, Vegeta gasped for breath. Remember this, you weaklings. The next time we meet will be your end. Just wait and see. Chapter 15, your spaceship exploded. Wait. Just as Vegeta's cabin door closed, Piccolo shouted at him. Oof. Injured and unable to spare any attention, Vegeta snorted and closed his eyes. Virum. The spaceship vibrated and shot up into the sky under everyone's watchful eyes, quickly breaking through the atmosphere. TCH, this guy, does he not even want his companions anymore? Piccolo looked at the still unconscious Nappa and couldn't help but curse. Perhaps he also has a remote control or something. Sun Wukong pondered and then stepped forward slowly. Sure enough, he successfully found a remote control on Nappa's body. It must be this, right? Beep, beep, beep. After a few random operations, Nappa's spaceship did not appear before everyone like Vegeta's. How strange. Why isn't it coming? Sun Wukong holding the remote control, looked up at the distance with a puzzled expression. This guy, could it be that he blew up the spaceship? Li Xing couldn't help but facepalm, secretly complaining in his heart. Li Xing, his spaceship hasn't come. Sun Wukong shook the remote control in his hand and turned to Li Xing. Forget it. You all go ahead, I'll handle this big guy. As soon as the words fell, Li Xing suddenly felt a headache coming on. Although he was somewhat reluctant to kill Nappa, after all, the Saiyan race was already dwindling. Moreover, Vegeta could redeem himself later, so leaving him with a little brother should be fine. Upon hearing this, everyone had no objections, bid farewell to each other, and began their respective journeys home. Meanwhile, the battle-hungry Sun Wukong also agreed with Li Xing to have a match in 3 days, and unable to resist his insistence. Li Xing had no choice but to comply. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Defeating Vegeta by your own hands. Task reward. Permanent doubling of combat power growth rate. On the way back, Li Xing held Nappa in one hand and sped through the air, hearing the system's prompt and couldn't help but smile. The feeling of not needing to train is great. West City, at Bulma's home. This big guy still hasn't woken up? Bulma brought food to Li Xing, who was guarding Nappa in the yard. Obviously, Li Xing couldn't leave a step until Nappa woke up. Moreover, now Bulma's family was her family, and she had to protect them well. Probably soon. Li Xing nudda, took the bowl and placed it on the nearby table, not eating immediately but turned to look at Nappa. Just now, she vaguely sensed a change in his aura, so he must be waking up soon. A rough groan interrupted the two chatting. Nappa, lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes and stared blankly at the darkening sky. Am I in heaven? He muttered to himself, seemingly lost in thought. Hey, you finally woke up? A clear female voice came, snapping him back to reality, and he instantly sprang up from the ground. Who? His muscles tensed, and he hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. What met his eyes were 2 girls sitting in chairs, curiously watching him. One he didn't recognize, but the other, even now dressed in ordinary clothes instead of battle gear, he still easily recognized. Li Xing. Damn it, you killed Prince Vegeta. What do you want to do? Although he didn't understand why he was still alive and suddenly here, now that he knew his enemy was right in front of him, he wouldn't hold back. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a gust of wind and lunged at Li Xing, his fist aimed directly at her head. You guy! Li Xing, be careful! Bulma exclaimed, not expecting this big guy to be so fierce. You never learn. Facing Nappa's attack, Li Xing snorted coldly and slightly released some of her aura, which concentrated and suppressed Nappa alone like a mountain. Thud! In an instant, Nappa, who had rushed halfway, fell back to the ground, his face filled with shock and disbelief. He knew he couldn't defeat the opponent, but he never expected that merely a wisp of aura could completely crush him. It was simply absurd. Why, you were a Super Saiyan? Nappa, pinned to the ground, couldn't move, but his eyes kept rolling, his tone trembling. Not bad. You actually know about Super Saiyans? Li Xing looked at Nappa with slight surprise, not expecting him to be so knowledgeable. No, you can't be a Super Saiyan. Even Prince Vegeta hasn't reached this level. Nappa struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes reddening as he looked at Li Xing. Whether I'm a Super Saiyan or not is none of your concern. As for your Prince Vegeta, he is already dead. Li Xing smiled at the angry Nappa. This big guy seems quite interesting. She wanted to see how much he could take. Really? Really dead? Nappa, who had long been unconscious, didn't understand the subsequent battle situation. Having witnessed Vegeta being hit, he believed Li Xing's words without question. Ha ha! Suddenly, Nappa laughed wildly, a trace of sorrow spreading around. You are also a Saiyan. Why did you kill Prince Vegeta? Why are you helping outsiders? Nappa's roar shook the entire yard, his eyes bloodshot, filled with madness and hatred, as if he had fallen into despair. Haha, just kidding. He didn't die. Okay. Seeing how persistent Nappa was, worried about disturbing Bulma's family, Li Xing could only shrug helplessly and tell him that Vegeta was still alive. Prince Vegeta is still alive? Nappa's originally bloodshot eyes regained some color, and his voice softened considerably, but soon came a strong suspicion. Why would I lie to you? Li Xing waved her hand, indicating she couldn't be bothered to explain so much, whether he believed it or not. Then where is he now? Nappa relaxed a little and then eagerly asked. Prince Vegeta is at Namek, As for you, you can't go. Looking at the loyal big guy in front of her, Xing curled her lips. Vegeta had abandoned him and run off, yet he was still concerned about his safety. Namek, why can't I go? Nappa was a bit confused, not understanding what Xing meant. Let me put it this way, there are Dragon Balls on Namek too. He went there for the Dragon Balls. As for you, your spaceship exploded. After saying that, Xing showed a helpless expression. Exploded? Nappa's eyes widened, and he hurriedly searched for something in his pocket. After a moment, he searched his entire body but couldn't find what he wanted. My remote control, where is it? Chapter 16, Bodyguard. Nappa, where's my remote? Nappa searched his entire body but couldn't find his remote, so he had to ask Xing once again. Well, you'll know in 3 days. Since you can't go to Namek now, what are you going to do? Xing propped her chin up with her small hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Prince Vegeta will come to pick me up, Nappa answered without hesitation, his face filled with confidence. I mean before that, before your Prince Vegeta comes to pick you up? Xing looked at him in frustration. This big guy really shouldn't interfere. He should let Prince Vegeta take care of him personally, so he can give up on this. During their long conversation, Bulma took out a bag of sunflower seeds from somewhere and sat down next to them, starting to crack them open. Let us kill a few Earthlings for fun. As soon as Nappa's words fell, he felt the atmosphere around them suddenly grow cold, as if he was in an ice cellar. He then realized that Xing was still there. This female Saiyan could easily kill even Prince Vegeta. That was just a joke. Nappa quickly explained, sweat trickling down his forehead with his words. A joke? Xing grabbed a few sunflower seeds from Bulma, chewed them slowly, and then continued to look at Nappa. A few sunflower seed shells flew out of her mouth and cut across Nappa's face like a sharp sword. In Nappa's terrified gaze, several streaks of blood instantly appeared on his left cheek. You. Nappa pointed at Xing, wanting to explode, but having nowhere to vent his anger. After all, he was the one who just said he wanted to kill a few Earthlings for fun. All right, I won't waste time with you. Before your Prince Vegeta comes to pick you up, make sure to protect this person. Xing pointed at Bulma, seeing that it was getting late, and if they kept talking, she might give her an early menopause. Protect her? You mean, make me your bodyguard? Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Xing, doubting if he heard wrong. Of course, is there a problem? Xing nodded as if it were natural, seeming not to think that Nappa had the right to refuse. Are you sure? I'm the strongest Saiyan under Prince Vegeta, Nappa said through gritted teeth, feeling that protecting a defenseless Earthling, especially a woman, was simply insulting him. You're unwilling? Xing squinted her eyes, exuding a dangerous vibe, as if she could strike at any moment. Protect her, or die. You only have these two choices. The oppressive words made Nappa swallow hard. This female Saiyan seemed even fiercer than him. I'll do it. It's just being a bodyguard. I'll accept it. In the end, Nappa succumbed under the threat of death. After all, before Prince Vegeta returned, his life was in someone else's hands. Xing, what is this for? I don't need a bodyguard. Taking advantage of their conversation, Bulma tugged at Xing's shirt corner and whispered, No, you do need one. Sister Bulma, every day you do experiments. It's either an explosion here or an explosion there. If this guy is around, he can help share some of the workload. Xing turned her gaze to Bulma, looking as if she had found a tool for her, making Bulma feel both amused and helpless. You can arrange it as you like, but this guy is indeed quite big. I won't have to worry about moving things back and forth in the future. Bulma shrugged. Since Xing insisted, she didn't say much more, and indeed, she did need someone like Nappa to do some heavy lifting. As for Nappa, he stood by, confused. What do you mean by not having to worry about moving things back and forth? Is his future task not to protect this woman, but to do manual labor for her? Nappa, I warn you in advance. If I find out that you are not wholeheartedly protecting Bulma, I will kill you without hesitation. Xing clapped her hands and stood up from her chair. The gentleness she had when talking to Bulma instantly vanished as she turned to Nappa. By the way, let me tell you, she is a scientist, and if your Prince Vegeta doesn't come to pick you up, she has ways to get you to Namek. After saying this, Xing pulled Bulma beside her and turned back to the room, leaving Nappa standing there in a daze. 3 days later, since it was already summer vacation, Xing didn't have to go to class and could sleep until this time every day. The sun's shining. The curtains were suddenly pulled open, and a pleasant voice reached Li Xing's ears. Ugh, I'm so sleepy. Drowsily opening her eyes, Li Xing saw Bulma leaning over the edge of the bed, staring at her. Still sleeping, Goku has been waiting for you downstairs all morning. Bulma pincha Li Xing's nosa, waking her up a bit more. Goku? Li Xing suddenly sat up, remembering that today was the day she had agreed to spar with Son Goku. She slapped her forehead, hurriedly put on her slippers, ran to wash up, and then changed into a stylish sports outfit to head downstairs with Bulma. Aren't you going to change into your battle suit? I modified it a bit. It's similar to what you said is Prince Vegeta's outfit. On the way, Bulma asked while walking. No need, this isn't a life-and-death battle. Li Xing shook her head. At this point, even in a life-and-death battle, the outcome would be one-sided in Goku's favor. Kakarot, did you break my aircraft? No. I haven't seen your aircraft. Nonsense, if you haven't seen it. How come this remote is in your hand? Just as the two arrived in the yard, they heard the sounds of an argument. Upon getting closer, they saw a suit-clad man towering over 2 meters tall. It was Naba, who had calmed down after a few days of adaptation. Bulma felt that a bodyguard should look like a bodyguard, so she forcibly bought Naba a whole outfit. Although it looked a bit ugly, at least he looked like an earthling now. The person arguing with him was only a little over 7 meters tall, wearing an orange martial arts uniform. His distinctive hair made it easy to recognize who he was. Miss Li Xing, did he destroy my aircraft? Upon seeing Li Xing arrive, Naba quickly rushed over with a look of righteous indignation. Li Xing, you have to testify for me. I just took his remote. I haven't even seen his aircraft. Son Goku shouted loudly in protest. Well, seeing the two ready to fight, Li Xing couldn't help but scratch her head. Chapter 17. Sun Wukong versus Naba. I knew it was you, damn Kakarot. After a thorough explanation from Xing, the two finally understood the truth of the matter. Naba looked at the much shorter Sun Wukong, veins bulging on his body, his suit nearly bursting at the seams. If it weren't for Xing being present, he would have loved to directly go up and beat Sun Wukong to a pulp. This, Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling guilty and awkwardly laughing. I didn't know pressing a few buttons would activate the self-destruct mechanism. Vegeta clearly did it this way. Stop talking nonsense. You're challenging Miss Xing, right? First, come and fight me. Naba completely ignored his excuses. After 3 days of hard work for Bulma, he felt like a wreck. And during the time they waited for Xing to wake up in the yard, he had also learned about Sun Wukong's intentions. The Saiyan race is a warrior race. If he couldn't fight, it would be better to kill him. Can you handle it? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong looked at Naba with a strange expression. Although this big guy in a suit was also a Saiyan, he had never witnessed Naba's strength, because when he arrived that day, Naba had already been knocked out. Don't underestimate me, Naba shouted angrily, his muscles bulging as he tore his suit apart, revealing his muscular body. Get lost. Find a place with no one around to fight. There are still people here. Xing hurriedly stopped the impending clash between the two. This was in the city, and if they fought here, the entire city would be destroyed. All right, then I'll fight this big guy first, and after that, I'll come find you. Sun Wukong looked anxious. He had wanted to find someone to spar with for a long time, although someone else was ahead of Xing. He didn't mind who the opponent was as long as he could fight. After saying that, Sun Wukong and Naba left Bulma's house one after the other, while Xing, after asking Bulma for a brand new power level detector, followed the two's energy signatures. Eastern region, in a desolate hilly area. Bang, bang. The sounds of their clashes echoed all around. Haha, this is exhilarating. I didn't expect you, big guy, to actually have some skills. After a collision, the two separated, and Sun Wukong appeared exceptionally excited. In their mutual probing, Naba surprisingly fought back against him. Naba, on the other hand, wore a face of astonishment. In his perception, Sun Wukong was merely a lower-class warrior, yet he could easily take his attacks. Stop underestimating people. Now I'm going to show my true power. Naba stomped hard on the ground, and the air around them started to move faster. Beep, beep, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. Xing, observing the values returned by the detector from a distance, was stunned. Naba's battle power was actually 8,000? She clearly remembered that Naba was defeated by Sun Wukong in a crushing manner. If he had 8,000, wouldn't that be enough to rival Sun Wukong back then without the Kaioken? Clearly, Xing did not know that in the original work. Piccolo had a battle power of 3,500, but was still killed in an instant by Naba's elbow strike. And after Naba exerted his full strength, he could fight evenly with Sun Wukong at that time, but ultimately he was still defeated by Sun Wukong after he activated the Kaioken. Not bad. Stronger than before. Facing Naba, who was using his full power, Sun Wukong showed no fear and continued to respond effortlessly. Bang! After colliding fists, the two separated. Naba was slightly panting, clearly having exerted a lot of strength, while Sun Wukong appeared excited, his energy showing no signs of disturbance. Who is stronger, who is weaker, was obvious at a glance. Since that's the case, I'm going to get serious too. After saying that, Sun Wukong changed from his earlier playful demeanor, his entire body radiating a white aura. Boom! As he gathered his energy, the entire ground began to tremble. Battle power 24,000. Sun Wukong's normal battle power once again shocked Xing. This was because that day against Vegeta, there were no casualties, and the last Senzu Bean was consumed by the heavily injured Sun Wukong. Under the Saiyan's unique physiology, Sun Wukong not only healed, but also gained even stronger battle power. How is this possible? Naba, on the battlefield, was filled with horror. He couldn't believe that a lower-class warrior like Sun Wukong could emit such a powerful aura, even surpassing what he remembered of Vegeta. Let me show you my true strength. With the sound of his toes touching the ground, Sun Wukong's figure instantly vanished from a spot. The ground he'd been standing on cracked and spread out, and his fist, accompanied by a roaring wind, struck towards Naba's chest. Boom! Naba's body was sent flying like a cannonball, leaving a nearly 100-meter-long trench in the ground before finally coming to a stop, his chest appearing slightly caved in. Clearly, Sun Wukong was not like Xing. He did not hold back in battle. Naba let out a cry, covering his chest with his hand. Under this punch, several of his ribs had been broken. Is this still Kakarot? After struggling for a while and unable to get up, Naba simply gave up. He wasn't afraid of injury. But Sun Wukong's battle power was truly hard for him to understand. Hey, big guy, are you alright? Looking at the fallen Naba, Sun Wukong's white aura dissipated, and he hurriedly flew over, squatting down beside Naba with concern. Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine, just need some treatment. Naba spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling a few times but still unable to get up, yet he gritted his teeth and held on. I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to be so tough. The heart-wrenching remark from Sun Wukong made Naba, lying on the ground, want to cry without tears, and he couldn't help but spit out more blood. Xing, he lost, so it's our turn now, right? After checking Naba's injuries, Sun Wukong turned his head towards Xing, who was watching from a distance. Xing nodded slightly. Then in a flash, she appeared not far in front of Sun Wukong. She placed her left hand behind her back and extended one finger with her right hand. The meaning was clear. Although Xing was overconfident, having seen her powerful side, Sun Wukong did not dare to be careless. With a shout, the white aura around him ignited once more, and he instantly swung his fist and charged up. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two exchanged dozens of blows, each collision producing massive shockwaves. However, no matter how fierce his attacks were, Xing remained standing in place, not dodging or evading, and blocked all his assaults with just one finger. It seems I can't do without the Kaioken. Chapter 18. Sun Wukong vs. Xing Tupola. Kaioken. As the words fell, the aura around Sun Wukong shifted from white to red, and his entire being instantly soared to a new height. Boom! This time, Xing did not use her finger to block the attack. Instead, she opened her palm and grasped Sun Wukong's fist. The huge sound was not from a collision, but from the surrounding peaks collapsing under the pressure of the two fighters' battle waves. Boom! Another loud noise erupted as Xing used the hand that grasped Sun Wukong to throw him directly onto the ground in front of her, creating a deep pit. Puff! Sun Wukong grunted, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Xing's sudden counterattack did not dampen his excitement for battle. He quickly sprang up from the pit, increasing the distance between himself and Xing once more. Unexpectedly, There's such a gap between us. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced a bitter smile at his tattered clothes. The remaining Sinza beans had already been consumed, and the triple Kaioken he just used was the limit of what his body could currently endure. If he went any further, he would end up lying in a hospital bed for 10 days or more, and even then, he might not be able to defeat Li Xing. You're not bad either, much stronger than the other Saiyans. Li Xing glanced at the fallen Naba and thought, why is there such a huge gap between us? Even though we are both Saiyans? Cough, cough. In the distance, Naba spat out another mouthful of old blood, and his mood was understandably poor after being called weak twice in a row. In fact, Naba's own strength was considered top-notch among the Saiyan race. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been designated to follow Prince Vegeta since childhood. Unfortunately, the two he encountered today were existences he could never hope to catch up to. On the other hand, Sun Wukong, who heard Li Xing's praise, did not show any signs of excitement. Rather, his expression grew more serious. It's time to go all out. He tore off his shirt, revealing his well-toned muscles. From this moment on, he would no longer be troubled by the consequences of battle, preparing to give his all to enjoy this fight. 4 times. Kaioken. As the words fell, Sun Wukong's aura surged once more. Feeling the immense power within him, he suddenly paused, realizing that he hadn't noticed any significant burden on his body. Perhaps it had something to do with his increase in strength? A thought flashed through his mind, but he didn't dwell on it. The next moment, he launched an attack on Li Xing, throwing a punch that sent a gust of wind blowing through her hair. Wow! Li Xing narrowed her eyes, unable to help but glance at Sun Wukong a few more times. This Kaioken was almost like a cheat, even making her feel a bit tempted. Boom, boom, boom. An even more intense onslaught came, but Li Xing remained unruffled as she defended against it, though her expression gradually became serious. She noticed that while such attacks didn't seem like much to her, her clothes disagreed, as the sleeves on her arms were blown to pieces, revealing a glimpse of white beneath. Bang! Li Xing's left hand, which was behind her back, moved as she blocked Sun Wukong's punch, and then her other hand sent him flying. Let's settle this with one move. Watching Sun Wukong quickly rise from the ground, Li Xing slowly spoke. Okay. Sun Wukong, who was about to continue his assault, paused his steps and stood still. It was time to end this. Li Xing's waking hours were already late, and after 2 battles, the sky was beginning to turn red. Dusk had arrived, as the setting sun cast a golden hue over their figures. Sun Wukong and Li Xing stood firm, seemingly frozen in time. The fierce wind howled past, and even Naba, lying on the ground, turned his head to stare intently at the final clash between the two. Came. Haim. Sun Wukong first assumed a charging stance, his hands positioned at his waist, and brilliant blue light gathered in his palms. Immediately, an invisible shockwave exploded from him, turning the debris within a radius of hundreds of meters into dust. Are we going to clash again? Seeing his posture, Li Xing shook her head and then took a powerful step forward with her right foot. Boom! In an instant, a visible ripple spread from the ground, quickly covering a range of several kilometers. She had no intention of using the same technique against Sun Wukong. If she did, the residual battle waves would likely affect her already fragile clothing. She concentrated her energy in her right hand, preparing to return Sun Wukong's attack back to him. Came. Haim. Huh. After a brief silence, Sun Wukong realized that Li Xing did not intend to clash with him, but he had already built up his energy and couldn't he just let it dissipate. He suddenly thrust both hands forward, and in an instant, a brilliant blue beam shot towards Li Xing. At that moment, Li Xing was already prepared for the counter. Pop! Beneath the overwhelming energy wave, an inconspicuous sound emerged, and then the blue energy wave seemed to hit some terrifying force and instantly rebounded back towards Sun Wukong. What? Watching his long-prepared attack turn back on him, Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Damn, I can't dodge it. It's funny to say, as the one who launched this attack, he had no confidence in taking it and instinctively tried to evade. 5 times. Kaioken. In a critical moment, knowing he couldn't dodge, Sun Wukong released all his energy and braced himself to withstand the reflected energy wave. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and a shockwave swept through the surroundings. Aside from Li Xing blocking the residual attack with her energy, Naba on the ground was thrown even further away. As the dust settled and calm returned, Li Xing observed the situation on the opposite side. Sun Wukong had his arms crossed in front of his chest, drenched in blood, looking quite disheveled. Yet he still stood firm and did not fall. On the contrary, Li Xing appeared unharmed except for a torn sleeve on one arm. You won. Sun Wukong slowly lowered his arms, revealing his countless wounds, his face filled with bitterness, though he was reluctant to admit it. The truth was that Li Xing could easily rebound his powerful attack, while he could only exert all his strength to withstand it. The God Palace. How on earth did these two monsters train? Piccolo couldn't help but think to himself as he stood at the edge of the palace with the old Kai, watching the battle from a distance. The commotion caused by this fight was so great that even they, far up in the sky, could sense it. Chapter 19. The Naba who wants to get stronger, do you see the gap now? The battle below has ended, and the old Kai looked towards the still, shocked Piccolo. Piccolo snorted coldly, saying nothing more. He and the old Kai were still at odds. He was here solely because he wanted to ask the old Kai about something. You want to go to Namek, right? The old Kai said calmly, knowing what was on Piccolo's mind, as they were originally one. I have a way to get you there. The old Kai paused, then continued. However, you alone probably won't make it. Oh, you old man aren't planning to go? That's just great. Piccolo was taken aback, then responded with a cold laugh, as if he couldn't wait to not see the old Kai. What I mean is, with your current strength, going alone would likely be a one-way trip. But don't worry, I really don't plan to go with you. The old Kai sighed lightly, speaking earnestly. How could he not personally go to the hometown and family he yearned for since the day he was born if given the chance? However, this time was different, especially after Vegeta managed to escape unscathed, which made him realize that the powerful beings in the universe were not to be underestimated, and they were even stronger than they had imagined. Moreover, the Namekian's ability to create Dragon Balls had already been exposed. If Piccolo were allowed to go alone this time, it would likely be a one-way trip. You mean, let me bring a few companions? Piccolo frowned slightly. He and the old Kai could connect mentally, so he could tell that the old Kai was not mocking his lack of strength. Exactly. Once you've decided who to bring, come find me. At that time, I will tell you how to get home. After saying this, the old Kai did not give Piccolo a chance to say anything more and turned to step into the temple. Piccolo silently stared at the empty square for a while before finally leaving. A few days later, Li Xing, who was used to slacking off, walked out of her bedroom in slippers, looking sleepy. Miss Li Xing. Upon seeing her, the drowsy Naba immediately perked up and respectfully called out. After the battle with Son Goku, he had been lying in the hospital for several days, thanks to the powerful physique of the Saiyans. Otherwise, with Earth's current medical standards, he would have to lie there for at least half a month. During the days he couldn't move, he thought a lot. Among the existing Saiyans, it seemed that every one of them, except for Son Goku's son, had strength far exceeding his own. Though feeling down, Naba recognized the reality. He needed to work hard to train. Prince Vegeta was currently nowhere to be found, and the only ones who could guide his training were Li Xing and Son Goku. Good morning, Naba. Li Xing yawned, lazily stretching her waist, and then walked towards the dining room. Naba followed closely behind. Miss Li Xing. Suddenly, Naba stopped, a serious expression on his face as he called out. Naba, is there something? Li Xing looked at him in confusion, not understanding why this big guy was calling her Miss Li Xing today. Could it be? Did he hit his head during the last battle? If your injury isn't healed yet, you can go back to the hospital for a few more days. Li Xing kindly reminded him. During the last battle, although Naba and Son Goku were injured to varying degrees, it was not life-threatening, so she still had a healing being. Please teach me how to train. The next moment, Naba placed his right hand on his left chest, bent his upper body, and deeply bowed to Li Xing, looking sincere. I teach you? Li Xing was stunned, not expecting Naba to make such a request. Are you kidding? She was too lazy to train herself and had only relied on the systems helped to reach her current combat power. Teaching someone else would be misleading them. Yes, Kakarot and Prince Vegeta are not your match. I want to train with you. Naba continued to bow, and the moment these words left his mouth, he felt a bit anxious inside, not daring to look Li Xing in the eye. Ahem. Lixing awkwardly coughed twice. Just as she was unsure how to respond, a familiar voice suddenly came from the sky. Lixing. Sun Goku called out as he spotted her from afar and landed right beside her. Sun Goku? Lixing was taken aback. She didn't expect him to come looking for her at this time. Could it be that he was here to challenge her again? It's like this. Son Goku briefly explained. Lixing had no reaction, but Naba appeared extremely excited. Really? Kakarot, are you going to Namek? Naba shouted excitedly. Son Goku's visit was to invite Lixing on behalf of Piccolo to head to Piccolo's hometown, Namek, 10 days later at the sacred world of the Kais. Take me with you. In the next moment, Naba, who had been bowing, suddenly flashed in front of Son Goku, pressing both hands on Son Goku's shoulders, sincerely saying, Namek. According to Lixing, Prince Vegeta also went there, even though he had lived on Earth for several days. The chance to see Vegeta again was one he could not miss. Sorry, but Piccolo only asked me to invite Lixing. Son Goku brushed Naba's hands away, scratching his head and hesitating. I also want to go. Naba's eyes widened in anticipation as he looked at Son Goku. Well, your strength isn't suitable. No, I'm very strong. If you beat me, I'll go convince Piccolo. I can beat Piccolo. If you beat me, I'll let you go. I haven't settled the flying machine matter with you yet. The two were getting more and more heated in their argument, and the commotion was about to lift Bulma's house off the ground. Stop! Lixing couldn't help but interrupt their quarrel. Their shouting was making her ears hurt. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Taking this opportunity, Son Goku shrugged. Naba's voice was too loud, and he figured he couldn't win the argument, so he vanished into the sky, leaving Naba and Lixing staring at each other in shock. Naba, I don't want to take you to Namek. Lixing fixed her gaze on Naba, speaking calmly, which made him shudder all over. Why? Naba looked at Lixing with disappointment. Because your strength isn't enough to survive there. Lixing shook her head. After spending a few days together, she didn't dislike Naba. After all, he was straightforward and hardworking. However, the trip to Namek involved Frisia, and she didn't want the little brother she just took in to die in a few chapters. I can train. I will never hold you back. Chapter 20 Departure, Namek Star. 10 days later, in the Heavenly God Temple, a crowd gathered. Sun Wukong, didn't I only ask you to invite Xing? Piccolo scolded, pointing his finger at Sun Wukong. Big bald head, little bald head, your son. Even this woman's going? Piccolo angrily counted the heads, especially getting furious when he saw Bulma. This isn't going home. It's practically an indigenous interstellar trip. Well, one more person means one more helper. Sun Wukong awkwardly chuckled. He brought Krillin and Gohan. Xing brought Daba and Bulma, plus Piccolo, making a total of 7 people. Stop talking nonsense. The spaceship won't fit. Piccolo shot a glare at Sun Wukong, then turned to the crowd. Really? How we know it won't fit if you don't show us? Daba slowly stepped out from behind Xing, his fingers cracking ominously, looking ready to punch Piccolo at any moment. You! Piccolo was so angry he almost spat blood, his face turning green as he pointed at Daba. Fine. One more person means one more helper. As the crowd gathered, the old sage walked out with Bobo. Since everyone is here then, Bobo, you take them. The old sage glanced at Xing, then scanned the crowd and spoke calmly. Yes, Lord Sage. Bobo turned to Piccolo, signaling him to lead the group. Oomph. Piccolo snorted coldly and followed Bobo. Go if you want. If it weren't for the old sage saying to bring companions, I wouldn't care about them at all. Sabaton Highlands. We're here. Bobo landed first next to a spaceship that looked like an insect, then turned to the crowd. Huh. No doorknob. No lock. Is this really a spaceship? Sun Wukong scratched his head, curiously walking up and knocking on it. Piccolo remained silent for a moment, not saying much. Seeing the spaceship made his memories feel a bit muddled. It felt like he had ridden one before, but he couldn't recall anything when he thought about it carefully. Where's the door? Where is it? Why isn't there one? Daba also leaned in to look around, but couldn't find any way in. You just have to say one word to open the door. Bobo explained to the crowd while preparing to shout the incantation to open the door. Piccolo. Suddenly, a figure stepped forward and silently called out this name. The one who shouted the name was not Bobo, but Piccolo himself, as he finally remembered. When he was still one with the old sage, he had waited here for 2 or 3 decades because of a letter saying I'll be there soon. Wait for me. Now, would he finally have the chance to meet his parents whom he had never seen before? Piccolo's thoughts were chaotic. So much so that even the spaceship's ramp descending didn't break his concentration. Hey, get on. Sun Wukong looked at Piccolo's dazed expression and couldn't help but glance at him a few more times, quickly patting his shoulder. Oh, sorry. Coming to his senses, Piccolo complexly led the group onto the ramp. Since the Lord Sage has remembered, then, Bobo will go back now. Bobo didn't follow the group, but exchanged a meaningful glance with Piccolo. Piccolo responded lightly, perhaps not even realizing that although the old sage wasn't with him, he still carried the others' memories. I'll do it, Piccolo. After Bobo left, before Piccolo could speak, the straightforward Daba shouted first. Buzz. The ramp rose, and everyone finally entered the spaceship's interior. The interior of the spaceship wasn't very large, but it was very clean. Apart from a huge chair and control stick, there was nothing else. TCH, is it this simple? Daba looked around and couldn't help but complain. How do you operate this thing? Bulma pulled Li Xing to the control stick and asked doubtfully. I don't really understand either. Maybe. It's a Namekian? Li Xing pretended to think, casting a glance at Piccolo. Target, Namek Star set off. As soon as Piccolo finished speaking, the control stick beeped and the panel displayed the Namekian word for OK. Boom! The spaceship shook slightly and then shot up into the sky at high speed. Damn it, what did you just say? After swaying around, Daba angrily grabbed Piccolo by the collar. Let him go. Li Xing's undeniable voice rang out as she shot a fierce glare at Daba, scaring him into quickly releasing Piccolo. What a joke. This spaceship took off without Bulma's modifications. If something happens to Piccolo, we'd all turn to cosmic dust. Probably about a month or so. You all can take care of yourselves. Piccolo unapologetically sat in the big chair at the front and then closed his eyes, eager to return home. Piccolo had no time to deal with the others. A month. Apart from Li Xing and Bulma, the others exclaimed in shock. That time seemed way too long. It's over. Krillin looked at the empty spaceship interior, his face full of bitterness. There's nothing here. Are we supposed to go a month without bathing or eating? Looking at the stunned crowd, Li Xing and Bulma exchanged smiles. Knowing that Piccolo was leading the group, she had already reminded Bulma to prepare the universal capsules beforehand, making sure they had everything they needed, even a bathtub. Snap! Bulma casually tossed a few capsules on the ground, and immediately a row of small tents appeared before everyone. Wow, Bulma really thought of everything. Haha, this is so comfortable. Seeing this, everyone excitedly rushed into the tents. Since this spaceship wasn't modified, it clearly couldn't be used for training, but each tent was thoughtfully stocked with comic books to pass the time. Watching everyone settle down, Bulma quietly pulled Li Xing to a spot near the rear of the spaceship. Snap! Another capsule was thrown on the ground. This time it wasn't a tent, but materials used to partition off the rear of the spaceship. After a simple operation by the two, they successfully created a small room of about 10 square meters on the spaceship. Although not large, it was fully equipped, definitely enough for the two to rest. After all, while the others were sleeping in tents, they would be sleeping on soft beds. Chapter 21, The Evil Emperor, Frisia 1 month later. Is that Namek? Nappa pressed his face against the glass of the spaceship, excitedly pointing at a giant green planet. So beautiful. This is Namek. Krillin and Gohan also gathered around, their faces showing excitement. The green planet really looks just like Piccolo. Bulma secretly glanced at Piccolo and whispered in Li Xing's ear. But how could this statement escape Piccolo's keen hearing? He shot Bulma an annoyed glare, and the joy he felt from seeing his homeland instantly vanished. Unable to express his frustration in front of Li Xing, he was eager to get down and take a look. Choose an appropriate landing shape. As soon as the words fell, the spaceship approached the planet at high speed. Boom! Moments later, the spaceship safely landed on the surface of Namek. Prince Vegeta, Nappa's little brother, has arrived. As soon as they landed, Nappa couldn't wait to get off the ship, shouting at the sky. Slap! Li Xing instantly flew in front of him and gave him a smack on the forehead. Idiot! Did you forget what I told you? Watching Nappa crouch down in pain, holding his head, Li Xing said angrily, if nothing goes wrong, Frisia is already collecting Dragon Balls on Namek, and with her current combat power, she is not strong enough to match him. Nappa's thoughtless exposure of everyone's presence was clearly a big mistake. Saudi. Nappa lowered his head and said carefully. It was clear that while Nappa was dim-witted, he understood the terror of Frisia. Seeing Nappa admit his mistake, Xing snorted coldly and didn't bother to say anything more. At this moment, Bulma behind her also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After a long month on the spaceship, Xing had warned everyone more than once about the current situation. Frisia was not someone they could contend with, not even her. Buzz. A sound came from the sky as a spherical, flying vehicle passed by. Vegeta. It's Prince Vegeta. After being slapped by Xing, Nappa was much more subdued this time. He didn't shout loudly but stared at the flying vehicle with eager eyes, whispering, Vegeta is only arriving now. Xing was momentarily taken aback. It seemed the plot had completely deviated. There were no casualties in the battles on Earth, and now everyone had gathered early on Namek. But Goku and Piccolo's combat powers had shown discrepancies. System, open the attribute panel. After a brief contemplation, Xing silently called out in her mind. Name, Xing, gender, female, age, 18 years, Dragon Ball World, height, 175 centimeters, race, Saiyan, skills, control of ki, flight technique, energy cannon. Kamehameha, items, Senza-Bean X1 combat power, 680, 000, 2 minutes. It's too far off. Looking at her information on the panel, Xing couldn't help but shake her head. Her current combat power, while far surpassing those around her, was utterly powerless before Frisia. However, fortunately, despite the plot having some deviations, Vegeta's appearance still meant that Frisia's target remained the Dragon Balls on Namek, and he hadn't chosen Earth as a target. I have some things to do. Who wants to come with me? With this thought, she looked at the people beside her and asked, Are you going to find Frisia? Goku asked, a bit confused. Having learned about Frisia's strength from Xing, he was now interested in fighting, but was not foolish enough to seek death without certainty. At least after Xing's warning. He wouldn't actively provoke Frisia at this stage. After Goku's words fell, everyone turned their gaze to Xing. It's not to find Frisia, it's something else. Xing shook her head. She knew very well that what she needed to do now was to find a way to increase her strength, not just seek death. I'll go with you. Bulma immediately stood by Xing's side without hesitation. After spending so much time together, she had developed unconditional trust in Xing. Me too. Suddenly, two voices chimed in together. As fellow Saiyans, and with Xing having saved his life during the battles on Earth, Nappa, knowing he was outmatched, decided to travel with Xing first. The other voice came from Krillin. He didn't have such complex thoughts. He simply felt that following Xing would be safer, as she was the strongest among the group. What about you? Xing looked at the remaining Piccolo, Goku, and Gohan. I want to find my people first, so I won't be going with you. Piccolo stared at the surroundings in a daze, pondering for a while before speaking. He knew that his homeland was in crisis and had no desire to accompany Xing and the others on any errands. I'll go with Piccolo. It's better to have someone to look out for him. Seeing Piccolo lost in thought, Goku also expressed his intention. Among the group, he was the most familiar with Piccolo, and after fighting for so many years, it was the first time he had seen him looking so troubled. I'll follow Dad and Uncle Piccolo too. Watching everyone make their choices, Gohan scratched his head and said quietly, once a student, always a father. Having trained with Piccolo since childhood, he had developed a unique bond with him. Since that's the case, let's split up and take action. I hope we can regroup soon. Remember, do not provoke Frisia at all costs. Xing took a deep breath and didn't force anyone, then picked up Bulma and soared into the sky, with Nappa and Krillin following closely behind. Roar! On the other side, Zarbin and Dodoria were holding 2 Dragon Balls, standing beside a small frame figure. This person had purple skin and wore armor similar to Raditz, sitting steadily in a hovering, oddly shaped chair. Although not in battle, his terrifying aura still instilled fear, and the chilling laughter was coming from him. The Cosmic Emperor, Frisia. Be careful, Dodoria. Vegeta is also watching, Frisia said with a charming smile, reminding Dodoria. 3 more to go, and his wish for immortality will be fulfilled. King Frisia. The scout who tracked Vegeta had just landed, but the strange sound from the detector made Zarbin frown, as if he had discovered something unexpected. "Oh, what is it?" Frisia asked calmly, expressionless. According to the information from the detector, there are several unfamiliar power fluctuations. 4 of them are moving at high speed, while the other 3 seem to be searching for something. Zarbin's expression turned serious. These unfamiliar power levels were not high, the strongest barely reaching 1,000, and the lowest only 5. But he felt that something bad was about to happen, so he decided it was best to report to Frisia. Chapter 22, Awakening Potential Xing. "Where are we going?" On the way, Bulma asked curiously, looking at the scenery flying past below. "To find the Grand Elder of the Namekians," Xing replied calmly, though his eyes bore a hint of worry. His current battle power was only 680,000. He couldn't even contend with the final form of Frisia, let alone the second form, which could easily defeat him countless times. The urgent task at hand was to find any means to increase his battle power, so the Grand Elder's ability to unlock potential was particularly important to Xing, though he was unsure how much he could be enhanced. "We've arrived." After a moment, Xing's figure halted in the air, looking down at the white spherical building, feeling an inexplicable sense of anticipation rising within him. "Travelers from afar, what brings you here?" As soon as they landed, a young Namekian stepped out from inside the building, blocking their path. Neru, the strongest combat-type Namekian, exuded a powerful aura, and everyone except Xing felt a tremendous pressure. "We come from Earth and wish to see your Grand Elder. Please notify him," Xing explained with a smile, his tone friendly as he discreetly alleviated the pressure from Neru for the others. "Oh, guest from Earth." After hearing her words, Neru visibly relaxed and even showed a hint of friendliness. As the Grand Elder's personal guard, he had stayed close to this place, but was well aware of the recent crises facing Namek, so he maintained a high level of vigilance toward unfamiliar outsiders. However, since Xing had voluntarily identified them as Earthlings and had not acted rudely, Neru would not turn them away. "Please wait a moment." Saying this, Neru turned and entered the building. Regardless of the purpose of their visit, he needed to confirm with the Grand Elder whether Xing and the others could be seen. "This Namekian is much stronger than that Piccolo." Behind Xing, Dabo whispered without reservation as he watched Neru's back. "Now I know how weak you are, huh?" Seeing Daba's much more subdued demeanor, Xing couldn't help but tease him. "Hey, once this trip is over, I will definitely train hard." Daba scratched his head. He had intended to train alongside Xing, but would have to pause for now due to their hurried arrival. "Everyone, please follow me." After a brief wait, Neru returned to the group and politely gestured for them to enter. "Thank you." Xing nodded and led the others inside. Upon entering, they were all taken aback by the sight of the Grand Elder of the Namekians. He was enormous, nearly 10 meters tall, but at that moment, he sat in a chair with a furrowed brow and an aged complexion, appearing worn and weary, as if he were at risk of death at any moment. "Welcome. You must be the Earthlings?" The Grand Elder smiled, his amiable demeanor evoking goodwill. "Yes, hello, Grand Elder." Xing looked up at him and politely bowed in response, then stood straight and continued, "We apologize for our abrupt visit. We wish to ask the Grand Elder for a favor." "Oh, are you here to seek the Dragon Balls like those other space beings?" The Grand Elder perked up slightly, though he showed no hostility, as he sensed no evil aura from Xing and the others, which piqued his curiosity about their purpose. Although the Grand Elder himself bore no ill will, Neru's gaze remained fixed on the group ever since they entered the room. "No, we are asking the Grand Elder to help us unlock our potential." Xing paused, then explained. Her original intention was not the Dragon Balls, but the Grand Elder's words seemed to awaken her to that possibility. "Right? There are the Dragon Balls. If I gather all the Dragon Balls before Frisia, wouldn't I be able to make several wishes?" With this thought, a smile crept onto Xing's lips as she considered it a good idea. Unlock potential? The Grand Elder's face showed a hint of surprise. "Human potential is innate. I cannot develop potential. I can only awaken the potential that already exists within you." The Grand Elder was silent for a moment, not rejecting Xing's request. "Awakening is fine. I appreciate your help." Xing nodded eagerly, believing that developing and awakening were merely different terms, as long as it could enhance her strength. "However, I need to understand your past." The Grand Elder said seriously, locking eyes with Li Xing. He needed to know about their sudden visit, and the current crisis facing Namek required someone to help resolve it. That's no problem. Li Xing hesitated slightly, but quickly regained her composure. Krillin, you go. She turned to Krillin and gave him a knowing look. Although she said it was no problem, she remained wary of the Grand Elder's means of understanding their past. If he discovered the existence of the system, the ensuing events might spiral out of control. Moreover, as Goku's childhood partner, Krillin's knowledge of his past would be enough to earn the Grand Elder's trust. Me? Krillin pointed to himself, looking somewhat confused. Yes. Li Xing nodded again, confirming that he was the most suitable among them. Well, okay then. After hesitating for a moment, Krillin nodded. After all, he had learned from their earlier dialogue that the Grand Elder intended to awaken their potential, and understanding the past was merely a formality. Earthling, could you come a bit closer? The Grand Elder also looked at Krillin, signaling him to approach. Sure, although he found it a bit strange. Krillin followed the Grand Elder's instructions and moved closer. Piccolo, the Namekian who returned to his homeland, the child of Kakarot, divided into two. The Grand Elder placed one hand on Krillin's head, quickly grasping the group's intention for coming to Namek. But after confirming that the group before him posed no threat to Namek, the Grand Elder pondered for a moment and chose to awaken their potential directly. In Krillin's astonished gaze, a powerful aura erupted from within him, and in an instant, a white flame enveloped him. Power! Power! Ha ha! Feeling the surge of immense power within him, Krillin laughed excitedly, believing that his current strength was even greater than that of Daba, the Saiyan. It's my turn! It's my turn! Chapter 23. Angry Piccolo looking at the suddenly surging energy of the bald figure in front of him. Naba couldn't wait to shout. Beep beep. Battle power 14. 000. The detector in Bulma's hand emitted a sound, making her gasp in surprise. To think that before this, Krillin's battle power was less than 2,000. And now, with the Elder's help, it had increased so much. More than 7 times, right? Upon hearing this, Xing was also taken aback. If she could also increase her battle power by 7 times and then transform into a Super Saiyan, could she defeat Frieza? Looking at Naba stepping forward, she also showed an expression of anticipation. Ha ha ha. Kakarot, next time we meet, be ready to be defeated by me. In no time, Naba began to laugh excitedly, feeling an endless surge of power within him. He even thought that, besides Xing, he could call himself the strongest Saiyan. Battle power 60,000. Xing also put on the detector that Bulma had given her. Although she had expected it, she was still astonished. Next. Who is next? Looking at the satisfied crowd, the Elder's aged face also broke into a smile as he turned his gaze to the remaining 2 girls. It was evident that Xing should be the strongest among the group, and the characteristic Saiyan tail behind her also proved that this girl was no ordinary person. I'll go first. The 2 exchanged glances, and Bulma noticed Xing's intent in her eyes, so she spoke up. This is the power of a martial artist? Due to her low base power, Bulma only managed to increase from having no battle power to just over 100. However, this still made her happy. At least she could feel the presence of energy and could learn the instant transmission technique. Go ahead, it's your turn. Bulma walked up beside Xing and gently nudged her with her shoulder. All right. Xing nodded, took a deep breath, and walked toward the Elder. Meanwhile, on the other side, they're all dead. Goku and the others stood in a nearby village, which was in ruins, with many Namekian bodies scattered everywhere. This place had just been slaughtered by Frieza and his men. The lively village had now become eerily quiet. TSK, looking at the scene in front of him, Piccolo remained silent, standing there quietly. If one looked closely, they would notice that his fists were clenched tightly, and his shoulders were trembling continuously, an inexplicable hatred surging like a tide in his heart. Uncle Piccolo, are you okay? Gohan noticed his change and hurriedly walked to his side, looking up with concern. Piccolo slowly relaxed his clenched fists, lowered his head, and a hint of gentleness flashed in his eyes as he looked at Gohan. But then he returned to his usual self. I'm fine. He shook his head, his tone calm, but even so, Gohan could still feel his suppressed anger. Piccolo. Goku opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to comfort him, but he didn't know how to start. so he just stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Huh. Just as the three fell into silence, suddenly, two powerful energy signatures approached from a distance, causing them to become alert at the same time. This energy, it's Vegeta. Goku was the first to speak, breaking the silence, and the other two nodded in agreement. The battle on Earth had just ended, so they were still somewhat familiar with Vegeta's energy, but the other unfamiliar energy was unknown to them. Let's go take a look. As Piccolo's voice fell, he dashed straight into the sky, heading at high speed towards the two people emitting energy. Let's go. Goku shouted to Gohan and followed closely behind. He knew that Piccolo might suspect that Vegeta had slaughtered his people, which is why he seemed so anxious. Given Piccolo's current strength, he was not strong enough to defeat them and would end up putting himself in danger, so it was necessary to follow. Battle Power 22,000. In front of Vegeta, a bearded, somewhat ugly alien exclaimed in surprise. At the moment Vegeta unleashed his energy, the detector in front of him exploded. He, who served under Frieza alongside Vegeta, originally had a battle power not far from Vegeta's, but they were bitter rivals, practically wishing for each other's death. Frieza, seeing Vegeta striding towards him with a fierce aura, he hurriedly pointed behind Vegeta and shouted loudly. What? Vegeta hurriedly turned to look. You idiot! Seeing that he had successfully diverted Vegeta's attention, he immediately used all his strength to fire a barrage of energy blasts at Vegeta, known as the Prince's Tactic. Boom! After a series of attacks, a massive explosion echoed, coloring the sky red. Ha ha ha! After the smoke cleared, seeing the empty ruins in front of him, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. His battle power was only 18,000. Without using this method, he had no confidence in defeating Vegeta. Naive. Just as he was happy, Vegeta's voice came from the side. Only an idiot like you would use such lowly tactics. Vegeta crossed his arms, completely unscathed. After the events on Earth, his injuries had healed, and his battle power had greatly increased, so even if he was distracted, dodging Qiu-Yi's sneak attack was no problem at all. Swish! In a panic, Qiu-Yi turned to flee, but what awaited him was Vegeta, who appeared in front of him at an even faster speed. Bang! A heavy punch struck his abdomen, causing him to scream in pain, and a fist-sized dent appeared in his stomach. Vegeta pressed on, using 2 fingers to unleash energy, and Qiu, unable to stabilize himself after the heavy blow, instantly exploded into pieces. Vegeta looked coldly at the spot where the other had disappeared from his view, feeling little ripple in his heart. After all, he was already prepared to betray Frieza. Beep beep. Just as he was about to leave, the abnormal sound from the detector made him stop abruptly. Namekian? No. Kakarot is also here. Vegeta looked up at the sky and saw someone approaching him at high speed. Stop! From a distance, Piccolo, who was at the front, shouted loudly upon seeing Vegeta's figure. Chapter 24, 2v2, The Beginning of Battle. Aren't these the trash from Earth? Looking at the 3 who landed before him one after another, Vegeta sneered contemptuously, his tone filled with disdain and mockery. He hadn't forgotten the embarrassing scene from his retreat from Earth, but now that Xing was not around, he truly did not take the few people in front of him seriously. Moreover, he was eager to regain the dignity he had lost after recovering from his severe injuries. Cut the crap. Did you kill those dead Namekians? Piccolo's expression was extremely grim, his eyes filled with rage. Although he might not be a match for Vegeta at the moment, the death of his comrades nearly drove him to madness. Those Namekians? Those weaklings aren't even worthy of this prince's attention. After hearing Piccolo's question, Vegeta snorted coldly, effectively denying Piccolo's speculation. But you all traveled thousands of miles to Namek to stop me from getting the Dragon Balls? While saying this, Vegeta unleashed a strong killing intent. After returning from his defeat on Earth, he knew he was no match for Xing, so he turned his focus to the Dragon Balls on Namek. As a result, Goku and the others unexpectedly got involved, standing in front of him without any regard, which was simply courting death. Stop me? We just want Namek to return to peace. Facing Vegeta's imposing aura, Goku stepped forward to stand in front of Piccolo. Battle Power 24,000. King Frieza. Chui is dead. But another presence with power comparable to Vegeta has appeared. On Frisia's spaceship, Dodoria was reporting the latest news to Frisia. Oh, Vegeta has accomplices? Frisia narrowed his eyes. A mere battle power of over 20,000 is nothing to him, but Vegeta's betrayal made him somewhat angry. No, it shouldn't be accomplices. These two battle powers seem to be fighting. Zarbin is here too. He shook his head and added, I see. Dodoria, go capture them. I want to see who dares to disrupt my great plan. Zarbin, you go too. After thinking for a moment, Frisia commanded the two. Yes. The two nodded respectfully and immediately headed toward Vegeta's direction. It seems. I need to notify the Ginyu Force to come over. Watching the two black shadows gradually receding, Frisia stroked his chin thoughtfully. Currently, he had gathered 5 Dragon Balls, and with 2 more, he could realize his wish for immortality. Bang! Bang! Over here, Goku had already engaged in battle with Vegeta. The battle power of the two was nearly equal, resulting in a fierce and indecisive clash. Suddenly, a sound came from Vegeta's scouter, causing him to quickly retreat and create distance after trading blows with Goku. Dodoria. Zarbin? After noticing the anomaly with the scouter, his expression became extremely serious. Completely focused on fighting Goku. He was unaware that the situation here had already been exposed to Frisia's view, and now the opponent had sent 2 of his top subordinates over, which was certainly not a good sign. Someone else is coming. Goku and the others also sensed the 2 presences and became alert, turning their gazes to a certain point in the sky. There, 2 black dots were rapidly approaching their location, and soon, Dodoria and Zarbin appeared within everyone's line of sight. Long time no see, Vegeta. As soon as he landed, Dodoria said with a playful smile, What are you two doing here? Vegeta frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart, although he was not afraid of either of them at the moment. His earlier battle with Goku had drained a lot of his energy, and if the two teamed up against him, he wouldn't have much confidence in defeating them. We're here to help you, Dodoria said with a smile, his words indeed carrying a hint of coldness. Help me? Ha ha ha. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. The news of his betrayal of Frisia had already spread. Would they really come to help him so kindly? Hey, you two just arrived. Please don't interrupt my duel with Vegeta. From a distance, Goku, though not fully understanding the conversation, felt displeased that they interrupted his fight with Vegeta. All right, Dodoria, finish King Frisia's task quickly. You deal with that one over there, leave Vegeta to me. Zarbin said calmly, although the scouter indicated that both had considerable battle power. It didn't make him feel threatened, so there was no need to waste too much time. Then let us move quickly. Dodoria understood Zarbin's intention and immediately shot towards Goku like lightning, while Zarbin walked directly toward Vegeta. Boom! The battle instantly erupted. The commotion from their clash was enormous. Unfortunately, the Namekian planet was sparsely populated. Otherwise, countless lives would be lost. Piccolo and Gohan couldn't help much and could only watch from a distance. Even with Piccolo's battle power of 3,500, he couldn't see the movements of the fighters clearly. Piccolo clenched his fists, wanting to say something, but he didn't know how to begin. Once, he could fight alongside Goku, but now, he didn't even have the qualification to participate in the battle. The battle power of 23,000, Zarbin was hit by a whip kick for Vegeta, smashing directly into the ground. Ha ha ha. Lord Zarbin can't even fight back? Vegeta landed in front of him, laughing mockingly. Oof. Hith. Hearing Vegeta's words, Zarbin sneered while slowly getting up from the ground. Not bad. You made great progress. Zarbin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression terrifyingly grim. Few knew about his ability to transform, which greatly increased his power. And this was the reason he could remain calm even in a disadvantageous situation. On the other side, Goku's battle was much easier. Dodoria's battle power was even lower than that of transformed Zarbin, and without any trump cards, he was being pressured and beaten, soon covered in wounds. Chapter 25, The Ginyu Force Boom. With a heavy blow, Dodoria's body was sent flying and crashed violently into a mountain peak. He couldn't take a hit. Seeing that the opponent had lost the will to resist, Sun Wukong finally withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Vegeta. Now, let you see for yourself. Sabo roared angrily, and his body instantly swelled up, his once somewhat handsome face twisted grotesquely, becoming extremely hideous. He looked like a muscular green-skin monster. Ha ha ha. I'm not just changing my appearance. Don't be surprised by the power I possess after transforming. As Sabo's maniacal laughter echoed, he charged directly in front of Vegeta and delivered a fierce knee strike to Vegeta's abdomen. Ah! Vegeta screamed in agony, his body bending into a bow shape. And immediately after, Sabo raised his hand and slapped him down to the ground. Under this series of attacks, Vegeta showed no ability to fight back. This guy, is he this strong? Sun Wukong watched Sabo's combat power explode after his transformation, unable to resist the urge to try his hand at it. Just moments ago, Dodoria was no match for him. He had effortlessly dealt with him without even using the Kaioken. Now, seeing the even stronger Sabo ignited the fighting spirit deep within him. Boom! Just as the battle with Vegeta concluded, Sun Wukong crushed the rocks beneath his feet with a kick and transformed into a streak of light, rushing straight towards Sabo. He had refrained from intervening in the previous battle, not out of fear, but because he was uncertain of Vegeta's allegiance at that moment. After all, Vegeta had been prepared to destroy Earth during the last battle. Even if a few more minions come, it's the same. Sabo sneered as he watched Sun Wukong charging in. Although he didn't know where this person had popped up from, he thought it was foolish to think he could take him on with such little strength. After Sabo finished speaking, he clenched his fists and easily blocked Sun Wukong's attack. Ding! Jinyu Force detected at the host location. Current mission: defeat Captain Jinyu personally. Mission reward: Kaioken. Failure penalty: combat power will no longer increase automatically for 30 days. Time limit: none. On the other side, Xing had just left the Grand Elder's residence with the others when the system issued a mission prompt in her mind. Did Jinyu and his gang arrive so quickly? Listening to the reminder in her mind, Xing frowned slightly. She had only done one thing after landing, and it was done quietly while suppressing her aura, so it shouldn't be possible for Frieza and his crew to discover her. Could it be something happened on Sun Wukong's side? Thinking of this, Xing hurriedly searched for the auras of Sun Wukong and the others. Found it. Soon, she sensed several positions. There were two auras that caught her attention. One aura was relatively unfamiliar and seemed to be in battle with Sun Wukong, while the other aura was familiar. It was Vegeta, but at this moment, it seemed very weak, as if it could disappear at any moment. Let's go. After confirming the direction, Xing immediately took the others and rushed towards the battlefield. Xing, just how much combat power do you have right now? On the way, Bulma adjusted the detector in front of her, asking curiously. Guess? Xing replied cheerfully while holding her with one hand. Because Bulma had just gained combat power and needed some time to learn the flight technique, and since they were in a hurry, Xing simply carried her through the air. It must be very high. When you came out just now, almost laughed out loud. Bulma rolled her eyes at her. The Grand Elder spent way more time awakening Xing's potential than he did for the previous three combined. Moreover, before leaving, the Grand Elder had repeatedly asked Xing to help resolve the crisis on Namek, which was also a significant improvement. Perhaps she was already strong enough to counter Frieza. Ha! Xing chuckled, not refuting Bulma's words. Luckily, she didn't know Bulma's thoughts. Otherwise, she would definitely think she was too naive. With her previous combat power of 680,000, how could she hope to contend with Frieza? She would need to multiply that by nearly 200. Although the Grand Elder's ability to awaken potential was strong, it hadn't reached that kind of monstrous level yet. You are much stronger than your companion. After taking a hit from Sabo, Sun Wukong retreated several dozen meters. After a brief exchange, he understood why Vegeta couldn't defeat Sabo. The guy in front of him had surpassed him in every aspect, both in strength and speed, and Vegeta, being of equal strength to himself, naturally couldn't win. Daring to ally with a traitor like Vegeta. You will die too. Sabo snorted coldly, then launched another attack. His speed was still terrifying, giving him an absolute advantage over Sun Wukong in his normal state. Kaioken! Sun Wukong shouted, his aura skyrocketing in an instant. He dodged Sabo's attack with a sidestep and then threw a punch, sending Sabo flying. Sabo spat out a mouthful of bile. struggling to stop his movement despite the pain. You are hiding your strength. Looking at Sun Wukong in front of him, Sabo found it hard to believe. In the absence of the Jinyu force, he was the strongest in Frisia's army. Even if Vegeta betrayed him, he could easily take him down. But this unfamiliar person in front of him made him feel threatened. Hey, the battle has only just begun. Sun Wukong grinned and charged forward again. Combat power, 48,000. Frisia, wearing the new detector brought by Jinyu and the others, looked at the values displayed with mild surprise. 48,000. This level of combat power doesn't even require His Majesty to take action. The Jinyu force stood behind him, gazing into the distance and speaking up. Chapter 26, The Gathering Crowd Boom. Sabo's figure crashed into a nearby mountain peak, causing the entire mountain to collapse. After unlocking the Kaioken, Son Goku's combat power skyrocketed. Even though it was only doubled, it was enough to crush Sabo. Cough, cough. Sabo struggled to crawl out from the rubble, his face extremely pale. He never expected that the strength of the person before him was even greater than Vegeta's, perhaps even surpassing it, easily beating him into a severely injured state. Just as Sabo was pondering his next strategy, Son Goku suddenly shifted his attention to the distant sky. There, 5 powerful auras were rapidly approaching. Reinforcements? Son Goku murmured to himself, choosing not to continue attacking the injured Sabo. He could sense that the incoming auras were very strong, with several being of comparable strength to his own, which made Son Goku cautious. Over here, Sabo also looked in the direction that Son Goku was staring at, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He knew that his reinforcements had finally arrived. Guldo, 12,000, Lycum, 45,000, Geese, 45,000, Berta, 48,000, Captain Jinyu, 120,000 Whoosh. Soon, the 5 figures landed in front of Sabo under the watchful eyes of both men. What useless guy, Sabo. A nameless little character has actually forced you into this state. The leader, with light purple skin and 2 sharp antenna-like protrusions similar to Frisia's, was none other than Captain Jinyu. The 4 others beside him each had distinct features and different skin colors. But the one thing they had in common was that they all wore battle suits belonging to Frisia's army. Damn, they really are reinforcements. Son Goku gritted his teeth and glared at the 5. If it were a one-on-one fight, he would be confident against anyone except for Captain Jinyu. But he feared that the others wouldn't give him that chance. What's it going to be? Are you coming back with us willingly? Or should we beat you into submission first? Captain Jinyu ignored Sabo and turned his gaze towards Son Goku. His words were filled with strong confidence. After all, among the 5 of them, except for Guldo, each had a combat power of over 40,000. Even though Son Goku had a power level of 48,000, he would not stand a chance against these seasoned elite warriors. Oh really? Let's find out. Son Goku shot him a cold glance, his aura surging as he prepared for battle. There are 3 of you. I'll handle this guy in front of me. You 2 can decide who will take on the other 2 by rock, paper, scissors. Captain Jinyu sneered and spoke to the 4 behind him, while Piccolo and Gohan, who were watching from a distance, were also taken into account. Huh, you can't do this, Captain Jinyu. You're always the one taking the spotlight. This isn't fair. His words immediately sparked great dissatisfaction among the others. The Jinyu force was the strongest in Frisia's army, and it was rare for them to encounter a strong opponent like Son Goku during their missions. Now that they finally had the chance, even though Jinyu was the captain, he couldn't just hand it over easily. Seriously, fine, I get it. Let's decide by rock, paper, scissors then. Captain Jinyu looked at the dissatisfied expressions of the 4 and had no choice but to compromise. But being the captain, he had to consider the feelings of his subordinates. Awesome. The 4 cheered in unison, very pleased with Captain Jinyu's great decision. On the other side, Son Goku watched the 5 with a speechless expression, but he did not interrupt their bizarre operation, because this at least proved that they did not intend to attack him all at once, giving him the opportunity to fight one-on-one. TCH. From a distance, Piccolo also saw this scene, and veins popped out on his forehead. He hated being looked down upon the most. But to be honest, even if he was angry, it was useless because he couldn't help it all right now. Acting impulsively would only drag Son Goku down, so Piccolo could only grit his teeth and endure. Rock, paper, scissors. Yeah, I won. After just one round, an unexpected result occurred. The situation Son Goku dreaded the most happened. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. A satisfied smile flashed on Captain Jinyu's face as he stepped forward, ready to fight. Captain, the other two haven't decided yet. As Captain Jinyu prepared to enter the fray, the others immediately shouted, Saudi! I almost forgot about the set, referring to Piccolo and Gohan. Captain Jinyu paused for a moment, glanced at the remaining two, then turned back. After several rounds of ties, Guldo ultimately won the right to fight Piccolo and Gohan. Guldo, you go first. Captain Jinyu crossed his arms, assuming a posture of watching a good show before the battle. Since the captain said so. Don't worry, I'll perform well. Guldo's face showed a cruel smile. He was very short, entirely green, and had 4 eyes. His strength was considered the weakest in the Jinyu force, but his special ability allowed him to temporarily stop time, which might be why he was able to join the team. Beep beep. Just as Guldo was about to rush towards Piccolo and Gohan, the detector in front of the group suddenly went off. Captain Jinyu and the others frowned at this sudden change, but after observing the combat power, they breathed a sigh of relief. It's 4 guys with a combat power of less than 1,000. The faces of the group revealed sinister smiles. Where did these little fish come from to dare come here to seek death? These auras. It's Xing and the others. Son Goku and the others also sensed the approaching auras and became excited, although they didn't know what Xing and the others were up to as long as they arrived. The 5 enemies in front of him, who seemed troublesome, would no longer be a threat. Is this your reinforcements? Captain Jinyu looked at the eager expressions of Son Goku and the others, his smile growing even wider. He still didn't know what kind of opponents he would face next. Opponents capable of wiping out his Jinyu force. Chapter 27. Frieza closing in TCH, just 2 more. Does this king have to go out personally to look for them? On the other side, Frieza was anxiously waiting. The 2 useless subordinates, Dodoria and Zarbon, were so weak that they had to trouble the elite Jinyu force he valued to help. Thinking of this, a hint of irritation appeared on his face. Forget it. Better to move quickly. Frieza glanced at the 5 Dragon Balls on the spaceship and sighed. After instructing the others to protect the Dragon Balls, he left the Grand Elder's residence on his flying vehicle. The Grand Elder, sitting in his chair, suddenly frowned, as if sensing something. It seems he has finally discovered this place. It's very close now. Neru also noticed the Grand Elder's actions and immediately spoke in a low tone. Dandy, come here. The Grand Elder slowly said to a young Namekian beside Neru. Dandy was discovered and rescued by Neru nearby. If Neru hadn't arrived in time, he would have likely fallen victim to Frieza's subordinates. Hearing the Grand Elder call him over, Dandy hurriedly ran to the Grand Elder's side. Buzz. Under Dandy's puzzled gaze, the Grand Elder placed a large hand on his head, awakening the potential within him. Go quickly, Dandy. Find a Saiyan named Xing. The peace of Namek depends on her. The Grand Elder's voice sounded heavy, as if he was conveying something important. But hurry. Dandy wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the Grand Elder. I understand. Grand Elder, please don't die. Dandy looked deeply at the Grand Elder, then hurriedly left with reluctance. Am I going to be killed? Or just pass away peacefully? After noticing Dandy's departure, a smile appeared on the Grand Elder's face as he muttered to himself. Whoosh. Dandy was still a child, and even after having his potential awakened by the Grand Elder, his flying speed was not very fast. His figure brushed past Frieza, who was rushing over, and in that instant, their gazes contained completely different emotions. Forget it. No need to worry about the kid. Frieza glanced at the departing Dandy and chose not to waste time chasing him since Dandy was not carrying any Dragon Balls and continued on his way. But Frieza landed beside the Grand Elder's residence. Roar. A terrifying smile crept onto his face, since there are people living in a place like this. It seems he was correct to follow the signal from the detector. Beep. Just as Frieza was about to greet them, the door of the residence suddenly opened, and Neru walked out. What do you want? Neru's expression was cold. Although he had never seen Frieza, he knew that the existing crisis on Namek was caused by the person before him. I am Frieza, someone who wishes to make a wish using the Dragon Balls. However, I'm still missing 2, so I want to ask if you have any here. Frieza slowly explained his purpose. If this Namekian was sensible, he might consider sparing him. What was she talking about? Nara frowned upon hearing this. He knew that Frisia was likely here for the Dragon Balls created by the Grand Elder, but he still wanted to ask what kind of wish could compel someone to travel all the way to Namek and create such chaos here. You don't need to worry about that. You just need to tell me if there are any Dragon Balls here. Frisia's patience was wearing thin. His eyes narrowed as he began to threaten. Sorry, whether or not they're Dragon Balls, I can't give them to you. A hint of disgust appeared on Neru's face. Huh. Frisia cast a contemptuous glance at Neru and continued, I advise you to be honest. I don't need a reason to kill you. You have two people, right? You can ask either one. Frisia's extremely cold voice echoed throughout the residence, while his gaze shifted to the building next to them. Then give it a try. However, before we fight, I must tell you something. Neru stared seriously at Frisia, equally unafraid in his response. The other one inside is the Grand Elder of Namek, and the Dragon Balls were made by the Grand Elder. Listen, remember this, if you kill the Grand Elder, the Dragon Balls will also disappear. A series of messages spilled from Neru's mouth. Frisia looked at Neru's serious expression, feeling a hint of doubt in his heart. Boom! Frisia removed the detector in front of him, and a beam shot out from his eyes, directly smashing a corner of the building. In the next moment, he slowly floated up, and following the damaged corner of the building, Frisia finally saw the Grand Elder that Neru had mentioned. The Grand Elder, huh? It seems he wasn't lying. He is indeed different from the other Namekians. However, Frisia carefully observed the Grand Elder in front of him, muttering to himself, while also noticing the one-star Dragon Ball on the chair. After the Grand Elder awakened Dandy's potential, he didn't ask for the Dragon Balls. According to the Dragon Ball radar that Bulma carried, Frisia already had 5 Dragon Balls at that time, but Dandy showed no signs of worry. Because even if Frisia collected them all, it would be useless. The wish could only be granted using the Namekian language. Instead of carrying the Dragon Balls around, it would be better to wait for Frisia to gather them, and then take Piccolo to make the wish. Swish! Frisia's figure flashed by, and the next moment, the Dragon Ball appeared in his hand. Seeing Frisia strike suddenly, Neru's face was filled with anger, but Frisia's speed was too fast for him to stop. Now that I have the Dragon Balls, there's no need to waste more time with you. Frisia took a deep look at the Grand Elder in front of him. Then, as he headed toward his flying vehicle, he said to Neru, if your Grand Elder dies before I make my wish, this planet will disappear along with him. As his voice fell, he soared into the sky on his flying vehicle. Damn it! Watching the figure that quickly disappeared into the sky, Neru couldn't help but clench his fists. Just one more Dragon Ball, and Frisia would have all of them. But he truly had no clue about the location of that last Dragon Ball. Chapter 28 Crisis. Guru's superpower. From a distance, Li Xing sensed the battle situation on Sun Wukong's side. To his surprise, in addition to Sun Wukong and the others, there were several weak auras present, seemingly the defeated ones in this battle. Beep, beep. As the others were about to arrive, the Dragon Ball radar in Bulma's hand emitted an unusual sound. The last Dragon Ball that Frisia was desperately searching for was unexpectedly located not far from where Sun Wukong and the others were fighting. Krillin, go grab that Dragon Ball first. Li Xing arranged while taking the Dragon Ball radar from Bulma and handing it to Krillin. Okay. Krillin said nothing more, took the radar, and headed towards the location of a Dragon Ball, knowing that he wouldn't be of much help in the current battle. TSK. Gerudo, move faster. King Frisia is still waiting for us to find the Dragon Balls. On the battlefield, Jinyu no longer paid much attention to the approaching Li Xing and the others, instead urging Gerudo to quickly deal with Piccolo and the others. These guys with power levels barely over 1,000 don't deserve to make my Jinyu force wait. Yes, Captain, Gerudo replied, and slightly moved his body before heading towards Piccolo and the others. Sun Wukong naturally heard the earlier conversation between Jinyu and the others. Since the opponent had chosen their respective adversaries, he would not intervene, whether out of respect for Piccolo or for the opponent. Unless, of course, the opponent intended to kill them all after victory. Gohan, do you remember how I taught you? As Gerudo approached, Piccolo assumed a battle stance and spoke in a low voice to Gohan beside him. Gohan nodded heavily, then also prepared for battle. Piccolo and Gohan simultaneously exploded into action from either side, their bodies soaring into the air as they unleashed a massive shockwave towards Gerudo. Neither of them planned to hold back. They wanted to end the battle quickly, so their attacks were perfectly coordinated. Even though Gerudo's combat power far exceeded theirs, he still dared not take these two attacks head-on. Oh, seeing Piccolo and Gohan coordinate so well, Jinyu couldn't help but show a surprised expression, watching the two with great interest. In the midst of battle, Gerudo was momentarily stunned by the two attacks coming his way, but quickly regained his composure. Idiots! Stop! He took a deep breath and held it, instantly freezing time across the battlefield. Not only did the two attacks stop in midair, just a few meters away from him, but even Piccolo and Gohan were frozen in midair. As Gerudo searched for the two's positions, he ran out of the attack range. Damn it, I can't hold it anymore. After running far enough away, his face turned red as he suppressed his desire to breathe and found the positions of Piccolo and Gohan after they moved. Finally, he couldn't hold it anymore. The moment he opened his mouth to gasp for air, time resumed, and the two suspended shockwaves crashed to the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, countless clouds of dust were kicked up. I didn't expect these little bugs to be more capable than I imagined. The figures of Jinyu and his team appeared in the sky, looking at the dust-covered area below, and couldn't help but glance at the two again. Not bad, Gohan. Your destructive power has increased a lot compared to before. Piccolo glanced at Gohan beside him, satisfied with his compliment. Wait, where's that guy? As the dust cleared. Before Gohan could respond, Piccolo realized that the two's attacks had not hit their target at all. Over there, Gohan scanned the area and quickly spotted Gerudo's figure, immediately shouting and flying towards him with Piccolo. Quick reaction. Gerudo watched the two rushing towards him, a sinister smile appearing on his face. He clenched his fingers in a snake-like shape and shouted towards the direction of the two rushing at him. In an instant, Gohan and Piccolo's bodies froze in midair. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't move an inch. What is this? I can't move. Piccolo felt an overwhelming shock. No matter how they struggled, their bodies were unable to act. This strange power was simply unfathomable. This is the binding technique. No matter how you struggle, you cannot move. Gerudo laughed heartily, explaining while watching the shock on their faces. Binding technique? There's such a move? Watching Piccolo and Gohan frozen in midair, Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, ready to intervene at any moment. Meanwhile, Jinyu and the others showed playful smiles, knowing that with them around, Sun Wukong couldn't interfere in the battle. Boom! Gerudo exerted force with both hands towards the ground, causing chunks of debris to rise from the ground and rain down on Piccolo and Gohan. Unable to move, the two could only passively endure the onslaught of flying debris. The damage wasn't severe, but the humiliation was extreme. Piccolo gritted his teeth, feeling even more enraged. If he could move, he would have already knocked this green little dwarf down to the ground. Gerudo laughed wildly, completely ignoring the fury on their faces, feeling immensely pleased. Whoosh! He directed his superpower at a nearby large tree, and the tree immediately uprooted, its trunk transforming into a sharp weapon that shot straight at the two. I'll skewer you into kebabs. Maybe they would taste good when grilled. Gerudo mocked as he considered how to end the lives of the two. Damn it! Sun Wukong saw this and immediately rushed towards Piccolo and the others at full speed, hoping to stop this battle in time. Whoosh! Just as he flew a short distance, Jinyu blocked his path. Get out of the way! Sun Wukong shouted angrily, kicking towards Jinyu. Bang! Jinyu raised his arm, easily blocking the attack, standing firm without moving an inch. Hey, just watch quietly. After blocking Sun Wukong's attack, Jinyu had no intention of continuing to fight. His goal now was only to prevent Sun Wukong from rescuing them. As for their battle, it could wait until after watching the good show in front of him. 5 times. Kaioken. Sun Wukong spoke in a low voice, and a powerful aura instantly spread from him. Chapter 29. Xing takes over the battlefield. Whoosh. With the enhancement of the Kaioken, Sun Wukong's power had reached a level comparable to that of Captain Jinyu. He transformed into a streak of red light, bypassing Jinyu and heading straight for the battlefield. Battle power 120,000. Jinyu quickly turned around, his mouth agape as he watched Sun Wukong speed away. Although he knew Sun Wukong was strong, he never expected him to reach a level comparable to his own. What kind of monster is this guy? Jinyu was drenched in cold sweat, and by the time he wanted to intercept Sun Wukong, it was already too late. However, just as Sun Wukong was about to reach Gerudo, a massive white beam of light suddenly shot down from the sky. Boom! An explosion rang out, and Gerudo's figure was instantly engulfed within it. What? Sun Wukong hurriedly stopped in his tracks, clearly startled by this sudden turn of events. As the dust settled, the once overconfident Gerudo was now lying on the ground, covered in blood, motionless and in a pitiful state. I can move. After Gerudo fell, the binding technique was lifted, and Piccolo and Son Gohan, now able to act, easily dodged Gerudo. Jinyu and the others were shocked and hurried over to assess the situation. However, just as they took a few steps, horror suddenly appeared in their eyes as they shifted their gaze to the sky above. There, three figures stood in midair, appearing before everyone's eyes. Xing. Sun Wukong let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the familiar figures, arriving at a critical moment were Xing, Daba, and Bulma. Their appearance caused Sun Wukong, who had been in a tense state, to completely relax. Ha ha ha. How's it going, Kakarot? Grandpa Daba is here to save you. Before Xing could respond, Daba eagerly landed in front of Sun Wukong and the others. The previous attack had been launched by Daba. Having boosted his strength, he was brimming with confidence. If it weren't for Jinyu and the others being present, he might have directly challenged Sun Wukong to a one-on-one fight. Yo. Isn't this Vegeta's little brother? Jinyu's team did not recognize the sudden appearance of the bald figure, but the heavily injured Sabo recognized him. TCH, isn't this Lord Sabo? I didn't know you could get seriously injured too. Daba couldn't help but retort, having no good feelings towards Sabo and even despising him. Sister Bulma, you take Sun Wukong and the others to find the elder. Leave this to me and Daba. While Daba was talking to Sabo, Xing was already making arrangements for what was to come. While the elder was still alive, they had to quickly enhance the strength of the remaining fighters. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her alone to contend with Frieza. All right, Bulma had already been to see the elder and understood Xing's intent without needing much explanation. Although Sun Wukong and the others were a bit confused, they gathered around Bulma, trusting that Xing's plan wouldn't harm them. By the way, bring that guy too. As the group prepared to leave, Xing pointed towards the unconscious Vegeta in the distance. Prince Vegeta. Daba also heard their conversation and hurriedly rushed over in the direction Xing pointed. Who did this? After checking Vegeta's injuries, a powerful rage surged within Daba, and his aura began to rise dramatically. Haha, is Vegeta's little brother going to stand up for his master? Not far away, the heavily injured Sabo sat against a mountain, a look of disdain on his face. Kakarot, take him away. Daba suppressed his fury, lifting Vegeta from the ground and handing him over to Sun Wukong. Hurry up. Seeing Daba deliver Vegeta, Xing nodded at Sun Wukong, indicating that Vegeta seemed to be severely injured and likely had already defected from Frieza's camp. Okay. Sun Wukong glanced at Jinyu's team with a complicated expression. Although he wanted to stay and fight, it seemed Xing's plan was more important. Ultimately, Son Gohan, holding Bulma, led the way, while he followed closely behind with Vegeta and Piccolo. Stop! Watching Sun Wukong and the others prepare to leave, Jinyu and the remaining team members rushed forward to intercept them, except for the already fallen Gerudo. Bang! Bang! Several sounds rang out as Jinyu and his team were knocked down from midair. Damn it! Jinyu quickly got up from the ground, looking at the retreating figures of Sun Wukong and the others with a look of extreme displeasure. Battle power 60,000. The closest to Jinyu's team was Daba, and after being stopped, they naturally scanned Daba's battle power. No, this isn't right. Jinyu gritted his teeth, turning his gaze towards Xing, who was further away. With a battle power of only 60,000, it was impossible for them to intercept them so easily. Could it be? Did this woman make a move? As this thought crossed his mind, his heart twisted violently. He hadn't even seen who had made a move. These people seemed to possess the ability to hide their battle power. Not long ago, he thought they had less than 1,000 in battle power. But the moment Daba's aura erupted, he sensed something was off, and that woman in the distance seemed to be the strongest among them. Everyone listened to her. Captain, she's a Saiyan. Just as Jinyu was lost in thought, Jeez, standing beside him, was the first to identify Li Xing, exclaiming in surprise. Saiyan? Jinyu was taken aback, but quickly realized that Vegeta and Daba were both Saiyans, and this woman must be the helper they had found from somewhere. Daba, you keep them busy for a while. Li Xing yawned, since arriving on Namek. She hadn't closed her eyes for a moment and had just intervened to stop Jinyu and the others. Now, only she and Daba remained here. Based on Li Xing's observations, Daba's current strength should be enough to help her deal with the rest, so she planned to take a short break. Leave it to me. Daba patted his chest confidently upon hearing this. Are you all coming together, or one at a time? Chapter 30, The Initial Display of Strength Together? Haha. Cough, cough. Before Jinyu and the others could speak, Sabo seemed to have heard some huge joke. How could Vegeta's little brother be worthy of having Jinyu and the others join forces? Not to mention him, even Vegeta wouldn't dare to say such a thing. However, just as Sabo was about to continue mocking, Naba made his move. He opened his mouth wide, and a massive beam of light shot straight toward Sabo. Naba didn't care whether his opponent was already injured. He had long since found Sabo unpleasant. Lord Jinyu, save me. Seeing this, Sabo's pupils shrank sharply, and he hurriedly shouted towards Jinyu and the others. The power of this attack exceeded his imagination. Even if he wasn't injured, he wouldn't dare to take it head-on, let alone the fact that he was already severely wounded. What made him despair was that Jinyu and the others, upon hearing his cries for help, showed no intention of rescuing him, merely casting a cold glance his way. Boom! Under everyone's gaze. Sabo didn't even have a chance to escape before he was directly hit by the beam of light. A violent explosion echoed, and the entire ground trembled, not just Sabo, but even Dodoria, who had been hiding here after being defeated by Goku, turned to ashes under Naba's attack. Was there really 60-000? Jinyu, along with the remaining 3 team members, hovered in midair, looking down at Naba's displayed combat power, and had to take it seriously. Sabo and Dodoria were dead, and they weren't worth mourning. What they should be considering now was how to handle the upcoming battle situation. TCH, I thought he was something special. The annoying fly had finally been dealt with, and Naba spat to the side before turning his gaze to the 4 Jinyu Force members in the sky. This bald guy is yours. I'm going to test that female Saiyan. Facing his arrogant gaze, Jinyu quickly issued orders. Although the remaining members didn't match Naba's power, they could at least hold him off for a while. What truly worried him was the calm expression of Xing in the distance, Goku and the others' obedience to her, and her earlier move that had instantly blocked them all of which proved that she was the backbone of this group. Yes, Captain. The other members immediately understood his meaning, and 3 figures quickly landed around Naba, forming a siege. At the same time, Jinyu also moved towards Xing, preparing to personally ascertain her true capabilities. Heh, she's practically delivering me the chance to complete my mission. As Jinyu charged towards her, Xing's lips curled up slightly, clearly not taking him seriously. Whoosh! Jinyu lunged with an elbow strike aimed at Xing, but only hit air. What? His expression changed drastically. He had clearly locked onto Xing's position just now, and she had suddenly disappeared? Too slow. Xing's leisurely voice sounded from the side, prompting Jinyu to quickly shift his gaze. According to the modified scouter from Bulma, Jinyu's combat power was only 120,000, making him completely no match for her. The only thing she needed to worry about was being cautious of his body-swapping technique. The so-called body swap simply meant exchanging bodies with the opponent, and it was precisely this move that allowed Jinyu to become Frisia's top general. Damn! Listening to the nonchalant voice in his ear, Jinyu clenched his fists, a surge of anger rising within him. Whoosh! Whoosh! He constantly searched for Xing's whereabouts, but each time he only ended up empty-handed, even causing his arms to feel numb from the frequent flailing. Damn it. If only I could hit her once. Another missed strike. Jinyu gritted his teeth in frustration. In terms of speed, he couldn't keep up with Xing's movements at all, but he still held a glimmer of hope regarding his strength. Oh! Xing's figure appeared right in front of him, arms crossed, a teasing smile on her face. Bam! Jinyu's reaction speed was incredibly fast. And this time Xing didn't toy with him anymore. She casually flicked her tail to block his strike. Bam! Bam! Even though his attack was ineffective, at least he had touched her after the verbal provocation. Seizing the opportunity, Jinyu swung his fists continuously, but Xing showed no intention of countering. She merely moved her tail to deflect all his attacks. Slap! After allowing Jinyu to attack a few times, Xing struck him with a tail whip, sending him flying. This guy! Jinyu endured the pain, halting his body in midair. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a grave expression appearing on his face. Now he was certain that this female Saiyan before him not only surpassed him in speed, but also in strength. After thinking for a moment, he gradually calmed down and returned to Xing's front. He knew that if he continued fighting like this, he would undoubtedly lose, so he had to find another way. With that thought, a cold smile crept onto his lips. Preparing to swap bodies? Xing also noticed this change in detail and immediately became alert. Earlier, while dodging Jinyu's attacks, she had been searching for nearby living beings, but the result was unsatisfactory because the previous battles had caused too much disturbance, and the surrounding insects and animals had long since fled the area. Perhaps I could just kill him directly? With this thought, Xing lowered her arms that were crossed over her chest, having made a decision in her heart. You haven't used your true power yet, have you? Planning to conserve your strength for a duel with Lord Frisia? Just as Xing was ready to deliver a lethal blow, Jinyu spoke up. He hadn't thought too much about it. He simply wanted to provoke Xing to see her true level and determine whether it was worth it to give up his current body. You guessed right. Hearing him say this, Xing did not hide it, calmly acknowledging it with a faint smile. Jinyu's face slightly stiffened, then quickly returned to normal. With this level of ability, you are still not qualified to compete with Lord Frisia. His face remained filled with mockery, and he became even more eager to see Xing's true strength. Perhaps after swapping bodies, he could rival Frisia. Not qualified? Then let me show you. Xing naturally guessed Jinyu's thoughts and coldly snorted in response. He merely wanted to see her strength before deciding whether to swap or not, so she decided to grant him that wish, and besides, Xing also wanted to see how strong she had become after being awakened by the Grand Elder. As her words fell, a terrifying pressure suddenly spread from her body. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions erupted, not only alarming Jinyu and the others present, but even Frisia, who was far away on Namek searching for the Dragon Balls. Their scouters exploded in an instant. Chapter 31, the last Dragon Ball of this energy. Is Li Xing? Sun Wukong and the others had just arrived at the Elder's residence when they felt Li Xing's terrifying aura, even from such a distance. TCH, Vegeta, who had just been healed and awakened by the Elder, frowned deeply, unable to believe that the gap between him and Li Xing was so vast. The group did not linger. After having their potential awakened by the Elder, they immediately began to return the way they came. Li Xing had just emitted such a powerful aura, and it was possible that she was fighting Frisia. They needed to hurry and help. Frisia, who was searching for the Dragon Balls, suddenly stopped. The energy that could instantly cause his detector to explode indicated that its battle power far exceeded the detector's limits. Who could it be? Frisia murmured, recalling that the new type of detector brought to him by the Jinyu Force had a detection limit as high as 200,000. Now, a stranger suddenly appeared, and he found it hard not to suspect that this person was also here for the Dragon Balls. Whoosh, after a moment's hesitation, Frisia decided to go and see the situation himself regarding the last Dragon Ball. Is this your true power? Jinyu trembled in fear as he looked at Li Xing across from him. At that moment, he finally understood the gap between them. The pressure Li Xing exerted on him was even greater than when he faced Frisia directly. Just standing in front of Li Xing made him feel like he couldn't breathe. Not another malfunction. Li Xing ignored Jinyu and instead looked down at the debris on the ground. Not only had Frisia's detectors been destroyed, but even the ones modified multiple times by Bulma were unable to withstand the full extent of her aura. Too strong. Meanwhile, Naba, who was fighting with Raikum and the others, also stopped, his gaze filled with intense shock as he looked at Li Xing. The Elder's ability to awaken potential was powerful, Although he had mentally prepared himself, when he truly saw Li Xing unleash her power, he still felt overwhelming pressure. Could it be that you are a Super Saiyan? Jinyu swallowed hard, cold sweat pouring down his face. Super Saiyan? Li Xing shook her head at this. Based on her estimations, her normal full-power battle power should be around 5 million. Although she was still far from Frisia's final form, she had a tail. And if she could transform into a great ape, survival shouldn't be too much of an issue. Of course, once she defeated Jinyu and obtained the Kaioken, transforming into a great ape would no longer be necessary. Jinyu stared at Li Xing, suddenly sneering, a hint of amusement curling at the corner of his mouth. He had decided that even if Li Xing was not a Super Saiyan, this powerful body was still not to be missed. His right hand glowed with a purple light as he suddenly slammed it against his own chest. Jinyu spat out a mouthful of blood, his face contorting in a fierce expression. Although you're still not a Super Saiyan, I really like your powerful body. He gritted his teeth against the intense pain, staring at Li Xing whoosh. Just as he finished speaking, Li Xing casually raised a hand, and a small white beam shot out, instantly piercing through his forehead. Boom! In the next second, Li Xing's hand reached out, and Jinyu's body exploded on the spot. Captain! Below, the three fighters battling Naba gasped in shock, their faces filled with rage and sorrow. Everything happened too quickly. Not only they, but even Jinyu had not expected that his plan would fail so completely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Defeating Captain Jinyu personally. Task reward. Kaioken. Hearing the system prompted her mind. Li Xing smiled lightly, and then turned her gaze to the three people around Naba. Retreat! Someone shouted, and the three figures immediately shot into the sky, turning to flee, leaving Naba, who was still in a daze, behind. However, before he could run far, Li Xing's figure had already blocked their way. Want to leave? She said with a smile that was not quite a smile, then extended her hand and fired 3 beams of light. Whoosh, 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 the 3 beams pierced through the bodies of the 3 fighters in an instant. The battlefield fell silent as the 3 bodies fell helplessly to the ground. The reason for ending the battle so quickly was that Li Xing sensed Frisia's energy, which was originally moving rapidly in this direction, had suddenly changed course. Afraid of unexpected changes, she chose to end the fight immediately. Naba, come with me. Li Xing took a deep breath and called out to Naba, who was still in a daze below. There was no time to explain. The 2 figures dashed through the sky in a certain direction. Is this the Dragon Ball of Namek? What a big one. While Li Xing was fighting with Jinyu and the others, Krillin had followed the Dragon Ball radar's guidance and found the last Dragon Ball in a village that had been ravaged by Frisia. Although he didn't understand Li Xing's intentions, he knew that this Dragon Ball must not fall into Frisia's hands. Because according to the Dragon Ball radar, aside from the one in his hand, the other 6 Dragon Balls were all in the same position. Frisia was probably only 1 Dragon Ball short. Mr. Krillin. Krillin hurried toward Li Xing's location when suddenly a strange shout interrupted him. He stopped and saw a Namekian child, who appeared quite young based on his clothing and appearance. Mr. Krillin, do you know where Li Xing is? The person rushed to Krillin's side, breathless and urgently asking. That's right. The one who called out to Krillin was Dandy. While awakening his potential, the elder had also conveyed information about Li Xing and her companions, which was why he was able to recognize Krillin. Li Xing, do you know her? Krillin looked at Dandy in surprise, not understanding why he knew him, and immediately inquired about Li Xing. Yes, the elder. The elder told me to find her. Dandy's expression was very anxious, his speech fragmented. According to the elder's instructions, he needed to find Li Xing as soon as possible. Roar, 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 roar the elder? Before Krillin could respond, a terrifying voice suddenly rang in their ears. Chapter 32, the final battle approaches. Angry Sun Wukong father. Frisia. Looking at the figure of the newcomer, Krillin's trembling voice escaped his lips, and his whole body stiffened in the air. Long before they arrived from Earth, Li Xing had repeatedly emphasized Frisia's terror, and Krillin had been deeply influenced. However, he never expected to encounter Frisia at this moment. Krillin nervously swallowed his saliva, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Even though it was their first meeting, The terrifying aura emanating from Frisia left him with no doubt that as long as Frisia wanted to, he could easily kill him. Ha ha ha, this is really effortless. Frisia paid little attention to Dandy and instead fixed his gaze on the Dragon Ball in Krillin's hand. You. Seeing Frisia's terrifying gaze, Krillin couldn't help but take a few steps back, while Dandy beside him dared not even breathe. Whoosh! Frisia slowly raised his left hand, and a thin purple beam suddenly shot out, heading straight for Krillin's chest. With the last Dragon Ball right in front of him, he clearly wouldn't be as patient as before. The next moment, Krillin's chest was pierced by the attack, and he didn't even have time to scream. Only when faced with Frisia did Krillin realize how inadequate his own strength was. He couldn't even see how Frisia launched the attack. His eyes began to dim, and his body fell helplessly from the air, crashing heavily onto the ground below. "K. Krillin, sir?" Looking at Krillin lying on the ground, devoid of life, Dandy's body trembled uncontrollably. He struggled to turn his head to glance at Frisia, his eyes filled with fear, and then suddenly rushed to Krillin's side, trying to heal him. However, at that moment, no matter what he did, he could not save Krillin's life. Frisia's strike had completely taken away Krillin's vitality. Roar! Staring at the last Dragon Ball he had just snatched, Frisia let out a hearty laugh. Without any hesitation, he activated a spaceship and vanished into the sky. As for Dandy, in Frisia's eyes, he was merely a little brat from Namek. Now that the Dragon Balls were gathered, he couldn't be bothered to waste time here. Once he fulfilled his wish, there would be no need for the entire Namek to exist. K. Krillin's energy has vanished. On the other side, Sun Wukong, who was rushing to meet Xing, suddenly sensed this change. Krillin's energy dissipated, and his voice became much lower. "Uncle Krillin is dead?" Son Gohan, holding Bulma behind him, asked. After being awakened by the elder, he could barely keep up with the speed of the three in front. Frisia, Vegeta, who was following Sun Wukong, frowned, and the terrifying figure immediately appeared in his mind, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. What exactly happened? Sun Wukong clenched his fists, and his expression twisted, as if he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. "I'll go ahead." As soon as he spoke, he couldn't care less about staying with the others, activating the Kaioken to its fullest, and instantly accelerated, leaving everyone far behind. Krillin was his best friend since childhood. They trained together, learned under Master Roshi, and faced many crises together. Now that Krillin's energy had suddenly vanished, he had to find out the reason, no matter what. Kakarot. Watching Sun Wukong's red-tinged back, Vegeta gritted his teeth and unconsciously began to accelerate as well. But before long, he realized that Sun Wukong's figure was getting farther away from him. After a moment of daze, he could no longer see Wukong's back. At that moment, Vegeta's feelings were complicated. He knew that his strength was now inferior to Sun Wukong's. Krillin, Sun Wukong, bursting with power, moved incredibly fast. But when he arrived, the surroundings were eerily quiet, with only Dandy trying to heal Krillin's lifeless body. Who did this? He gently landed behind Dandy, looking at Krillin, who emitted no energy, and asked coldly. Although he had never seen Dandy before, based on the energy signature, he could tell that this Namekian had little combat ability, so whoever killed Krillin must be someone else. Dandy, focused on trying to heal Krillin, was startled and, upon turning to see it wasn't Frisia, his young heart finally couldn't bear it anymore, and he sat down on the ground. It was Father. Frisia. Dandy trembled as he answered, sweat covering his head, unable to distinguish whether it was from previous fear or exhaustion from repeatedly using healing techniques. Frisia. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, suppressing the rage in his heart, as if enduring immense pain. "I won't let you get away. How dare you?" His hands clenched tightly, his shoulders trembling, and his eyes began to grow fierce, a surge of fury rising unbidden in his heart. Boom! Dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed around. The ground began to tremble. As the lightning grew more intense, Dandy paled, looking at Sun Wukong, his body starting to shake uncontrollably. Did I still not make it in time? Several kilometers away, Xing, who was nearing Sun Wukong, felt the powerful energy and couldn't help but feel a bit shaken. She knew about Krillin's death. While it was regrettable, there was nothing she could do to change it. She just didn't understand why the plot had changed so drastically. Frieza had struck early to kill Krillin, and now it seemed that Sun Wukong was also about to transform into a Super Saiyan ahead of time. However, with his current strength, would he be able to contend with Frieza after transforming? Thinking of this, Li Xing couldn't help but shake her head. The detectors were all damaged. Now, she could only sense energy signatures, and based on her conclusions, Sun Wukong was still far from enough. System, are you there? Just as Li Xing felt helpless, she suddenly remembered that she seemed to have a system at her side. Yes, what does the host need? Hearing the familiar voice, she let out a sigh of relief. Why hasn't the mission to defeat Frieza been issued yet? Also, was the Kaioken reward earlier without any damage? A series of questions were thrown out. For the first time, Li Xing eagerly awaited the system's response. Chapter 33, Super Saiyan. Son Goku. Returning to the host, the Kaioken is injury-free, but the specific multiplier that can be utilized is positively correlated with the host's current strength. As for the mission, just as the system was halfway through its sentence, it suddenly stammered. What is wrong with the mission? Li Xing furrowed her brows and continued to ask. The fact that the Kaioken is injury-free is a good thing, and based on her estimation, she should be able to use a 20x Kaioken without much pressure, especially since Son Goku could use a 20x Kaioken with a battle power of 3 million. But what else with the mission? Why is the system suddenly stammering? Li Xing was somewhat confused about the current situation. I forgot to issue it. The system hesitated for a moment, but chose to tell her the truth. This almost made Li Xing spit blood in anger. No wonder she had only received one mission related to the Jinyu Force after being on Namek for so long. Ding! Detecting that the final battle on Namek is about to begin, currently issuing the following missions. Mission 1. Defeat Frieza's first form by yourself. Mission reward. 50 emotion value. Mission 2. Defeat Frieza's second form by yourself. Mission reward. 50 emotion value. Mission 3. Defeat Frieza's third form by yourself. Mission reward. Permanent doubling of battle power growth rate. 99 senza beans. Mission 4. Defeat Frieza's final form by yourself. Mission reward. Permanent doubling of battle power growth rate. New type of battle power detector X1. Failure penalty. None. Time limit. None. It seemed that the system sensed Li Xing's dissatisfaction and hastily issued 4 missions, each with rewards significantly more generous than before, even canceling the penalties for mission failure. Has the stingy system finally loosened its purse strings? A thought flashed through her mind. I think you might as well rename yourself to the Headhunter system. While approaching Son Goku's location, Li Xing teased the system. Having to personally defeat the opponent each time. What else could it be but a Headhunter? This is to prevent the host from slacking off excessively, leading to a rusty body. The system explained seriously, which made Li Xing roll her eyes. Although the reasoning was sound, she still felt an impulse to punch the system. System, what is the purpose of that emotion value? From a distance, Li Xing had already spotted Son Goku with his golden hair. At this moment, Son Goku's aura had completely surpassed hers, which made her feel a twinge of envy. And she immediately asked in her mind, emotion value, one of the necessary conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan. When the host has enough S cells and the emotion value fluctuates to 100, the first stage of transformation can be completed. The host Saiyan bloodline is pure, so there's no need to worry about S cell issues, just requires sufficiently strong power and emotional fluctuations. The system patiently answered her, which was a result Li Xing most wanted to hear. Haha, she chuckled lightly. If that's the case, as long as Frieza doesn't smoothly fulfill his wish, then this trip has no risk at all. Not far away, Son Goku had completed his transformation into a Super Saiyan. At this moment, not only had his hair turned golden, but he also radiated a golden aura all over his body. That's Kakarot. Due to his competitive nature, Vegeta was the first to arrive, stopping in mid-air with his piercing gaze fixed on Son Goku. Super Saiyan? Feeling the exceptionally powerful aura from Son Goku, he suddenly realized, no, impossible. How could Kakarot become a Super Saiyan before me? Damn it. Vegeta's face twisted, and his gaze towards Son Goku was filled with complex emotions, shock, unwillingness, and anger swirling in his heart. At this moment, Son Goku was bathed in a golden aura, and his physique looked more robust than before. Just his aura alone made Vegeta feel a strong sense of dread. Frieza, as Son Goku's transformation was complete. His eyes turned sharp, and he stomped heavily on the ground, instantly shooting up into the sky, chasing after Frieza's aura. That fool! Li Xing had just arrived when she saw Son Goku's figure rushing away and couldn't help but curse under her breath. 20 times. Kaioken. Without much time to think, Li Xing directly used nearly all her power to chase after Son Goku. She couldn't just let Son Goku go challenge Frieza. Regardless of whether the transformed Son Goku could defeat him, if Frieza transformed early as well, then Li Xing's mission would fail. One golden and one red. The two figures charged towards Frieza. Finally, I can attain eternal life. This is wonderful. Roar. On the other side, Frieza placed the 7 Dragon Balls on a cleared area in front of his spaceship, squatting down and continuously stroking them. As the Emperor of the Universe, he couldn't hide his excitement at this moment. Come on, Dragon Balls. Grant me, Frieza, eternal life and endless vitality. Frieza stood up, his large hands forming a spell-casting gesture above the Dragon Balls. After a while, the surroundings fell silent, and the Dragon Balls on the ground showed no response, which made Frieza frown tightly. Why? Nothing's happening. His expression darkened instantly. As a dominating existence across the universe, he had sacrificed many loyal subordinates who had followed him for years for these Dragon Balls. And now, these Dragon Balls he had high hopes for were unresponsive? There must be a secret. Damn Namekians. Recalling the various events when he had previously snatched the Dragon Balls, Frieza clenched his teeth in hatred, but it had not reached the point of losing his mind. He reached out with his hand, and instantly, the 7 Dragon Balls floated around his body before heading straight for the Grand Elder's residence. Frieza remembered that Nairu had said the Grand Elder was the creator of the Dragon Balls. Rather than wasting effort here, it would be faster to directly ask him. Damn it, he changed direction again. The target is the Grand Elder. At this moment, Li Xing had caught up to Son Goku's speed. Both of them were moving quickly and had also noticed Frieza's actions. Open personal attribute panel. With the decisive battle approaching, Li Xing still wanted to confirm the gap between herself and Frieza in advance. Name, Li Xing. Gender, female. Age, 18 years old, Dragon Ball World. Height, 175 centimeters. Race, Saiyan. Skills, Ki Manipulation, Flight Technique, Ki Blast, Kamehameha. Kaioken, current maximum 30x. Items, Senza Beans, excellent. Battle Power, 5.02 million, 2 minutes. Steady. Seeing this data, a smile involuntarily crept onto Li Xing's lips. Even though she could not transform into a Super Saiyan at the moment, the Kaioken could be utilized at 30 times, and with such an enhancement, her strength was at least equal to, or even higher than that of both Son Goku and Frieza. I wonder how much battle power the transformed Son Goku has. Thinking of this, she turned her head to look at Son Goku flying alongside her. Chapter 34. Come out, Shinron. So, you don't plan to tell me, do you? Frieza appeared before the Grand Elder, with 7 Dragon Balls orbiting around him. From the moment Li Xing unleashed her power, he had a sense of unease. The Jinyu force might have been wiped out, and, under such circumstances, he could no longer keep the gathered Dragon Balls in a place he couldn't see. But would you really watch it die? Noticing that the Grand Elder had no intention of responding, Frieza glanced at Nello beside him and threatened him. Nello is not as weak as you think. The Grand Elder spoke indifferently, aware that Frieza wouldn't dare harm him before making his wish. After he spoke, Frieza was infuriated, his eyes narrowing as he suddenly vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, one hand was already covering Nello's face. Boom! A terrifying explosion échoué, surrounding Nello's entire body with the explosive energy. You! The Grand Elder was startled by Frieza's sudden action. All Namekians were his children, and now someone was trying to kill Nello in front of him, which made him feel an indescribable humiliation and helplessness. I advise you to cooperate obediently. Perhaps you can still save that Namekian's life below. Frieza sneered, and as the dust from the explosion settled, Nello lay on the ground, battered and bruised. Frieza! Just as the Grand Elder was at a loss for how to respond, a loud shout came from the horizon, and 2 figures, one gold and one red, rushed in from afar. At a critical moment, Li Xing and Son Goku finally arrived. Bang! Without a word, Son Goku kicked Frieza, sending him flying. As for the Dragon Balls, they were all thrown out of Frieza's control, due to the sudden impact. Whoosh! Seeing this, Li Xing quickly flickered and gathered the Dragon Balls, placing them in front of the Grand Elder. Cough, cough. You're here. Looking at Li Xing before him, the Grand Elder managed to squeeze out a smile with great difficulty. At the end of his life, seeing someone come to help the Namekians through this crisis brought him a sense of comfort. Grand Elder. Li Xing's expression was complicated. With Frieza being held back by Son Goku, the Dragon Balls were right in front of her. She knew that the Grand Elder only needed to make a wish to restore his youth, but he would rather live a simple life of working at sunrise and resting at sunset than pursue material longevity, which made Li Xing admire him deeply. Come out. Shinon. The Grand Elder slowly spoke, hoping to make one last contribution for Li Xing and the others before he passed. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire sky darkened, and the 7 Dragon Balls glowed with a golden light. Whoosh! Soon, a golden light shot up into the sky, and a muscular green dragon appeared before everyone. It was the dragon of Namek. Purunga, I am your creator. Speak your wish. Within my power, I can grant you 3 wishes. Purunga spoke in response to the Grand Elder's gaze, knowing that the person before him was indeed his creator. Child, go make your wish. My time, cough, is short. The Grand Elder said weakly. Although he knew this was the last chance he had to help a few people, he still hoped to complete this task before leaving. First, revive all the Namekians killed by Frieza. After thinking for a moment, Li Xing slowly uttered these words. The Grand Elder treated her this way, so she naturally didn't want him to have any regrets. Reviving all the Namekians who died at Frieza's hands could be considered her contribution to Namek. Child, change your wish. I appreciate your intention, but you can only revive one person at a time. Upon hearing Li Xing's wish, the Grand Elder smiled with relief, but as the creator of the Dragon Balls, he also knew the limitations of granting wishes. Then reinforce the current Namek so that it will no longer be destroyed by external forces. Li Xing was silent for a moment before stating her new wish, which was mainly to prevent Frieza from going on a rampage and destroying Namek after his defeat. All right, reinforce the current Namek. Seeing that Li Xing was determined to do something for Namek, the Grand Elder simply granted her wish. Understood. I will fulfill the first wish. Purunga nodded, and in the next moment, his eyes emitted a red glow, seemingly magical. Rumbling, accompanied by a thunderous roar, a dazzling golden light burst in the sky, enveloping the entire Namek below, and under that brilliant golden light, Namek began to change. Damn it, how dare you ambush me? On the other side, Frieza, who had been kicked away by Son Goku, regained his composure and angrily searched for Son Goku's figure. What? What is that? However, just as he steadied himself, the scene nearby made his pupils shrink. In the sky, a massive green dragon had appeared, and although Frieza had never seen such a creature, he deduced that it must be the legendary dragon that could grant wishes. Bang! Before he could react further, Son Goku chased after him and kicked him down into the ground, creating a deep pit on the surface. Gulp! The ground of Namek mostly floated above the ocean, and Son Goku's kick barely sent him into the sea. Where did this guy come from? In the deep sea, Frieza halted, realizing that Son Goku's strength was enough to crush him, and the dragon's sudden appearance was beyond his expectations. In this situation, transforming would take considerable time. He needed to quickly come up with a strategy. Revive Krillin, who was killed by Frieza. After reinforcing Namek, Li Xing presented her second wish to the Grand Elder, who relayed it unchanged to Purunga. I understand. Purunga nodded and began to use his powers. Soon, a small white aura appeared in the sky, heading straight for Krillin's body. The second wish has been granted. Now, speak your final wish. After a moment, Purunga spoke again. The last wish is Chapter 35 Interrupted Transformation Bomb. Before Li Xing could finish her words, a powerful energy beam suddenly erupted from below, engulfing the entire residence of the Elder. The explosive force made Li Xing's expression change drastically. Elder, she exclaimed, losing her balance due to this sudden turn of events. How bold! How dare you shatter my dream of immortality? Over the sea, Frieza slowly revealed his form. He was still in his first form, and Goku's pursuit left him almost unable to breathe. Even using all his strength in this form was not enough. In this situation, he chose to destroy the Elder. Even if his wish could not be fulfilled, he could still ruin the opponent's plans. Li Xing, the Elder, Goku, who was in the sky, also noticed the situation below, and his expression darkened slightly. He didn't expect Frieza to resort to such despicable means. Without any hesitation, he rushed over, and amidst the smoke from the explosion, he sensed Li Xing's energy, and also a faint familiar aura. Frieza. As the smoke cleared, Li Xing's figure appeared in the air, holding a fainted Namekian. Although the intense shock could not cause her substantial harm at this moment, everything happened too quickly, and she could only choose to save the nearest nail. Casting a cold glance at the scene around her, a flicker of anger ignited in Li Xing's heart. The first two wishes were made for others, and she had saved one wish for herself, but she never expected that Frieza, who was restrained by Goku, will be so crazy. It was a typical case of, if I can't have it, I'll destroy it. On the surface of the sea, Frieza floated in the air, watching the sky brighten again, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. Although they were still two loose ends alive, the Elder was dead, and the dragon had disappeared, so his goal had been achieved. Are you ready to face hellish terror? Frieza snorted coldly, then clenched his fists, shattering the armor on his body. Oh no! In the air, Li Xing stood shoulder to shoulder with Goku, both of them noticing the scene below. Goku was unfazed. Frieza's current battle power was only 530,000. By sensing his energy, he could determine that Frieza posed no threat to him. In an instant, however, Li Xing frowned tightly. Her figure flickered quickly, placing the unconscious nail on a nearby open ground before charging straight at Frieza. Want to transform? That can wait until the mission is complete. While thinking this, Li Xing, under Goku's astonished gaze, punched Frieza in the chest. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Frieza, who was preparing to transform, suddenly had his chest caved in, and he was sent flying. Just as Li Xing prepared to continue her assault, a few latecomers in the air caught her attention. That was Frieza? Vegeta quickly scanned the current battle situation, staring in shock at the flying Frieza. Looking back at Goku and Li Xing, a strong sense of rivalry filled his eyes. After the battle on Earth, he had also learned to sense energy. Vegeta was very clear about Frieza's strength, but the two in front of him were far beyond him. One was the Super Saiyan Goku, and the other was Li Xing, whose body was surrounded by a red aura. Although Li Xing had not transformed, her energy seemed to be even stronger than that of Goku in his Super Saiyan form. Damn it! Vegeta roared, suddenly charging towards the flying Frieza. Goku and Li Xing's power had surpassed him by far, and he felt no urge to challenge them. Instead, he wanted to kill Frieza to take revenge for the destruction of planet Vegeta. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing Task 1, defeat Frieza in his first form with your own hands. Task reward, 50 emotional value. Huh? Li Xing listened to the voice in her mind and looked at Vegeta rushing towards Frieza, momentarily stunned. She had only thrown one punch, and that completed the task. After a moment, Li Xing raised her delicate hand, looking at the red halo around her fist, and suddenly realized, seeing Frieza about to transform in a moment of desperation. She had used all her strength, even employing the Kaioken at 30 times. Oh no! The Great King won't be dead, will he? Turning to see Vegeta rushing forward and slapping Frieza's body, Li Xing's mouth twitched fiercely. Boom! A loud sound rang out as Frieza's body crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Ha ha! Frieza, you have your day now? Vegeta landed, looking at the deep pit and the motionless Frieza inside, unable to help but laugh up at the sky, as if the suppressed emotions had finally erupted at that moment. However, he did not have much time to rejoice before an angry roar came from the deep pit. Damn you, ants! Frieza stood up, covered in wounds, roaring angrily. He hadn't expected Li Xing to be so unruly, ambushing him the moment he was about to transform. If he had only had the strength of his first form, he might have already died from that blow. Fortunately, Frieza's true power was far from this. He had several transformation stages up his sleeve, which allowed him to withstand Li Xing's deadly attack. As for Vegeta's slap, it posed no threat to him at all. TCH, watching Frieza rise from the pit, The fire of anger reignited in Vegeta's eyes. Why not just kill him? On the other side, Goku and the others landed beside Li Xing, and he asked. Krillin had already been revived and was much calmer than before, but still maintained his Super Saiyan state. Goku felt that Frieza was not a match for him and Li Xing at this point, and logically, they should be able to kill him easily. Kill him? Upon hearing this, Li Xing shook her head. What are you talking about? The mission isn't complete yet. Moreover, she had already used her full strength, and she hadn't expected Frieza to withstand that blow. Do you want to test your current strength? After a moment of thought, a smile crept onto her lips, leaving Goku beside her a bit stunned. Chapter 36. Old Tricks Powerbomb? Testing one's strength? What does it mean? Sun Wukong scratched his head. He didn't speak, but looked at Li Xing with a strange expression. Frieza had the ability to transform 3 times, and he hadn't used any of those transformations yet. Glancing at Sun Wukong's puzzled expression, Li Xing shifted her gaze back to Frieza, who was engaged in battle with Vegeta, and briefly explained. 3 transformations? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and couldn't help but direct his gaze toward the 2 fighters. There, after being awakened to his potential by the Grand Elder, Vegeta's strength had increased several times over, but even so, he was only barely gaining the upper hand against the injured Frieza. The key point was that Frieza's offensive had become increasingly fierce. He just wanted to complete his next transformation as quickly as possible to seek revenge on Sun Wukong and Li Xing, rather than waste time fighting Vegeta here. Transform, Frieza. Let us see your true form. After a collision, Vegeta stabilized his body and spoke indifferently to Frieza in front of him. Although he knew Frieza could transform, his arrogant pride led him to believe he had the upper hand, so he naturally wanted to force Frieza's hand. Oh, you understand quite well. Facing Vegeta's pressure, Frieza felt no fear at all. Instead, he secretly glanced at Li Xing and Sun Wukong, standing in the distance. If it hadn't been for Li Xing's interruption, he would have completed his first transformation long ago, at which point his injuries would have healed, and he wouldn't have been in such a dire situation against Vegeta. Their conversation was not quiet, and the onlookers in the distance heard everything clearly, all turning their gazes toward Li Xing. Dandy, go check on Neru's injuries. Li Xing pretended not to hear and pointed to Neru, who was lying not far away. The first phase of the task was complete. If Frieza was to transform now, she not only didn't want to stop him, but even wanted to encourage him. All right, okay, Dandy responded and quickly ran to Neru's side. Watch closely. This is a rare opportunity. Seeing that Li Xing and the others had no intention of interfering, Frieza felt a lot more at ease and coldly mocked Vegeta. He knew that in his current state, he was no match for Li Xing and Sun Wukong, but if he transformed, everything would be different. With that thought, Frieza quickly assumed a charging stance and began his transformation. A dazzling red light radiated from his body as it started to swell dramatically, and a violent aura erupted from within him. Accompanied by a torrent-like momentum, Frieza transformed from a short figure of only 1 meters to a massive being towering at 3 meters. At this moment, he had a robust physique, and the 2 horns on his head had bent, making him look like a bull-headed creature. Moreover, after Frieza completed his transformation, all the original wounds on his body healed, and the aura he emitted became even more powerful. How is this possible? Feeling Frieza's terrifying aura, Vegeta's pupils suddenly constricted, and he clenched his fists, his muscles tensing up. Clearly, he had also sensed Frieza's strength after the transformation. Ha! Be careful, I won't hold back now. Feeling his own power, Frieza wore a sinister smile. Is this the transformation you were talking about? Not far away, Sun Wukong observed Frieza's robust physique with great interest. Based on the aura, the transformed Frieza was at least twice as powerful as before, but there was still a significant gap between them, so Sun Wukong didn't show any signs of worry. Of course, the most important thing was that he was still in his Super Saiyan state, and as a battle-hungry warrior, what he craved most deep down was a fight. Still 2 more transformations. Li Xing nodded, also pondering how to complete the task without drawing attention. From a moment Frieza completed his transformation, she had not taken her eyes off him, fearing he would suddenly go berserk and directly transform into his final form. While the few of them were lost in observation, Dandy returned to the group, and at the same time, Neru and Piccolo exchanged glances. Although Neru was seriously injured, he had not lost his breath, and under Dandy's bean-like healing ability, he had already recovered fully. He looked very similar to Piccolo, and, as combat-type Namekians, they inevitably felt a strange connection. Whoosh! While the few were still engrossed in watching, a beam of light suddenly shot toward them. Bang! Without Li Xing needing to intervene, Sun Wukong swatted the attack away with a single palm, and the one who launched the attack was none other than Frieza. After his transformation, dealing with Vegeta was like a complete domination for him, yet he was not in a hurry to end the battle. Instead, he subtly directed his attacks toward the position where the spectators were gathered, looking for an opportunity to test Li Xing and Sun Wukong. Who? After a short while, Vegeta stopped not far from Frieza, panting heavily. He clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his neck bulging. All the attacks he had launched had not even touched a hair on his opponent, and Frieza seemed to be toying with him, merely dodging without attacking. Hey, if you can't do it, come back. Seeing Vegeta being toyed with, Li Xing couldn't help but shout at him. This battle was different from the original story. In the original, when Vegeta was being beaten on Namek, Bulma was not present. But now, Bulma was watching among the crowd, and showing his inferiority in front of his future wife could jeopardize their relationship. But damn it, hearing Li Xing's voice, Vegeta, who was already feeling unwilling, grew even angrier. He stomped his right foot on the ground and suddenly shot into the sky. Let this planet be destroyed along with you. Vegeta clasped his wrists together, emitting a dazzling purple light, clearly signaling the start of his powerbomb. His attack was aimed at Frieza and did not target the surface of Namek. Vegeta knew that Frieza could survive in space, but as a Saiyan, he could not. Roar! Frieza crossed his arms over his chest, showing no intention of dodging. In fact, his gaze was not even on Vegeta, but rather coldly gazing at the spectators. Chapter 37. Depressed Vegeta, Li Xing takes action stubborn guy. Looking up at the charging Vegeta, Li Xing couldn't help but shake her head. Why doesn't he learn his lesson? I clearly gave him a way out. Yet he insists on making a fool of himself. He must want to get hurt, and only then will he be satisfied after embarrassing himself in front of Bulma. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but steal a few glances at Bulma's reaction. After noticing that Bulma was focused on the battle and didn't show any unusual expression, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Boom! The nearby ground shook violently. Even though Vegeta was charging his energy in the sky, the power he generated was absolutely not to be ignored. Final flash! In the next moment, Vegeta unleashed his attack. A thick purple beam of energy crashing down towards Frieza. Petty tricks. Frieza still wore a mocking smile on his face. Just as the thick beam was about to reach him, he suddenly swung his arm. Bang! With a loud sound, Vegeta's full power attack was instantly blocked by Frieza. At the same time, the massive energy beam changed direction and shot towards Li Xing and the others. Seeing the sudden change, Li Xing frowned slightly. Since Frieza transformed, the aftermath of their battle had pointed towards her several times, coupled with Frieza's gaze in this direction. All signs indicated that Frieza's true target was not Vegeta, but rather testing her in Goku's strength. Here it comes again. As the attack approached, Goku stood in front of everyone. Although he had previously been knocked away by a transformed Vegeta, things were different now. Watching Vegeta's full power attack, he felt it was nothing more than a casual energy wave. Whoosh! Just as Goku was about to block the attack, Li Xing moved. A figure glowing with white energy flashed past him, heading straight for the beam. Goku was momentarily stunned. What was she trying to do? Before he could think further, he saw Li Xing extend her palm towards the energy beam, easily catching Vegeta's final flash. Then, the light of the attack didn't disappear. Instead, it stayed in Li Xing's palm and surged towards Frieza's face. Boom! As Li Xing approached with the attack, Frieza attempted to dodge, but found her speed too fast. The attack exploded right in front of him, sending him flying. So fast! In the air, Vegeta, finally catching his breath, was also stunned by this scene, feeling a bit at a loss. His full power attack had been tossed around like a toy. The gap in strength was utterly humiliating. Damn monkey! The flying Frieza stabilized himself. Although this attack didn't inflict substantial harm, he felt a sense of humiliation. It was only when he saw the tail behind Li Xing that he realized that those he had been battling for so long were all from the Saiyan race. Saiyans. A cold glint flashed in Frisia's eyes, and his aura began to rise. I didn't expect there to be so many stragglers. His chilling words echoed in the air. In Frisia's eyes, Li Xing and the others were the survivors of his destruction of planet Vegeta. This implied that they likely knew in advance about the impending destruction of their planet. However, since you dare to come and seek death, I'll send you on your way. Unable to comprehend why the information was leaked, Frisia's killing intent rose again, and the surrounding temperature began to drop. Bang! Suddenly, Frisia was sent flying again, and Li Xing appeared where he had just been. Stop talking so much. Liging muttered, maintaining her fistatruin posture. The system's prompt hadn't sounded yet, which meant her task was not yet complete. Frisia had not been truly defeated, so she could continue to fight without worry. Moreover, this time she didn't even use the Kaioken to prevent any accidents, but even in her normal state, she was strong enough to crush Frisia in his second form. Meanwhile, in the air, Vegeta finally calmed down, his eyes fixed on Li Xing and Frisia, landing alone and dejected not far from Goku and the others. Prince Vegeta, seeing his state, the others didn't react much, but Nappa walked over to him with some concern. I'm Fine. Vegeta bitterly shook his head, looking at Nappa, whose power had also increased significantly. He felt a deep sense of defeat within. In his view, his current strength was already considerable. In a short time, since the battle on Earth, it had increased several times. Yet he encountered a freak like Li Xing, and under her influence, even Kakarot had surpassed him, and Nappa, who had made no progress for years, had become much stronger. This left him feeling deeply unwilling. While Vegeta was lost in his emotions, the clash between Li Xing and Frisia was reaching its climax. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Frisia's body, healed from his transformation, was once again covered in wounds, falling from the sky and crashing hard onto the ground. Not to mention exchanging blows. Li Xing's normal combat power was already 5 times that of Frisia's, and even with her deliberately holding back, Frisia couldn't last long and soon fell. Seeing Frisia's miserable state, Goku's face showed no disappointment. Instead, he became even more excited. What piqued his interest was not Frisia, but Li Xing. As a fellow Saiyan, they had sparred before, but now his strength had surged, and during their battle, it was clear that Li Xing's power had also increased significantly, making him eager for the upcoming fight. Frisia gritted his teeth and got up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze towards Li Xing was filled with gravitas. He never expected that, even after transforming, he would still be defeated by her in such a crushing manner. Moreover, the one who defeated him was a woman. It seemed he must eradicate the Saiyans completely. Frisia clenched his fists, an extreme thought emerging in his mind. Chapter 38. That Nappa wants to kill his master? Seeing his appearance, a sense of foreboding rose in Li Xing's heart. She knew Frisia's intentions without needing to guess. It was simply preparing to continue to the next stage of transformation. Swish! As Frisia silently gathered energy, Li Xing's figure darted forward, her right leg raised, and she slammed it into Frisia's chest. Bang! With the experience of the previous transformation being interrupted, Frisia reacted quickly, almost predicting her move. Unfortunately, Li Xing was faster. Just a moment's delay, and Frisia's body was once again sent flying, crashing hard into a distant mountain peak. Boom! Another loud sound erupted, dust and smoke billowed, and the mountain collapsed, burying Frisia beneath it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Task 1, defeating Frisia's second form with your own hands. Task Reward. Emotion Value 50. After this strike, the system's voice arrived just in time, causing Li Xing to breathe a sigh of relief. The figure that was about to continue the attack immediately stopped, preparing to wait for Frisia's transformation. Crack! Watching Li Xing win so effortlessly, Vegeta's eyes flickered, as if he were contemplating something. Nappa, hurt me. After a moment, Vegeta turned to Nappa beside him. His gaze was intense as he looked at Frisia, now covered in rubble, and had already thought of a way to quickly increase his combat power. The idea of letting Nappa hurt him came from the fact that Saiyans would greatly increase their battle power each time they recovered from the brink of death. Other than that, he couldn't think of any other way to instantly boost his strength. Moreover, when Dandi treated Nail earlier, he saw that ability to rapidly recover from injuries was like a divine aid. Prince Vegeta this. Hearing this, Nappa, who was unaware of the Saiyan's ability, was taken aback. He scratched his head, looking at Vegeta in surprise. How could there be such a strange request? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and do it. Then let that Namekian kid heal me. Seeing Nappa hesitate, Vegeta impatiently scolded him. Slap! As soon as his words fell, Nappa no longer hesitated and raised his hand, slapping Vegeta on the head, sending him flying. Huh? Nearby, Sun Wukong and the others widened their eyes in shock. Isn't Nappa supposed to be Vegeta's loyal subordinate? Is he preparing to kill his master and establish his own rule? Puffed. Li Xing in the distance also noticed this scene and nearly burst out laughing. Knowing Frieza was gathering energy for transformation, she chose not to continue attacking, but instead watched this farce with great interest. From the moment Vegeta told Nappa to make a move, she knew Vegeta had found a way to quickly increase his power. That is, near death, recovery. Near death again, recovery again. But near death isn't supposed to be like this. Vegeta's current power was still significantly stronger than Nappa's. That slap, while it sent the unguarded Vegeta flying, didn't actually hurt at all. Not to mention being on the brink of death. It couldn't even be considered a minor injury. Sure enough, Vegeta's figure halted midair, and after being slapped by Nappa, he was left in a daze. And the next moment, just as he steadied himself, another kick from Nappa came at him. Bang! With a muffled sound, Vegeta raised his hand and caught Nappa's kicking leg. Useless Nappa. Can't you understand human language? He cursed loudly while raising his other hand, aiming at Nappa's chest. Swish! A dazzling beam shot from his palm, directly piercing through Nappa's chest. Thud! Accompanied by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, Nappa's body fell to the ground, kicking up some dust. Seeing Nappa's miserable state, Sun Wukong and the others covered their faces, unable to bear to look. With such little power, he wants to kill his master? The gap is too big. Seeing this, Li Xing couldn't help but frown. Vegeta now really is brutal. If it weren't for Nappa having significantly increased his strength now, based on the original story, just that one hit from Vegeta would have probably killed Nappa several times over. Mr. Nappa. Dandi, not knowing Vegeta, remembered that Nappa had been traveling with Li Xing and hurried over to check on Nappa's injuries. Cough. Cough. Lying on the ground, Nappa coughed violently, feeling his life force rapidly fading. It wasn't until Dandi squatted beside him and used his healing technique that his eyes gradually regained some light. He slowly stood up, looking at the airborne Vegeta with confusion and bewilderment in his gaze. Wasn't this what Vegeta asked for? Why did he suddenly retaliate against him? Prince Vegeta, you. As Nappa's injuries healed, Vegeta also returned to stand in front of him. Seeing this, Dandi hurriedly ran back to Sun Wukong and the others. Shut up. Feel your current strength. Vegeta snorted coldly, scolding him without mercy. He had originally wanted to kill Nappa directly, but if he really did, then no one present would stand by his side without hesitation anymore. By accident, Vegeta's deliberate restraint combined with Dandi's healing technique just happened to test whether the Saiyan's near-death recovery could indeed enhance battle power. Ah! Nappa was taken aback upon hearing this, then suddenly let out a fierce roar, an astonishing aura erupting around him. Feeling this wave, Vegeta's expression finally relaxed. The Saiyan's recovery at the brink of death is indeed effective. It actually increased by so much. Feeling the momentum Nappa unleashed, even Li Xing showed a look of surprise. If the Nappa who had his potential enhanced by the Elder had a battle power of 60,000, then now it had reached at least 200,000. I wonder what would happen if this method were applied to myself. Looking down at her own body, a sense of anticipation suddenly rose in Li Xing's heart. Boom! On the other side, during this farce, Frieza successfully completed his transformation. Huh! A roar echoed, and the rubble that had covered him was all shattered, turning into countless particles of dust, while also stirring up a large cloud of smoke. The transformation is finally complete. Li Xing turned her gaze back to Frisia's direction, her eyes seeming to penetrate through the dust to see his form. Oh no, this energy. Moments later, although she couldn't see Frisia's current appearance, she deduced an unexpected conclusion based on the aura. Frisia seems to have skipped directly past his third transformation. Chapter 39. Frisia's final form. This guy actually has such strong energy? Sun Wukong slightly frowned, clearly sensing that something was off. Although Frisia's current aura wasn't overly aggressive, he had a gut feeling that the opponent might possess power comparable to his own. Now's the time. Hurry up and attack. You brainless fool. As Frisia's final transformation was completed, Vegeta hurriedly shouted at Nappa, who was lost in the surge of power beside him. All right. Hearing this, Nappa trembled and quickly nodded at Vegeta. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Nappa, without hesitation, directly imitated Vegeta's previous move and unleashed a simple energy wave at his chest. Whoosh! With no defenses in place, a hole instantly opened up in Vegeta's chest, and the beam pierced through. This is it. I can finally become a Super Saiyan. As the words fell, Vegeta's body weakly fell backward, yet a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Because he could feel his life force gradually fading, he was certain that as long as he was healed by that little brat Dondi before death, his power would undoubtedly surge. Roar! 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 Can't wait to kill each other, huh? Not far away. As the dust settled, Frisia's figure gradually came into view. At this moment, he looked completely different from before. His entire physique had become extremely simplified, and his body structure resembled that of a human. The original patterns and antennae had disappeared, making him look ordinary, like a naked human. But that purple-white skin and the oppressive gaze made him seem like a tough opponent. Li Xing, can we attack now? Feeling Frisia's current aura, Sun Wukong's body slowly lifted off the ground, appearing eager to try. Although he heard from Li Xing that Frisia had the ability to transform 3 times and was only on his second transformation, he couldn't wait any longer. Since it was his first time transforming into a Super Saiyan out of anger, his power wasn't enough to maintain it for long. Plus, Krillin's revival had calmed his emotions a bit. If he delayed any longer, he might not be able to maintain the transformation. Sun Wukong didn't know that Frisia had skipped his third transformation and was now in his final form. It's time, Li Xing responded to him, then suddenly vanished from in front of Frisia and returned to the crowd of spectators. She also wanted to take this opportunity to see Sun Wukong's current strength and the rewards she had just received. Name, Li Xing. Gender, female. Age, 18 years, Dragon Ball World. Height, 175 centimeters. Race, Saiyan. Skills, control of ki, flight technique, energy wave, Kamehameha. Kaioken, current maximum 30 times. Emotion value, 100. Items, Senzabine X1 battle power, 5-0-20-0-0-0, 2 minute. Looking at her attribute panel, it was almost the same as when she checked it earlier, except for an additional emotion value. System, can this emotion value be increased at any time? Seeing the upper limit of 100, but currently only having 1, Li Xing was a bit puzzled. Yes, host, within the upper limit of the emotion value. You can increase it at will. To increase the upper limit of the emotion value, there are 2 ways. 1. Complete tasks. 2. Train hard. Train hard? As the system's voice fell, Li Xing focused her thoughts and saw the emotion value suddenly spike to 99, instantly understanding its function. You've named it that. If I train hard, it would really be disrespectful to you. A smile appeared at the corner of Li Xing's mouth. She remembered that the system's name was the Lazy Scion System. Hearing her words, the system seemed to want to say something, but ultimately chose to remain silent and did not continue to respond. In response, Li Xing merely shrugged. Looking at Sun Wukong standing face to face with Frisia, his upright, golden hair looking quite handsome. I wonder what I will look like after transforming. Li Xing's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a childish voice. Sister Li Xing. Just when she was filled with anticipation, Dondi ran over to her side, pointing at the unconscious Vegeta not far away, his eyes flickering with hesitation and doubt. According to the old elder's last wishes, he had unconditional trust in Li Xing, even more than in his fellow race members Nappa and Piccolo. Li Xing. This, Prince Vegeta said. Nappa also walked over, just about to explain, but was interrupted by Li Xing waving her hand. Heal him. Glancing at the already unconscious Vegeta, she decisively said to Dondi. She believed that after repeatedly realizing his inferiority, Vegeta's temper should have subsided somewhat. Moreover, Vegeta was already on the brink of death, leaving her no time to think further. Thank you. Seeing Li Xing agree, Naba quickly bowed to her, then swiftly picked up Dondi and rushed to Vegeta's side. Why would this guy think it was a good idea to let Naba hit him? Looking at Vegeta's miserable state, even Bulma, who had been silent, was curious and leaned over to Li Xing, whispering. Saiyans always increase their battle power significantly after recovering from near death. Li Xing patiently explained while also observing Bulma's reaction. At this time, she should still be together with Yamcha. How did she notice Vegeta so quickly? No wonder. Was it really a last-minute effort? Upon hearing Li Xing's explanation, Bulma nodded in realization, then frowned as she looked at Vegeta's figure. Although his strength is not as good as yours, he is indeed much stronger than someone. Li Xing caught her meaning and did not reply. The indication of that someone was too obvious for her guess. What? Are you sending someone else to die? In the center of the battlefield, Frieza sneered as he glanced at Li Xing in the distance, then turned his attention back to Sun Wukong in front of him. Arrogant. Sun Wukong snorted coldly, his body enveloped in golden flames of energy. The next moment, the ground beneath him cracked instantly, surging toward Frieza with an unparalleled momentum, even though Krillin had been revived. Looking at Frieza before him ignited a surge of anger within him. To fulfill his own wishes, he had turned the entire Namek into chaos and even killed the Grand Elder of Namek not long ago. For someone like that, even the usually kind-hearted Sun Wukong felt a hint of murderous intent. Watching Sun Wukong rush toward him, Frieza's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a similar white aura surged around him. Chapter 40. Vegeta's Transformation Boom. At the moment of collision, a violent shockwave spread out, sending fragments of the ground flying and causing the ground beneath the two to sink. Incredible. I'm getting a bit angry. Frieza crossed his arms in front of his chest, and surprisingly, it took him 50 of his power just to withstand Goku's simple punch. Bang! 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 The figures of the two flickered as loud sonic booms echoed in the air. Goku, who transformed early, indeed couldn't match Frieza. Watching the clash between the two, Li Xing squinted her eyes. The others couldn't see Goku and Frieza's movements at all, but with her strength, she was not only able to keep up with their speed, but could also clearly sense the gap between them. On the surface, it appeared that Goku had the upper hand, occasionally landing hits on Frieza during their exchanges, but in reality, Frieza still hadn't used his full power. Therefore, the question of who was stronger or weaker would only be answered at the last moment. Buzz. On the other side, Dandy successfully saved Vegeta just before the gates of hell. You little brat. Vegeta slowly stood up, clenched his fist to feel his power, and then gritted his teeth as he looked at Dandy. This Namekian, when saving Naba just now, hardly hesitated, but when it came to him, he was indecisive. It wasn't until he felt like his consciousness was about to collapse that he finally made the decision to come over and heal him. Angered, Vegeta lifted his leg and kicked at Dandy, not using much strength just to vent his frustration. Stop it! Seeing his actions, Neru and Piccolo rushed to Dandy's side. Bang! A small sound rang out, and before the two could reach him, a robust figure appeared in front of Dandy. To their surprise, it was Naba, Vegeta's loyal follower. Naba wrapped his strong arms around Dandy's small body, using his back to block the kick. Your Highness Vegeta. Feeling the force on his back, Naba slowly released his arms from protecting Dandy and turned to look at Vegeta. He understood that Vegeta just wanted to vent his anger and didn't genuinely intend to kill Dandy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand Vegeta's attack. Although he was quite furious, seeing the fear on Dandy's face and Naba's confused expression, Vegeta ultimately chose not to strike again. You should be grateful I didn't kill you. He snorted coldly and then shot back into the sky. Let me show you my strength after becoming a Super Saiyan. Looking at the fierce battle between Goku and Frieza, Vegeta suddenly shouted, a cold smile on his face. Super Saiyan? Seeing Vegeta's rekindled excitement, not only did the two fighters in battle pause after a collision, But even Li Xing showed an intrigued expression. What a joke. Just a slight increase in battle power. And he thinks he can become a Super Saiyan? What is he thinking? Relying on her sense of energy, Li Xing easily detected that Vegeta's current energy level was not even half of her own. With such battle power, transformation was only possible if one was filled with extreme rage, like Goku. Otherwise, it was simply a fantasy. Under everyone's gaze, Vegeta began his performance. Boom! A sudden thunderous sound broke the tranquility, and the sky above where Vegeta stood gradually turned dark. Accompanied by Vegeta's frenzied roar, the surrounding lightning became increasingly dense, and his energy level soared. What? Everyone witnessed Vegeta's transformation, and Li Xing's eyes widened. This energy, could Vegeta really be transforming? The scene before her made her uneasy, feeling utterly baffled. Since she landed on Namek, the plot had completely deviated from her control. Was it just a few tasks that caused such a significant impact? Li Xing's mind raced with thoughts, but she had no clues. Right now, she was more worried about Vegeta's strength being too overwhelming and causing the outcome to deviate. Damn Saiyan. Watching Vegeta's surging energy fluctuations, Frieza also felt a sense of pressure. Although he hadn't used his full power yet, he understood from his brief encounter with Goku that a so-called Super Saiyan could indeed rival him. Without any hesitation, as Frieza shouted fiercely, he concentrated his energy into his index finger and fired a red beam. Whoosh! The beam moved incredibly fast, and even Goku couldn't intercept this attack, only watching as it struck Vegeta in the chest. Boom! A massive sound erupted, engulfing Vegeta's body in smoke, obscuring the situation within. After the hit, before Frieza could react, a near-manic laughter came from the smoke. Hearing this sound, Frieza's brows furrowed deeply, as someone who had once been Vegeta's subordinate. He was all too familiar with that voice. Could it be another Super Saiyan is about to be born? And it's Vegeta? Frieza's expression grew heavy. As a member of the Frost Demon race, his ancestors had warned multiple times in records that Super Saiyans were not beings they could deal with. Over time, this fear had been deeply ingrained in his mind. However, after the brief skirmish with Goku, he unexpectedly discovered that while a Super Saiyan could match him, they hadn't reached the point of being able to kill him. But now, the second Super Saiyan was about to be born. If the two joined forces, his situation would likely be dire. Even more frightening was the female Saiyan, Li Xing, watching from a distance. It was clear that those opposing him seemed to listen to her. If she was also a Super Saiyan, then he would truly be in danger. Vegeta, watching the dissipating smoke, Goku's expression was complex. This Saiyan, who once sought to destroy Earth, unexpectedly made him feel a sense of anticipation deep inside. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? As the smoke cleared, Vegeta still stood in the air, laughing loudly. There was a small hole in his chest garment, caused by Frieza's death beam. It was merely a tear in his clothing and had not inflicted any real harm on him. Chapter 41, Mimetic Super Saiyan Awaken. Frieza, this time you are finished. Feeling his own power, Vegeta's face was filled with excitement, and then he looked down at Frieza's position. Immersed in his own immense strength, he did not notice that after his figure reappeared, everyone around was in utter shock. Thankfully, Li Xing took a deep breath and quietly wiped the sweat from her forehead. What reassured her was the transformed Vegeta. Unlike Goku, who was engulfed in golden flames, Vegeta's hair remained black. Although he had not successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, his aura was still terrifying, and the aura surrounding him was no longer the usual white, but a dazzling blue. Mimetic Super Saiyan. The moment she saw him, this term floated into Li Xing's mind. Although he was not a true Super Saiyan, the battle power increase from this mimetic form reached a terrifying 30 times. Based on Li Xing's judgment, if Goku were also in this mimetic state, their battle powers would likely be quite similar. She couldn't understand why Vegeta had undergone such a transformation. Under conditions of insufficient power, only extreme rage could trigger the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Could it be that Vegeta's emotions were also on the verge of exploding? Clearly, Li Xing did not notice that she and Goku had far surpassed Vegeta's power, compounded by Frieza's disdain. All of this was a naked insult to Vegeta the proud Saiyan prince who would not be dejected. He would only turn his anger into strength. Ignoring the shock and confusion of those around him, Vegeta suddenly dove down from the air, heading straight for Frieza. Oomph. A cold snort sounded as Frieza spread his arms wide, his formidable aura expanding instantly. Boom, boom, boom. A series of fist and flesh collisions echoed, each impact shaking the ground, causing nearby islands to collapse. Unlike Goku, who gradually increased his strength during battle to test his opponent, Vegeta came at him with full force right from the start. He would not hold back against the one who had destroyed planet Vegeta. How is this possible? Frieza's pupils contracted. Vegeta's hair had not turned golden, indicating he had not transformed into a Super Saiyan. Under such circumstances, he was actually not at a disadvantage in their clash, stirring up a storm of shock within him. Saiyans, what kind of race are they? Hey, Vegeta, don't steal my opponent. Watching the fierce battle between the two, Goku snapped back to reality. Although he did not understand why Vegeta had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was already strong enough to match Frieza. The sudden entry into battle and the fact that Vegeta had stolen his opponent made the naturally combative Goku feel somewhat displeased. His figure flickered as he rapidly approached their fight. Then he kicked fiercely at Frieza. Bang! Frieza, who was dealing with Vegeta's attack, did not have time to dodge and took Goku's kick solidly in the abdomen, sending him flying. Splash! Frieza fell into the water like a cannonball, landing in a messy manner. Immersed in battle, Vegeta turned his head to look at Goku, who suddenly appeared beside him, and his brows furrowed. Boom! Without any hesitation. The next moment, Vegeta delivered a fierce knee strike to Goku's stomach. Caught off guard, Goku's body bent from the impact, letting out a muffled grunt. Watching Vegeta suddenly change his attack target, Li Xing's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Just as she was about to step in to stop the two, she saw Vegeta suddenly halt. Kakarot, just wait for me. I'll deal with you later. Vegeta shot a fierce glare at Goku, then did not linger and turned to search for Frieza, who had fallen into the water. Vegeta, you... Goku held his abdomen, looking at Vegeta's back. Wanted to say something, but stopping himself. Now their goal was Frieza, and even though the other had forcefully intervened in his battle, it would not be wise to complicate matters further. Moreover, Goku sensed that Vegeta's current aura was still weaker than his own, and considering Vegeta's stubborn temper, he decided to let him have it for now. After all, Frieza had not yet used his full power. It wouldn't be too late for him to step in after Vegeta was defeated. Rumbling, just as Goku's thoughts spun, an even more terrifying pressure suddenly descended, causing the entire Namek to tremble. At the same time, a gust of wind howled past, making everyone except Li Xing somewhat unsteady. What? In the air? Vegeta was the first to react. Frieza, who had been underwater and out of sight for a while, was suddenly emanating this terrifying aura from below. This bastard. Vegeta clenched his fists. He had not expected Frieza to hide such powerful energy. The current pressure was far stronger than before, and even he felt a hint of an overwhelming sensation. Is he finally going to use his full power? Not far away, Li Xing blocked the oncoming wind for the others, also whispering to herself. Throughout the battle, aside from completing 2 system tasks, she had not intervened much. Now, with Goku and Vegeta's power increase, they had managed to force Frieza into such a predicament, which made her sigh. The protagonists truly are protagonists. This sentiment did not last long, as Li Xing began to roll up her sleeves. Frieza at full power had a battle power of 120 million. She wondered how many rounds she could last after transforming. Bang, 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 bang. On the other side, unaware of what Frieza was doing, Vegeta was frantically firing energy waves into the water, determined to kill Frieza without rest. In an instant, a tremendous sound echoed across the sea, sending wave after wave of ripples. Chapter 42: Frieza's all-out effort crack. Amidst the continuous rumbling sounds, Son Goku seemed to hear a strange noise. The next moment, he looked up and saw a figure wrapped in lightning in the sky. Oh no! Vegeta! Son Goku's expression changed drastically as he clearly sensed the impending danger and hurriedly shouted at Vegeta, who was still launching energy blasts. However, in the next instant, thunder roared in the sky. The figure wrapped in lightning directly pierced through the air and heavily struck Vegeta's body. Boom! Vegeta had no time to react and was directly smashed down to the ground far away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Is this what a Super Saiyan is? To actually force this king to such a degree, but this is where it ends. In the sky, Frieza's figure appeared, looking down at the pit where Vegeta had fallen, revealing a sinister smile. After a long charge underwater, he had now unleashed 100 of his energy. Although there were no noticeable changes in his appearance, his muscles were exceptionally swollen. Even his eyes had turned a deeper shade of crimson, as if filled with violent rage. Whoosh! Frieza stepped forward, ignoring the fallen Vegeta, and turned his target to Son Goku, thinking it was time to end this farce, starting with him. In an instant, Frieza's figure appeared right in front of Son Goku. His voice was gentle, but it carried an undeniable cruelty, and then a rich aura emanated from his right fist. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Frieza's heavy punch struck Son Goku's abdomen without reservation. Although he didn't know which of the two fighting him was the Super Saiyan, one thing he was sure of was that Son Goku's strength was significantly greater than Vegeta's. Judging from their appearances, the golden-haired Son Goku in front of him seemed to be the real Super Saiyan, while Vegeta, though stronger, had not yet reached the transformation stage. Son Goku let out a scream, spitting out a mouthful of sour liquid, his body bending like a bow. Crack! Without giving the opponent time to react, Frieza swung his tail and struck Son Goku's back, causing him to plummet from the sky and crash to the ground not far from Vegeta. Is the gap really this big? Watching the dire situation of the two, Xing couldn't help but clench her fists, her silver hair beginning to shimmer with a faint golden glow. She still stood in place without intervening, although Frieza was strong when going all out. The two who had deviated from the plot and transformed might not be Frieza's match, but they shouldn't be defeated by such simple attacks. Sure enough, the moment Son Goku was knocked down, Vegeta's figure shot up from below, charging straight at Frieza. The Saiyan who doesn't know his own death. Frieza sneered, then met Vegeta's attack head-on. Xing, can you hear me? Just as Xing was about to continue watching the battle, a strange voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Who are you? She was taken aback, not understanding why someone was suddenly speaking to her in her head. And this voice didn't sound like the system she was bound to. Don't worry about that for now, just do as I say. If you work together, you should be able to kill Frieza. The voice reappeared, sounding somewhat anxious. Oh, hearing this, Xing raised an eyebrow, then casually replied, Okay. Hey. Very good. Now go help them. No. The voice echoed again, and Xing's refusal came out immediately. Hey, North Kai, I only agreed to help you kill Frieza, not to team up with them. Xing looked calmly at the two battling Frieza, and after the brief conversation in her mind, she guessed the identity of the voice. It was indeed the North Kai, who taught Son Goku the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques. At the same time, she felt a hint of curiosity about why the North Kai sought her out instead of Son Goku. After all, he is the one who caused the destruction of your Saiyan race. Don't you hate him? The North Kai's voice continued, but there was no sign of surprise, as if he was already mentally prepared. Hate? Hearing this, Xing couldn't help but shake her head and smile. Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta at the behest of the god of destruction. Hating Frieza? I'd rather hate the foolish King Vegeta. Moreover, as a traveler, her Saiyan bloodline did not belong to anyone else. The only person in this world who could stir her emotions was Bulma, who treated her like a sister. Are Saiyan's egos this strong? On North Kai's planet, a man wearing sunglasses and dressed in a Kai uniform muttered to himself. Long before his conversation with Xing, he had already sent a message to Son Goku. After all, Frieza's current momentum was extremely strong. In his eyes, even if Son Goku and Vegeta teamed up, their chances of winning were still slim. That's why he chose to contact Xing, although he didn't know this female Saiyan. Ever since Son Goku was resurrected and left Earth, he had been closely following Son Goku's situation from the boredom of North Kai's planet. All signs indicated that Xing was significantly stronger than Son Goku. Furthermore, when Xing initially attacked Frieza, she even used the Kaioken. Although he didn't know how she learned it, it was clear that this female Saiyan's talent was extraordinary. Unfortunately, Both Son Goku and Li Xing rejected his suggestion to join forces against Frieza. Forget it. Let them handle it themselves. The North Kai thought, then withdrew his consciousness. Seeing Li Xing so calm, perhaps he was overthinking it. Boom! Boom! The sounds of battle continued to echo in the sky, each collision producing deafening roars. Son Goku and Vegeta both targeted Frieza, but there was no cooperation between them. In fact, they would deliberately wait for the other to be repelled before attacking. Their figures were repeatedly sent flying, and the wounds on their bodies began to accumulate. After a while, Son Goku, who was sent retreating, stopped in midair. He raised his hands, suddenly feeling his strength continuously fading. Damn! What is this? Chapter 43. Ready to strike, proud Vegeta felt the flow of power fading, and Goku's expression suddenly changed dramatically. This was something he had never encountered before, completely beyond his expectations. The spectators below noticed his appearance and showed worried expressions. They discovered that Goku's hair was faintly revealing its original black color, and the golden aura that had flared up from his transformation was gradually dissipating. After fighting for so long since his transformation, he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan state. Roar! The Super Saiyan can't hold on so soon. After blocking one of Vegeta's strikes, Frieza also sensed this and immediately narrowed his eyes. Boom! With a muffled sound, Frieza once again sent Vegeta flying. In that case, let me send you off. Frieza raised one hand, and a terrifying purple aura materialized around it. With a swift motion of his arm, he hurled the aura forward, transforming it into a massive purple blade aimed at Goku. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. He didn't care whether Goku still had fighting power. As long as he was a Saiyan, he had to be obliterated. Hey! Seeing this, Xing understood that she could no longer just watch. With a low shout, her entire body was instantly engulfed in a golden aura, and her flowing silver hair transformed into gold. At the same time, her aura surged dramatically, surpassing everyone else on the battlefield. Xing's sister, hurry and save Dad. Behind her, Gohan urgently called out, his face filled with anxiety. With Goku in danger as his son, he was naturally more worried than anyone else. However, this statement sounded somewhat strange to Xing. Whoosh! At this moment, she couldn't think about that anymore. Xing stomped her right foot on the ground, and her body shot up into the sky, heading straight for Goku. Another Super Saiyan. Seeing Xing rush towards the battlefield at high speed, Frieza's heart tightened slightly. He could clearly sense that the aura Xing emitted was significantly stronger than Goku's earlier. There's no choice. 20 times. Kaioken. On the other side, Goku, engaged in battle, was unaware of Xing's actions. Knowing that this strike could not be avoided, he gritted his teeth and crossed his arms over his chest, unleashing all of his remaining power. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed through the air, shaking the entire earth, and the shockwave quickly spread, annihilating all the remaining plants and trees within thousands of meters in an instant. Roar, roar, roar. You really don't know when to die. Frieza's lips curled into a cold smirk. Just as his attack was about to hit, he saw Xing standing in front of Goku. His attack, the Earth Splitter, was capable of cleaving through planets. Even though Xing's aura was stronger than Goku's, receiving such a blow would surely leave her injured. Hiss! Feeling the stinging pain in her arm, Xing couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The power of this strike was devastating. Even though her fighting power now far exceeded Frieza's, her arm still bore a reddened mark. If she hadn't arrived in time, even Goku, using the 20 times Kaioken, would have perished under this attack. Phew, you're here. Compared to Xing, Goku behind her let out a long sigh of relief. He could feel that his current strength was no longer enough to fight Frieza. It's my turn now. Xing spoke slowly, not turning back, but focusing intently on Frieza in the distance. At this moment, her golden hair flowed gracefully, not spiking up like Goku's, but remaining draped at her waist, giving her the appearance of having directly entered the third level of Super Saiyan. All right. Seeing Xing's appearance, Goku said nothing more and turned to descend towards the spectators. Judging purely by aura, he knew that Xing's fighting power was definitely stronger than his own, and given that she could now transform into a Super Saiyan, He felt he could no longer be of help. Trying to run? Watching Goku about to leave the battlefield, Frisia's palm once again glowed with purple light. Although he was shocked that Xing could withstand his attack, he certainly couldn't let Goku escape so easily when he was exhausted. After all, he had already experienced the power of a Super Saiyan, and if he didn't eliminate Goku now, he would surely become a future threat. Seeing Frisia's movement, Xing was about to act, but Vegeta suddenly flew past. Bang! He kicked Frisia in the face, sending him flying and interrupting the buildup of the attack. Damn woman, don't just interfere in other people's battles. Vegeta did not pursue, but turned to scold Xing. Hearing this, Xing was immediately speechless. How strong is this guy's pride? He knows he can't defeat Frisia, but still refuses to let her intervene. Moreover, didn't he just seem to enjoy fighting Frisia alongside Goku? Why the double standard now? Say that again if you dare. Thinking of this, Xing clenched her fists. Although she had a good temper, she was not someone who would let others insult her casually. Oomph. Vegeta said nothing more, simply snorting coldly before turning his gaze back to Frisia. After fighting for so long, he knew very well that he was not Frisia's opponent, which was why he let Goku take turns battling with him. But if Xing were to intervene, that would be a different story. Perhaps just she alone could defeat Frisia. Such an outcome was clearly not what the proud Vegeta wanted to see. Not to mention that he wanted to personally take down the enemy who destroyed planet Vegeta, Frisia. After the last devastating defeat on Earth, he even wanted to kill Xing as well. Vegeta, you really are reckless. In the air, Frisia halted his movement, one hand gently touching his reddened face from the blow. He coldly stared at Vegeta below, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. His former subordinate had now swelled with the audacity to challenge him. Quake in fear, Frisia. The Saiyan race has birthed 3 Super Saiyans that terrify you. Vegeta extended 3 fingers, defiantly meeting Frisia's gaze. 3? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Frisia suddenly laughed, his eyes filled with mockery. Are you saying that you are also a Super Saiyan? Chapter 44 All defeated Wukong. Sun Jun. On the ground, Sun Wukong had safely exited the battle, sitting down heavily. The others hurried over, concerned. I'm fine. He waved his hand, indicating that he was merely exhausted. At this moment, he did indeed look quite disheveled. His shirt was completely torn, revealing his muscular physique, and he had no fewer than 10 wounds of varying sizes on his body. But for the battle-hardened Sun Wukong, these were not considered serious injuries. After all, they were just superficial scratches and had not harmed his internal organs. Buzzing seeing his state, Dandy stepped forward to cast a healing spell on him. Healing spell. Do I have that ability too? After witnessing Dandy heal several people multiple times, Piccolo suddenly felt a spark of interest. No, you're a combat type like Brother Neru. Dandy turned his head and patiently explained to him. As a fellow Namekian, although Piccolo was relatively unfamiliar, he resembled Neru so much that Dandy unconsciously developed a fondness for him. Oomph. Noticing Piccolo's attention on him, Neru snorted coldly. The Grand Elder had once told him about a genius combat type Namekian, and if he wasn't mistaken, it should be Piccolo standing by. Although the other's aura was slightly stronger than his own, he still felt somewhat unconvinced. Thank you. Soon, Sun Wukong regained his spirits, patted his backside, stood up, and turned his gaze back to the sky. How's it going? Can Xing defeat Frisia? Piccolo stepped forward silently, standing side by side with him. Once upon a time, he could fight Sun Wukong to a standstill, but now he could only look up at this person he once regarded as a rival. He didn't ask about Vegeta, as anyone with battle experience could easily see that Vegeta's strength was even less than Sun Wukong's. Now that Sun Wukong had been defeated, it was obvious that Vegeta would also fare no better. It should be possible. Sun Wukong fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Through his perception, Xing's aura was beyond imagination, significantly stronger than Frisia's. Barring any accidents, there should be no problem. Piccolo nodded. He certainly hoped Xing could defeat Frisia. After all, it concerned the survival of their Namekian race. To still be smiling when facing death. In the sky, Vegeta's cold voice rang out. When he mentioned there were 3 Super Saiyans, Frisia seemed to find it amusing, laughing incessantly. Ha ha! Take a good look in the mirror, my dear. Prince Vegeta. Watching the arrogant Vegeta, Frieza found him quite amusing. After witnessing Sun Wukong and Xing's pure Super Saiyan transformations, even Frieza, who was usually cold, couldn't help but smile a little when Vegeta claimed to be one too. Looking for death, Vegeta shouted angrily and charged directly at Frieza. The unabashed laughter from Frieza made him feel deeply insulted. His speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Frieza. Oh! As the aggressive Vegeta approached, a hint of disdain flashed in Frieza's eyes. The main reason he hadn't dealt with Vegeta immediately was that he had no time to gather energy due to the alternating attacks from Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Now that only Vegeta remained, and Xing in the distance showed no intention of intervening, to Frieza, Vegeta was practically seeking his own death. Without waiting for him to think further, the next moment, Vegeta's fist was already in front of his face. Bang! Faced with Vegeta's sudden strike, Frieza showed no signs of panic. He extended a hand and effortlessly blocked Vegeta's fist. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? He smirked, revealing a mocking smile. Too weak. Immediately, he swung his hand violently, sending Vegeta flying away. Watching Vegeta being sent flying, a cruel glint flashed in Frieza's eyes. He extended his index finger, and a sun-like spherical energy ball appeared. Under everyone's gaze, this energy ball rapidly expanded, soon becoming a giant energy ball with a diameter of over 10 meters. Not good. Below, Sun Wukong's expression changed upon seeing this. The intensity emitted by this energy ball was something even he dared not take head-on. If Vegeta were to be hit, he would likely end up dead or severely injured. Whoosh! With his arm fully charged, Frieza hurled the massive energy ball toward the direction where Vegeta was flying. Oof! Not far away, Xing, still in the air, showed no intention of moving. Arrogant fool, you need to suffer a bit. Watching the energy ball about to collide with Vegeta, Xing cursed inwardly. Although she knew that Frieza's attack might directly kill Vegeta, she still had no intention of intervening. After all, according to the plot, Vegeta would eventually be killed by Frieza, and not saving him might even be better. Boom! The massive energy ball collided with Vegeta's body, enveloping him completely, followed by a deafening explosion. A scream rang out, and then a gust of wind blew, causing the onlooking crowd to squint their eyes. Vegeta is in danger. After the wind settled, Sun Wukong frowned and muttered to himself, while the others also stared intently at the sky. He questioned whether he could handle Frieza's attack even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, let alone Vegeta, who was much weaker than him. However, he couldn't understand why Xing hadn't made a move. No, he is not dead. Piccolo furrowed his brow, staring at the center of the explosion, where a faint aura fluctuation could be sensed. At these words, everyone was taken aback. Even Xing in the air was no exception. In her eyes, Frieza's attack contained tremendous energy, and Vegeta appeared completely unprepared for it. Under such circumstances, he could still be alive? Cough, cough. A difficult coughing sound arose, and then a familiar figure appeared in everyone's view. Vegeta staggered down from the center of the explosion, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his body covered in wounds. Thud! His body crashed to the ground, kicking up some dust. Cough, cough. Lying on the ground, Vegeta kept coughing. He struggled to get up but found his body unresponsive. In just a moment, his vision went dark, and he lost consciousness. Prince Vegeta, a shout rang out as Daba rushed over, arriving at his side in the first instance. Roar, roar, roar. Chapter 45. Xing takes action. Is this what you call a Super Saiyan? In the sky, Frieza looked down at the scene with a mocking smile. You all must die. After saying this, his gaze turned to the spectators, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He raised one hand and quickly tapped the air a few times, sending several small purple beams rushing toward the position of the crowd. Watch out! Seeing Frieza's attack heading towards them, Goku immediately shouted. His warning seemed a bit late, as the death beams emitted by Frieza flew at an extremely high speed, reaching them in an instant. Whoosh! Just as the beams were about to hit, Xing's slender figure suddenly flickered in front of them. Bang! 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 Li Xing waved her palm rapidly, and with several muffled sounds, the purple beams were redirected due to the force. Your opponent is me. With her back to the crowd, she raised her head to meet Frisia's gaze, and at the same time, the golden aura around her intensified. How dare you attack Bulma and the others? This undoubtedly stirred a hint of anger within Li Xing Frisia. Your doom has come. Li Xing's figure slowly ascended, her cold voice echoing in the sky, and her dazzling star-like eyes were now fixed on Frisia. The prelude was over. Goku and Vegeta had both been defeated, and Namek had been reinforced. Now, she could fully unleash her power without any reservations. Crack! As her aura surged, the ground began to tremble violently, and the surrounding mountains shook and shattered, turning into chunks of rubble that fell down. So strong. At the moment Li Xing unleashed her power, Goku ignited with a red flame, feeling shocked. To protect everyone, he had to use the Kaioken to withstand Li Xing's pressure. As for the Super Saiyan transformation, it was triggered by Krillin's death, but now his base power was insufficient. Even after Dandi fully healed him, he couldn't transform again. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck, and Li Xing's radiant golden hair danced wildly in the air as her aura fully manifested, creating an overwhelming pressure. What terrifying power! Below, Daba had brought Dandi over to heal Vegeta, now fully recovered. Dandi stood up, feeling Li Xing's aura, his expression turning extremely serious. Vegeta, you. Daba opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Shut up. Looking at Li Xing in the sky with her flying golden hair, Vegeta responded impatiently. He knew what Daba wanted to ask. It was just about the transformation, but he didn't want to explain right now. After fighting Frisia for so long, Vegeta was well aware that his transformation was different from Li Xing and Goku's, and he was significantly weaker in terms of pressure. However, despite this, he had touched the threshold of a Super Saiyan. In such a situation, admitting that he wasn't a Super Saiyan would be equivalent to admitting that his strength was inferior to the two of them. This was absolutely impossible. Oof. Your body knows how to tremble, doesn't it? In the sky, Li Xing confronted Frisia, her tone filled with provocation. Her aura had climbed to its peak, and the pressure swept around, forcing even Frisia to take her seriously. Roar! You think you can make me tremble? Frisia sneered. He admitted that Li Xing was strong, but she hadn't reached the point where he felt fear. Moreover, Goku's previous defeat at his hands had given him great confidence, making him feel that the Super Saiyan wasn't as terrifying as the rumor suggested, right? Li Xing's lips curled slightly as, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a golden light streaked across the sky, instantly arriving in front of Frisia. So fast, watching Li Xing rush towards him, Frisia's pupils contracted. Her speed was even faster than his, leaving him no time to react. However, as the Cosmic Emperor, he had rich combat experience and immediately mobilized the energy within him, raising his right fist to meet Li Xing's attack. Swish! The expected collision didn't occur. Li Xing's speed was too fast, and his fist merely brushed past her hair. Li Xing, having dodged Frisia's punch, countered with a punch that struck him right in the face. Boom! A loud sound erupted, and Frisia's body was hit hard, immediately flying backward from the sky and crashing through the ground below, landing in the sea. Hiss! The scene before them made the spectators below gasp in shock. They hadn't even seen Li Xing's movements clearly. It seemed like it happened in an instant when Frisia's figure had already fallen. This is so brutal. On the ground, Bulma looked up at Li Xing and couldn't help but mutter to herself. This was her first time witnessing Li Xing's battle in person. It was hard to imagine that this girl, whom she had only met recently but felt like a sister, possessed such immense combat power. What kind of man could match her? Thinking this, Bulma couldn't help but glance at Vegeta. Goku was already married to Chi-Chi, and among the familiar faces, the strongest was only Vegeta. Moreover, both were Saiyans, and Vegeta was even the prince of the Saiyan race. Even if Li Xing had a violent tendency, Vegeta should be able to handle it. As long as he didn't die, they could be together. No matter how you looked at it, they were a perfect match. Bulma was wildly imagining, her gaze constantly drifting between Li Xing and Vegeta. Unfortunately, Li Xing, who was in the midst of battle, had no idea of Bulma's thoughts. Otherwise, she would definitely think she was crazy. Compared to Prince Vegeta, it seems Miss Li Xing is even stronger. Below, Daba also looked at Li Xing in the sky with flickering eyes, secretly comparing. After their brief time together on Earth and the experiences on Namek, he had unconsciously realized that this group of people seemed to have become his companions. Oomph. A cold snort sounded as Vegeta looked at Li Xing in the sky with a complex expression. He wasn't thinking along those lines. Instead, he was complaining about the unfairness of heaven. Why is it that he had worked so hard training for so long, exploring the path of the Super Saiyan for years, yet he still couldn't reach that level? Meanwhile, both Li Xing and Goku could do it. How could he accept this? Boom! As everyone harbored different thoughts, a rumbling sound erupted from the sea, and then the waves surged, revealing a circular vacuum area. Saiyans truly deserve to die. Chapter 46. Fierce Battle. Prepared Li Xing, a cold voice rang out, and soon after, Frisia's figure slowly rose from the surface of the sea, looking at Li Xing standing proudly in the sky. His gaze was icy, and his fists were tightly clenched. Just one encounter had caused him to suffer a significant loss, making him realize that Li Xing was much stronger than the two he faced earlier. Whoosh! Not retaliating when attacked was not the style of a cosmic emperor like him. His figure moved swiftly, turning into a streak of light heading straight for Li Xing in the sky. Bang! Bang! Two sounds followed in succession as Frisia's attacking fists were caught by Li Xing. Frisia erupted with his aura, feeling the tremendous force in his palms, while Li Xing also increased his strength, showing no intention of letting go. Seeing that his attack was blocked and unable to penetrate, Frisia reacted quickly, delivering a fierce knee strike aimed at Li Xing's abdomen. Boom! Another collision sound echoed as their knees crashed together. A clash of power. Frisia's muscles bulged, but in front of the equally exerted Li Xing, he still couldn't gain any advantage. With his fist restrained, Frisia tried to pull back. But how could Li Xing let go so easily? In a moment of desperation, he shouted angrily, and his tail swept directly towards Li Xing's head. Oomph! Li Xing snorted coldly upon seeing this. A tail? Bang! A dramatic scene unfolded as Frisia forgot an important point. Saiyans also have tails. His attack was blocked again, and this time, Li Xing chose not to continue the entanglement. She released her grip on Frisia's fists, and their knees separated. In the instant she let go, before Frisia could retreat, Li Xing's palm manifested a white energy sphere, which she sent straight to his face. Boom! An explosion sounded, and a terrifying shockwave sent the sea below crashing up into waves several meters high, while Frisia was blown back by the attack. After flipping in the air several times, Frisia barely managed to steady himself, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face marked with soot. Bastard! An angry roar escaped him. His eyes filled with unwillingness and rage. He had faced repeated setbacks today, first losing his subordinates, and then being interrupted just as he was about to fulfill his wish. And all of this was related to the Li Xing before him. No one had ever humiliated him, the Cosmic Emperor, like this. Everyone die. A black-red aura emerged around Frisia as he clasped his hands together, and a terrifying energy fluctuation rapidly spread out. Seeing his appearance, Li Xing frowned slightly, clearly feeling that the aura emanating from Frisia was vastly different from before. Soon, Frisia separated his hands, and a purplish-red energy ball appeared in front of him. He then raised the energy ball above his head, and under the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, the energy ball rapidly expanded, reaching several meters in diameter in the blink of an eye. Let's destroy this planet together, Frisia shouted in anger, then swung his hands down heavily. The massive energy ball followed his motion and flew downwards, aimed directly at the surface of Namek. Not good. Sensing the destructive power contained in the energy ball, Son Goku's expression changed below. He was about to take action, but was already too late. Boom! A huge sound erupted as Frisia's attack struck the ground. The colossal energy spread in all directions, shaking the entire surface of Namek, and the sea churned violently, creating an apocalyptic scene. Crack! The explosion brought a massive shockwave that even altered the surrounding weather, with several bolts of lightning flashing through the air, causing the eardrums of those present to sting slightly. After a long while, the surrounding environment gradually returned to calm, but on the ground, a deep, bottomless pit had appeared. The core of this planet has been destroyed by me. Do you know what will happen? Frisia looked coldly at Li Xing not far away, seemingly wanting to see her panicked expression. Oh, is that so? However, to his disappointment, Li Xing crossed her arms, showing no signs of panic, and even had a teasing smile on her lips. Oomph. In 5 minutes, Namek will become cosmic dust due to the explosion. I could survive in space, but you all will die. Seeing Li Xing's expression, Frisia couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Explosion? Ha ha! Frisia, you are too naive. Li Xing laughed loudly, her face filled with mockery. When the Grand Elder was alive, her first wish to the dragon was to reinforce the current Namek, precisely to guard against Frisia's threat to destroy the planet. Naive? What are you talking about? Frisia frowned, looking at Li Xing with confusion. His planet-destroying attack had successfully struck the surface of Namek. According to his calculations, in 5 minutes, everyone present would vanish with the explosion. This was no longer the previous Namek. Not wanting to explain so much to Frisia, Li Xing's golden aura surged, and in a flash, she appeared in front of Frisia. Boom! A whip kick fiercely swept towards Frisia's head. Frisia raised his arm to block, but was still knocked back several dozen meters. No, this can't be. After blocking the strike, Frisia spat out a mouthful of blood, his face showing horror. Upon hearing Li Xing's earlier words, he realized that the core of Namek had not been destroyed as he had anticipated. His attack seemed to have only created a deep pit. Nothing is impossible. Tremble. Frisia, your era has ended. Li Xing's voice continued to resonate, and then her figure instantly appeared behind Frisia. Boom! A heavy punch struck fiercely on Frisia's back, the terrifying force causing him to spit out blood, stumbling forward, nearly losing his balance and falling from the sky. At this moment, he looked extremely disheveled, with blood seeping from multiple wounds, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. No, how could I possibly lose? Distracted for just a moment, having been injured by Li Xing twice in quick succession, his face no longer bore the smile of his past. Unlike the previous confrontation, where the prematurely transformed Son Goku did not instill the fear Frisia should have felt when facing a Super Saiyan. This encounter with Li Xing was a stark contrast that filled the void. Bastard, I will tear you to pieces. Tiepse su offer, Melfrise. Desperate measures with a roar, Frisia leaned forward, gathering energy with his hands behind him, and 2 purplish-red discs instantly materialized. Seeing his appearance, Li Xing couldn't help but shake her head. The cutting discs, one of Frisia's many techniques, were similar to Krillin's spirit slash. To resort to such a move indicated that he was truly at the end of his rope. TCH. Below, seeing Frisia's disheveled state, Vegeta spat to the side. The scene before him was one he had long awaited. However, the one who had severely injured Frisia and caused this situation was not him. As expected, her power has grown stronger. Among the onlookers, Sun Wukong couldn't help but exclaim, while also looking forward to sparring with Li Xing again after their adventure on Namek. Your era is over, Frisia. Facing the 2 cutting discs that came at her, Li Xing shouted loudly, her figure flashing rapidly as she effortlessly dodged the attacks. However, just as she was moving quickly and about to approach Frisia to deliver the final blow, several screams suddenly echoed from below. Hearing the cries, Li Xing hurriedly turned back, and the scene beneath her made her feel a deep sense of pity, her complexion paling considerably. There, Piccolo's figure was severed in half, and beside him was Nail, who had fallen to the side while holding Dandy. Bang! In that moment of distraction, Frisia seized the opportunity and swiftly counterattacked, sending her flying away. Ha ha! You're strong, but can you save everyone? A sinister smile appeared on Frisia's face as he waved his arm, the cutting disc that had severed Piccolo swiftly returning to his hand. From the moment he launched the attack, he knew that Li Xing would certainly be able to dodge it. Therefore, he deliberately unleashed 2 cutting discs, one aimed at Li Xing and the other at the seemingly defenseless Dandy. Nail, not understanding the power behind the attack, chose to embrace Dandy in a moment of desperation. bracing against it with his own body, while Piccolo, who had witnessed Krillin's spirit slash, kicked the two of them away. Both Dandy and Nail were his kin. Despite never having met before, he unhesitatingly chose to save them, only to be cut in half himself. Uncle e Piccolo, hurry and save him. The sudden turn of events caused everyone to gasp in shock, and Nail quickly got up, bringing Dandy to Piccolo's upper half that had fallen. The power of the cutting discs was formidable. Even the Namekian's regenerative abilities couldn't recover in such a short time. Cough, cough. Watching Dandy anxiously cast healing spells beside him, Piccolo felt a faint sign of recovery and coughed up a mouthful of blood. In the air, taking advantage of sending Li Xing flying, Frisia frantically launched his attacks. In an instant, dozens of cutting discs shot out rapidly towards the crowd. Frisia! A furious shout rang out as Sun Wukong stomped the ground, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. Frisia's desperate attacks reignited the rage that had originally subsided within him. Reacting quickly, Li Xing saw this scene and exerted all her strength, rushing towards the crowd. Roar! Godi! Seeing two Super Saiyans standing in front of a group of defenseless onlookers, a crazed look appeared in Frisia's eyes. He wildly waved his fingers, sending out even faster death beams, and in an instant, a storm of attacks descended. Came! Haim! The others behind him, knowing they couldn't evade, forced Sun Wukong to choose to counter. Faced with the overwhelming barrage, he didn't know if he could withstand it. He clasped his wrists together, a dazzling light emanating as he prepared to unleash his strongest attack. I'm coming. In the next moment, Li Xing's figure flickered to his side, her eyes filled with cold light. Came! Haim! Ha! Li Xing gathered energy at lightning speed, and in the instant Sun Wukong was stunned. A massive blue beam shot forth from her hands. Though it was her first time attempting the Kamehameha, her previous experience imitating Vegeta's Gallic Gun gave her great confidence in her attack. To her, it was the same charging method, just a different name. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang out continuously as Frisia's numerous attacks were melted away by the beam. Not only that, under Li Xing's control, the Kamehameha not only blocked all the attacks, but also sent residual waves surging towards Frisia in the air. Damn monkey! Seeing his plan fall apart, Frisia couldn't help but let out a roar. At the same time, all his strength erupted in an instant as he placed his hands in front of him, choosing to take the brunt of Li Xing's Kamehameha's residual wave. Boom! The deafening sound echoed through the air, and the ground of Namek shook violently. Puff! Frisia spat out a mouthful of blood, his body already riddled with wounds as he helplessly fell from the explosion smoke. Li Xing's full power attack, although merely countering the residual waves of his numerous attacks, was still overwhelmingly powerful. Is he dead? Looking at his state, a chilling look filled Li Xing's eyes. She hadn't expected the cornered Frisia to be so desperate. If her reaction had been any slower, perhaps everyone else would have perished here. No, the mission completion prompt hasn't sounded yet. Noticing that Frisia's body hadn't hit the ground, Li Xing quickly reacted and shot up into the sky towards the falling Frisia. Gallic Gun, on the other side, watching Frisia lose his fighting capability, a purple beam shot up rapidly from below. Die, Frisia! Vegeta shouted, and this attack was fired by him. He had witnessed everything that had just transpired. Frisia's reckless attacks were aimed solely at Sun Wukong's group, completely ignoring him and Nappa. This made Vegeta feel a slight sense of insult, as if Frisia didn't consider him a threat at all. And with such a great opportunity in front of him, how could he stand by and watch? To kill Frisia. This was the scene he had longed for over the years. That guy. Li Xing's pupils constricted as she saw this scene, but she still charged towards Frisia in midair without hesitation. Defeating Frisia's fourth form with her own hands was the final task on Namek. Regardless of the reward, Frisia's actions against Bulma and the others were unforgivable, and she also wanted to kill him with her own hands. Boom! Chapter 48, The Journey to Namek, as a beam engulfed the bodies of the two, and the unprepared Frisia was instantly hit. Li Xing. Below, everyone looked at Li Xing, who was also caught in the attack, and couldn't help but gasp. That troublesome guy? When the attack landed on Frisia, Vegeta also noticed this scene. However, His attack did not stop until he saw Frisia's body completely disappear in the beam. And only then did he barely stop the energy he was releasing. Ding! Detected that Frisia is dead. Task 3 automatically failed. Failure penalty, none. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Task 4. Defeat Frisia's final form with your own hands. Task reward, permanent doubling of combat power growth rate. New combat power detector X1. A series of system notifications rang out, and Li Xing's figure gradually appeared in the air, just as Frisia was about to disappear. She also launched her own attack. Unaware of the situation, task completed, Li Xing did not show too much joy, but instead turned her gaze to Vegeta below. At this moment, she was still maintaining her Super Saiyan form. Her battle suit was torn in many places, and her hair was disheveled, making her look a bit disheveled. Eager to finish him off, she took Vegeta's attack head-on. Although she wasn't hurt, Vegeta's behavior made her feel a bit disgusted. Frisia is dead? On the ground. Piccolo, having recovered and regenerated his limbs, looked at the now calm sky and couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Sun Wukong nodded. The long battle was finally over. Looking at the still strong aura emanating from Li Xing, he let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, Frisia had recklessly attacked everyone. He knew he might not be able to withstand it, and his heart was in his throat. What cosmic emperor, in the end, would die at my hands? On the other side, a look of relief crossed Vegeta's eyes. He finally avenged the destroyed planet Vegeta. Although the method wasn't very honorable, it could be considered an explanation for those Saiyans who had died. Whoosh! Li Xing's figure fell from the sky, not returning to where Son Goku and the others were, but landing not far in front of Vegeta. She said nothing, her golden aura burning, making her intentions clear. Not beating Vegeta would not quell the hatred in her heart. What? Want to fight? Looking at her, Vegeta also erupted with momentum, instantly entering the pseudo-Super Saiyan state. Having recovered from the serious injuries inflicted by Frisia, he felt his combat power had increased significantly, swelling to the point where he wanted to fight Li Xing to the death. Miss Li Xing. Then they, who was beside Vegeta, wanted to speak. He didn't call out to his lord Vegeta, but looked at Li Xing, appearing hesitant. In Den's eyes, Li Xing and her group had become his companions, and Vegeta's behavior made even Den, who had followed him for many years, feel ashamed. Others had fought hard against Frisia for so long, while he had quietly launched the final blow. If it weren't for Li Xing's formidable strength, they might have been wiped out together. Seeing Vegeta's ungrateful demeanor, Li Xing didn't waste words. The golden aura gathered at her fist, and in an instant, she flashed in front of him. Boom! A punch was thrown, hitting Vegeta's abdomen hard. This time, she did not hold back at all. Vegeta's power had increased so much. If she didn't suppress his sharpness, he would be a ticking time bomb if he returned to Earth. Pooh! A mouthful of sour liquid was spat out, and Vegeta's body bent into a bow shape, involuntarily kneeling on the ground. At the same time, the aura that had just erupted from him came to an abrupt halt. Just such a simple punch sent him back to his normal state. And at this moment, Vegeta finally experienced Li Xing's terrifying strength. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Glancing at Vegeta, who was kneeling in front of her while holding his abdomen, Li Xing coldly said a sentence, then turned and flew towards where Son Goku and the others were. Lord Vegeta, are you okay? After she left, Den hurriedly stepped forward to help Vegeta up. Li Xing, is Frisia dead? You're so strong. Why does it feel like your transformation is so much stronger than Goku's? The golden hair still feels a bit better than the previous white. When Li Xing returned to the group, everyone began to chatter. Bulma walked to her side and even began to scrutinize her hair. Frisia is dead. Let's first take care of the surviving Namekians. Li Xing, who was being scrutinized, hurriedly canceled her transformation and returned to normal, looking a bit helpless. But the Grand Elder is dead. The Dragon Balls of Namek can no longer be used. Den and Piccolo surrounded her on either side, timidly speaking up. It's okay, they're still on Earth. Piccolo patted Den's head. As long as he was alive, the Dragon Balls on Earth would naturally not disappear. Really? Uncle Piccolo? Hearing this, Den looked up at him, hope igniting in his eyes once more. He was about the same height as Gohan and Krillin, and since Gohan had always called Piccolo uncle, he naturally followed suit. Umph. Nairu, upon hearing his address for Piccolo, snorted coldly, but said nothing more. After all, Piccolo had just saved both him and Den. Unbeknownst to them, they had already bridged the gap with this unfamiliar fellow Namekian. Several hours later, the news of Frisia's defeat spread to all surviving Namekians, and the remaining members of Frisia's army on Namek were all eliminated by Li Xing and her group. Near the spaceship, Li Xing and her group gathered there, and behind them were the Namekians who had come to see them off. "Just leave us here. We're going back." Li Xing waved to the crowd, her face showing a relieved smile. The sky of Namek was green and had no night, which dispelled their thoughts of staying to rest. Rather than stay in a strange place, it was better to set off home early. After all, there were soft beds for her and Bulma in the spaceship. "Stay safe. Benefactors. Din, Nairu, you too." The elder Muley stepped forward and instructed Li Xing and her group. After the Grand Elder's death, he was indeed the most esteemed Namekian. He had to borrow the Dragon Balls from Earth to resurrect the Namekians killed by Frisia. At Din's strong request, he also followed everyone back to Earth, while Nairu was sent to protect Din's safety. "Lord Vegeta, are you going to Earth?" Chapter 49, The Return. Vegeta's relentless spirit in an inconspicuous corner, Vegeta and Nappa watched the scene from a distance. The group, led by Xing, finished their journey and prepared to leave, and naturally, Nappa wanted to accompany them. However, he did not forget his purpose for coming to Namek, so he could only wait for Vegeta's command. "Let's go." Vegeta said no more. His body shot up into the sky, and Nappa followed closely behind. The two transformed into streaks of light, heading straight for the remains of Frisia's spaceship. While Xing and the others were spreading the news of Frisia's death, Nappa had also talked a lot with him, which made him very curious about Xing's training methods. After eliminating Frisia, Vegeta changed his goal to fully transforming into a Super Saiyan and then fiercely defeating Xing and Goku. He was the prince of the Saiyans. How could he allow other Saiyans to be stronger than him? Namek returned to tranquility, and the movements of the two were naturally not hidden from Xing's eyes. Watching the direction in which they left, her thoughts stirred, and several pieces of data appeared before her eyes. Name, Nappa, combat power, 240,000. Name, Vegeta, combat power, 1,800,000. The new type of combat power detector rewarded by the system was different from the previous physical devices that needed to be worn before the eyes. It was actually a capability similar to viewing others' panels, which Xing had already mastered. Name, Goku combat power, 2,000,000. Name, Piccolo. She discreetly scanned the combat powers of everyone present. Aside from Nappa's unexpected survival, the rest of the group seemed to be much lower than she had anticipated. It seemed that when they returned, they would need to find a way to correct the storyline. Xing murmured to herself, and, at the same time, the group set off on their journey back. A month later, Earth. The spaceship slowly landed in Bulma's yard. Gohan, among the few welcoming the group back. Chi-Chi rushed out first. With a wave of her arm, she pushed Goku, who was blocking her path, back a few steps, and then directly hugged Gohan, who was still in his battle suit. "Kiki." Goku scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. "Bulma and Xing's sister are back." Mrs. Brief also came over, as Bulma's mother. Her personality was very cheerful, and she showed no airs of an elder, often teasing Xing by referring to her as sister. "Mom, Auntie." Bulma covered her forehead, pretending to be in pain. Xing naturally went forward to greet them. The way she was called sister made her feel somewhat amused. "You came back so slowly. I thought you died on the way." Not far away, Vegeta, dressed in battle gear, leaned against a large tree, chewing on a blade of grass as he looked at the group in the distance, his eyes filled with disdain. Behind him stood Nappa in a suit. For a moment, the scene seemed somewhat out of place. Mr. Nappa returned half a month ago, and he even brought a serious-looking young man. Mrs. Brief's voice came, and Xing finally noticed that in another corner of the yard, Frisia's spaceship was also docked here. Without a doubt, it was the one that Vegeta and Nappa had used. Compared to the God spaceship, Frisia's was more advanced, allowing it to travel at nearly twice the speed of Xing and the others. And under Nappa's influence, Vegeta surprisingly did not cause much destruction. Instead, he had been mooching off Bulma for half a month. Oof, you're slow. Not only slow, but also short. Understanding the situation, Xing rolled her eyes at Vegeta, poking at his sore spot. This was only natural. In terms of personal speed, Vegeta was certainly not as fast as Xing, given the vast difference in their strengths. As for height, Vegeta said nothing more, spat out the grass in his mouth, and turned to leave. Please don't mind this. Prince Vegeta just has this temperament. Nappa in his suit smiled wryly, scratching his head. He did not pay attention to Vegeta's departure, but instead approached Xing and the others. After he explained, everyone understood Vegeta's intentions. After Frieza's death, realizing his own weakness, he wanted to observe Xing's training methods. Is that all? He doesn't have any other plans regarding the Dragon Balls on Earth? Bulma's mouth dropped open. A bad guy can change so easily? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Really, Prince Vegeta has been living here for half a month. Nappa's next sentence left Bulma in shock. Here? Where? At my house. Yes. Nappa nodded quickly, looking at Bulma's astonished expression. Please tell your Prince Vegeta. He can stay at my house, but he can't mooch off us. Also, he is not allowed to target Xing. Bulma's expression was serious as she placed her hands on her hips, giving Nappa a piece of her mind. After their previous interactions, she had finally adapted to the presence of Nappa, and now another one suddenly came. Coupled with the previous events on Namek, she couldn't help but suspect that Vegeta had ulterior motives. Okay. Nappa scratched his head, glancing at Xing beside her, and then hurriedly followed Vegeta's footsteps to escape. Since that's the case, then we'll head back as well. After a long separation, everyone had their own lives. After borrowing the Dragon Ball radar, Piccolo took Dandy and Nail and left first. The rest of the group also set off for their respective journeys home after bidding farewell. Hey, when are you going to start training? That night, just as Xing was about to go upstairs to sleep, a not-so-friendly voice suddenly came from the darkness. Training? Can't you take Nappa to train yourself? Startled, Xing reacted quickly. If she hadn't recognized Vegeta's voice, she would have unleashed her energy and blown Bulma's house away. This trip to Namek had taken several months, and she finally had the chance to get a good night's sleep. That guy Vegeta was truly relentless. To observe her training methods, he wanted to force her to demonstrate right after returning. Regardless of Vegeta's intentions, when did she agree to take him to train? As Xing's words fell, Vegeta was taken aback, said nothing more, snorted coldly, and disappeared into the darkness. He did not think there was anything wrong with the way he spoke. Instead, he wondered why he was so fixated on watching others' training methods. Could he not train himself? What a headache. Chapter 50. Be careful of this person. After fiercely giving the middle finger in the direction where he disappeared, Li Xing finally felt at ease and returned to her room. Washed up and fell into a deep sleep. She was already very tired and needed a good rest to regain her energy. In the middle of the night, boom, a loud noise erupted, shaking the entire western city violently. An earthquake. Li Xing was startled awake by the noise, rubbed her blurry eyes, and sat up, leaning against the headboard with a confused expression. Boom, boom. More violent tremors followed, and this time she finally sensed that something was off, her mind becoming much clearer. That bastard Vegeta. Li Xing pushed open the door, her body leaping into the air, and saw a massive mushroom cloud rising from a desolate area outside the city. Li Xing, Vegeta, and Nappa were nowhere to be seen. Below, Bulma, dressed in her pajamas, was undoubtedly awakened by the huge commotion. I see. Li Xing felt speechless, and then her whole body transformed into a streak of light, quickly heading towards the source of the noise. This Vegeta is truly the biggest troublemaker in Dragon Ball. She cursed inwardly as she rushed forward. She had only casually mentioned that Nappa should train, and now he was causing chaos in the middle of the night. West suburbs, in a desolate area. Cough, cough. Nappa spat out a mouthful of blood, his body covered in wounds, barely able to stand. Useless. In the air, Vegeta's figure appeared, and seeing Nappa so weak, he chose not to attack further. He had intended to take Nappa out to train in battle, but he hadn't expected that he hadn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan, and Nappa couldn't withstand a few attacks. This made him feel a headache. Without real combat, he had no idea how to train. Before long, a golden beam pierced through the sky, and Li Xing stopped right in front of Vegeta. Hey, you two are crazy not to sleep in the middle of the night. She glanced at Nappa, who was injured below, and then turned her gaze to Vegeta, unable to help but scold. What are you going to train to? Seeing this, Vegeta gave a cold smile, casting a slightly provocative glance at Li Xing. Train my ass. Li Xing's anger flared up instantly at his words, and the golden aura around her rose as she directly transformed into a Super Saiyan. It was late at night, and they were disturbing others' sweet dreams. If it weren't for the main character group, just this alone would be enough to make her furious. Come on. Seeing the scene, Vegeta showed no intention of retreating, also unleashing his full aura. With the experience of being defeated in one punch last time, he took the initiative this time and launched his attack the moment he transformed. Bang! Vegeta's punch was firmly caught by Li Xing, and then her figure flickered, instantly appearing behind him. Crack! In the blink of an eye, Li Xing slapped him on the back of the neck, knocking him back to his normal state. At the same time, Vegeta fell into a coma, his body weakly plummeting downwards. Nappa, take him far away. Come back to find me tomorrow. Li Xing didn't linger. Angrily instructed Nappa, then quickly turned and left. She was still in her pajamas, and, as a Super Saiyan, the temperature difference in the middle of the night made her feel a bit cold. It was unclear whether it was her body or heart that was cold. After knocking Vegeta unconscious, she just wanted to quickly return to her comfortable bed. Huh, okay. Nappa was taken aback, catching Vegeta as he fell from the sky. Watching Li Xing transform into a golden beam and leave, Nappa couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Super Saiyan is really too strong. Just in that moment, he didn't even see how Li Xing attacked, and Vegeta was already knocked unconscious. It seemed that tonight he could only sleep outside. Glancing around at the quiet surroundings, Nappa couldn't help but sneeze. He didn't know when he had started to adapt to Earth's climate. After all, when he was under Frisia, sleeping outdoors was a regular occurrence. Knock, knock, knock. The next day at noon, Li Xing was startled awake by a knocking sound. Li Xing, get up. Bulma's voice came from outside the door. It was undoubtedly lunchtime. It was strange. She usually just pushed the door open, but today Li Xing had actually locked it. Little did she know, Li Xing did this to prevent Nappa from coming over at night. And as for Vegeta, he wouldn't wake up until at least the evening. Coming. Li Xing responded reluctantly, climbed out of bed, changed into sportswear, and headed downstairs. Where are Vegeta and Nappa? At the dining table, Bulma curiously asked while eating. The huge commotion last night had also annoyed her, but after Li Xing left, the noise had stopped, so she assumed those two had been taught a lesson. I don't know. They should come back later. Li Xing replied casually, continuing to eat. Saiyans have a huge appetite, despite being a girl, after gaining Saiyan blood. Her food intake was at least 5 times that of Bulma. You should be careful of Vegeta. After a while, looking at the empty plates on the table, Bulma began to clean up while seriously advising Li Xing careful of him. He can't beat me. Wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth, Li Xing stood up to help her clean. I mean, a different kind of careful. You know. Looking at Li Xing's fair skin and slender figure, Bulma couldn't help but voice her concerns. Uffed. Hearing her thoughts, Li Xing couldn't help but chuckle. If she hadn't just finished eating, she might have spat it out on the table. Be careful that Vegeta takes a liking to you. You should be the one to be careful. What are you laughing at? I'm serious. Bulma placed the dishes in the sink, hands on her hips, striking a pose like a senior. All right, I got it, my Bulma's sister. Li Xing helplessly raised her 2 wet hands above her head in surrender. By the way, can you help me build a gravity training room? As the 2 washed dishes side by side, Li Xing also brought up a request to Bulma. A gravity training room? What do you need that for? Hearing this, Bulma looked puzzled. She had just been thinking about how to continue improving the limits of the combat power detector, and now Li Xing, who never trained, suddenly mentioned a term she had never heard of. Chapter 51, the greatest scholar Li Xing patiently explained to Bulma the principles of the gravity training room. I see. I'll study it and give it a try. Coming from a family of scientists, Bulma had a keen interest in novel things. After the 2 finished tidying up, Dr. Brief came over to help them after finishing his own work. An entire afternoon passed. Listening to the astronomical exchanges between the 2 scientists, Li Xing felt her brain capacity had expanded significantly. to the point where she had little to show for it other than helping move some building materials. As they were busy, the sky gradually darkened. "Miss Leixing," a loud voice came from outside. Leaving the two who were deeply engrossed in discussing the operation of the training room, Leixing walked alone to the door. She saw that Naba was carrying the still unconscious Vegeta, looking somewhat at a loss. After last night's incident, he had planned to wait for Vegeta to wake up before coming to find Leixing, but after waiting an entire day, Vegeta showed no signs of waking up. As night approached, regardless of whether Leixing had asked him to come at dawn, he felt somewhat isolated and helpless on Earth. "Naba, you're just in time. Come help me move some things." Glancing at the still unconscious Vegeta, Leixing called Naba into the yard. After helping Bulma and the others move things for an entire afternoon, it hadn't really exhausted her, but school was about to start. She was very curious about the university in the Dragon Ball world. If it weren't for the existence of Vegeta, the greatest scholar, the gravity training room, that would have to wait at least 10 days to half a month, and she wouldn't need it anyway. As Leixing finished speaking, Naba hadn't even had time to respond before Vegeta, still slumped over Naba's shoulder, made a weak sound. "Prince Vegeta." Seeing this, Naba immediately exclaimed with joy. "It's been an entire day. Do you know how I spent this day? Other than the Z fighters, I don't know a single Earthling, and because of Leixing's presence, I couldn't just kill someone to take their place. I've been roughing it all day, and you? You got knocked out and have been lying there ever since. Sleep is so nice." Thinking about this, Naba couldn't help but look at the unconscious Vegeta with a strange expression. "Put me down," Vegeta weakly said. Leixing's slap had only knocked him unconscious. He wasn't injured at all. Now that he was awake, it would be strange to be carried like this by Naba. Damn woman. As soon as Vegeta hit the ground, he immediately saw Leixing standing in front of them, his teeth clenched in anger. His aura erupted, and his gaze seemed to want to swallow Leixing whole. "Twice now, including that time on Namek, this woman can knock me out with a casual blow. Don't even mention training. This is simply crushing. What? Do you want to sleep again?" Seeing Vegeta's defiant look, Leixing was equally furious. "You came to Earth to train. This planet isn't that sturdy. Making such a ruckus and disturbing others is one thing. But what if one day you lose control and destroy the Earth? I didn't wish on the Dragon Balls to gain the ability to survive in space. You." Vegeta was almost choking on his anger. Sleep? Anyone not a fool could tell that Leixing was threatening him. If he dared to make a move, she would put him back to sleep for a few more days. "Prince Vegeta, don't be impulsive. We're currently under someone else's roof." Seeing this, Naba quickly stepped forward to hold Vegeta back, whispering in his ear, "Under someone else's roof." At this, Vegeta calmed down slightly. He was not Leixing's opponent in this state, and he came here to train. "All right, Naba, you go help Bulma. As for you." Leixing glared at the two, whispering together. "You wait obediently for a few days." These little actions couldn't escape her eyes. Before going to Namek, Naba had eaten and drunk for free here for so long, and now that he found Vegeta, he showed no hesitation in betraying her. A wolf that won't be fed. Leixing cursed inwardly, while also plotting to find an opportunity to give Naba a beating. "All right." Naba quickly responded and walked toward Dr. Brief and Bulma. Creak. The scene suddenly fell silent, and Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. "Wait a few days? What does that mean?" The muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched visibly, filled with anger and a trace of confusion. "You want to train, right? You'll find out in a few days." Leixing didn't bother with Vegeta any longer, leaving that remark before turning back to her room. With Naba's help, Bulma should be fine without her. And as for Vegeta, she just needed to be cautious. This greatest scholar of the Dragon Ball world, she didn't have any deep-seated hatred with him, so she didn't believe he would really destroy the Earth and perish alongside everyone else. The remaining time, of course, was spent watching the ridiculous television of the Dragon Ball world. As for why it was ridiculous television, Satan, ha ha, mister. Satan is here to accept any challenge. Crack. As soon as Leixing turned on the television, she crushed the remote control, nearly smashing the TV. A night without incident. The next day, at the dining table. "Clean up, I'm going to work." Bulma was the first to put down her dishes, leaving the statement before hurriedly walking out. After yesterday's research, her interest in the gravity training room had only intensified. This thing could actually alter the gravity of a specific area on the planet. How could she not be interested? After she left, only Xing, Vegeta, and Nappa remained at the table. The battle between the Saiyans was about to begin. Nappa had the largest appetite, but under Xing's overwhelming strength, he had developed 2 large bumps on his head. Out of concern for not letting the 2 eat for free, after eating his fill, Xing left the 2 behind. Nappa, you clean up. As soon as she finished speaking, Vegeta hurriedly left. The moment he stepped out the door, he soared into the air, flying toward a distant place. What a sin! Nappa held his 2 bumps on his head, looking at the mountain of plates on the table, and couldn't help but let out a wail. Kakarot, the time for a decisive battle has come. Chapter 52. Son Goku versus Vegeta after leaving Bulma's house. Vegeta didn't wander aimlessly on Earth, but followed the perception of energy and arrived at Baozi Mountain. After the events of yesterday, he had watched Bulma work for a while and learned that she was building a training ground, which eased his displeasure somewhat. However, during this waiting period, he wouldn't be idle. Since he couldn't defeat Xing and wasn't given the chance to spar, his remaining target was, of course, Son Goku. Vegeta. Haha. Just in time, Son Goku confronted him in midair, having sensed Vegeta's energy approaching quickly. The trip to Namek had just ended, and Chi-Chi was forcing him to go out and earn money, which left him, as a warrior, quite helpless. But he didn't dare say much, fearing that Chi-Chi would make him go hungry if she was unhappy. Let me see the power of a Super Saiyan, Vegeta shouted, unleashing his energy. As he released his energy, Son Goku felt a bit of pressure. Golden light erupted from his body, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. On his way back from Namek, he had discovered the secret to transforming. Anger. Though his battle power in base form wasn't particularly high, transforming had become second nature to him. Seeing Son Goku complete his transformation, Vegeta laughed heartily and suddenly appeared in front of Son Goku. Such speed! In the blink of an eye, Vegeta was right in front of him, leaving Son Goku slightly shocked, and he immediately exchanged a punch with him. Bang! A dull sound echoed as trees on Baozi Mountain swayed, and many insects and animals scattered in all directions. Bang! Bang! The 2 figures flickered rapidly, exchanging several punches in mere moments. Vegeta, you're not bad. As their bodies landed on the mountain peaks, Son Goku praised him upon seeing his appearance. Baozi Mountain was vast, a paradise away from the city, surrounded by mountains, and even with such intense fighting, it wouldn't cause much disturbance. Show me your true power, Kakarot. Vegeta scoffed, appearing somewhat displeased. He knew he hadn't fully transformed into a Super Saiyan, but Son Goku had indeed completed his transformation. After a brief exchange, he sensed that his opponent was holding back. Just what I wanted. Son Goku smiled, his energy suddenly surging even more. Boom! The 2 bodies collided once more, and one figure was sent flying, crashing heavily against the mountain wall. In the air, the golden figure remained suspended. No doubt it was Son Goku. Considering Vegeta's current battle power, he undoubtedly held the upper hand when using his full strength. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Looking up at Son Goku's golden figure, Vegeta muttered to himself. He had already sensed his opponent's strength, but unlike Xing, Son Goku wasn't giving him a chance to train during the fight. The more it was like this, the more excited he became. Vegeta snorted coldly, his energy shifting as he shattered the surrounding mountain walls and reappeared before Son Goku in the heavenly temple. What? We have to wait 265 days. Nail looked at the 7 white orbs collected by Piccolo, momentarily stunned. The old Kai's tone was heavy, seemingly helpless. The Dragon Balls on Earth could only be used once a year, and it had only been a few months since the last use to resurrect Son Goku. Although the arrival of his fellow clansmen made him very happy, and their wish was to revive the elder of their clan, his powers were limited, and he couldn't help them fulfill that wish immediately. How about I give a try? Seeing the serious expressions on the others' faces, Dandy timidly spoke up. He was very curious about the dragon on Earth, and since there were Dragon Balls on Namek, he had always wanted to try making a set himself. Mr. Popo, the old Kai called out to the hall when he saw Dandy staring intently at the deactivated Dragon Balls on the ground. Hearing the call, Mr. Popo came out of the hall holding the dragon model. Having followed the old Kai for many years, he could easily understand what was being asked. The night fell. Bang, bang. On Bowsy Mountain, the two continued to fight, but their conditions were indeed very different. Vegeta's battle suit was torn in many places, and his body was covered in scattered wounds, looking somewhat disheveled. In contrast, apart from some damage to his clothes, Son Goku hadn't sustained any major injuries. Gurgle. As Vegeta attacked, Son Goku's stomach suddenly growled unexpectedly. Whoosh! His golden aura extinguished, and his hair returned to normal, indicating he had exited his transformation. I'm done fighting, Vegeta. If I stay out too long, Chi-Chi will scold me. Son Goku shouted to Vegeta across from him. After hours of fighting, he was completely satisfied. TCH. Vegeta paused mid-attack, his aura still unabated. Kakarot, your transformation power is indeed strong, but I will surpass you sooner or later. After dropping this line, he abandoned the thought of continuing the battle and vanished like a streak of light into the sky. Watching Vegeta leave, Son Goku scratched his head and smiled, then also flashed away. After returning from Namek, he had been planning to find someone to spar with, but he didn't expect Vegeta to come looking for him from so far away. It's a pity that this sparring partner wasn't Xing. He wanted an opponent that could make him go all out. That would be interesting. Goku. From a distance, just as Son Goku returned home, he heard Chi-Chi calling out, and he suddenly remembered that he hadn't even said a word before staying out for so long. I'm here, Chi-Chi. Seeing Chi-Chi's somewhat anxious expression, Son Goku hurried over. You came back after dark. Where were you slacking off? Glancing at Son Goku, Chi-Chi's face couldn't help but show anger. Not only did he come back so late, but he also returned in tattered clothes after she had just washed them yesterday. Without saying a word, she grabbed Son Goku by the ear and dragged him back inside. It hurts. Kiki, let me explain. Chapter 53. The training room is completed. The King of Rolls is terrifying on the other side. Vegeta had also returned to Bulma's house. At this moment, Xing was discussing the details of gravity training with Bulma, such as the maximum multiplier and the design of internal laser weapons. It was quite late, and without a doubt, Xing was there out of necessity. Bulma, this scientific genius, claimed she could finish it in 10 days, but judging by her frantic work pace, she would likely finish it in less than 7 days. Just as the two were enjoying their conversation, a commotion suddenly arose outside, prompting Bulma to get up and go out immediately. Hey, where are you going? Pushing the door open, she saw Vegeta, who was in tattered clothes and covered in injuries. Vegeta was a bit stunned. Before the others returned, he had also stayed at Bulma's house for some time and was used to coming back to rest, so he didn't expect her to ask that. Mind your own business. He quickly regained his composure, realizing she was just an Earth woman and had no right to question his whereabouts. Staying at her place was just giving her face. Looking at his unapproachable demeanor, Bulma found her next words stuck in her throat, unable to go up or down, making it incredibly uncomfortable. She had even saved a lot of food for him during lunch when she didn't see him. Now it seemed like she couldn't even feed a dog. Bang! The door was slammed shut, and Bulma was extremely furious. TCH. Vegeta glanced at her reaction, not caring at all, and then went back to his room on his own. What kind of person is this? I've been working so hard to study their training facility, and he acts like we owe him something. This damn research, whoever wants to do it can do it. Xing, throw both of them out tomorrow. Fuming, Bulma returned to the room, unleashing a tirade at Xing. Although Xing knew she was talking about Vegeta, he still had to advise her gently. After all, they were the main characters. Moreover, these two would be a couple in the future. While trying to reason with her, Xing realized something was off. Was he becoming too much of a bright bulb in someone else's house? 7 days later. Nice. Finally completed. In the courtyard stood a newly built white circular structure, and Bulma was cheering in front of it. Finally finished. Xing looked at the building and silently wiped the sweat from his forehead. For the past few days, Vegeta had been acting strangely, coming back late every night covered in injuries, and Bulma's scolding him could circle the earth several times. The key was that these words were never directed at Vegeta. They all went into her ears. It took 7 days to build such a small room. Upon hearing this, Vegeta behind the group couldn't help but snort coldly. He knew this was the training facility for himself and Naba. You don't understand at all. This is a high-tech product inside. Just as Bulma was about to introduce the building to everyone, Vegeta pushed the door and walked in. Hiss! As soon as he entered, he felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, as if a great mountain was pressing down on him, causing him to instantly drop to the ground. Looking around, the interior of the room was empty, with only some strange devices on the walls that seemed capable of absorbing and launching attacks. See, you didn't listen to me. Looking at Vegeta's state, Bulma raised a remote control in her hand. The accumulated resentment over the past few days finally vanished after seeing him in such a predicament. This is a remote control that can adjust the gravity of the training room and simulate attack switches. The maximum is currently 300 times. Ignoring Vegeta lying there, Bulma explained the principles of the training room to everyone. 300 times? Upon hearing this, Vegeta took a deep breath, slowly trying to adapt to the pressure. He hadn't expected the gravity room to have such an effect. Roar! With a furious shout, his aura erupted, barely allowing him to stand up from the ground. Feeling the pressure on him, Vegeta slowly raised his fist. Ha! He swung his fist in the air, feeling as if he had used up all his strength. Bulma outside was astonished to see him adapt so quickly. This is way too fast, right? The highest multiplier of the training room was only 300 times. Yet she had directly set it to 200 times, and, judging by Vegeta's state, it probably wouldn't be long before he reached that limit. Naba also looked dumbfounded, but he never dared to push the door in like Vegeta. If Vegeta was struggling, he would probably not even be able to stand. Name: Naba, combat power, 240. 000. Name: Vegeta, combat power, 2,000,000. Li Xing discreetly checked the combat power of the two, and Vegeta's progress surprised her greatly. In just a few days, he had increased by a full 200,000. Meanwhile, Naba, who had been helping Bulma run around every day, showed no change in combat power. Open the attribute panel. Seeing Vegeta's rapid improvement in combat power, Li Xing couldn't sit still and quickly summoned the system in her mind. Name: Li Xing. Gender: female. Age: 18 years. Dragon Ball World. Height: 175 centimeters. Race: Saiyan. Skills: control of chi, flight technique, energy cannon, Kamehameha. Kaioken, current max 30 times. Emotional value: 100. Items: Sensabine X1. New type combat power detector X1. Combat power 5, 280,000 per minute. Huff. Looking at the data in front of her, Li Xing couldn't help but sigh in relief. Fortunately, her combat power had also increased by over 200,000. Otherwise, she would soon be surpassed. Wait, just as she was relieved, Li Xing suddenly thought of something. It had been about 40 days since the battle on planet Namek, and she had only increased this little combat power, while Vegeta had done it in just 7 days. The King of Rolls, comparable to the system's King of Rolls. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but gasp. Such a speed of cultivation, and he was still just the second best? Then what about Son Goku's strength? Wouldn't it grow even faster? After Bulma's explanation, she casually tossed the remote to Naba, and everyone dispersed. Watching Vegeta sweating profusely in the training room, Li Xing suddenly began to doubt her life. No, to be precise, it wasn't life she was doubting, but the system. System, are there any tasks left? Hurry up and release a few. After observing for a while, Li Xing turned back to her room, eagerly asking in her mind. She wanted to slack off, but this system was too weak. To be outdone by the King of Rolls was terrifying. Host, you finally remembered me. Chapter 54. Gradually absurd tasks. Hearing the system's voice, Li Xing couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Since defeating Frieza, she had been in a laid-back state, and while her combat power had increased by over 200,000 in 40 days, it also indicated that she hadn't contacted the system for quite some time. A typical tool system. Ahem. How dare you say such a broken system? You're even worse than Vegeta. Li Xing cleared her throat a couple of times and then shifted the pressure onto the system. Ding! Detected the host's unreasonable demands. Now issuing the following tasks. Task 1. Lead Son Goku to Yardrat to learn instant transmission. Task reward: permanent doubling of combat power growth rate. Failure penalty. No automatic combat power growth for 365 days. Time limit. 365 days. Task 2. Correct Piccolo's combat power to reach 2 million within a year. Task reward. Permanent doubling of combat power growth rate. Failure penalty. No automatic combat power growth for 365 days. Time limit. 365 days. Task 3. Create an accident to destroy the Earth's dragon Shinran. Task reward. Permanent doubling of combat power growth rate. Failure penalty. No automatic combat power growth for 365 days. Time limit. 365 days. After a series of tasks were issued, it seemed like the system was specifically targeting Xing. Aside from the first 2 tasks being somewhat normal, what was the third task about? Destroying the Earth's dragon Shinran? Not only that, but all 3 tasks required simultaneous execution, and the penalties had been significantly increased compared to earlier, with a time limit that had never existed before now imposed by the system. If you don't want to grant me combat power, just say it directly. There's no need to play tricks on me, right? Xing's mouth twitched violently as she looked at the tasks before her, feeling somewhat speechless. Sorry, host. This is what you requested. Damn you. The system seemed to want to say something more, but Xing didn't want to hear it anymore. After cursing under her breath, she cut off her connection with the system in her mind. Yard rat, instant transmission. After a while, feeling bored lying on her bed, Xing crushed the spare TV remote control and turned off the TV that was full of Satan shows with a snap. Instant transmission. She almost forgot about it. In the original story, it was Goku's ultimate skill. Regardless of whether the current Goku could learn it, she felt a bit tempted herself. With this skill, she could completely sleep until the last few minutes before class. As for the other 2 tasks, she could try to do them. If not, it was no big deal. With that thought, she casually picked up a set of white sportswear to change into and hurried out the door. The original battle suit looked too much like Vegeta's. At Xing's strong request, Bulma collected special materials to make battle suits and specially customized several sets of sportswear for her. On a daily basis, they looked no different from ordinary clothing, but they were also suitable for combat. At least, there would be a situation like when she was sparring with Goku and her sleeves tore halfway through. Bun Mountain. Strange. ISNT Vegeta coming today? Goku looked up at the sky, seeming a bit expectant. For the past 7 days, Vegeta had come here every day to spar with him, and he was quite enjoying it. Life as an ordinary person was too boring. He wanted to fight and continuously improve himself through battle. Forget it. I can practice by myself. Just as he was about to leave, 2 figures suddenly streaked across the sky, quickly landing in front of him. Xing, Vegeta, what are you 2 doing? Seeing the newcomers, Goku couldn't help but ask. Usually, Vegeta would come alone, but today he was following Xing, which seemed a bit like he was calling for help when he couldn't win. So, Goku, I'm planning to go Yard Rat, and I wanted to ask if you'd like to come along. Ignoring Vegeta behind her, Xing stepped forward and expressed her intentions to Goku. As for Vegeta, whether he wanted to go or not was up to him. She had only mentioned to Bulma that she was looking for Goku, and somehow this guy caught wind of it and followed her. Yard Rat? Is there anything fun there? Goku's eyes lit up with curiosity as he looked at Xing. They had just returned from Namek, and now they were going to another planet. Given Frisia's previous experiences, he mistakenly thought there might be strong opponents appearing on that planet again. Don't worry, there will definitely be something fun. Xing's lips curled slightly, her words carrying a hint of mystery. Since Vegeta was there, she didn't want to explain too much. She didn't want to see that competitive king. If it weren't for him, how could she have received such absurd tasks? All right, when do we leave? Hearing Xing's affirmative words, Goku immediately agreed without hesitation. Okay, let us meet at Bulma's house in 3 days. I'll wait for you. After a brief exchange with Goku, Xing's figure shot back up into the sky. Since he had already agreed, she naturally had nothing else to say. She wouldn't stand there like Vegeta. Yard Rat, huh? After Xing left, Vegeta frowned slightly, still not fully understanding what the 2 were up to. See you in 3 days, Kakarot. In the evening, at Bulma's house. You're going to? No way. If you want to go, figure it out yourself. Don't think about sharing a spaceship with me. While they were having dinner, Vegeta suddenly voiced his thoughts, which were to give up the gravity chamber if necessary, just to see what Xing was planning to take Goku to do. Of course, Li Xing would never agree. She was just going to complete the tasks, and she found Vegeta's personality irritating. Besides, sharing a spaceship with him? What if it took another month like on Namek? That would be even more absurd. TCH, if you don't want to, then fine. Vegeta snorted coldly. Frisia's spaceship was still there. He had already figured out the location of Yardrat. It was less than half a month's journey from Earth, but the spaceship didn't have much energy left, so he needed Bulma's help to refuel it. All right, Li Xing, you use your instant transmission, and Goku and Vegeta can take Frisia's ship. Seemingly used to the tension between the two, Bulma quickly mediated. Through some books, she had learned that the people on Yardrat didn't possess very strong combat power, but they did have some special abilities, which was likely why Li Xing was going there. Although she also wanted to go, it seemed from Li Xing's words that they would be staying there for a year, which made her abandon that thought. Chapter 55. The New Dragon Balls. Storm approaching 3 days later. A group of people gathered in front of Frisia's spaceship. It's nothing, just over 10 days. Bear with it and it will pass. Bulma stood in front of Xing, speaking in a comforting tone. After learning that Xing was taking 2 people to Yardrat, Piccolo hurriedly came to take the spaceship away. The reason was that he needed to send Dandy and Nera back to Namek soon, and currently, there were only these 2 spaceships on Earth. So, the 3 of them had to share one. TCH, go if you want. Not far away, Vegeta leaned against the corner of the spaceship. At this moment, he was watching Xing with a playful expression, as if he was finally seeing Xing ask him for help. Do you think I want to go? Seeing his expression, Xing couldn't help but feel angry. The gravity training room had already been built for him, yet he wasn't staying obediently on Earth, and even followed Goku to learn instant transmission like a little tail. Xing couldn't understand how Bulma ended up with him. Is this what love is? Thinking of this, Xing's gaze kept shifting between the two. Hurry up and leave. If Chi-Chi catches me, I won't be able to go. Ignoring the conversation among the others, Goku stepped forward and opened the spaceship door, excitedly urging the two. Goku. As soon as he finished speaking, a shout came from a distance. Chi-Chi, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, was rushing toward them with an angry look. Hurry up. Seeing her figure, Goku couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and quickly shouted to Xing and Vegeta, let's go. Leaving back in a year, Xing was also disrupted by this sudden change and hurriedly bid farewell to Bulma before rushing toward the spaceship. Watching this little episode before departure, Vegeta snorted coldly. After both of them entered the spaceship, he slowly walked in. Buzz. The cabin door closed, and a powerful force erupted from the bottom of the spaceship. Vegeta had already set the course. Be safe, come back early. Bulma waved goodbye, and soon the spaceship carrying the 3 of them took off rapidly, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Phew. Watching the direction they left, Chi-Chi arrived late, panting heavily. Damn it, he got away again. On the other side, in a corner of the universe, a spaceship was aimlessly drifting. Upon closer inspection, one would find that this spaceship was almost identical to the one that Xing and the others were on. Frisia had been missing for months. Do you have no news at all? Inside the spaceship, King Cold sat on a chair, his voice deep, making it hard to discern any emotional fluctuations. He was huge, nearly 3 meters tall, and his appearance resembled Frisia's second form quite a bit. In front of him stood 2 people, and these words were directed at them. Our report. According to the messages from Frisia's spaceship, one strange-looking guy stammered. He was Frisia's confidant. And when Xing and the others were eliminating the remnants of Frisia's army on Namek, he had already learned about Frisia's death, but had not found the time or courage to report it. What happened to him? Looking at his stammering subordinate, King Cold couldn't help but frown. That waste is dead. Without waiting for Frisia's confidant to speak, the other person crossed his arms and answered his question first. Dead? King Cold stood up and walked up to the speaker. Killed by a Super Saiyan named Goku. Although he exuded a strong sense of oppression after standing up, the man still showed no signs of fear. Super Saiyan? Hearing this information, King Cold's heart couldn't help but be startled. He naturally understood the importance of this news. After all, according to ancestral teachings, one must not provoke Super Saiyans. Where is this person now? After pondering for a moment, he clenched his fist and continued to inquire. The strongest power in the universe can only belong to my frozen demon clan. Any Super Saiyan can be killed. According to the positioning of Frisia's spaceship a few days ago, it was docked on Earth. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Earth, the sacred land of the Kais. I did it. Dandy excitedly held up the dragon model in his hands. On the ground in front of him, 7 dragon balls glowed with an orange light, gathering together. Did it really succeed? Behind him, the old Kai looked incredulous. This young fellow from the same clan had replicated Earth's Dragon Balls in just a few months. Genius. He could think of no other word to describe it. Yeah, Dandy nodded heavily, then explained, but there are some differences from Earth's Dragon. I can grant 3 wishes with this set of Dragon Balls. What? As soon as he finished speaking, not only the old Kai, but even Piccolo and Neru, who were nearby, couldn't sit still. 3 wishes were already on par with the dragon from Namek. At such a young age, not only had he recreated a set of Dragon Balls, but he had also improved upon the original. Are you serious? The old Kai hurriedly took the dragon model from him and examined it closely. Of course, but there will be some restrictions if you want to use it. Seeing everyone's excited expressions, Dandy's voice suddenly weakened a bit. Only one set of Dragon Balls can exist on a planet. And, he hesitated, though he didn't say it outright, the implication was clear. If there's only one set of Dragon Balls, it means the original set created by the old Kai must be destroyed. And if he was the one who created the Dragon Balls, it meant that if he died, the Dragon Balls would disappear with him. Upon hearing this, both the old Kai and Piccolo fell silent. Although Dandy had indeed made a brand new set of Dragon Balls, destroying the ones on Earth would effectively mean destroying both of their lives. Let's hold off for now. After a while, the old Kai furrowed his brows tightly and managed to say this before turning back to the sacred land. Watching his back, Piccolo seemed to want to say something, but ultimately held back. Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing Task 2, correct Piccolo's combat power to reach 2 million within a year. Task reward, permanent doubling of combat power growth rate. Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing Task 3, creating an accident to destroy Earth's dragon. Task reward, permanent doubling of combat power growth rate. Chapter 56. The arrival of King Kurter. Several months have passed. On the planet Yardrat, while Xing was practicing instant transmission with Sun Bei, she suddenly received a notification from the system. Hearing the voice in her mind, Xing couldn't help but freeze in place. Somehow, she had completed 2 tasks. Regardless of why Piccolo had become stronger so quickly, the destruction of Earth's dragon was something she couldn't quite grasp. System, what is going on? Being far away and completely unaware of the situation on Earth, she chose the quickest way to gather information. Replying to the host, the celestial beings on Earth have fused with Piccolo. Accompanying Xing's inquiry, the system did not conceal anything, but the voice sounded somewhat dissatisfied. The celestial beings fused with Piccolo? What about the Dragon Balls? Who is the celestial being on Earth now? A series of questions were thrown out, and she was eager to know what had happened on Earth. Ding! The number of questions from the host has reached the limit. Please try again later. Feeling the system in her mind cut off contact with her, Xing was instantly speechless. It had been more than half a year since the 3 of them arrived at Yardrat, and they had almost mastered instant transmission equally. It was expected that in a few more months, they would be able to control it completely. However, Frisia had been completely eliminated. Could there still be a mechanical Frisia? Forget it. It's better to return as soon as possible. Earth, Bulma's home. Battle power, 2 million? Not bad. That Naba has increased so much. Looking at the bald-headed figure in front of her, Bulma wore a battle power detector that had been modified several times. Her eyes filled with a hint of shock. It had been a year since Xing and the others left Earth, and during this time, aside from helping her with small tasks, Naba had spent the rest of his time in the gravity training room. Science. What kind of race are they? Bulma couldn't help but marvel in her heart. She didn't just measure Naba's battle power. Besides Gohan, who was also a Saiyan, and Piccolo, who had fused with the celestial being, the other Z fighters, with Tien being the strongest, only had battle powers in the hundreds of thousands. Hey, it's all thanks to Miss Bulma. Naba scratched his head innocently. Over the past year, he had adapted to life on Earth. And Xing hadn't lied to him. The gravity training room could indeed rapidly improve battle power. After Vegeta followed Li Xing, Naba naturally couldn't let this precious training tool go unused. However, the biggest regret was that he still hadn't touched the threshold of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Perhaps finding a Saiyan boyfriend is what I... Bulma muttered softly, and a figure unconsciously appeared in her mind. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Naba suddenly seemed to sense something terrifying. He looked up at the sky, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. This aura, on the heavenly realm, Piccolo, who was meditating, also felt this sudden change. Not just the two of them, all the Z fighters, after a brief moment of shock, stood ready for battle. Two powerful and evil auras were rapidly approaching Earth's atmosphere, clearly targeting Bulma's home. Is it Frisia? Naba looked at the sky, and, under his gaze, a small black dot was rapidly enlarging. After a year on Earth, he had also gained the ability to sense auras, and these two auras felt extremely familiar. Damn it, I need to find a way to divert their attention. Scanning the surroundings without much time to think, Naba burst forth with white light and charged straight towards the black dot in the sky. Oh, is that the Super Saiyan? In the sky, it was King Kurder's spaceship. Through the ship's glass, he looked down at Naba's approaching figure with a serious expression. No, a Super Saiyan has golden hair, but he doesn't seem to have hair. Is this guy preparing to go to his death? On the other side, the Z fighters had gathered and watched as Naba rushed into the sky. Yamcha mocked him. Although it seemed that the target was Bulma's home, they tacitly chose not to converge there, but instead opted for a remote area away from the city. No, he's trying to attract their attention, Piccolo explained quietly while standing alone on a mountain peak. While appearing calm on the surface, his heart was filled with shock and fear. The two auras from the spaceship were each far beyond Frisia's power. More importantly, one of the auras was very similar to Frisia's, yet had a slight difference. Regardless, it was certain that the newcomers meant trouble. Whoosh! As Naba was about to approach the enemy spaceship, he raised his hand and fired Shockwave, seeking death. Inside the spaceship, seeing his actions, one of King Kurder's subordinates spoke disdainfully. Bang! He directly shattered the spaceship's glass and casually deflected Naba's attack. Father! Frisia! Watching the figure burst forth from the spaceship, Naba couldn't help but swallow hard. Whether in appearance or aura, the figure was nearly identical to Frisia, but the power was significantly stronger. Impossible. Frisia is dead. After successfully attracting their attention, Naba retreated quickly while muttering to himself. This guy seems to be trying to draw our attention. The person who burst out of the spaceship did not pursue, but instead floated in front of King Kurder, inquiring about his opinion. Let's go take a look. King Kurder narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. According to the reports from his subordinates, the person provoking them seemed to be the highest battle power on Earth at the moment. Moreover, behind Naba, there was also the characteristic tail of a Saiyan, so following him would surely lead them to the Super Saiyan. They're coming this way. Piccolo's gaze sharpened, and he turned to remind everyone. He had seen all of Naba's actions, but couldn't voice any objections. After all, with Naba's strength, he could not contend with them. Even with his fusion with the celestial being, he had no confidence in defeating them. According to Bulma's earlier news, Li Xing and the others were supposed to return today. If they worked together, as long as they could stall for some time, it would be enough. Who was that person? On the other side, a young man with purple hair looked at the scene in the sky and couldn't help but voice his confusion. Beside him was a giant capsule-like machine. Trunks had come through the time machine to reverse the tragic future world. Forget it. After a brief pause, he shot up into the sky, racing towards the others. Everything else matched up. The time, the place, but the characters all appear to be off. Chapter 57, Gula. Another transformation a few minutes later. Naba had just brought King Cold and Kurta in front of the Z-Warriors. Frisia! Before anyone could speak, Trunks shouted, quickly approaching from the distance. King Cold raised his head, looking at the purple-haired youth charging towards him, narrowing his eyes slightly. Once Trunks reached the battlefield, he didn't say much and directly drew the sword from his back, striking at the person beside King Cold. A trivial skill. The person scoffed, raising an arm to prepare to block the attack. Accompanied by Trunks' shout, a powerful aura spread from him. As he closed in, a golden light emerged from his body. causing his hair to stand up and turn golden. Super Saiyan, seeing his appearance, everyone present was taken aback. This suddenly appearing youth was also a Saiyan, and a Super Saiyan capable of killing Frieza. Swish, Trunks' speed was extremely fast, and even though the person was prepared for his transformation, he still got cut across the chest by the sword. Not having finished the opponent, Trunks instantly slashed out another strike, but the person had already reacted. Whoosh! His figure flickered, quickly distancing himself to retreat. Super Saiyan. Indeed impressive. No wonder he could defeat my foolish brother. The man raised his hand to wipe the sword mark on his chest, showing no excessive panic. Brother? You are not Frieza. Hearing this, Trunks' brows furrowed instantly. Everything seemed to deviate from the history he had recorded from the beginning. Could it be because of the time machine? He pondered silently. Perhaps the time machine had violated the rules, leading to the current changes. Is this what a Super Saiyan is? King cold crossed his arms and then continued towards the injured person beside Trunks. Gula, is this the person who killed Frieza? No. Dad, the one who killed Frieza was a female Saiyan. Mentioning Frieza, Gula's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. The one who often prided himself as the emperor of the universe was, in his eyes, merely an immature brother. Because they were brothers, aside from the height difference. The two looked almost identical, which led many to mistakenly identify him as Frieza. One more time, I could transform once more than my brother. Looking at Trunks, who was preparing to continue his attack, Gula sneered and raised a finger. Feel honored. You are the first and the last person to witness my ultimate transformation. As he spoke, Gula spread his hands, positioning them with palms facing forward just beside his thighs, striking a pose very similar to Frieza's. One more transformation. Trunks' gaze flickered, and he couldn't help but grip his sword tighter. Ha! Accompanied by a shout, Gula began his transformation. Similar to Frieza, Gula possessed arrogance and pride, but he was much calmer than Frieza. He understood that since the Super Saiyan could slay Frieza, he too would be a formidable opponent. Transformation? Go die. Watching Gula's aura rise, Trunks instantly unleashed all his power. Boom! With a toe on the ground, his figure quickly darted towards Gula, seeking death. Gula, in the midst of transformation, focused his gaze and signaled King Cold for help. Oomph. King Cold, of course. Wu-Ti allowed Trunks' attack to land on Gula during his transformation. With a cold snort, he stood in front of Gula, fully confident. Arms crossed in front of his chest, ready to take Trunks' strike head-on. Slash! Ah! A scream erupted as King Cold's massive body was directly split in half. Clearly, he had underestimated Trunks' strength. In his second form, he was not at all a match for a Super Saiyan. Swish! Swish! With several consecutive sword strikes, Trunks shattered King Cold's body into pieces. Boom! Another shockwave erupted from his palm, stirring up a cloud of dust. Dad! Damn Super Saiyan! Gula roared in fury. And at the same time, his aura had reached its peak. Boom! A massive tremor resonated as his body grew larger. His shoulders jutted out like armor, and four horns extended from his head, with blade-like protrusions growing from the back of his forearms. Such terrifying energy. Meanwhile, Piccolo had led everyone to retreat to a distance, shocked by the scene before him. Because he had already fused with old Kai, he was now far stronger than he had been on Namek. Furthermore, along with his strength, he had also gained wisdom and experience from old Kai, giving him confidence that he could hold off the opponents for a while. However, the current changes made him feel he couldn't intervene at all. Not to mention the gap in strength, this sudden group of people was entirely beyond his expectations. There were still Saiyans alive. Trunks had no tail, but at the moment he transformed, Naba recognized him immediately. Another Saiyan he didn't know, and a Super Saiyan at that, casually slicing Frieza's father into pieces with just a few strikes. Even so, his aura was still not as strong as Frieza's brother. This extra transformation was at least twice as powerful as Frieza. Miss Xing, please come back soon. Looking at a corner of the sky, Naba murmured. For the first time, he didn't mention his Prince Vegeta, because before the three left, Vegeta still couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan. Boom! In Bulma's home, several scattered power level detectors in the laboratory exploded one after another. What kind of monster is this? Looking at the mess in the lab, Bulma muttered to herself. Such scenes had happened countless times. Now, the detector she made had a maximum limit of 300 million, yet still could not detect the enemy's limits. Ding! Gula detected appearing on Earth. Current mission. Defeat Gula personally. Mission reward. Emotion value limit increased by 100. The previous anger value setting was somewhat unreasonable and has been modified. Failure penalty. No automatic increase in combat power for 30 days. Time limit. None. Chapter 58. Return. Vegeta's Super Saiyan Beyond Earth. A spaceship sped through the cosmos. Gula, hearing the long-awaited mission from the system, Li Xing sprang up from her bed in the spaceship. As expected, something unexpected had happened. Mechanical Frisia seemed unlikely to appear. Li Xing stepped out of her room and looked through the spaceship's glass to see Earth just within reach. System, what is my current battle power? She asked anxiously in her mind. Gula was different from Frisia. With an additional transformation, he was even stronger than Cell's first form. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were still asleep. And at that moment, Li Xing stood alone in front of the spaceship's glass, her slender figure revealing a hint of loneliness. Current host battle power, 14. 5,032 minute. The system's voice came, leaving Li Xing stunned. Over 10 million? Hearing this number, she found it hard to believe. A year had passed, with her battle power only increasing by over 1 million in the first half of the year. After completing the 3 tasks she requested from the system in the second half, her battle power had surged several times, resulting in over 10 million. An increase in emotional value limits. It seemed that the Super Saiyan second grade was not far off. By the time Li Xing regained her senses, the spaceship had already entered Earth's atmosphere. All right, Super Saiyan, are you ready to die? On the battlefield, Gula coldly stared at Trunks in front of him, anger seeping through his tone. Thanks to King Cold's brief interference, his transformation had been successfully completed. It was just a Super Saiyan. Killing Frisia was one thing, but even his father, who had not transformed, had been killed by the opponent. The grudge of his father's murder was something that could not be tolerated. This hatred had seeped deep into his bones. Gula's aura exploded as he charged quickly towards Trunks. Boom! A fierce knee strike hit Trunks in the abdomen, knocking him into a nearby mountain peak. Clatter! The impact caused Trunks to drop his sword, which fell to the ground. Damn! His body was pinned against the mountain peak by Gula's knee, and he struggled to utter 2 words. Bang! Gula clenched his fists and struck downwards onto Trunks' head, sending him crashing towards the ground below. Trunks clutched his chest, enduring the pain as he tried to stop himself before hitting the ground. Gula's strength had far exceeded his expectations, but just as he felt powerless, an unusual sound came from the sky. The spaceship that Li Xing and the others were in had just arrived at Earth. Uncle Wukong. Trunks' eyes lit up as he looked at the spaceship growing larger in the sky. They'd come. Gula also noticed the movement of the spaceship, his gaze burning as he looked up. That was Frisia's spaceship, the same one he and King Cold had taken when they came to Earth. Kill all the Saiyans. His eyes narrowed, and 2 beams of purple light shot out, heading straight for the trio's spaceship. This guy, he actually wants to attack before they land. Li Xing cursed angrily, having been standing in front of the spaceship's glass due to their impending landing. Such an attack could not escape her eyes. Oof. Just as she was about to go out to counterattack, a cold snort suddenly came from behind her. Li Xing turned her head to see Vegeta charging out, positioning himself in front of the spaceship. Bang! With a casual slap, Vegeta redirected Gula's attack. As expected of a Saiyan, seeing Vegeta's swaying tail behind him, Gula's expression grew even colder. He charged up one hand and then swung it upwards, releasing a surge of scorching energy towards the spaceship. That, Mr. Vegeta. Feeling the intensity of the attack, Trunks shouted. According to future Bulma's description, let alone this period's Vegeta, even he, as a Super Saiyan, had no confidence in taking this hit. An unexpected scene unfolded. Vegeta cast a cold glance at the approaching attack, and with a shout, golden light began to shine around him. This guy can transform too? Li Xing looked at Vegeta outside the spaceship, slightly surprised, but did not dwell on it too much. After all, during the Namek saga, Vegeta had already surpassed the original plot development, and now being able to transform was within acceptable limits. She just didn't know how strong he had become. Name: Vegeta, battle power, 200 million. So high. After assessing Vegeta's battle power, Xing was shocked, quickly shifting her gaze to the other protagonists present. Name: Gula, battle power, 470 million. Name: Trunks, battle power, 160 million. Name: Sun Wukong, battle power, 2 million, not transformed. After scanning around, except for Vegeta, whose battle power increased faster due to wounded pride, the others' battle powers were still within a normal range. A year had passed, and everyone's strength had improved significantly. However, even so, there was still a considerable gap compared to Gula. Boom! Vegeta attempted to deflect the attack, but failed. Gula's strike still engulfed him and the two on the spaceship. This guy, not only is he weak, but he also pretends. Xing cursed inwardly, then rushed into Sun Wukong's room. With a swift kick, she kicked him out of the spaceship, following him out as well. This broken spaceship, it's better off without it. It wasn't that she couldn't withstand the attack. She simply couldn't stand Vegeta's pretentiousness before departing for Yardrat. Flying in Frisia's leftover spaceship, he still pretended. Boom! The spaceship exploded, and two figures rushed out of the smoke one after the other, with Vegeta's figure engulfed within. What happened? Sun Wukong's figure lingered in the air. He hadn't even woken up from being kicked out by Xing. Only the sound of the explosion jolted him awake. Vegeta's spaceship has been blown up. Xing struggled to suppress her laughter, sneaking a glance at Vegeta amidst the smoke. Huh. A confused Sun Wukong scanned around, finally noticing Gula below. Uncle Wukong. Trunks soared upward, as if clutching onto a lifeline. The scene before him had completely exceeded his expectations, and unable to recognize Vegeta, he could only choose Sun Wukong. However, as he approached Sun Wukong, he also noticed a female Saiyan he had never seen before. Chapter 59. The three competing rivals. Who are you? And why do you know me? Sun Wukong's eyes widened, filled with confusion. Another Super Saiyan, and with the three of them, there were a total of 4 in the area. Although he didn't recognize Trunks, being a Saiyan and having someone call him uncle left him a bit flustered. Mr. Wukong, I have something to tell you. Can you come over for a moment? After reaching Sun Wukong, Trunks calmed down and realized that his earlier address seemed off. You have something to say? Come with me? Sun Wukong sized him up, then continued. Let's defeat that guy down there first. At that moment, Gula was glaring intensely at the 4 Saiyans gathering in the air. His previous attack hadn't been with full strength, so Vegeta hadn't received significant damage. Whoosh! Gula's figure flickered as he charged toward the airborne Trunks. Based on his deductions, Xing should be the female Saiyan who killed Frisia, and he didn't recognize Sun Wukong and Vegeta. If he was to take them down one by one, Trunks was the first choice, being the one responsible for the death of his father right in front of him. Damn it! Trunks turned his body, gritting his teeth as he looked at Gula rushing towards him. Let me handle this. Just as he was about to unleash his energy, Sun Wukong's figure darted out beside him, enveloped in golden light, heading straight for Gula's attack. Kakarot, don't steal my opponent. On the other side, Vegeta, having regained his composure, also charged out. Their target was Gula below, 2 battle maniacs. Watching the 3 of them plunge into a chaotic fight, Xing couldn't help but feel speechless. Despite Gula's battle power being 470 million, if Sun Wukong and Vegeta teamed up, they should still have a chance to defeat him. But if that happened, her mission would be ruined. An increase of 100 in emotional value meant transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Miss, I'm gonna help out. Are you coming? Just as she was pondering how to intervene, Trunks, who was still in the air, suddenly spoke to her. Although he didn't know Xing, he saw the tail behind her, confirming that she was also a Saiyan. Since she appeared together with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, she couldn't possibly be an enemy. Of course, Trunks' words struck a chord with Xing. She couldn't wait to send Gula away. This time was different from her confrontation with Frisia. Back then, she was sure Sun Wukong and Vegeta wouldn't work together. But this time it was uncertain. All right, then Bang! Before Trunks could finish his sentence, Xing's figure vanished from her spot, leaving behind a residual sound of an air explosion. That was too fast, right? In the next moment, Trunks' mouth dropped open. He realized Xing had already appeared in the midst of the chaotic battle, engulfed in golden flames, undoubtedly a Super Saiyan. Boom! Xing directly blasted Gula away in the chaos, leaving Sun Wukong and Vegeta stunned. Transformed, her battle power reached 725 million, already overwhelming the battlefield. You two get lost. This guy's mine. After a brief moment of shock, Vegeta quickly reacted, his face showing dissatisfaction. Don't be like that, Vegeta. If it's a one-on-one fight, you probably can't beat him. As long as Xing doesn't intervene. Sun Wukong rubbed his hands together. He sensed Xing's strength was above his and Vegeta's before she intervened. But if the two of them teamed up, defeating Gula shouldn't be a problem. Stop talking nonsense. If you keep yapping, I'll beat you both. Looking at the two, Xing's expression turned cold, and she unhesitatingly interrupted their conversation. After spending a year on Yardrat, she was fed up with these two. Aside from their daily training on instant transmission, they never stopped sparring against each other, even disturbing her rest multiple times. But each time, they returned covered in wounds. And if it weren't for the senzu beans Sun Wukong brought, they might have been beaten to death by Xing. Yet even so, they couldn't change their obsessive training habits. Leave this to me, you two go talk to that Saiyan. Without giving them a chance to retort, Xing left that remark and chased after Gula. Watching her back, Sun Wukong and Vegeta each had their own thoughts, and after a moment, shifted their gazes to Trunks. In the air, Trunks listened to the conversation between the three and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Not only was there a bald Saiyan he hadn't seen before, but where did this female Saiyan come from? Including himself, there were 4 Super Saiyans present. Uncle Wukong and his father Vegeta actually trusted each other so much, and her energy even surpassed everyone present. This girl finally back. Bulma arrived late, landing near Piccolo and the others. She had been rushing over since Xing and the other spaceship appeared in sight. However, as a scientist, even though she had developed her potential on Namek, Bulma didn't have much battle power. At least she could fly now and didn't need a spacecraft when alone. Bulma, seeing her arrival, Yamcha hurried over, his tone somewhat flattering, as if he wanted to say something. Stay away from me. Bulma instinctively took a step back, a hint of disdain in her eyes. Ever since returning from Namek, their contacts seemed to have severed. Yamcha was busy with his frivolous lifestyle, while Bulma devoted herself entirely to research. Little did she know that all of this was due to Xing and the other Saiyans. Their strength had opened a new world for Bulma, who admired the powerful. Vegeta, you should head back. It seems like Guy has something to say to me. Just as Vegeta was about to move towards Trunks, Sun Wukong suddenly stopped him, because from afar, Trunks gave him a look, signaling him to go ahead. TCH. Hearing this, Vegeta forcefully halted his movements, spitting to the side in frustration. Faced with this suddenly appeared Super Saiyan Trunks, he actually wanted to go a few rounds first, but the other party wanted to have a private chat with Sun Wukong. Chapter 60, Gula's Defeat. Disrespect for time. As Sun Wukong arrived, Trunks didn't forget to pay attention to the battle below. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous sounds echoed, and in his eyes, the supposedly powerful Gula was being tossed around like a punching bag by Xing. That's right, Mr. Wukong. After finally relaxing his anxious heart, Trunks began to narrate his background. After witnessing the battle of a few people, he no longer had any thoughts of testing Sun Wukong's strength. What? You're Vegeta's son? After hearing Trunks' self-introduction, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. He glanced down at Vegeta, who had just punched Nappa and was now scolding him for his slow training progress. Useless Nappa. Any Saiyan can transform. Just look at you. Nappa, who had just been punched, held his stomach, feeling the pain but unable to rebut his words. All right, don't be so critical right after coming back. Nappa's battle power has increased a lot. Bulma stepped in between the two, stopping the scolding for Nappa. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but take another look at Vegeta, who was still in Super Saiyan form, and thought to herself, so cool. No, this is Xing's. How can I steal it? After a brief pause, she suddenly slapped her little head, realizing her thoughts were problematic. Damn! As everyone chatted and caught up, Gula, who was nearly dazed from being beaten by Xing, let out an angry roar. He thought he was powerful enough that even with Sun Wukong and Vegeta's appearance, it would just require a bit more effort. He was confident he could defeat anyone present in a one-on-one fight, until Xing intervened and completely shattered his fantasy. Whoosh! Li Xing didn't care about him, quickly pursuing the attack. Defeating Gula would reward him with an increase in emotional value limits, meaning it was a leap to the next stage. No one could resist the temptation of walking electrified. Seeing Li Xing rushing towards him, Gula swung his hand, and the strike that had destroyed the spaceship reappeared, with scorching energy enveloping Li Xing. Bang! Without any pause, Li Xing swung his arm and deflected Gula's attack away. Ha ha ha! You let your guard down. Disappear with this planet. In the next moment, Gula, having finished his release, appeared high in the sky, holding a giant orange-red energy ball. Boom! Just as Gula's words fell, Li Xing's figure appeared right in front of him, delivering a fierce punch directly into his abdomen. Bang! Another kick sent Gula flying into the energy ball he had just charged up. TCH, who has time for all this nonsense? With a casual slap, Li Xing sent the energy ball containing Gula flying, turning around, and walking away without looking back. Boom! With a loud bang, the energy ball transformed into a streak of light, shot out of Earth, and then exploded in the universe. Gulp! After finishing explaining everything to Sun Wukong, Trunks couldn't help but swallow hard at this scene. This was too brutal, not even giving the opponent a chance to speak before annihilating them. Swish! Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he fled as if escaping, heading straight for his time machine. This journey through time brought Trunks not only shock, but also a sense of dread. With so many changes occurring, staying even a second longer was disrespecting time. Where did that boy go? Below, Bulma watched Trunks leave and muttered softly, Ahem! Having eavesdropped on the entire conversation, Piccolo coughed twice to subtly draw everyone's attention. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Defeating Gula with your own hands. Task reward. Emotional value limit increased by 100. Just as Sun Wukong was thinking about how to explain to everyone, Li Xing, who had successfully completed the task, returned to the group. You still know to come back. Bulma put her hands on her hips, ready to scold him. Seeing her expression, Li Xing scratched his head in confusion. He had clearly contacted her a few days ago to say he would return today. What was going on? Hurry and give me a hug. After a teasing remark, Bulma opened her arms and tightly embraced Li Xing. She had grown accustomed to having him live in her home, and this year apart had made her extremely worried. All right. Li Xing gently patted her back, and just as he was about to comfort her with a few words, Bulma's next sentence left him dumbfounded. Hurry and tell me, did you win over Vegeta? Bulma's voice was very soft, almost whispering in Li Xing's ear, so besides Piccolo, no one else should have been able to hear. Watching her eagerly trying to matchmake him with Vegeta, Li Xing couldn't help but chuckle. Hurry up and say it, if not, I'll. At this point, Bulma's face turned red, desperately burying her head in Li Xing's chest. Oh, you should have said so earlier. I wholeheartedly support this match. Bulma's behavior made Li Xing feel both amused and exasperated. I'll leave it to you. Li Xing lowered his head and quietly gave her an affirmative word, while internally cheering. Wake up, sister. You two are the original pair. Truly a headache. How should I tell everyone? On the other side, after a long period of contemplation, Sun Wukong also unknowingly returned to everyone. Dad, Wukong, what did that guy say? Everyone had already gotten used to Li Xing's powerful strength, and seeing Sun Wukong return, they were more curious about Trunks' identity. Well, it wasn't anything major. Sun Wukong scratched his head, appearing somewhat hesitant. Just say it. This matter is too important. Piccolo stepped up beside Sun Wukong, being one of the few who understood the truth in the group. If you find it hard to say, I can say it instead. Don't worry, I won't mention anything that might affect that guy's existence. Piccolo crossed his arms, then informed everyone of everything except for Trunks' background. Time machine? Why does that sound so unbelievable? Androids? Is he stronger than Li Xing? The crowd chattered in disbelief, feeling it all was quite incredible. Whatever you all think, I want to train because I don't want to die yet. Ignoring everyone's astonishment, Piccolo continued speaking, then cast a deep glance at Li Xing. He still had some words left unsaid. According to Trunks, the one who should have come to Earth in history was Mecha Frieza, not Gula, and Li Xing had never appeared in Trunks' world. Chapter 61, 3 years later, buzzing in the sky. Trunks hurriedly departed in the time machine. After altering the events of this world, he needed to return to the future to replenish energy before heading to the future of this world 3 years later. On May 12th, 3 years later, around 10 in the morning, on a small island 9 kilometers southwest of the South City, everyone watched his departure in unison, and Piccolo murmured, revealing the meeting point. "All right, let us meet 3 years later, everyone." Krillin clenched his fists excitedly in front of his chest. Late at night, Bulma's house. After a year apart, Bulma and Bra were chatting excitedly about the various major events that had occurred on Earth during this time. Because the Dragon Balls took too long to recharge, the old Kaioshin chose to fuse with Piccolo after a trip to Namek. Subsequently, Piccolo destroyed the old Dragon Balls, and Den, carrying the new Dragon Balls he had created, naturally became the new Guardian of Earth, with Nail assigned to protect his safety. Piccolo himself was also a training fanatic, and the benefit of this was that even if he encountered an accident in battle, the Dragon Balls on Earth would not disappear. Boom! Just as Bra was about to ask Bulma what wishes they had made with the new Dragon Balls, a sudden loud bang came from outside. The two hurried out of the house, only to find that the training chamber that had been standing in the yard was gone, and all that met their eyes was the rubble strewn about. Oomph! In the center of the rubble, Vegeta snorted coldly. At this moment, he was bare-chested, revealing his muscular physique. He didn't want to pause for a moment in preparation for the battle 3 years later, but unexpectedly, the gravity training chamber couldn't withstand his power and had been destroyed within just a few minutes. Seeing his appearance, Bulma's face flushed, and she quickly covered her eyes with her hands. Unlike muscle-bound warriors, the muscles of Saiyans, as a warrior race, were just right, which had a huge impact on girls. Of course, noticing Bulma's reaction, Bra couldn't help but chuckle softly. She had long been used to it. On Yardrat, she had seen worse from Goku and Vegeta. "This training chamber is no good anymore. You better prepare the next one for me quickly." Vegeta brushed off the dust from his hands and pulled Nappa's body out of the rubble. "Useless. Can't even handle 300 times gravity." He disdainfully tossed Nappa aside. His eyes filled with disappointment. For some reason, upon seeing everyone today, Vegeta felt that Gohan's fighting power seemed to have surpassed Nappa. Of course, since there had been no practical test, it was just a guess. Even so, this reason was enough to keep Nappa training day and night. "Hey, can you even talk? You're telling me to make you a new training chamber, and that's your tone." Through the gaps between her fingers, Bulma scolded Vegeta a few times. However, despite her scolding, as her words fell, only Bra, standing beside her, noticed the hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. It looked as if she was saying, "Humph, no matter how powerful you Saiyans are, you still have to rely on me." Sigh. Love-struck brains are really scary. Brought a line of sweat on her forehead. That was clearly a commanding tone, not a pleading one. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Whoosh, whoosh. Several figures set out from different directions, and they quickly gathered on the way. "Vegeta, not bad. Looks like you've gotten quite stronger." Goku flew alongside him. Over the past 3 years, the two often sparred together. Due to his heart disease, Goku had been able to win by a slight margin earlier. But gradually, it turned to draws, and finally, he could no longer win. Humph. Knowing your body isn't well, and still coming to participate in this fight. Kakarot, I hope you don't lose too badly. After years of living on Earth, Vegeta's temperament had changed quite a bit, although his tone was still proud. He was no longer as cold-blooded as before. "Hey, it's okay, I also want to see what these so-called androids are like. By the way, where's Bra? Isn't she coming with you?" Goku scanned the flying crowd and asked curiously. Everyone was present except for Bra and Bulma. "Humph. That guy is with Bulma," as if hearing someone he didn't want to mention. Vegeta quickened his speed and instantly left everyone far behind. "This guy isn't he just married a Bulma? Why is he so unhappy?" Looking at his back, Goku muttered quietly. In fact, when it came to Bulma, Vegeta didn't have any happy thoughts. After all, for the past few years, he had been entirely focused on training with Nappa and hadn't done anything else. Meanwhile, Bulma had thrown herself into research, trying every day and night to find ways to help with their training. As for his unhappiness, it was solely because of Bra. Goku's strength had stagnated due to illness, and after defeating his opponent, Vegeta's target shifted to Bra. But even with his relentless training, he knew he couldn't defeat someone as overpowered as Bra. Over the past 3 years, aside from completing her university studies in the Dragon Ball world, Bra and T spent any effort on training at all. Name, Bra. Gender, female. Age, 22 years, Dragon Ball world. Height, 175 centimeters. Race, Saiyan. Skills, Ki control. Instant transmission, Ki blast, Kamehameha, KO Kin. Current max 30x. Items, Senzabean X1, new type Scouter X1 emotional value. 1-200 combat power. 65 million, 32 minute. On the other side, Bra was lying on the sofa. Next to her was Bulma, holding baby Trunks. Looking at her consistently high combat power of 65 million, Bra's mindset was no longer greatly affected. 3 years had passed, and it was once again a turning point in the story. She just hoped that the tasks issued by the system wouldn't be too outrageous. Are we sure we're not going? Beside her, Bulma softly asked. She had witnessed Vegeta and Bra's battles more than once, and each time, Vegeta returned defeated. Staying by Bra's side had given her an unparalleled sense of security. Just a little longer, Bra poked baby Trunks' cheek with her finger, responding leisurely. Before departing, she had already checked the combat powers of the main cast. There were no major issues, and dealing with androids 19 and 20 would be more than sufficient. As for what happened later anyway, the system hasn't issued a task yet, so there's no rush. Chapter 62. The appearance of androids 19 and 20 Ding. Detected that Cell has appeared. The following tasks are now released. Task 1. Prevent Cell from absorbing androids 17 and 18. Task reward. Permanent doubling of combat power growth rate. Increase of emotional value limit by 100. Failure penalty. Combat power will no longer grow automatically for 30 days. Time limit. Task 2. Defeat Cell's perfect form with your own hands. Task reward. Permanent doubling of combat power growth rate. Perception of divine power. Failure penalty. None. Time limit. None. As expected, after a brief silence of 3 years, the system released tasks as usual, preventing Cell from absorbing the two. Upon seeing the task requirements, Xing was a bit puzzled. If he doesn't absorb the two, can he still become perfect? Besides, although there are only 2 tasks this time, the rewards far exceeded her expectations. According to convention, each time the reward is doubling the combat power growth rate, and then additional rewards are added on top of that. After defeating Gula in the last task, Xing had just acquired the transformation ability of Super Saiyan Level 2, and hadn't had the chance to showcase it in battle yet. Now, she was about to get another upgrade so soon. Looking at the second task, after the Cell Saga ended, she might even perceive divine power in advance. Let S go. The System S rewards are too tempting. Xing stood up from the sofa and called out to Bulma. Aside from Vegeta's occasional torment, she felt somewhat sluggish after 3 years of studying, and it was a good opportunity to stretch her muscles. Are we just flying over? After she spoke, Bulma, holding little Trunks, hesitated a bit. Little Trunks couldn't even walk yet. Although she didn't have to worry about safety with Xing around, she was still afraid of unexpected incidents. You can put your hand on my shoulder, and we'll head over to everyone. After a moment of thought, Xing quickly made a decision. Since Bulma wanted to watch the battle, she naturally wouldn't refuse, but she might not be able to take care of things properly if she participated. For safety's sake, it was best to first get Bulma to Vegeta or Nappa's side. A strong energy is diminishing. Who is it? Yamcha. Yamcha's energy has disappeared. There they are, the androids. In South City, a sudden change occurred. Yamcha was exposed alone to the sight of androids 19 and 20, and was then killed by 20, who covered his mouth. The androids had no energy, and, at that moment, the people who had been searching desperately finally found their location. Bang! Vegeta charged ahead and kicked 20 in the face, sending him flying. Meanwhile, the others finally arrived at the scene. Yamcha, wake up! Goku noticed he still had a breath left, and hurriedly crouched down to give him a senzabean. Goku, Vegeta, you finally came. Not far away, 20 stood up from the rubble of the building. He brushed off the dust on his body. Vegeta hadn't transformed yet, and that kick just now couldn't hurt him at all. How do you know our names? Goku slowly stood up, surprised by the question, while Yamcha, recovering, instinctively moved to the back of the group. He felt he couldn't contribute to this level of battle. Even the qualification to converse had been completely stripped away. I not only know you, but there's also a female Saiyan who hasn't come, right? 20 said flatly, not putting Goku any others in his eyes at all. Stop wasting time, Kakarot. If you want to fight, then hurry up and do it. Vegeta crossed his arms, interrupting their conversation without hesitation. Unable to sense the strength of the two androids' energy, he was eager to see what these opponents, who had kept everyone waiting for 3 full years, were truly capable of. Don't rush, Vegeta. At least, we should change locations first. Ignoring his impatience, Goku looked around and spoke. To a place with no people? Okay, but there's no need to trouble ourselves. Hearing their conversation, 20's indifferent voice rang out. Boom! Boom! The next moment, his eyes shot out a series of golden beams, striking the bustling city streets. A place with no people. I'll just create one. He quickly twisted his neck, and at the same time, the attacks from his eyes rapidly struck the surrounding buildings. Damn you! Looking at this reckless guy, Goku cursed angrily, then stomped his right foot on the ground and shot towards him. Suppressing the pain of his illness, he completed his transformation into a Super Saiyan halfway through. Bang! Bang! With 2 muffled sounds, androids 19 and 20 were sent flying. Everyone, regroup later. Leaving this remark, Goku leaped into the air, chasing after the figures of the 2 androids. His previous attack had shown no mercy, and the 2 androids were directly driven out of the city. Oomph! Vegeta snorted coldly, ready to follow. Whoosh! Just as he was about to take off, 3 very familiar figures suddenly appeared beside him. Xing, what are you doing here? After a moment of surprise, Vegeta questioned, Hey, what do you mean by what are we doing here? Leaving your wife and child at home and coming out alone is interesting? Before Xing could speak, Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction first. Woman, this is a battle. What do you know? Vegeta frowned tightly and retorted without courtesy. Woman? What do I know? Can you beat Xing? Everyday training until you're covered in injuries. Are you planning to abandon this family? Bulma was filled with black lines. After getting married, she found Vegeta increasingly infuriating. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the internal family conflict erupted, the others hurriedly evacuated the area. The 2 androids were still alive. They didn't have time to watch a couple argue. Miss Xing, this. Naba stood quietly beside Xing and spoke softly. Don't worry about that. Just ensure Bulma's safety. Okay. After sending Bulma to the 2, Xing didn't linger, instructing Naba before shooting up into the sky. Watching everyone leave, Vegeta took a deep breath. Naba, take care of her. Not wanting to argue with Bulma, he left this parting remark and also rushed towards the direction of the others. Chapter 63. Sun Wukong falls ill. Abnormal cell where on Earth is cell hiding. Xing flew rapidly, her eyes scanning below. She didn't go to where the others and the androids were, but instead searched for Cell's traces alone. At this time, Cell should be absorbing human energy everywhere. That guy, isn't planning to join the battle? In the air, Vegeta suddenly noticed Xing's figure turn sharply, and he felt a bit puzzled. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, he wasn't a follower. Although he was curious about what Xing was doing, he still headed towards the battlefield. Outside the city, in a desolate area. Sun Wukong, we have been monitoring you with ultra-small spy robots from the World Martial Arts Tournament. Until now, Android 20's gaze was locked onto Sun Wukong across from him, calmly narrating. At the same time, a hint of an unnoticed smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was an android, but similarly, he was also Dr. Gero himself. After the Red Ribbon Army was eliminated by Sun Wukong, he vowed revenge and studied ways to create androids that could defeat Sun Wukong. In the end, he transformed himself into an android as well. Is it because of my hatred? So, you're here for revenge? Sun Wukong still maintained his Super Saiyan form, and sweat beads were forming on his forehead, although he had only used a couple of moves to drive the opponent from the city to this place. He felt somewhat fatigued due to the torment of illness. In contrast, the 2 opponents seemed unaffected, their breaths steady and their tones unhurried. Wukong, Dad! As the 2 were talking, the group of people arrived one after another. Swish! Without waiting for Sun Wukong to respond, Vegeta also appeared next to him in the next moment. Instant transmission. During their journey on planet Yarat, the three had learned this incredible technique. It was just that he had only remembered to use it halfway there. Vegeta, seeing his figure, Sun Wukong inexplicably felt a bit relaxed. Is it not resolved yet? Kakarot, you're really dragging this out. Vegeta's gaze swept around, finally landing on Sun Wukong. Sorry, Vegeta. My body seems to be a bit uncooperative. Since transforming, Sun Wukong felt as if his body was heavy like lead, and soon sweat beads covered his forehead. His figure swayed unsteadily, and in the next moment, he exited his transformation due to exhaustion. Bang! With a muffled sound, Sun Wukong's body fell backward and crashed to the ground. Huff huff! Before the battle was even won, he collapsed, clutching his chest tightly while gasping for air. Wukong! The crowd behind him hurriedly surrounded him. Quick, eat the senza bean. Krillin took a senza bean from a brown bag and shoved it into Sun Wukong's mouth. Although they also suspected it was due to a heart problem, they could only try this as the medicine Future Trunks sent was left at the Capsule Corporation. Oh, a heart attack? It seems that what that boy said is true. Android 20, hereafter referred to as Dr. Gero, looked at Sun Wukong, who was collapsed on the ground, with an indifferent expression. 3 years ago, when Future Trunks arrived, everything was recorded by small spy robots. No, it's not working. Vegeta, it seems. I have to rely on you. Even after swallowing the senza bean, Sun Wukong still felt no recovery. He struggled to turn his head and directed his gaze at Vegeta. With Xing absent, he had lost his fighting ability. Among those present, only Vegeta had the strongest power left. If he couldn't take down these two androids, then everyone's fate would be quite tragic. Knowing you're unwell, yet still transforming into a Super Saiyan. Fool, that will only exacerbate your heart condition. Vegeta crossed his arms and glanced at Sun Wukong, then continued. However, if you can't join the fight, that's just fine by me. With this statement, his aura began to surge dramatically. Strangely, on the other side, Xing was still desperately searching for Cell's traces. She had gone to all the cities where humans existed, but found no clues at all. Could it be? Is the system deceiving her? No. Why do I have an ominous premonition? Xing looked up at the sky. Her intuition told her that Cell might have undergone some changes. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down unexpectedly, and before she could react, Xing was hit. However, this little damage only singed her hair a bit and didn't affect her much. TSK. What bad luck. I should just go back to everyone. Not finding Cell and getting struck by lightning left Xing speechless. After muttering a sentence, she placed 2 fingers on her forehead and then left the area. As an android, if Cell deliberately concealed his energy, even she would find it difficult to locate his presence. Who? After she left, beneath a large tree below, Cell revealed his hidden body. At this moment, he was still in his first form, his body quite large, resembling a green insect with a long tail behind him. In fact, the system did not deceive Xing. He indeed had already made his presence known. However, because Xing was too anxious, Cell hadn't had a chance to attack the humans in the nearby cities before he discovered her presence. The computer informed Cell that with his current strength, he couldn't match Xing, this female Saiyan. This led to him not daring to act recklessly and instead choosing to temporarily avoid battle. Android 17. Android 18. Are they still not activated? Cell frowned in thought. He came from another timeline, where both Android 17 and 18 were killed by Future Trunks, which prevented him from becoming his complete form. To absorb the two, he killed Trunks and then used the time machine to come to this era. To be precise, he should be called Future Cell. Although in that time, Future Cell was already an invincible existence on Earth, he still wanted to grow stronger. Perhaps it was the Saiyan cells within him causing this urge. Meanwhile, in Dr. Gero's laboratory, what a waste, still needing those 2 androids. A person stood facing several computer screens, filled with disdain in his tone. Upon closer inspection, one would find that this person looked extremely similar to Future Cell on the screens. But importantly, his physique was even more perfect, appearing almost human, with his tail retracting into his wings. Chapter 64. Number 16 appears. Xing arrives, complete form. due to some special reasons. Cell in this era was born ahead of time and in a perfect form. With a large number of small spy robots, he was able to see everything happening outside. Just wait for another me. Glancing at the two inactive androids still in the pod, Cell squinted his eyes and continued to observe the movements outside. Bang! Bang! On the battlefield, number 19 was completely powerless, being beaten by Vegeta like a sandbag. His combat power was low, even less than 100 million. And in front of Vegeta, he was like a toy. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of mechanical parts breaking, number 19's arm was directly severed. Trying to absorb energy through the device in your palm? Vegeta snorted coldly. During the battle, he had sensed something was off with his opponent. However, it was not a big problem. Even if he lost part of his energy, he could easily crush number 19. Useless. Seeing the miserable state of number 19, Dr. Gero couldn't help but curse. Activate those 3 androids, he quietly mouthed, without using any communication device. Dr. Gero knew that the ultimate android he had cultivated, Cell, at this moment, was observing everything from his laboratory. Can androids feel fear? With one arm severed, number 19's face was filled with fear. And because of this, Vegeta lost interest. Take this. He extended one palm, and a surge of scorching energy shot out, instantly engulfing number 19's body. Boom! With a loud explosion, a massive mushroom cloud rose, and number 19 was completely obliterated by this energy. This is what so-called androids are. They are truly garbage. Having defeated number 19 without any suspense, Vegeta turned his gaze towards Dr. Gero. Just some appetizers. Dr. Gero's expression was indifferent, but he couldn't help but complain inwardly. His own body had also been modified, and his power was only slightly stronger than number 19, yet he never expected it to be so pathetic. However, it didn't matter. Everything was still under his control. Once this matter was over, he could always create a new body. Whoosh! Just as Vegeta was about to take action against Dr. Gero, a robust figure broke through the air. This person was dressed in a black tight suit, with green armor covering it. It was undoubtedly number 16. There's another one. Vegeta frowned, his gaze fixed tightly on number 16, who landed next to Dr. Gero. He couldn't sense the opponent's energy, but in terms of appearance, number 16's physique was much more suited for battle than number 19's. Number 16? Why haven't T17 and 18 come? Dr. Gero ignored Vegeta's reaction and inquired of number 16 beside him. Cell said they were still useful, so he left them in the laboratory. Number 16's words were concise, but plunged Dr. Gero into silence. Useful? What does that mean? According to his design plans, Cell of this era also needed to absorb 17 and 18 to become complete. But unexpectedly, ever since Vegeta injected Li Xing cells during their battle, the embryonic cell had developed at an accelerated rate. Originally, it would have taken over 20 years for him to be born, but now he had appeared ahead of schedule. And upon birth, he was already in complete form. Cell, what do you really want to do? Dr. Gero muttered to himself, feeling somewhat confused. Since his birth, Cell had always obeyed his arrangements, but today was the first time he disobeyed his orders. Cell, is it you, this guy? Upon hearing his muttering, Vegeta turned his gaze to number 16, his eyes flashing with cold light. No, I'm called number 16, created to kill Son Goku. Number 16 shook his head and spoke in a flat tone. Forget it, it's all the same who comes. Number 16, kill them. Dr. Gero quickly issued the command. Although he did not understand what Cell was planning, the arrival of number 16 alleviated his urgent need. In terms of combat power, number 16 was more than twice as powerful as number 19. However, something unexpected happened. Upon hearing his words, number 16 showed no intention of attacking. Sorry, Doctor. I'm only responsible for protecting your safety. Number 16 shook his head, refusing his order. According to his programming, he was created solely to target Son Goku. The others had nothing to do with him. You, what a failure. Dr. Gero gritted his teeth and said, if Cell were to come, he would not have activated this guy at all. Even 17 and 18, in front of Cell, were considered failures in his eyes. Sorry. Number 16 shook his head again, indicating he was unwilling to carry out the command. Have those two turned against each other? Watching the two who had yet to make a move, Not only the onlookers, but even Vegeta showed a hint of surprise. Cell, there are even stronger enemies present. Among the spectators, Piccolo's face was filled with seriousness. His hearing was exceptional, and combined with the wisdom gained from merging with the Kami, he understood that number 20 was Drive. Jiro himself, in terms of combat power, not just Vegeta, but even he was confident he could defeat the previous number 19. But the arriving number 16 made him sense a dangerous aura, not to mention the yet-to-appear Cell that Dr. Jiro spoke of. If you don't make a move, then I want to hold back. Seeing that number 16 and Drive Jiro were reluctant to make a move, Vegeta could no longer contain his impatience. At this moment, he was still in his Super Saiyan transformation and didn't want to waste time listening to their idle chatter. Whoosh! As his words fell, his figure shot out rapidly, heading straight for number 16, beside Drive Jiro. Bang! Facing Vegeta's punch, number 16 casually raised his arm and blocked the attack. Interesting. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, a glint of excitement flashing in his gaze. Bang! Bang! The battle was about to erupt, and the sounds of their collision resonated throughout the area. Vegeta quickly launched his attacks, but they were all blocked by number 16. The clash between the two was intense, yet number 16 only defended without attacking. Whoosh! Suddenly, a slender figure appeared in front of Vegeta. Xing had arrived. Bang! In the midst of battle, Vegeta did not react in time and directly kneeled Xing away. This strike was supposed to land on number 16, but ended up hitting Xing, who had arrived via instant transmission. Vegeta, you really are asking for it. Chapter 65. Unexpected Changes, 2 Cell. Xing halted in midair, her lips twitching in anger as she cursed. Having just arrived, she was still in her normal state, but Vegeta's attack inflicted severe pain, causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of her mouth. After more than 20 years in this world, Xing had never endured such a heavy blow. Without further ado, she let out a furious shout and directly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Her originally silver long hair began to sharpen, and her eyes turned fierce. Crack! A bolt of lightning flashed around her, exuding a considerable oppressive aura. In reality, it was just an ordinary electric current. Xing had not entered the second transformation of Super Saiyan. It was merely that her combat power had reached an exceptionally high level, allowing her to hover between the two stages without using a new transformation. TCH, meddlesome woman. Seeing her appear, Vegeta frowned and responded harshly. After a brief exchange, he had already sensed the strength of Android 16. All of his attacks were effortlessly caught by the opponent. And just as he was getting more excited and preparing to unleash his full power, Xing's appearance disrupted his attack rhythm. This is what you brought upon yourself. Xing, who had been inexplicably struck, was already filled with anger, and Vegeta's attitude only intensified her fury. Whoosh! In the next moment, her figure flashed, and she positioned herself between Vegeta and Android 16. Boom! With a simple punch, devoid of any impurities, she struck Vegeta in the abdomen. Puffed! Vegeta spat out a mouthful of sour liquid, his body bending into a bow shape as he helplessly fell from the sky. Although both were Super Saiyans, the gap in their normal combat power was far too great. Even in transformation, he could not withstand Xing's attack. Vegeta! Bulma cried out in shock, quickly catching him below along with Daba. Upon realizing that Vegeta had merely fallen unconscious, their hearts, which had been in suspense, finally eased. Xing, be careful, Bulma called out with concern, looking up at Xing's back. As for Vegeta, he was casually left at her feet. It's not like he hasn't been beaten before. As long as he is not dead. Xing nodded in response, scanning the battlefield before her gaze settled on Dr. Jiro. What is going on? Aren't Android 17 and 18 coming? Her expectations were mixed with confusion, as the current scene was clearly beyond her anticipation. Although the location and context of the battle had changed, Android 16 had already been activated, so how could Android 17 and 18 not have appeared? How do you know about those two? Dr. Jiro was also surprised by Xing's appearance. Based on his long-term observations, Xing was the strongest among the group. But his hatred for Son Goku had not affected his goals. Now that the opponent had intervened in the battlefield, his plans naturally had to change. What shocked him even more was that Li Xing actually knew about the existence of 2 more androids, which was clearly beyond his expectations. You don't need to worry about that. Have you thought about your last words? Ignoring the 16 standing in front of Dr. Gero, Li Xing spoke calmly. At the same time, she was observing his reaction, wanting to see what kind of unexpected event had caused androids 17 and 18 to not be present. Retreat. On the opposite side, Dr. Gero shouted at android 16, transforming into a streak of light as he quickly fled the battlefield. Realizing that the situation had exceeded his expectations, he just wanted to return to his laboratory as soon as possible. With Cell around, even if Li Xing intervened, he was confident he could complete his revenge plan. Oomph. Li Xing snorted coldly, her expression indifferent as she watched Dr. Gero escape. Are you going to stop me? With Dr. Gero fleeing alone, the only enemy left was Android 16 standing before her. No, my target is just Son Goku. The various occurrences did not cause Android 16's expression to change significantly. Unlike the other 2, he was a complete robot, although he also possessed emotions. He had just been created and was more curious about this world than anything else, aside from the tasks in his programming. Let us go. Seeing his reaction, Li Xing was not too surprised. She called for everyone to pursue Dr. Gero. She knew that although Android 16 was an android, he was essentially a peace-loving robot. So she did not waste too much time here. Whoosh, whoosh. Although some were puzzled by her intentions, everyone still followed her as they left. Buzz. Just shortly after they left, a wave of spatial fluctuation occurred. The time machine appeared at the location they had just vacated, and Future Trunks arrived at that moment. Why didn't you kill that 16? On the way, Piccolo approached Li Xing, somewhat confused by her actions. Observing the intensity of the fight between Vegeta and the opponent, Piccolo understood that he likely was not a match, and with Vegeta knocked out by Li Xing, the only one left capable of fighting Android 16 was Li Crossing herself. There was no need. He asked not one of the 2 androids Trunks mentioned. After explaining briefly, Li Xing fell into deep thought. Dr. Gero, could it be that he is just now going to activate the 2? What about Android 16? Why did he appear early? Based on the storyline, the 3 should have been activated together, and then with Dr. Gero's death, Future Cell would appear to absorb androids 17 and 18 and then be eliminated. That should have been the plot. Is there some other variable? As she pondered, Li Xing couldn't help but shake her head. Since the task given by the system was to prevent Cell from absorbing the 2, it seemed normal for the plot to deviate. Dr. Gero moved swiftly, completely ignoring Li Xing and the others chasing behind him, and returned to his laboratory. Cell, what the hell are you doing? Are you not ready yet? Pushing open the lab door, Dr. Gero couldn't help but curse, completely losing his earlier calm demeanor. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. The fully formed Cell remained unfazed, quietly standing at the door waiting for something. Coming soon? Who? Hurry up and activate those 2. Although somewhat puzzled, Dr. Gero walked over to the sleeping chambers of androids 17 and 18, reaching out to press the activation button. Creak! Just as he was about to activate the 2, the door was forcefully pushed open, revealing a green monster in their line of sight. Future me, you finally came. Chapter 66 Crisis. Cell appears. A fervent light flickered in Cell's eyes. That's right, the one he had been waiting for was the Future Cell. After discovering the Future Cell's whereabouts, he sent a message to him through a small spy robot. The reason he hadn't activated androids 17 and 18 was that he was waiting for the other party's arrival. For some reason, from a moment of his birth, he was already in his perfect form, while the other party still needed to absorb these 2 androids. However, since they were both creations of Dr. Gero, and in reality, the Future Cell was also made by him, it was only natural for him to think of himself. Ha! The Future Cell, still in his first form, felt a bit amazed upon seeing the perfect Cell. According to the calculations in his mind, the opponent's strength was unfathomable. After absorbing the 2 androids, could he also become like the other party? Doctor, nice to meet you. After scanning the scene in the laboratory, the Future Cell noticed Dr. Gero's presence. In his timeline, Dr. Gero had already been killed by androids 17 and 18 long before he was born. You, Doctor. Gero opened his mouth, but couldn't say a complete sentence, his face filled with horror. Another cell? He couldn't remember creating 2 cells. Don't worry, Doctor. I come from a future and was also created by you. The future Cell stepped forward into the laboratory, observing the two sleeping androids. Once I absorb them, I can also become a perfect being. Looking at the two, the future Cell felt emotional in his heart. Who are you? On the other side, Future Trunks looked at the stationary Android 16 and couldn't help but ask. Android 16, created to defeat Son Goku. Android 16 replied calmly. Although he didn't recognize Trunks, he could tell that the other party was not Son Goku, and thus fell outside his programmed attack parameters. Android 16. You were also created by Dr. Gero. Future Trunks' eyes widened, feeling a sense of impending danger after hearing Android 16's self-introduction. In his timeline, although only Android 17 and 18 existed, their actions were truly insane, nearly killing all living humans on Earth. Although he didn't recognize the Android 16 before him, by name alone, it was undoubtedly another of Dr. Gero's creations. Yes, Android 16 nodded, his gaze deep, revealing nothing. All androids should die. Upon hearing his acknowledgement, Future Trunks' expression hardened, instantly revealing anger. Huh! Without further ado, he shouted loudly, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan, then drew the sword from his back, shooting toward Android 16 in the air. Future Trunks was well aware of who Dr. Gero was. In his original timeline, androids were created solely to defeat Son Goku. But who would have thought they had their own ideas and would go so far as to kill all humans on Earth for fun? Even Dr. Gero had been backfired by his own creations, killed by the androids he had made with his own hands. Therefore, even though Android 16 appeared to be just a simple-minded giant, Future Trunks still acted without hesitation. Bang! His sword slashed down, but was caught by Android 16 with one hand. I seem to not know you. Gripping the sword's blade, Android 16 frowned slightly. He found the sudden attack from Future Trunks somewhat strange. He had just awakened and should have had no interactions with anyone. You don't need to know me. I just want to kill you. Future Trunks' face was filled with intense anger as he strained to pull the sword free from the other's grip. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was futile. Android 16's strength had far surpassed that of the initial Super Saiyan, and at that moment, Trunks' strength was even less than Vegeta's, so how could he possibly shake him? Future Trunks reacted quickly, directly letting go of his hands, abandoning his sword, and then lifted a foot to kick at Android 16's neck. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and a strike hit Android 16 perfectly. Too weak, Android 16 tilted his head, seemingly evaluating Future Trunks' strength. How is that possible? Future Trunks' eyes widened, fear rising in his heart. He never held back against enemies, always going all out with every attack. Now his kick had struck Android 16's neck, yet the other party merely tilted his head, seemingly unharmed. Damn it! With no time to think more, Future Trunks continued his assault. Beep. Detected that androids 17 and 18 have awakened. Beep. Detected Cell's appearance. Please be cautious and protect the two. Outside Dr. Gero's laboratory, the recently arrived Xing received the system prompt. Cell is nearby, hearing the voice in her mind. Her expression immediately became serious. Swish. The next moment, she raised her hand and unleashed a shockwave, directly blasting toward Dr. Gero's research facility. Since the two had awakened, there was no need to waste time on futile efforts. Moreover, this place was deserted, with only towering trees and no one living here. Flattening this area would leave Cell nowhere to hide. Bang! Just as Xing's attack was about to hit the laboratory, a figure appeared and waved a hand, sending it flying away. Boom! A heart-stopping sound echoed from afar, the explosion's light illuminating the entire sky, the shockwave spreading, and the area below instantly became engulfed in smoke and dust. Crack! As lightning flashed, Xing caught sight of the figure amidst the smoke. Gulping, Xing couldn't help but swallow hard. Cell, perfect form. Her tone carried shock and a hint of trepidation. If it were just the perfect Cell, it wouldn't have caused such a significant stir for Xing. But at this moment, the Cell before her was not only in perfect form, but also surrounded by crackling lightning. Super Saiyan's second stage. As soon as he appeared, Xing recognized the terrifying aspect of him. Name, Cell, battle power, 8 billion. She hurriedly checked the strength of the Cell in front of her with her detector. This time, even she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Move quickly, I'll handle this. Chapter 67. The embarrassing future Cell after casually instructing. Cell's body slowly rose into the air until it was level with Li Xing quickly. Get everyone off this island. Opposite him, Li Xing, slightly anxious, took out a communicator from her pocket to send a message to Bulma and the others who had not yet arrived. She didn't know what went wrong, but Cell's power far exceeded her expectations. Even if she could transform into Super Saiyan 2 now, she was afraid she wouldn't stand a chance against him. Everyone, Li Xing told us to leave here quickly. On the other end of the communicator, Bulma was taken aback for a moment and then hurriedly called a stop to everyone who was flying, although they did not know what had happened. The magnitude of the energy wave from Li Xing's previous attack made everyone understand that this was no longer a battlefield they could approach. Since Li Xing had spoken, despite their reluctance, they could only retreat. What kind of monster is this? One by one, they retreated, and Piccolo took a deep look at the distant sky before following the others. Others might not know, but he understood well that the most terrifying android had been born. What kind of being is the Cell that Dr. Gero spoke of? With a shout, after notifying everyone, Li Xing suddenly ignited with golden flames. Crack! The next moment, she stood in the air facing Cell, lightning flashing between them, and the entire sky dimmed. Battle power. 5 billion. Looking at her attribute panel, Li Xing felt a sense of helplessness for the first time. For years, with the help of the system, she had always won against anyone with overwhelming strength. Until today, this Cell, who appeared as a Super Saiyan 2 right from the start, made her feel a hint of being unable to match him. Who exactly are you? Staring intently at Cell in front of her, Li Xing gritted her teeth and spoke. The Cell in the original plot, no, to be precise, it should be future Cell, could never possess such powerful battle strength at this point in time. They don't even know who I am? A smirk appeared on Cell's lips, and then he suddenly unleashed his aura. Feel it well. Boom! As if a nuclear bomb had been detonated, the ground shook violently, and the surrounding trees were instantly reduced to rubble. Just relying on his aura, he reached such an astonishing level. No way. Why do you have my aura? At the moment Cell's aura erupted, Li Xing frowned deeply, a very bad premonition suddenly rising in her heart. I really have to thank you, Li Xing. Hearing her question, Cell laughed wildly. I was supposed to be born over 20 years later, but since the doctor injected your cells into me while I was in embryonic form, upon my birth, I possessed a perfect body and my strength continued to grow without doing anything. As he spoke, Cell raised his right hand, excitement filling his eyes. Boom! He waved his hand, and a curved beam of light struck the small island below. The explosive force unleashed a howling gale, splitting the entire island in two in an instant. My cells. Li Xing's face changed drastically. Her pupils contracted as she seemed to have guessed the cause of such a change. Since the battle with Raditz, she had unknowingly integrated into the plot of this world. But she had forgotten that Dr. Gero had been researching androids since the World Martial Arts Tournament began. The Cell of this world was born with such overwhelming strength, and Li Xing could be said to be partly responsible. System, did you know all along? Living guritet hertit. The fury within her almost bursting out as she questioned in her mind, connecting it to the task the system had previously issued. She was certain that the system had known long ago that Cell would appear in perfect form. Yes, host. The system's voice came, making her even angrier. No way. Even with my cells, how could he reach such heights? Faced with a great enemy, Li Xing forced herself to calm down. Could it be Cell, because of the cells, inherited the system's abilities? Just as the host thought, after being injected with your cells, Cell is growing stronger every moment. But there is no need to worry. He only inherited the ability to increase battle power and does not possess the system itself. The system provided its answer, leaving Li Xing silent for a long time. However, the difference in battle power could be compensated for. For example, the hyperbolic time chamber. Even if Cell's battle power also increased, the time inside was longer. Staying in there for a year would only be a day outside. If she stayed in there for 2 years, Li Xing's battle power could catch up to or even surpass Cell. What's wrong? Have you given up resisting? Seeing Li Xing fall silent, Cell thought she had given up, a confident smile on his face. Long ago, when Dr. Gero took Android 19 out, he had wanted to follow them. However, feeling a breakthrough approaching suddenly, he had no choice but to stay in the lab. And the lightning strike that Li Xing encountered while searching for Future Cell was not a coincidence. It was a result of his breakthrough. Boom! As the two faced off, suddenly there were explosions from below. Don't joke with me. How could I be absorbed by a monster like you? Future Cell was slammed against a mountain by Android 17, who looked at him coldly. An unexpected scene appeared. After coming to this world, Future Cell had not yet absorbed human essence when he was called here by this era's Cell. At that moment, he couldn't even defeat Android 17. Name: Cell. Future. Battle power: 220 million. Name: Android 17. Battle power: 300 million. Name: Android 18. Battle power: 275 million. Watching the dramatic scene below, Li Xing checked the battle powers of the few people unperturbed and couldn't help but laugh. In such a tense situation, Future Cell actually made a fool of himself. In the future world he originally belonged to, without Li Xing's presence, it meant that he was the Cell that appeared in the original plot. Meanwhile, the Super Saiyan 2 Cell, standing opposite Li Xing, should have been the embryo that Future Trunks and Krillin eliminated. Useless. In the air, Cell also saw his miserable state, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. They were both ultimate androids created by Dr. Gero, and even the same person. How could there be such a large gap? Forget it. Let me help you a bit. Chapter 68. Injured Li Xing. Number 17 dies after saying this. Ignoring the opposing Li Xing, Gu rushed down swiftly, rapidly approaching the location of number 17. Number 17, run. Seeing Shala shoot away, Li Xing's expression changed, and she hurriedly shouted a warning. Then her figure followed Shalu. What? Number 17 looked up and saw two figures charging towards him. Although he didn't understand what Li Xing meant, seeing Shala's appearance filled him with unease. In the next moment, Shalu's body was already closing in on number 17, while Li Xing couldn't catch up due to the power difference. Boom! Without hesitation, she unleashed a shockwave that struck Shala's back. Although it didn't harm him, it caused him to pause for a moment. Come with me. Taking advantage of this instant, Li Xing flickered, and instead of going to number 17, she appeared in front of a tall, cold beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes. Number 18, another great goddess of the Dragon Ball world. Li Xing grabbed number 18's icy little hand, ignoring her surprised expression, and charged off into the distance. As for number 17, Shala was already almost in front of him, and in this brief moment, Li Xing had no confidence in being able to take him away. Forget about the system's task to protect number 17. If she could save him, that would be good, but if not, so be it. She didn't want to risk her life here. You're in the way. After being briefly obstructed by Li Xing, Shalu didn't hesitate, and the next moment appeared in front of number 17. Boom! A punch landed squarely on his face, sending him flying to the feet of future Shalu. Ha ha! Then I want to hold back. Seeing number 17 lying at his feet, future Shalu revealed a sinister smile. Shocked by the power of the perfect form Shalu from this era, his desire for perfection grew stronger. Although number 18 was taken by a female Saiyan he didn't know, absorbing number 17 should allow him to gain some power. Huh! His spiked tail instantly transformed into a cylindrical shape, wrapping around the fallen number 17. Bang! Suddenly, the tail that had just wrapped around number 17 released a surge of scorching energy, then exploded, shattering future Shala's tail into pieces. A painful howl escaped his mouth. Number 17 self-destructed. Huff huff. On the other side, future Trunks lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He had exhausted all his strength, but couldn't shake number 16 even a little. Give it up. Based on calculations and combat experience, you're no match for me. Number 16 stood still, speaking calmly. Their battle had lasted for a while, and he hadn't even launched an attack yet, while Trunks had already fallen first due to exhaustion. Damn! Future Trunks didn't respond, only gritting his teeth and struggling to stand up. In the future, his master Gohan was cruelly killed by the androids, and now he had crossed time and space only to find himself unable to defeat even the newly born androids. Sigh. Seeing his appearance, number 16 couldn't help but sigh. Saiyans, truly a tenacious warrior race. Swish! Li Xing held onto 18's slender body, racing across the sea. Don't think you can escape. Behind them, Shalu was relentlessly pursuing. After sending number 17 to future Shalu's side, only number 18 remained to be saved by Li Xing. He was glad he didn't have to absorb both to achieve perfect form, but likewise, he had to pave the way for his future self. Otherwise, even an invincible him would feel lonely. There's no choice. Can you swim? As Shalu got closer, Li Xing gritted her teeth and made a reluctant decision. Swim. Upon hearing this, number 18 was momentarily stunned. Suddenly being taken away by a stranger and now being asked if she could swim. What did that mean? Glug. However, the next moment, Li Xing plunged them both into the ocean below. Don't make a sound. Underwater. She extended a finger to number 18, signaling her to conceal her energy. There was no choice. In the air, they were too obvious a target. Only hiding underwater was the best option. At least if they concealed their energy, Shalu wouldn't detect their presence. Do you think you can escape by hiding in the water? You're too naive. Upon discovering they had plunged underwater, Shalu sneered. Boom! He swung his arm, unleashing arcs of energy waves that rained down, engulfing the entire sea area and creating relentless waves. Over there, hurry! After realizing the extensive range of Shalu's attacks, Li Xing pointed toward the distant land and accelerated her escape with number 18. However, just as they began to move, a dazzling golden light suddenly lit up behind them. Oh no! Feeling this energy, she tightly held onto 18's body and took the hit on her back. Glug! Li Xing wanted to let out a painful sound, but was abruptly filled with seawater. Then her vision went black, and she fell into unconsciousness. To conceal her energy, Li Xing had already withdrawn from her transformation state. Shalu's sweeping attack would be too much for her to withstand. They actually got away. After a long while, as the sky gradually darkened, and neither Li Xing nor number 18 resurfaced, Shalu snorted coldly and turned back to the laboratory. After he left, on a distant small island. Huff. Number 18 struggled to carry the unconscious Li Xing ashore. Both of their bodies were soaked with seawater, looking quite disheveled. Especially Li Xing. After taking Shalu's hit for number 18, her entire back had a long scar, her clothes torn, with red marks stark against her white skin. How is she? Will she wake up? Leaning on the beach, number 18, not knowing how to save her, patted Li Xing's face, anxiously asking. She had done her best. After Li Xing was injured and unconscious, she had forcefully swum out of Shalu's attack range. It was also fortunate that number 18 was an android, not knowing fatigue. Otherwise, she would have been exhausted halfway through. Ugh! Hearing number 18's call, Li Xing let out a weak groan, slowly opening her eyes. Meanwhile, in Dr. Jero's laboratory. Why? Future Shalu's expression was twisted as he stood before Dr. Jero. When number 17 was sent to his feet, there hadn't been time for him to self-destruct. Only Dr. Jero had the self-destruct device to destroy number 17. One ultimate android is enough. Dr. Jero's face darkened, a hint of fear showing in his eyes. If another one appears, you will surely go out of control. Clearly, the power of Shalu from this world had made him realize that the other party had deviated from his initial goal. At first, Dr. Jero's target was merely Goku, but now Shalu's strength made him aware that if the other party broke free from his control, the entire universe would be on the brink of destruction. One Shalu was already enough to give him a headache. Now adding another future Shalu, he had no confidence in being able to control both. Moreover, from the previous attitude of Future Cell, it is not difficult to see that he is even willing to defy his own orders to help Future Cell. This is also the reason he chose to destroy Android 17. As for Android 18, she has already exceeded the control range of the explosive device, so he can only temporarily give up. Well, as expected of the doctor. Hearing his words, Future Cell laughed in anger. His eyes still crimson. But you still haven't considered everything. As his words fell, he launched an attack, his palm directly piercing through Dr. Jero's chest. Not only Future Cell, but even the Cell of this era has always respected Dr. Jero. The current change was actually caused by his own worries, fearing that Cell's strength was too strong to be controlled. A scream erupted. Dr. Jero let out a muffled groan. Cell, what do you want? I created you. Due to his body already being modified, Dr. Gero did not show much pain, but looked at Future Cell with a look of panic. Doctor, goodbye. A cruel smile played at the corners of Future Cell's mouth. Then he withdrew his arm that pierced through the other's chest and placed a palm against Dr. Gero's head. Boom! The energy in his hand gathered, and a terrifying beam instantly enveloped Dr. Gero's body. Bang! With the sound of an explosion, Dr. Gero was reduced to ashes in this strike. Finally, due to his own fear, he was killed by the androids he had created with his own hands. There is no longer a need for existence. As the dust gradually settled, Future Cell's expression turned cold, and his body slowly rose into the air. In the next moment, a violent wind arose. He raised his hand, and a giant energy ball quickly coalesced. Disappear! Future Cell shouted angrily, his face filled with madness. And the energy ball fell onto the small island. How are you? Are you okay? On the island. Upon seeing Li Xing awaken, Android 18 hurriedly helped her up. Cough, cough. I'm fine. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of seawater, Li Xing finally recovered a bit. It was now night, and she forced herself to stand up, looking towards the small island where Dr. Gero's laboratory was located. The horizon there seemed a bit unusual. Where's Cell? Li Xing showed a look of confusion on her face. He didn't find us. He has already left. What on earth is going on? Android 18 felt a bit perplexed. She and Android 17 had just awakened when a green monster appeared claiming it wanted to absorb them. If it weren't for the other party's insufficient strength, the two of them might have died the moment they were born. After defeating that opponent, another figure appeared, resembling the first but immensely stronger. Although she didn't know why, Li Xing ultimately saved herself. Those two monsters are called Cell, the ultimate androids created by Dr. Gero. They're actually the same person, just from different timelines. Li Xing's expression was complex as she slowly explained Cell's origins to Android 18. At the same time, she also understood the task from the system. Prevent the two from being absorbed by Future Cell, and then defeat the Cell of this era. What a madman! After learning about the situation, Android 18 couldn't help but exclaim, then continued, I can't feel 17's presence anymore. He seems to have been absorbed by that monster. Saying this, she also stood up from the ground, frowning slightly as she stood side by side with Li Xing, Android 17, and she were twin siblings, both transformed into androids by that madman Dr. Gero. They could sense each other's presence, and now that 17 was gone, Android 18's feelings were understandable. No, 17 should have been killed. Hearing this, Li Xing fell silent for a long time before finally speaking softly. 17 has disappeared, and the mission hasn't indicated failure yet, which means he couldn't have been absorbed. He must have been killed, or he has hidden himself. Killed? That monster needs to absorb us to reach his perfect form. How could he kill him? Android 18's blue eyes widened in confusion at Li Xing's meaning. Li Xing shook her head. I don't know either, perhaps. It was Dr. Gero's doing. After thinking it over, she really couldn't find a reason for Future Cell to destroy Android 17. After the two fled, the Cell of this era relentlessly pursued them, leaving only Future Cell and Dr. Gero behind. Dr. Gero, upon mentioning this name, a trace of anger flashed in Android 18's eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. Tick-tock. After a brief silence, water droplets continued to drip from their soaked clothes. We need to hurry back, otherwise everyone will worry. Feeling the burning pain on her back, Li Xing muttered softly. She turned her head, just about to call Android 18 to leave together when she saw a scene that captivated her. At that moment, Android 18 had already stripped off her clothing and was twisting it into a long strip to squeeze out the water. 18. Android 18. Watching her with only 2 thin pieces of fabric left on, Li Xing's mouth watered. What? Are you planning to leave like this? Noticing Li Xing's gaze, Android 18 raised an eyebrow and then pointed at Li Xing's similarly soaked clothes. Late at night, Bulma's house. Everyone sat around the sofa, anxiously waiting for news. That guy can't be dead, right? Vegeta leaned against a corner of the room, his face gloomy as he stared at the news playing on the television screen. Hey, if your mouth can't speak, donate it to someone in need. Hearing his words, Bulma rolled her eyes and quickly interrupted him. Since the evacuation, everyone hadn't eaten and had been waiting for news about Li Xing. But who knew it was as if she had gone missing? Bulma, tried to contact her with a communicator but received no response. Knock, knock, knock. As night fell, suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted everyone's thoughts. 1. System aspect. The author has accumulated a lot of drafts and expects that in a few days, attentive readers will understand in the article, so I won't spoil too much. 2. Cell arc. Because Cell was injected with the protagonist's cells, his overwhelming strength has caused a lot of controversy. Hence, I'll hint that it relates to the super bloodline in the system. Beyond that, the author has yet to write it. 3. Protagonist personality. 1,000 people have 1,000 Hamlets. As a transmigrator, one must have great expectations for the Golden Finger. The protagonist's previous life was set as one who died from exhaustion, so the initial complaints are normal. If you can't understand, then I can only say I'm sorry. Finally, to the readers who can see or finish this message, whether out of love for Dragon Ball or anticipation for this book, the author sincerely thanks you. This is the author's first fanfiction, which is regarded as their child. Throughout the process, despite receiving many malicious comments, I will still choose to persist. I hope everyone is not misled by this. Perhaps this book hasn't written the scenes you expect, but the author has worked hard to absorb some readers' opinions. I hope all readers maintain their love for Dragon Ball and have no regrets about their youth. Chapter 70. Merging into one. The strongest cell is born Xing? You finally returned. Bulma hurriedly got up and opened the door, only to see two unfamiliar figures. Yushi froze at the doorway, her face filled with astonishment. Outside, the somewhat robust figure of Android 16 appeared, holding the unconscious future Trunks in his hand. 16. Everyone inside noticed his arrival, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. The android created by Dr. Gero had actually come to their door, seeking death. Vegeta shouted and immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. The daytime battle had been interrupted by Xing, and after waking up from his coma, he thought 16 had already been dealt with by Xing, but unexpectedly, the opponent appeared at his doorstep that night. Wait! Bulma hurriedly turned around to stop his actions. It didn't seem like 16 had come to cause trouble. After all, who would knock on the door if they were looking for a fight? Moreover, her gaze fell on future Trunks, who was being held in a semi-conscious state, and it appeared that he was not injured. Is this the Capsule Corporation? After looking Bulma up and down, 16 seemed to be searching for something. Yes. What's wrong? Hearing the inquiry, Bulma nodded in confusion. This boy seems to be from your company. Saying this, 16 raised his arm, and future Trunks appeared in front of her. He had participated in several battles right after his birth, and none of them were against Goku, which clearly contradicted the original intent of 16's programming. Essentially a peace-loving being, he also lacked the desire to kill. In 16's eyes, future Trunks was not particularly strong, but he had a stubborn temper. He had informed Trunks more than once about the gap in their strength, yet Trunks was willing to risk everything to try to kill him, until he finally exhausted himself and fainted, which ended the battle. In the wilderness, he couldn't bear to leave the unconscious future Trunks alone, so he inquired continuously until he found Bulma's home. Our company. Looking at future Trunks' attire, Bulma's pupils suddenly constricted, her expression filled with shock. On his clothing, she saw the unique logo belonging to her company. Trunks. Among the gathered crowd, seeing him unconscious, Krillin also exclaimed, quickly taking a senza bean from his pocket and stepping forward to take future Trunks' body. Trunks? His name is Trunks? Just like my son, from the future. I see. In the corner, Vegeta stood silently, his eyes flickering. So this is what Trunks looks like when he grows up. At the doorway, Bulma watched as Krillin fed him a senza bean, her heart feeling equally complex. Trunks, it turns out you can also become a good man. That's great. Casting her gaze towards the bedroom, little Trunks had already fallen asleep, and Bulma felt a significant relief. There was no way little Trunks had such a fierce look, and she thought he would grow up to have a personality like Vegeta's. Now seeing future Trunks, she let out a long sigh of relief. Since the person has been delivered then, goodbye. Watching the expressions of everyone in the room, 16 confirmed he hadn't come to the wrong place and mechanically raised his arm to wave. Wait, future Trunks, supported by Krillin and fed the senza bean, had now regained consciousness. Seeing 16 preparing to turn and leave, he quickly called out to him. This is, on the other side, Cell from this era. after fruitlessly pursuing Li Xing and 18, had now returned to the sky above the island where the laboratory was located. However, no matter how he searched, there was no sign of the laboratory, let alone the small island that used to float on the sea, which had now vanished without a trace. Strange. This was clearly the place. Cell drifted around in the air, voicing his confusion. Whether based on memory or the location displayed in his mind's computer, the laboratory was supposed to be here. But looking down, apart from the vast ocean, there wasn't even a trace of the small island that once existed. Sorry. To you, my counterpart from this era, just as Cell was pondering. A familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Behind him appeared the silent future Cell. After killing Dr. Gero, he knew very well that it was impossible to become perfect in this era. Rather than exhausting himself trying to absorb the meager essence of humanity, it was better to absorb his counterpart from this era directly. After all, the Cell of this era was already perfect, and doing so might mean he could achieve his dream of perfection without needing those two androids. Clearly, Future Cell's mindset had twisted from the moment Dr. Gero destroyed Android 17. He had stopped trusting anyone. Even his counterpart from this era was no exception. With a whoosh, the tip of his tail unfolded, directly wrapping around Cell's body. Gulp! A sound emerged as Cell's body was absorbed into him. Drink! Future Cell, merged into one, hereafter referred to as Cell, shouted, wildly reveling in the endless energy flowing within him. Golden light ignited from his body, illuminating the entire sky nearby. Boom! The whole earth trembled, as if something terrifying was about to be born. What is that? On the small island, Li Xing and 18 had just managed to dry off their clothes when they noticed the anomaly in the distance. Name, Cell Future, Combat Power, 95 billion. 95 billion. Looking at the value transmitted by the detector, Li Xing couldn't help but widen her eyes. Future Cell actually possesses such strong power? No. Wait. After a moment of shock, she quickly realized. Cell's aura was no longer detectable. What remained was only Future Cell. Although she didn't know what had happened, it was likely that the cells from the two eras had merged into one. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain the change in Future Cell's combat power. What a monster! Beside her, 18 stared intently at the distant sky. Even from such a distance, she felt the terrifying and dangerous aura emanating from Cell. Come back with me. Li Xing decisively grabbed 18's arm with one hand, while her other two fingers rested on her forehead. Whoosh! Their figures instantly vanished from the spot. Chapter 71, taking number 18 home. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing Task 1. Preventing Cell from absorbing number 17 and number 18. Task reward. Permanent doubling of combat power growth rate. Emotional value limit increased by 100. At Bulma's house, Li Xing, who had just brought number 18 back, received a system notification. That's right. It seems there is only one complete cell left. Li Xing took a deep breath. The completion of this task not only meant that there was only one cell left, but also signified a tremendous leap in her own power. She had already achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan 3rd stage, and even if Cell's power exceeded expectations, she now had the confidence to defeat him. After fleeing once due to lack of strength, Li Xing no longer wanted to experience that feeling again. She could have escaped using instant transmission, but without any escape experience, she panicked and took number 18 into the depths of the ocean. This is simply, Number 16, what are you doing here? Upon opening the door, Li Xing found the room bustling with activity. In addition to the Z fighters, 16 was surprisingly there as well, which made her feel a bit confused. Actually, after sending Future Trunks here, he was suddenly stopped by the awakened Trunks, who bombarded him with a slew of questions. Because of this, he learned that Son Goku was afflicted by an illness. Although he wanted to kill him to fulfill his programming, taking advantage of others' misfortunes was something number 16 looked down upon. Li Xing, seeing the commotion at the door, everyone hurried over. Why are you back so late? Are you hurt? Did you eliminate the enemy? A series of questions erupted, and Bulma quickly stood up and pulled Li Xing into the house. There was a little accident. I brought someone back. With Bulma holding her hand, she had no intention of going inside. There were just too many people, and after glancing at everyone, she spotted Future Trunks. If he saw number 18 behind her, he would definitely blow up on the spot. However, before she could think more, no. 18 curiously stepped out from behind Li Xing. No. 18. Seeing that familiar face, Future Trunks clenched his fists and immediately stood in front of Bulma. Separating her from Li Xing. Bang. A dull sound rang out. Without any hesitation, Future Trunks threw a punch directly at number 18's face. I seem to not know you. Number 18 casually raised a hand to catch his fist, looking puzzled and confused. You don't need to know me. Ha! Future Trunks roared, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan. This guy. Seeing his appearance, Li Xing couldn't help but sigh. She had long known that he would react this way upon seeing number 18. But it was also to be expected. After all, in the future world, no. 17 and number 18 were demons disguised as cute beings. Just as Li Xing was about to intervene, Bulma suddenly took action. Slap! A crisp sound echoed. Her palm landed squarely on the back of Future Trunks' head, stunning him, and his Super Saiyan transformation instantly reverted. Mom! Aunt Bulma! Future Trunks turned his head, a look of confusion on his face, wanting to say something but hesitating. Didn't you see she came with Li Xing? Is this how you treat guests? Clearly, Bulma was unaware of the reason for his anger and also didn't know number 18's true identity. All she knew was that the suddenly appearing beautiful girl had come with Li Xing. And don't call me Aunt. Bulma glared wide-eyed, seemingly very angry at Future Trunks' address. Hearing her words, Future Trunks was momentarily taken aback. After scanning the eyes of everyone present, he finally understood. Mom, Mother. He lowered his brows slightly, already realizing that everyone knew his identity. Li Xing, what exactly is going on? At this moment, Future Trunks' actions also caught Piccolo's attention. The number 18 brought by Li Xing. This seemingly harmless girl had easily caught Future Trunks' punch after his transformation. Coupled with Future Trunks' intense, emotional fluctuations, Piccolo could be certain that no. 18 was one of the two androids he had referred to 3 years ago. He just didn't know why such a person would be brought here by Li Xing. This is how things are. After a while, Li Xing finally finished recounting the events. Gulp, she picked up a nearby cup and gulped down a large mouthful of water, while her stomach also audibly growled. It's good that nothing happened. You all chat. I'll go make you something to eat. Gently patting Li Xing's back, Bulma comforted her, then stood up and walked alone toward the kitchen. I'll go help too. Noticing the atmosphere in the room seemed a bit awkward, number 18 lightly bumped her shoulder against Li Xing, and after receiving her hint, followed Bulma to the kitchen. Cell. Future Cell. There's such a thing? Number 17 is dead, and Dr. Gero is dead? After the two left, everyone couldn't believe their ears after hearing Li Xing's account. Especially Future Trunks, watching number 18's departing figure, couldn't help but clench his fists. The no. 18 of this era was completely different from the one in his time. In fact, she would even proactively cook with his mother. What a load of crap, Cell, just kill him. In the corner, Vegeta snorted in dissatisfaction. If it weren't for accidentally being knocked out by Li Xing, he would have liked to see what kind of monster could make Li Xing return in such a state. If you want to go die, please go by yourself. Looking at his unwilling expression, Li Xing was almost infuriated. How arrogant could he be? Name, Vegeta, combat power, 5 million, normal state. Name, Trunks, future, combat power, 3. 2 million, normal state. Name, Nappa, combat power, 3 million. Silently checking the combat power of Vegeta and his family. She was even too lazy to speak. Cell's current combat power of 9. 5 billion could crush Vegeta with just a finger. Even you can't beat that guy? The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense as Piccolo spoke up in a low voice. Li Xing had only recounted the events and the terror of Cell, yet had not proposed a solution. The urgent priority now was how to prevent him from achieving his goals. Moreover, judging by the current situation, Cell had completely broken free from Dr. Gero's control and no longer needed the two androids to achieve his perfect form. Was his target still Son Goku? All of this remained unknown. Chapter 72, A Brief Rest, Unable to Fight. After pondering for a moment, Li Xing decided it was better to pretend for now. After all, she had just told everyone that she escaped with number 18, and suddenly claiming she could defeat the opponent would seem very strange. Swish! Just as her words fell, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Goku? Dad! Kakarot. The return of Son Goku left everyone present momentarily stunned. Go train in the hyperbolic time chamber. There's no time left. Seeing that she was about to waste more breath, Li Xing quickly turned her gaze toward Piccolo. The hyperbolic time chamber? Why go there? Is there a strong enemy appearing? Just as Piccolo was about to ask Li Xing how she knew about that place, he was interrupted by Goku's series of questions. You all sort out. I'm tired. With that, Li Xing no longer wanted to interfere, stood up, and returned to her room. There were simply too many people gathered here. She had already said everything she needed to say, so let them figure out the rest. It was already late at night, and after a whole day of turmoil, Li Xing was physically and mentally exhausted. She hoped that Cell would calm down a bit, allowing her to rest before dealing with this trouble. Crack! On the other side, Future Cell had completely absorbed his counterpart from this era. Is this the power of perfection? In the night sky, his golden figure shone brilliantly, with the surrounding raging lightning only proving his strength. Although his methods were somewhat unsavory, Future Cell finally achieved his goal. In this era, there was only one Cell. After a while, he gradually calmed down, immersed in his own immense power. Son Goku. Cell unconsciously murmured Goku's name. No matter how strong he became, he was still an android created by Dr. Gero. This target was essentially the final mission of the chip in his mind. Oomph. Casting a glance at the sea below, Cell snorted coldly. He wasn't looking at the sea. Perhaps one could say he was observing the entire Earth. A quiet night passed. The next day, morning sunlight poured into the bedroom. Li Xing slowly opened her eyes, rubbing them as she leaned against the headboard. Yesterday had been too exhausting, and after returning, she spent the whole time explaining the situation to everyone, to the point where she forgot to eat. In her half-asleep state, she felt as if something was watching her. Although she didn't sense any dangerous movements, it still made her feel uncomfortable all over. Gurgle. After propping herself up on the bed for a while, Li Xing's stomach betrayed her and growled. Just as she was about to get up from her bed to eat breakfast for the first time, a soft humming sound reached her ears. Li Xing suddenly sat up, her alertness at its peak. However, in the next moment, her expression turned complicated. Number 18. She could hardly believe her eyes. A slender figure was currently crouched by the bed, her delicate white hands rubbing her eyes. You were sleeping here yesterday? After hesitating for a moment, Li Xing tentatively asked. Hearing her voice, number 18 perked up considerably and turned to her, softly responding. Why? Didn't you sleep in a separate room? Li Xing frowned, feeling a bit hesitant. Although she had just saved the other person yesterday, and number 18 seemed harmless. The silent intrusion into her room could have cost her life if the intruder were an enemy. You fell asleep after I made dinner yesterday. Miss Bulma gave me the key to your room. Number 18 naturally waved the key in her hand while pointing at the food on the bedside. Originally, Li Xing wanted to say more, but upon seeing the large bowls of food, she was momentarily stunned. She knew that this world's no. 18 was not as evil as her future counterpart, but they had only just met a day ago, and yet the other person trusted her so much. Knock. Knock, knock. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, Bulma's voice suddenly came from outside. Li Xing, are you awake? Yes. Hearing the voice outside, Li Xing quickly grabbed her clothes, preparing to change out of her pajamas. Creak. Before she could get up to open the door, Bulma pushed the door open and walked in. After spending the night in Li Xing's room with the food, number 18, who had never seen a door lock, didn't know how to operate it. So she had locked it at all. Did you sleep well last night? Seeing the scene in the room, Bulma's face instantly turned bright red. After knowing Li Xing for so long, no wonder. She doesn't like so many outstanding men. Looking at Bulma's expression, Li Xing's mouth twitched violently. At the dining table, Li Xing was full of emotions. She didn't know when it had started, but it had gone from just her and Bulma at the beginning to now a full house. Vegeta, Bulma, the two Trunks, Nappa, number 18, and herself. There were actually as many as 7 people. Even outside in the yard, there was a 16 who didn't eat. If it weren't for Bulma's house being big enough, they probably wouldn't have been able to fit this group of people. After a whirlwind of activity, I'm leaving. Vegeta stood up first, said a word to Bulma, and then walked toward the door. Swish! As soon as he opened the door, he placed 2 fingers on his forehead and instantly vanished from the spot. Mom, I'm going too. After watching Vegeta leave alone, Future Trunks hurriedly finished his meal, wiped his mouth, and chased after him. I'm going too. A rough voice sounded, and Nappa was not to be outdone. After the two left, their figures soared upward, heading in a certain direction. 3 out of the 4 who could eat were gone, leaving only Li Xing still struggling to finish her meal. Why are they in such a hurry? Her mouth was stuffed with food, and she was mumbling incoherently while gesturing to Bulma. They made an appointment with Piccolo to go to that hyperbolic time chamber. Seeing her expression, Bulma shrugged and explained. So soon you've made a decision? Li Xing hurriedly cleaned off the remaining food on the table and stood up, preparing to go out. Unlike everyone else, she didn't choose to go to the sacred world. Instead, she planned to check on Cell's whereabouts. Times had changed. Yesterday, she truly couldn't defeat him, but today was different. She could now transform into Super Saiyan Stage 3, so she was ready to test Cell's movements with confidence. If Cell had any harmful intentions toward Earth, Li Xing would be able to stop him in time. Wait, you are going by yourself? Chapter 73. Testing Cell. Li Xing's thoughts as Li Xing was about to leave using instant transmission. Bulma hurriedly called out to her. Subsequently, Bulma's gaze revealed an ambiguous, crazy hint towards a quietly sitting Android 18. What kind of look is that? Seeing her expression, Li Xing felt a headache coming on. She and Android 18 really had nothing going on. It was just that 18 was too tired after delivering food last night and didn't want to move. Thinking of this, she quickly sent a look to Android 18, signaling her to explain. Unexpectedly, Android 18 was also looking at her, and with an expectant gaze. Their eyes met for a moment. Cell's power is very strong. I'm afraid I can't guarantee your safety. After struggling internally for a moment, Li Xing decided it was best to go alone. She wasn't lying, although she had transformed into Super Saiyan 3rd stage. Cell's strength was no joke. If the opponent recklessly attacked the spectators, even Li Xing would find it somewhat tricky. Whoosh! Without waiting for Bulma and Android 18 to respond. After saying this, Li Xing quickly left the area. This guy, by the way, did you two last night? After she left, Bulma turned her attention to Android 18. Outside South City, the island where Dr. Jiro's laboratory was located no longer existed. Cell stood alone on another island not far away. He looked up at the dim sky, lost in thought. Whoosh! Behind him, Li Xing's figure flickered into view. Is it Son Goku? Cell did not turn around but smiled faintly and asked indifferently. For some reason, he had been in this world for several years, but had never seen the real Son Goku. The computer told him that Son Goku was the strongest on Earth, and sensing the powerful energy emanating from Li Xing behind him, he mistook her for Son Goku. Unfortunately, his awareness was that of future Cell. If it were the Cell from this era in charge, he definitely wouldn't make such a mistake. Cell, what is your purpose? Without responding to his words, Li Xing asked her question. Son Goku and the others were already on their training journey. This trip was merely to confirm Cell's movements. If the opponent's motives hadn't changed, she could spare his life and give the main characters a chance to participate in battle in a few days. If his intentions were impure, Li Xing certainly wouldn't mind erasing Cell right then and there. You're not Son Goku. Hearing the voice from behind, Cell frowned slightly, then turned to look at Li Xing, studying her carefully. Who are you? He vaguely remembered that it was this female Saiyan who had saved Android 18 when he was about to absorb Android 17 yesterday. Although he felt somewhat displeased, he had already achieved his perfect form and no longer needed those 2 androids. Therefore, Cell chose not to attack directly, but instead observed with great interest. In the future world, he had never heard of the existence of female Saiyans. Perhaps, you can ask the Cell you absorbed to find out. Watching Cell's reaction, Li Xing's gaze suddenly sharpened, staring intensely at him. This question was also a test to see if he truly was merged. Li Xing. Upon hearing this, Cell muttered softly, then continued, I never expected that the strongest person on Earth in this world is not Son Goku. Oomph. Hearing his words, Li Xing snorted coldly, and her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. It was already confirmed that aside from the Cell in front of her, there was no other Cell. Remembering how she had taken a hit while escaping with Android 18 yesterday, a trace of anger welled up in her heart. Seeing Li Xing's reaction, Cell was also unwilling to back down, and the two stared each other down. Crack! A bolt of lightning broke the silence, and in the next moment, Li Xing moved, instantly appearing in front of Cell. Bang! Cell reacted quickly, and their fists collided in an instant. Ha! After the failed strike, Li Xing stepped back a few paces, then let out a low shout, transforming into Super Saiyan second stage. Seeing her transformation, Cell still wore a confident smile, but his body instinctively became alert. Boom! Boom! A more intense offensive came crashing in, forcing Cell to unleash most of his power to fend off Li Xing's attacks. As for Li Xing, she didn't directly use her Super Saiyan third stage transformation because she knew that, at this moment, many people were likely observing her and Cell's movement from somewhere. In the Kami's temple, two terrifying figures, Piccolo and Son Goku, stood side by side at the edge, unable to help but exclaim. As Li Xing expected, her battle with Cell was being watched by everyone. Vegeta had already started training with future Trunks and Nappa, while Son Goku and his son Gohan were waiting for the next batch in 2 days. It seemed that, at some point aside from the Saiyan race, the rest had to yield in training. Krillin and Yamcha, along with other ordinary practitioners, didn't even have the thought of going into the hyperbolic time chamber to become stronger. Who do you think will win? Son Goku fixed his gaze on the battle below, suddenly speaking to Piccolo beside him. It seems Cell is a bit stronger, but Li Xing seems to be holding back. After watching for a while, Piccolo's expression became somewhat serious. The commotion from their battle was immense. On the surface, it appeared that Li Xing's every attack could be easily countered by Cell, and even in terms of strength, she seemed weaker than Cell. However, in reality, Li Xing showed no signs of panic. Even though she looked disadvantaged, her breathing remained calm. I think so too. Son Goku nodded, then fell silent. What exactly is Li Xing trying to do? Both of them shared the same thought, clearly not understanding her actions. In the face of a great enemy, she was unwilling to use her full strength. Could it be she wants us to solve this ourselves? Thinking of this, Son Goku's pupils suddenly constricted. The emergence of Cell could be traced back many years. After he eliminated the Red Ribbon Army, Dr. Gero had gone into hiding and began researching androids. The appearance of such a formidable enemy as Cell stemmed from his failure to properly deal with the events of that time. Following this line of thought, Li Xing's behavior could indeed be understood. Chapter 74. Never forget the original intention. The Cell Games update on the island. Under the fierce confrontation between the two, the place was already riddled with holes. Bang! After another collision, Cell stood his ground, while Li Xing staggered back a few steps. What? Don't you use your full power? Cell squinted his eyes, revealing a hint of confusion. Wow, is it that obvious? Hearing this, Li Xing was momentarily stunned, knowing that there must be someone watching from the Divine Temple, and having just said the day before that she couldn't defeat her opponent. It was only reasonable that she wouldn't directly use her third transformation. She just didn't expect her acting skills to be so poor. Not only Cell, but even the spectators easily noticed her anomaly. Li Xing was speechless. Since she had already been exposed, she decided not to hide anything anymore. She clenched her fists tightly, and her aura began to rise steadily. Don't want to say. That's fine. I'm preparing to hold a martial arts tournament. Although Cell had noticed Li Xing's aura that was about to rise again, the curve of his lips grew even more pronounced. He hadn't yet met Sun Wukong in this world, but this unfamiliar female Saiyan had already unleashed such powerful strength. As someone with cells from multiple Saiyans, Cell had perfectly inherited the Saiyans' combative nature. However, interesting things are best saved for last. If he could just deal with Li Xing, he would still have to go through the trouble of searching for Sun Wukong. Instead, it would be better to create an opportunity to gather everyone together. A martial arts tournament? Upon hearing this, Li Xing, who was halfway through her transformation, abruptly stopped her rising aura. She understood very well that Cell had found his original intention and was preparing to hold the Cell Games. However, this was exactly what Li Xing had in mind. She had planned to kill her opponent during today's test, because Sun Wukong and the others were already too far behind in strength. If she didn't find a way to help them catch up, she would have to deal with all the enemies appearing afterward herself. That would not be a good job. Knowing how terrifying the enemies would become later, Li Xing absolutely did not want to do this thankless task. 10 days later here, The rules are just like the martial arts tournament on Earth. Glancing at Li Xing's reaction, Cell crossed his arms again and explained leisurely. Suit yourself. During this time, I hope you could be a bit more honest. Li Xing snorted coldly, then placed 2 fingers on her forehead and prepared to leave. The purpose of this trip had been achieved. Not only had she confirmed that there was only one Cell, but she had also confirmed his intentions. That was enough. The rest would be left to Sun Wukong and the others. Whoosh! In the next moment, her figure disappeared from the spot. This guy, does he not care whether Earth exists or not? Looking at the once again calm island before him, Cell couldn't help but mumble. He had originally wanted to say that, as the prize for the martial arts tournament, if he became the champion, he would kill all the Earthlings and then destroy the entire Earth. But Li Xing actually left directly, seemingly not caring at all. This careless attitude made Cell furrow his brows. Could it be that Sun Wukong is stronger than her? Whoosh! On the other side, Li Xing's figure had already appeared in the Divine Temple. Although she knew her battle was being watched, she still chose not to go directly home. One reason was to inform everyone, and the other was to take the opportunity to investigate the strength of the protagonists. Name: Sun Wukong Combat Power, 5 million normal. Name: Sun Gohan Combat Power, 3 million normal. Name: Piccolo Combat Power, 168 million. There were no unexpected surprises, and Li Xing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Wukong, who had just recovered from a serious illness, had a combat power that was actually the same as Vegeta's. No wonder he had lost to Vegeta when he was sick. How is it? Still can't beat that guy. Seeing her arrival, Sun Wukong and the others surrounded her, not hiding the fact that they had been watching the battle. TCH, it's not that you can't beat him, it's that you don't want to fight at all. Not far away, Piccolo bluntly stated the truth. Unlike everyone else's enthusiasm, Li Xing remained silent, instead focusing her gaze on Sun Wukong. And in Sun Wukong's eyes, the meaning contained in that gaze was crystal clear. It was as if she was saying, "You caused this mess, so figure it out yourself." All right, Piccolo. Li Xing did nothing wrong. Our strength is indeed somewhat lacking. Sun Wukong waved his hand, signaling Piccolo not to say that. While his expression turned serious as he said, Cell's strength has far surpassed ours. Luckily, he has no intention of destroying the Earth. In these 10 days, we will gradually increase our strength, and if we still can't compete, then we will have to rely on you. He spoke in a very complete manner, showing no intention of blaming Li Xing. After all, after so many years together, in his eyes, Li Xing had long become part of everyone. However, now the gap in strength between everyone and Li Xing was getting larger and larger. Not just him. Everyone present had unknowingly begun to rely on Li Xing. They really should improve themselves. After hearing this, Piccolo snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. Having long since fused with the Kai, he certainly understood Li Xing's intentions. However, the wisdom from the Kai told him that when facing a strong enemy, one must go all out. Otherwise, unexpected changes could occur. Just like Frieza on Namek. If Li Xing hadn't made a wish to reinforce Namek early on, it might have disappeared into this vast universe due to one of Frieza's whims. Looking at Sun Wukong in front of her, Li Xing gently nodded. Although Piccolo's words made her somewhat uncomfortable, there were still rational people among them. Vegeta and the others would probably come out the day after tomorrow. There would be me and Gohan, and finally Piccolo. Li Xing, are you going to go into training? Briefly explaining everyone's plans, Sun Wukong asked. Let me bring someone else over. Upon hearing this, Li Xing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not refuse. This time Cell incident had unexpected developments, which had her head spinning. Staying in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 years was still a relatively safe plan. After all, after completing the task of stopping Cell from absorbing the two, Li Xing's combat power growth rate would once again double. As long as she stayed in for 2 years, her normal combat power would exceed 100 million. Chapter 75. The expanding Vegeta. Bulma's home. What? You're going to train? Bulma widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Li Xing, exclaiming, I feel like my strength is lacking a bit. Li Xing scratched her head, unsure of what to say. This isn't a fever. Bulma pressed the back of her hand against Li Xing's forehead, murmuring to herself. After knowing each other for several years, this girl, whom she regarded as a younger sister, was actually preparing to train? No way. There must be something wrong. Quickly, Bulma dismissed her own thoughts. In the past, Li Xing had shown extreme resistance towards training. Besides, she seemed to possess some special ability. As her combat power continued to rise even without any training, Bulma hadn't pried into her secret too much. But now that she heard Li Xing voluntarily express her intention to train, it left her utterly astonished. However, Li Xing's next sentence suddenly made her feel enlightened. I'm also planning to take Android 18 with me. Li Xing hesitated before voicing her thoughts. Facing Bulma's shock, she understood the reason behind it. However, there was no choice. Unexpected events kept occurring, and even with the system in place, she still felt uneasy. As for bringing Android 18 along, it was to prevent any more surprises. Previous experiences told Li Xing that as long as she was strong enough, even if Cell wanted to absorb her, it wouldn't be an easy task. With two cells appearing simultaneously, if a third one showed up, given Android 18's current strength, she could only say that she could barely contend with a newly emerged first form Cell. Even though Android 17 had died in this world, if Cell absorbed some human essence, Android 18 would still have no means to fight back. Oh, I see now. The next moment, upon hearing this, Bulma turned her gaze to Android 18 on the sofa, revealing an ant-like smile. What do you understand? Seeing her expression, Li Xing found herself at a loss for words. 2 days later, in the Supreme Kai's temple, creak, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber slowly opened. Ha ha! That Nappa can finally transform into a Super Saiyan. Kakarot, come over and fight. With a hearty laugh, Nappa's figure appeared first in everyone's view. He rushed up to Goku, unable to resist showing off his biceps. Name, Nappa, combat power, 220 million. From a distance, Li Xing stood next to Android 18, quietly assessing Nappa's combat power. This guy is in transformation state now. Looking at Nappa's appearance, she nearly dropped her jaw. 2 days in the outside world equated to 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber. And after such a long time, Nappa finally achieved his transformation, but he has no hair. He doesn't look like a Super Saiyan at all. Moreover, after 2 years in there, his combat power is only this much. Let's wait until we finish our training to fight. Goku quickly declined him and unconsciously stepped aside. Although he could tell from the energy signature that Nappa was not yet his match after transforming, time was pressing. They had only 8 days left until Cell's so-called martial arts tournament, and he needed to complete his training as soon as possible. Sorry for the wait. From the back, Future Trunks also slowly stepped out. His eyes were sharp, and although his clothes were somewhat tattered from training, the aura he emitted was indeed vastly different from 2 days ago. Father broke through the Super Saiyan limit 2 months after going in, but he's still not satisfied, which is why it took this long. Seeing everyone waiting, Future Trunks briefly explained. Trunks, don't say too much. Listening to his son's narration, Vegeta's tone remained proud. Name, Vegeta, combat power, 10 million normal. Name, Trunks, future, combat power, 6 million normal. They're still quite far off. The appearance of the two made Li Xing curl her lips. Compared to the original storyline, when they first came out of the hyperbolic time chamber, their combat power was already at this level. Although they had surpassed Super Saiyan, 75 times increase, they still had not reached the second transformation level. If calculated this way, Vegeta could only unleash a maximum combat power of 750 million. Even the normal complete form of Cell was beyond their reach, let alone the current Super 2 Cell. It doesn't matter whether you go in for special training or not. I will solve everything, whether it's Cell or the androids. Vegeta crossed his arms, and although his clothes were also somewhat tattered, his tone exuded immense confidence. He even cast a glance at Li Xing and the android 18 beside her. During the 2 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, although Vegeta hadn't spoken much to Future Trunks, he had overheard Nappa's conversations. Future Android 18's actions were simply unworthy of consideration. Say that again. His arrogant words ignited Li Xing's anger. It was one thing to deal with Cell, but now he was also targeting Android 18 of this era, a typical case of someone becoming arrogant just because they gained a bit of strength. In the next moment, Li Xing's aura erupted, and a terrifying pressure enveloped Vegeta. Do you want to try? Vegeta grunted and transformed into Super Saiyan. Since Xing hadn't transformed, his pressure was quickly dispelled by his strength. All right, there's still 8 days until the official duel. Vegeta, don't rush. Seeing the atmosphere become tense, Goku hurriedly stepped in between the two to mediate. Gohan, it's our turn. Caught in the middle of the two's overwhelming aura, Goku, who hadn't transformed, found it difficult to breathe and quickly changed the subject, preparing to bring Gohan inside for training. I'll join you guys. From a distance, Piccolo's voice rang out. There was no choice. The day before deciding to go in for training, Xing had already gone back to rest early. According to everyone's description, she seemingly didn't need training, so she wasn't counted in. Now that Cell had set the so-called martial arts tournament, which was actually the day of the final battle, of course, it was best to save time wherever possible. I already said it doesn't matter whether you go in or not. Watching the movements of the three, Vegeta's lips curled up once more, his face filled with overwhelming confidence. Whoosh! The next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. Chapter 76, The Absolute Gap. Unscathed without a thought, he must be looking for Cell. Seeing that Vegeta had already left, Trunks didn't dare to linger any longer. He couldn't teleport, and if he delayed, by the time he got there, the battle might already be over. Trunks, here are the Senza beans for you and Vegeta. Take them. Just as he was about to set off, Goku tossed him 2 life-saving Senza beans. Don't push yourself too hard. If it doesn't work out, retreat. Got it? Understood. Thank you for your concern. Mr. Goku, please train hard too. After a brief exchange, Trunks' figure left the Supreme Kai's temple, racing towards Cell's location at an incredible speed. On the island, Cell stood alone in the already constructed arena. It had been 2 days, and there had been no movement at all. He was somewhat uncertain whether Lapis had relayed the message to Goku and the others, pondering how to notify all the Earthlings. Just as he was finalizing his plans to set off, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Vegeta? Cell's pupils contracted, clearly not understanding the purpose of Vegeta's appearance. This was their first meeting, but Vegeta's appearance had long been etched into the chip in his mind. So you are Cell, quite the leisurely fellow. Vegeta sneered, glancing around at the completed martial arts arena. How do you like the stage for the Cell games that will determine the fate of the world in 8 days? Satisfied? Cell's tone was calm, showing no regard for Vegeta. However, the arrival of his opponent did pique his interest somewhat. After all, waiting on this deserted island was quite boring. Moreover, the fact that Vegeta could find this place indirectly proved that Lapis had conveyed the message after returning. What martial arts tournament? Today is your day of death. Cell, fresh out of the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta was unaware of Cell's plans and had no knowledge of the so-called Cell games. All he knew was that Lapis couldn't defeat this monster before him. After 2 years of intense training, he was filled with unwavering confidence. My day of death. Just because of you? Upon hearing Vegeta's confident words, Cell was momentarily taken aback. At the same time, he realized some other things. Vegeta didn't know about the martial arts tournament? Enough with the nonsense. Without wanting to waste any more words, Vegeta unleashed his energy. After a brief burst, his muscles appeared to swell, and he was enveloped in a golden glow emanating a powerful force. That's Vegeta. What incredible energy. In the Heavenly Palace, everyone who wasn't training was watching the battle, including Bulma, who had brought little Trunks along. Android 18 sat cross-legged with Lapis at the edge. Also watching the fight below, there was no choice. They had queued up later. Goku and the others had already entered the hyperbolic time chamber, and Piccolo had sacrificed his solo training plans to join them. With 2 more days to wait, Lapis was getting restless, but fortunately, Vegeta had just emerged to put on a grand show. How's it looking? Can he do it? Watching Vegeta unleash his energy below, Android 18 asked. Lacking the ability to sense energy like Lapis and the others, she could only judge her opponent's strength through observation and actual combat. Since being rescued by Lapis, her relationship with him had unknowingly grown closer. In just a few days, she had almost forgotten her identity. Just like Cell, she was also a creation of Dr. Gero. TCH, he's still far from it. Stealing a glance at the situation below, Lapis looked around, trying to find something. Where's the camera? I have to capture Vegeta's embarrassing moments today and replay them over and over. I've had enough of this arrogant fool. Huh. On the other side, watching the surging energy around Vegeta, Cell's expression grew serious. Vegeta's strength was actually different from the data recorded in his chip. Good thing I already killed him. Though Vegeta's energy appeared strong, it was still not enough for Cell to take him seriously. Instead, Cell felt fortunate about Dr. Gero's demise. If even the simplest data could show discrepancies, he began to doubt Dr. Gero's technology. Tremble, Cell, this is Super Vegeta. After transforming, Vegeta gave a thumbs up to his chin, his face filled with confidence in his own strength. Then, he pushed off the ground with his right foot and rushed towards Cell. Bang! Caught off guard while contemplating matters related to Dr. Gero, Cell received a flying kick from Vegeta right on his neck. However, the moment Vegeta's calf made contact with Cell, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Although the battle had just begun and this was not his full power attack, his opponent merely tilted his head, remaining upright without a scratch. Unscathed, Vegeta's confidence sank instantly. Bang! Bang! With extensive battle experience, he wouldn't easily give up. Seeing that his first strike failed, shocked by Cell's strength, Vegeta used both hands and feet, attacking Cell rapidly. Cell stood still, his eyes following Vegeta's attacks. Although Vegeta's strikes appeared fierce, when they actually landed on him, he couldn't even feel a hint of pain. Boom! Vegeta's offensive grew increasingly ferocious. With his punches and kicks ineffective, he raised his hand to unleash a wave of energy aimed directly at Cell's face, then used the recoil to create distance. Huff! Regaining his stance, Vegeta took a deep breath to calm himself while observing Cell's movements. In a short moment, his attacks had landed on Cell dozens of times. Yet the latter showed no intention of countering, merely relying on his body's defense to withstand all of Vegeta's attacks. Truly a monster. At this point, Vegeta finally recalled everyone's evaluations of Cell. Vegeta, is this all the power you have? On the opposite side, a mocking curve appeared at the corner of Cell's mouth. After waiting on this island for 2 tedious days, he had thought Vegeta's arrival would add some excitement. Who would have thought that standing still while allowing him to attack would not even bring him the slightest harm? Whoosh! Cell's figure flickered, and the next moment, he appeared behind Vegeta. Feeling the energy emanating from Cell behind him, Vegeta's mouth gaped open, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Chapter 77 Final Flash 1. 4 billion. As he was stunned, Cell's fist also struck his back. Boom! The quiet island once again echoed with a massive sound as Vegeta was sent flying away like a cannonball, while the ground tiles on the arena where Cell stood cracked inch by inch. With a battle power of 5 billion, far exceeding Vegeta's transformed state by more than 10 times, he was simply not a match for Cell. Vegeta screamed in agony, only managing to stop himself after crashing through several mountain peaks. Gasping for breath, he endured the excruciating pain in his back. Damn it! Experiencing Cell's terrifying aura firsthand, Vegeta finally understood why someone as strong as Ribby would be forced to flee that day. His body slowly ascended, eyes fixed on Cell's reaction. Even knowing he was at a disadvantage, the concept of surrender did not exist in Vegeta's dictionary. With an angry shout, he floated in the air, spreading his arms wide, forming a large character. At the same time, his energy surged once more, golden light shining around him. Not bad, Vegeta. I underestimated you. Sensing Vegeta's rising energy, Cell couldn't help but admire him. Crack! Tiny lightning crackled around, and instead of interrupting Vegeta's charging, he discreetly raised his own momentum. Whoosh! Just at that tense moment, the future Trunks, who had arrived late, halted in midair. Dad, can't beat Cell? After seeing the situation on the battlefield, future Trunks' pupils constricted sharply. Having trained together in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 years, he had never seen Vegeta show such a stance, looking as if he was preparing to unleash everything for a final strike. In contrast, Cell maintained an aloof expression, but the barely perceptible aura around him was several times higher than Vegeta's. He also noticed that Cell's aura was also golden, giving the impression that he was a Super Saiyan as well. Vegeta, focused on charging his attack, didn't think much of it. His gaze remained locked on Cell. In his mind, there was only one belief: to defeat and even kill Cell. Boom! With his full power unleashed, the entire island trembled, and nearby mountains collapsed one after another. In the sky, dark clouds gathered, and the flow of the atmosphere seemed to slow down. Crack! Vegeta tightened his wrists in front of him, lightning bursting forth around him, a brilliant sphere of light, bright as the sun, flickering in and out of visibility. Dad! Watching his father, future Trunks' heart sank. After 2 years of training, he believed his power had surpassed his father Vegeta. But in this moment, he couldn't do what Vegeta was doing. Just this one strike, Vegeta's all-out explosion raised his battle power significantly. Technique, Final Flash, Battle Power, 1 for billion. In the Heavenly Temple, Vegeta's immense charge also led Ribby to a new realization. The new type of battle power detector awarded by the system could not only detect a person's battle power, but also their techniques. Is Vegeta preparing to use this move on Earth? Fool, the entire Earth will. Watching the situation below, Krillin and the others couldn't help but frown, feeling powerless. Not to mention them. Among everyone present, aside from Ribby, he couldn't think of anyone who could stop Vegeta's attack. Even Cell would likely suffer considerable damage from this strike. Wait for me. Ribby couldn't sit still any longer, standing up and saying something to Android 18 beside him before vanishing from his spot. Vegeta's charge was complete, and regardless of whether Cell would choose to take the hit, she had to ensure the Earth's safety. How troublesome, she secretly sighed, as everyone's strength increased. Each time there was a slight commotion, they had to worry about the Earth's safety. Next time, she had to find a way to resolve these issues with the Dragon Balls. Cell, even if your strength is great, I believe you wouldn't dare to take this attack head-on. In the air, feeling the surging energy in his hands, Vegeta provocatively shouted at Cell. From the previous battle, it was clear that Cell had completely surpassed him in power and speed. This strike gathered all his strength, and if it were dodged, his last glimmer of hope would vanish, leaving him to find a way to make Cell take the hit. So what is it going to be? Afraid, huh? Cowardly mouse. Vegeta continued to taunt, while at that moment, Cell's gaze shifted to a spot not far behind him. There, Ribby, who had just arrived, was standing with Trunks, both of their eyes fixed on Vegeta. Oomph. Seeing their expressions, Cell snorted coldly, and the lightning around his body intensified. He clenched his fists, assuming a posture that allowed Vegeta to attack him. Clearly, Cell did not take Vegeta's attack seriously and was instead paying attention to Ribby and Trunks' movements. Based on their previous sparring, although it was merely mutual probing, he had no idea that Ribby was much stronger than Vegeta. Immersed in battle, Vegeta didn't notice Ribby and future Trunks arriving. Seeing Cell prepare to take his attack, a sinister smile crept onto his face. Finally, Final Flash. In the next second, a dazzling beam erupted from his hand, shooting towards Cell with earth-shattering momentum. Boom! Where the beam passed, everything along the way turned to nothingness. While Cell faced the attack head-on, his expression becoming a bit serious. Boom! A massive sound erupted as the beam pierced directly through Cell's position, then burst out of the earth with unstoppable force, ultimately exploding in the boundless universe. Gasping for breath, Vegeta, nearly out of energy, landed back on the island. Is he dead? Future Trunks stared intently at Cell's position, trying to see through the smoke to understand the situation inside. Not even close. Beside him, Ribby simply shook his head silently. Not to mention the current super-perfect Cell, even a normal complete Cell, could withstand Vegeta's attack. Sure enough, as Ribby's words fell, Cell's figure gradually materialized. Vegeta, you are too disappointing. Chapter 78. Mistaken Transformation, scolding Trunks as the smoke cleared. Cell's voice wrapped around Vegeta's ears like a nightmare. Despite taking that attack, Cell showed no signs of damage. He merely felt a slight heat on his skin. Cell! No, it can't be. Seeing this scene, Vegeta's pupils constricted and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He had exhausted all his energy, and now he could only maintain his Super Saiyan transformation through sheer anger and hatred. Yet even so, he couldn't shake Cell in the slightest. How is this possible? Not only him, but future Trunks and everyone watching from the lookout also displayed expressions of shock. After such a powerful attack, Cell remained completely unharmed. Damn it! Future Trunks trembled, his anger barely contained. He knew that his father, Vegeta, no longer had the strength to continue fighting. However, out of consideration for Vegeta's pride, Future Trunks didn't want him to see that his own strength had surpassed his father's. Swish! In the next moment, before Cell could strike, Xing appeared behind Vegeta. Clap! Before Vegeta could react, a crisp sound echoed as Xing slapped him on the back of the neck, knocking him unconscious. I'll take him back. After saying this to Trunks in the air, she used instant transmission to take Vegeta away from the battlefield. In truth, Xing hadn't intended to interfere with this guy, but Cell's strength far exceeded theirs, and after toying with Vegeta for so long, she feared that he might get too excited and accidentally kill Vegeta. If that happened, Xing wouldn't be too affected, but she was worried that Bulma would be heartbroken. Soon, as Cell was momentarily stunned, Xing returned to the battlefield after taking Vegeta away. Seeing Vegeta being taken away, Future Trunks had no more reservations and unleashed his own aura. Name, Trunks, combat power, 912 million. Watching his body swell with muscle, Xing sighed. He's still too young. In this form, not to mention exchanging blows with Cell, he probably wouldn't even be able to touch the hem of Cell's clothes. A mistaken transformation, possessing immense power but sacrificing speed. Under these circumstances, even with a combat power of 912 million, he likely couldn't even match Vegeta's 750 million. Xing's mind raced, and at the same time, her aura began to rise unknowingly. With the warrior blood of a Saiyan, not only she, but even Cell, who only had Saiyan cells injected, possessed a combative instinct. Crack! Lightning surged around Future Trunks as he slowly descended in front of Cell. In this form, his combat power had increased to a terrifying 95 times, nearly reaching the second stage of Super Saiyan. Future Trunks and Cell stood facing each other, less than a meter apart, and he threw a punch, filled with unparalleled momentum, towards Cell. Swish! However, his attack only struck at Cell's afterimage. Swish! Swish! A series of attacks followed, yet he couldn't even make contact with Cell. As a perfect being who had already attained Super Saiyan 2 strength, Cell could easily see the flaws in Future Trunks' current transformation. He wasn't avoiding Trunks' attacks out of fear. He simply felt it necessary to teach Future Trunks a lesson given the vast difference in their strengths. After all, he could withstand Vegeta's final flash with a combat power of 1 per billion, so Trunks' attacks were hardly worth his attention. Damn it, impossible. Why can't I hit? After several failed attempts, Future Trunks appeared quite agitated, veins bulging from his forehead. Trunks! Xing could no longer watch, and she shouted from the air to stop his movements. This guy still hasn't realized the flaw. How embarrassing. Even that proud guy, Vegeta, understood that this transformation was wrong. In his furious state, Future Trunks briefly paused upon hearing Xing's shout, but then charged towards Cell again. He wasn't familiar with Xing, and, in his timeline, Future Trunks had never heard of her existence. Bang! The next moment, halfway to Cell, a small white hand suddenly grasped his outstretched fist. Future Trunks' pupils narrowed, and he finally calmed down at that moment. Not far away, watching the two, Cell crossed his arms, looking on with interest at Xing's actions. With 8 days left until the Cell Games he was preparing to host, he was disappointed by the strength of Vegeta and Future Trunks. Now, the only ones left were Xing before him and the never-before-seen Goku who might pique his interest. Seeing Xing stop Future Trunks, Cell knew she must also scoff at such a transformation. Clap! Without further ado, Xing raised her hand and slapped Future Trunks on the forehead, trying to calm him down. Look at yourself. Can't you see something's wrong? Xing's golden aura surged as she reprimanded him without reservation to stop Future Trunks' actions. She had already utilized her first transformation. Hearing these words, Future Trunks' face turned red. He clenched his fists tightly, knowing Xing's relationship with Bulma, which kept him from exploding in anger. This transformation of yours only enhances strength while sacrificing speed. Even your father, Vegeta, knows. Are you an idiot? Seeing that he seemed somewhat unconvinced, Xing's tone was stern, but she still offered an explanation. Is that so? So Dad can still transform. He just chooses not to. After a long silence, Future Trunks looked at his fists and finally understood the situation. Watch closely. This is the next stage of a Super Saiyan transformation. With that, Xing's figure flashed as she descended in front of Cell, and her aura began to rise rapidly. Are we finally going to fight? In the Divine Temple, Android 18 sat at the edge, her small hands clenched, her eyes filled with seriousness. Chapter 79. Activating Muscles and Bones. Cell's thoughts a few days ago, during the time when Xing was probing Cell's whereabouts. She did not watch the battle like Piccolo and the others. The only time she experienced her speed was when she was just awakened and Xing pulled her away. But that was all. Now, as Xing prepared to confront Cell, 18 was still quite curious about her true strength. Damn! Not far away, Vegeta, who had been sent back by Xing and had taken a healing bean, was now awake and gritting his teeth while watching the battle below. He had also seen future Trunks' transformation. This disappointing guy, although his strength was still inferior to his own, had managed to reach that level of transformation. What he found foolish was that such a transformation was completely unsuitable for actual combat. As his son, how could he be so stupid as to use it in battle? Boom! As Xing's energy increased, the sky gradually darkened, and the ground beneath her feet collapsed, with strong winds howling past. To better demonstrate the correct transformation form to future Trunks, Xing deliberately slowed down the transformation process. The golden aura around her turned jet-like, with countless lightning bolts swirling around her. Compared to the first stage, her muscles had become even more solid. However, it was merely becoming solid and was not at all like future Trunks' earlier muscular expansion transformation. Xing's energy continued to rise, with only the last strand of hair left on her forehead, while the rest flowed down her back, fluttering in the wind. At the same time, her gaze became incredibly sharp, as if devoid of any emotion. Do you see clearly? This is the next stage of transformation. A cold voice rang out. Xing did not turn back to look at future Trunks' expression, but instead focused intently on Cell not far ahead. In her Super Saiyan 2 state, although she could not match Cell's terrifying battle power of 9.5 billion, she possessed strength far exceeding that of everyone present. After watching 2 battles, the restless Saiyan blood within Xing made it impossible for her to hold back any longer. She wanted to stretch her muscles and bones. As for the third stage of transformation, she would naturally demonstrate it when the game with Cell took place in 8 days, when Son Goku and the others could not handle Cell. If she were to eliminate Cell now, the progress of the main character's strength would be too slow. Aside from the tasks issued by the system, Xing did not want to personally deal with every enemy that appeared later. Bang! While these thoughts flashed through her mind, she did not remain idle. She directly shattered the ground beneath her feet and instantly charged in front of Cell. Boom! Cell raised his arm, and Xing's kicking leg was firmly blocked. Such power is somewhat interesting. Feeling the force transmitted through his arm, a smile finally appeared on Cell's face, as he seemed to enjoy battling against a strong opponent like Xing. Is that so? Xing did not care what Cell was thinking. In the next moment, after adjusting her stance, she threw another punch. She just wanted to finish stretching her muscles and bones quickly and then leave with Trunks. Having finally confirmed that Cell had no intention of destroying the Earth for the time being, she did not want to let Vegeta's arrogance ruin her plans. Yes, if Xing wanted to, she could indeed use the power of Super Saiyan 3rd stage to destroy Cell, but she did not. This was a gamble. To stimulate Son Goku and the others to train harder, she chose to allow Cell to survive for a few more days. As for the imminent danger of Earth's destruction, she would find a way to resolve it after the game with Cell ended. Boom! Cell reacted quickly, and the two instantly exchanged punches. In a pure clash of strength, Xing took several steps back before steadying herself, while Cell remained standing in place. 2 monsters. On the other side, Vegeta watched the battle between the two, gritting his teeth. It was the first time he witnessed Xing's so-called Super Saiyan 2nd stage transformation. To him, Xing's current transformation was exactly what he had been desperately pursuing during his training in the hyperbolic time chamber. In Vegeta's eyes, the aura emanating from Xing had indeed reached a terrifying height. Even so, Cell was still able to respond easily, and even seemed to be superior. Boom! Boom! The two figures flickered, continuously exchanging moves. In the face of Xing's offensive, Cell was also deliberately holding back. The power of each of his strikes was controlled to a level not much different from Li Xing's, resulting in an evenly matched battle. On the island, the martial arts arena that Cell had built was long gone under the aftermath of their attacks. Forget about the arena. Even the entire island had been split in two under Vegeta's final flash. Too strong. Can I reach such heights too? Future Trunks felt the most deeply. The others were far away in the sacred world of the Kais, and only he was present. Experiencing the clash between Li Xing and Cell firsthand, the oppressive feeling generated by their battle made his heart race, and he even felt somewhat breathless. He asked himself, if Cell had used this power earlier, Vegeta and he would have probably died at each other's hands long ago. Haha, refreshing. After another clash, the two figures separated in midair, and Cell couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. In the past 2 days, he had built the martial arts arena in just a moment and had been eagerly awaiting the day the competition would officially take place. Such days felt like years. Unfortunately, although he would engage in some small actions, he was not someone who would go back on his word. Since he had agreed with Li Xing to meet 10 days later after the probing on that day, he would endure these 10 days, even if he had to wait. But who would have thought that today, while Vegeta's arrival brought him no joy, Li Xing's so-called Super Saiyan second stage strength actually allowed him to truly stretch his muscles. Oomph. Li Xing snorted coldly. Cell's laughter sounded somewhat grating in her ears. She thought he was mocking her lack of strength. Had it not been for the plans already in place, she would have even considered killing him directly. No more fighting. See you in 8 days. Feeling the power within her continuously surging, Li Xing felt it was about time and hurriedly reined in her strength. If they continued fighting, she feared she wouldn't be able to control her power and might explode prematurely. Whoosh! Her figure flashed quickly to the side of the still stunned future Trunks, and with one hand on him, she took him away from there. 8 days. I'm also looking forward to the arrival of that day. After the two left, Cell abruptly withdrew the excitement from his face and stared intently at the spot where they had departed. It has happened several times already. Not only Li Xing, but even Vegeta used the same technique as her. They arrived silently and left without hesitation, with a speed so fast that even he couldn't quite comprehend it. What kind of technique is this? Chapter 80. The terrifying father and son of Sun Wukong. As he pondered, Shalu's figure landed back on the ground. He imitated Li Xing and Vegeta, placing 2 fingers on his forehead and began trying repeatedly. In the heavenly temple. How is it? Are you okay? Seeing the two return safely, Bulma hurriedly rushed forward and asked with concern. Crack! Observing the raging lightning around Li Xing, Bulma, afraid of being hurt, had to hold future Trunks' hand and carefully check his injuries. Noticing this scene, Li Xing couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. He didn't expect that the second stage of Super Saiyan would have such a strong deterrent effect, making it impossible for ordinary people to approach. However, thinking about it, he was also afraid of accidentally injuring Bulma, so he quickly exited his transformation state. Still not enough. On the other side, Krillin also stepped forward, frowning as he asked. Having witnessed Li Xing and Shalu's fight a few days ago, he still asked this question despite knowing from Piccolo that Li Xing might be holding back. After all, based on the power displayed so far, Li Xing had already surpassed everyone by a large margin, yet Shalu was still able to handle it easily. Perhaps this monster was even more troublesome than imagined. Li Xing did not speak, only silently shook his head, seeing the slightly disappointed expressions of the crowd. Just as she was about to say they could fight again in a few days, Vegeta suddenly spoke up. What second stage of Super Saiyan? As long as I go in once more? Shalu won't be so arrogant anymore. Vegeta clenched his fists and said with a dark expression. At the same time, he had a completely different thought in his heart. The second stage of Super Saiyan, as long as he could train in that room for another 2 years, he would definitely be able to take that step. Despite his strong confidence in himself, Vegeta still dared not be certain whether he could defeat Shalu. After all, even Li Xing, who had transformed enough, had failed, and even though it was clear he was holding back, in his view, Shalu had not used his full strength either. Vegeta, if you want to go in again, you have to wait in line, okay? Without waiting for Li Xing to reply, Bulma snatched her line, being up high. Although Bulma couldn't perceive or see the battle situation below with her own strength from everyone's reactions. There was an undeniable fact. After 2 years of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta was still not as strong as Xing. Rather than letting Vegeta repeatedly go in for training, it was better to give the time to the strongest among them at the moment. Hearing this, Vegeta did not refute, letting out a cold snort and falling silent. If Bulma could see it clearly, how could he not understand that giving time to Xing would be more prudent? However, with his personality, how could he willingly be behind others? If it weren't for the fact that the hyperbolic time chamber could only be entered for 2 years at a time, he might even want to stay until he surpassed everyone. If you want to go in again, wait until I'm out with Android 18. At that time, the remaining time will be yours. Xing eased the atmosphere between the two and said to Vegeta, Sun Wukong and the others would take another 2 days to come out, and after excluding her and Android 18's 2 days inside, there would only be 4 days left. That was still enough for another 2 groups to go in. After a while, due to the damage from the battle, Vegeta and Future Trunks changed into brand new battle suits made by Bulma. Let's go, Mom. Future Trunks looked at Vegeta, wanting to say something, but ultimately turned to Bulma to greet her. At this moment, he finally realized his inadequacies. He had thought he had surpassed his father Vegeta, but in reality, it was just a fantasy. Seeing his appearance, Bulma could only nod. Although he came from the future, he was still her son. She always felt that after today's battle, both Vegeta and Future Trunks had grown a lot. Time flew by. Another 2 days passed. In the Heavenly Temple, with nothing to do, Xing and Android 18 arrived early. Name, Sun Wukong, combat power, 4 billion. Name, Sun Gohan, combat power, 2 billion. Name, Piccolo, combat power, 620 million. How high? Even though she was psychologically prepared, when Xing actually saw the completed training of Sun Wukong and his son, she couldn't help but be shocked. Both had trained for 2 years, and Sun Wukong's power had soared, directly surpassing Vegeta by several times. Even more terrifying was his son Sun Gohan, whose combat power had reached 2 billion, making him the strongest outside of Xing, truly deserving to be the first to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Carefully observing the two, both were in full power Super Saiyan, maintaining their transformation state. Xing even found it difficult to distinguish which stage's increase was the strongest. Vegeta's transformation reached 75 times, while Trunks' muscle increase was an astonishing 95 times. Could it be that full power Super Saiyan first stage could reach 100 times? No, impossible. Thinking about this, Xing shook her head internally. The transformation granted by the system was undoubtedly the most perfect. Vegeta and Trunks' muscle bulging transformations should affect speed, whereas the current 50 times increased transformation was the orthodox one. If she wanted, she could also maintain a lasting transformation like Sun Wukong and his son. The only explanation left was Sun Wukong's normal combat power had reached 80 million. 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, multiplied by 16 times. Xing gasped in shock. No wonder. Even someone as competitive as Vegeta could only be labeled as the perennial number 2. Not to mention Vegeta, even her current normal combat power was being overshadowed. How is it? Wukong, have you completed the transformation into Super Saiyan second stage? As the three just walked out of the room, Krillin and Yamcha rushed over. As for Vegeta, he was nowhere to be seen. Knowing that Xing and Android 18 still needed 2 days, after witnessing the battle between Xing and Shalu, he didn't want to waste a single second and was currently training in the gravity training room with Future Trunks. Second stage? Hearing Krillin's question, Sun Wukong felt a bit surprised, but quickly reacted. He looked down at his son, Sun Gohan, beside him, feeling emotional. The transformation Xing used to test Shala that day was indeed worlds apart from the first stage. But unfortunately, he himself ultimately did not take that step. Instead, inadvertently discovering his son's talent in training during a spar with Sun Gohan. In just 2 years, Sun Gohan had gone from not being able to transform to completely surpassing him, achieving it all. I suppose it's considered completed. Chapter 81. Entering the hyperbolic time chamber, training? Sun Wukong smiled awkwardly and then reached out to rub Sun Gohan's head. Although only 2 days had passed in the outside world, in reality, they had been training tirelessly for 2 years. Even though there were still 6 days left until the so-called martial arts tournament with Cell, the oppressive environment inside the chamber made him reluctant to go in a second time. Really? That's great. Finally, we can defeat that guy Cell. Hearing this, Krillin and the others all showed expressions of joy. Considering the Super Saiyan's second form that Xing had displayed, although it seemed inferior to Cell on the surface. Who could truly know the outcome without using full power? Xing, Android 18, you should hurry in and train too, Sun Wukong said while waving to the two. At this moment, Sun Wukong finally understood why Xing was unwilling to use her full power to fight Cell. It was simply because her strength was far behind that of him, Vegeta, and the others. However, that was a matter from a few days ago. Now, Sun Wukong even felt that his son Sun Gohan might have already surpassed Xing's transformation from that day. Alright, you'll have to be extra cautious of Cell's movements in the next few days, Xing said, giving Sun Wukong and his son a deep look before beckoning Android 18 to head towards the hyperbolic time chamber. Despite the terrifying growth in strength of Sun Wukong and his son, the moment they emerged from their training in such a form, she knew that Sun Gohan had not fully mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan second form. But now, with Cell's combat power reaching a staggering 9.5 billion, even if Sun Gohan could transform, he would likely still be no match for him. In the end, it would still be her who would have to clean up. Fortunately, the main cast strength had returned to the right track, which somewhat relieved Xing. She didn't want any more surprises like Cell showing up later. She and T even noticed the so-called small spy robots from Dr. Gero. Thinking of this, Xing couldn't help but clench her fists. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, buzz. As soon as she entered, Xing felt a weight of gravity pressing down on her. Looking up, she saw an endless expanse of blankness. The ground and the sky were both white, with no end in sight, making it impossible to distinguish direction. No wonder Sun Wukong didn't want to stay here to train. Perhaps only someone like Vegeta, the king of pride, would like this place, she muttered silently in her heart, then turned her gaze to Android 18 beside her. The gravity inside the hyperbolic time chamber was 10 times that of the outside world, but this little gravity was almost negligible for Xing and Android 18's current strength. Training in a place like this, Android 18 paused, whispering, having been awakened for several days. She had been staying at Bulma's house with Xing for quite some time and understood quite a bit about human affairs on Earth. However, she had never been to such an oppressive place before. She only learned from Xing that this was a sacred training ground where the flow of time was different from the outside. How about it? Can you do it? Seeing Android 18's expression, Xing slightly furrowed her brow and asked. Although the atmosphere here was very oppressive, she was well prepared. Xing's pockets were filled with universal capsules. There was no way around it. Even though they would be inside for a full 2 years, only 2 days would pass outside. In such an environment, she could do nothing but train and entertain herself. It's fine. Let's start training. Android 18 nodded and slowly walked into the vast white space before them. Outside, after coming out, Sun Wukong and his son were frantically devouring the food prepared by Mr. Popo. Meanwhile, Piccolo stood silently with a gloomy expression, watching their actions. The Super Saiyan's second form. Having trained alongside them, he had never seen Sun Wukong take this step. If it were Sun Gohan, he might believe it somewhat. Thinking of this, his previously gloomy face softened a bit when he looked at Sun Gohan. I'm full. After a while, Sun Wukong comfortably slumped to the ground, a satisfied smile on his face. In front of him, and Sun Gohan with a mountain of empty plates. TCH, not far away. Upon hearing that Sun Wukong and the others had finished training, Vegeta hurriedly arrived. Looking at the two who were full and satisfied, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Having trained for 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wukong and his son had completely left him and future Trunks behind. Has this prince really become close to the bottom among the Saiyans? In Vegeta's mind, all the existing Saiyan powers flashed through his mind. Counting carefully, there were only 7 Saiyans on Earth at the moment, and, according to his assessment, his own strength was surprisingly not in the top 3. 1. Xing 2. Sun Wukong 3. Sun Wukong 4. Vegeta 5. Trunks, future 6. Nappa 7. Trunks, So, Kakarot, do you have confidence to defeat Cell? Overwhelmed by a strong sense of defeat, Vegeta did not show it on the surface, but asked after Sun Wukong and his son changed into their battle outfits. I don't know, we'll have to see first. Sun Wukong replied. But speaking of which, Cell has been quite well behaved these days. As soon as Cell was mentioned, a hint of excitement appeared on Sun Wukong's face, accompanied by some confusion. After 2 years of relentless training, he also wanted to see just how much of a gap remained between him and Cell. However, he was still puzzled by Cell's unusual calmness. Whoosh! With 2 fingers on his forehead, in the next moment, his figure disappeared before everyone. Sun Wukong. 2 floating pieces of land on the sea. Cell stood on one of them. 2 days ago, this was still a small island, and its current appearance was all thanks to Vegeta. When Sun Wukong arrived through instant transmission, Cell immediately noticed his arrival. It's me. Sun Wukong replied flatly, his face serious. Even though it was their first face-to-face meeting, the faint yet terrifying aura from Cell still made his heart race. No wonder even Xing, who could transform into the second form, was still no match for him. So, this is the martial arts tournament arena 6 days from now. Are you satisfied? Seemingly very pleased with the scene he had created, Cell spoke with a hint of delight in his tone. The two stood facing each other, each assessing the other. Chapter 82, The Final Battle approaches. The system's anomaly seems a bit small. Moreover, the rules of the competition haven't been clarified yet. Sun Wukong frowned, staring coldly at Cell. According to the last message, although their group had already learned that Cell was going to hold a so-called martial arts tournament, the true rules and Cell's ultimate purpose were still unknown. Just like the so-called martial arts tournament on Earth. Cell snorted and slowly explained. He knew that the hurriedly departed Xing must not have clearly explained it to Sun Wukong and the others. After a while, Sun Wukong finally understood Cell's meaning. It wasn't a so-called martial arts tournament at all, but a complete game. There were no rules against killing, and the participants would take turns facing him in 1v1 matches. What kind of martial arts tournament was this? Moreover, the entire Earth was to be used as a wager. And if Cell won, he would even destroy the whole planet. I understand now. I will attend the competition when the time comes. After realizing Cell's true purpose, Sun Wukong felt a sense of relief in his heart. In his eyes, although Cell was doing this for amusement, at least it gave everyone time to prepare, and during this time, he hadn't randomly killed any Earthlings. Whoosh! After leaving this sentence, Sun Wukong's figure disappeared from the spot in the next moment. Sun Wukong. Xing, I wonder what kind of surprise you can bring me. After he left, Cell stood in place muttering to himself. Whoosh! After a brief pause, his figure also vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in the hyperbolic time chamber, it's time to get up and train. Android 18 grabbed the blanket off Xing and unceremoniously dragged her out of bed. Months had passed, and the two had become quite familiar with each other. According to Xing's original plan, they would train for 2 days and rest for 5, and the days passed quickly. But after seeing her and Cell's strength, Android 18 was quite dissatisfied with her arrangement. Thus, it turned into training for 5 days and resting for 2. More tiring than working. This thought flashed through Xing's mind. Not only that, but after entering the hyperbolic time chamber, she had tried several times to summon the system, only to find that it seemed disconnected, and she couldn't get any response in her mind. If it weren't for the fact that her combat power was increasing every moment, Xing would have thought that the system had run away due to some problem. Unable to perceive the location of subject number 2, what's going on? In a corner of the universe, surrounded by darkness and chaos, a man with white slicked back hair and light blue skin frowned slightly. Without any external force, he stood there in the void of space, and behind him was a golden light mass bound by giant chains. 6 days passed in the outside world. Fleeting. In the blink of an eye, the day of Cell's game had arrived. During this time, Xing and Android 18 only used 2 days of training time in the hyperbolic time chamber, while the remaining 4 days were completely occupied by Vegeta, who entered and exited twice as if he were exploiting a bug. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that the time spent inside couldn't exceed 2 years at a time, he wouldn't even have come out in between. There was also an unexpected piece of news. That is, Cell, who had been waiting steadily on the small island, for some unknown reason, actually went to the television station on Earth. Now, Everyone on Earth had learned that a martial arts tournament with the planet as a wager was about to be held. As a result, the champion of the 24th martial arts tournament, Satan, gathered the expectations of all Earthlings and, accompanied by 2 live broadcast personnel from the TV station, was making the final preparations before departure. In the heavenly temple, everyone gathered here. Name: Vegeta, combat power, 3. 8 billion. Name: Trunks, future, combat power, 3. 6 billion. Name: Android 18, combat power, 1. 2 billion. Huh? The system is working again? With the final battle approaching, Xing habitually wanted to check everyone's combat power before setting off. Her gaze sharpened, not because of the strength of Vegeta and his son, but because it seemed that she had once again sensed the presence of the system in her mind. As for the changes in everyone's strengths, they were within her expectations. Unfortunately, after going in 3 times and training for a total of 6 years, Vegeta and his son still hadn't surpassed Sun Wukong and his son. This so-called royal bloodline really seems to be inferior to the protagonist's halo. Thinking of this, Xing couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Vegeta. Of course, the most important thing is that the system has returned. May I ask, where has the host been the past few days? However, just as she wanted to use the system to check her own combat power, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her mind. This voice, why does it sound like AI? Hearing the question that flashed through her mind, Xing couldn't help but feel a strange sensation. What's wrong with the hyperbolic time chamber? Although she didn't quite understand the changes in the system, she still responded. After all, it had been several years since the battle with Raditz, and as a traveler, she should have noticed any problems with the system immediately. After all, before her crossing, Xing was also an avid reader, and she could still distinguish the quality of systems. After receiving Xing's reply, the system returned to calmness, as passive as usual. Name: Xing, gender: female, age: 24, Dragon Ball world, height: 175 centimeters, race: Saiyan, skills: chi control, flight technique: spirit cutting, energy cannon: Kamehameha, final flash: Kaioken, current maximum 30 times, items: Senza Bean X1, new type power level detector X1, emotion value 1/300, combat power 200 million, 64 minute. Without overthinking, Xing summoned her attribute panel in her mind as usual. As she expected, although the environment in the hyperbolic time chamber was oppressive, the gains she received were enormous. According to her original thought, reaching 100 million under normal circumstances would be good, but who knew that the days of training dragged along by Android 18, although tough, really brought exceptional improvements. In fact, during her training, she even learned techniques like spirit cutting and final flash. It was also during this time that Xing discovered that her talent for cultivation was surprisingly strong, while the system was inexplicably dormant. Unfortunately, due to the system's name, she hadn't conducted any training earlier. Otherwise, she might have been able to surpass Sun Wukong in terms of training speed. The hyperbolic time chamber. It seems necessary to send someone to Earth. In the universe, the person binding the golden light mass stood with his hands behind his back, then raised a hand, and a staff with a black sphere appeared in his hand. Chapter 83 Dramatic Start. Little Cell appears due to the lack of a specific start time for the match. The audience is asked to be patient. However, there's no need to worry. As the most reliable man on Earth, Mr. Satan has already taken the stage. On the other side, the Cell games are about to begin, but Xing and his group have yet to arrive. Mr. Satan and 2 live broadcast crew members have arrived at the scene first. Mr. Satan, how do you feel right now? The host handed the microphone to Satan, and at the same time, the cameraman focused the lens on him. I feel sympathy for Cell. Want to destroy the Earth. You probably never expected that a powerful person like me exists in this world. Dressed in a red martial arts uniform and draped in a white sheet, Satan wore a confident expression. Facing the camera, he showed no sign of fear. Instead, he pointed provocatively at Cell and said, "Tremble, Cell. Come eat my dust." This guy really isn't afraid of death. Aside from Xing and the others preparing for battle, the rest gathered in the heavenly temple, watching the scene on the television, speechless. Is this guy named Satan really that strong? Daba, who was also there, questioned while watching the screen, since he did not participate in the last 2 training sessions. Xing decided to leave him here to protect everyone. As for Android 18, she stubbornly insisted on joining Li Xing to test her own strength. Upon hearing Daba's words, the spectators couldn't help but facepalm. Can't you see? You seem to be on par with Satan. Swish, swish, swish. As Satan provoked Cell in front of the camera, 3 groups of people appeared almost simultaneously around the arena. First group, Li Xing, Android 18. Second group, Sun Goku, Sun Gohan, Piccolo. Third group, Vegeta, Future Trunks. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 people. Cell silently counted in his heart. Adding himself made a total of 8. Just right. They finally arrived. Cell recognized everyone present except for Piccolo, so he wasn't unfamiliar with them. A group of strange people has appeared. Besides Mr. Satan, is there anyone else preparing to join this martial arts tournament? The host, while directing the cameraman's movements, expressed surprise toward the camera. Mr. Satan, when did they arrive? Did you see clearly? This kind of trick, this boring magic, has been out of fashion for over a decade. Listening to their conversation, Li Xing lowered her head, her shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Hey, if you want to laugh, just laugh. Why hold it in? Android 18 gently nudged her, also wearing a bemused expression. Although she didn't know this so-called Mr. Satan, it was easy to tell from his attire that he was just an ordinary human. This kind of person dares to participate in Cell's martial arts tournament? Not just her, but everyone present had the same thought in their minds. Excuse me, who are you? Are you contestants too? Out of professional ethics, the host, surprised by their appearance, tiptoed and held the microphone towards Piccolo. They clearly didn't know how to assess power levels and could only judge based on physique. In their eyes, Piccolo might be the strongest among the newcomers. Seeing an ordinary person trying to shove a microphone toward him, Piccolo snorted coldly, then unleashed his power. Bang! Bang! 2 explosive sounds rang out, instantly destroying the camera, and the microphone that was near his mouth exploded as well. Although he had merged with an Omni-King, Piccolo's consciousness remained dominant. He wasn't a benevolent person. Destroying their equipment might halt their actions. The sudden turn of events startled Satan and the 2 crew members. Even the microphone was broken, causing a loss of both video and audio, effectively cutting off communication with the audience. TCH. There's no helping it. It's unfortunate that the whole world won't be able to appreciate the sight of Mr. Satan in action. Satan tore off the white sheet he was wearing and removed his championship belt. Even without the camera, he raised it above his head and began to circle the arena. Ha ha! Watching his antics, Li Xing couldn't help but laugh, holding her stomach. This lady, may I ask why you're laughing? Although the microphone was broken, the host still adhered to his professional ethics, extending a hand toward the air in front of Li Xing. A bunch of fools. Cell lowered his arms, which were crossed over his chest, and silently cursed in his heart. He snorted coldly, and his aura suddenly swept across the entire arena. Accompanied by 3 screams. Satan and the 2 crew members were instantly blown away by this overwhelming force, landing on another piece of land across the ocean. Having waited for 10 days, although he had made some gains during this time, now that the battle was imminent, he had no patience to watch Satan's ridiculous antics. Boom! He extended a hand, and a massive stone floated up from the ground in the distance. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, it was sliced into several stone slabs. Clatter! The slabs fell to the ground one after another, and soon 7 identical arenas appeared around the main arena. Watching his actions, everyone showed a look of surprise. This guy, isn't it supposed to be one-on-one battles? Li Xing also reigned in her smile. According to the rules relayed by Son Goku, it should be the same as in the story, without deviation. Is Cell trying to change the rules now? Since it's a martial arts tournament, let's follow Earth's rules. 16 participants will compete, and ultimately one winner will be decided. Cell's indifferent voice echoed throughout the arena, causing the expressions of everyone, including Li Xing, to darken. 16 participants? Where did so many come from? Could it be there are others present? Except for Li Xing, everyone began to scan their surroundings. Ignoring the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Cell clenched his fists and began to gather energy. Suddenly, 8 smaller figures appeared in the sight of everyone. Resembling Cell, but with slight color variations, a crystalline hue and black, giving the impression of Cell's children. Name, Little Cell. Chapter 84, let's start the Cell games. Hee, a slightly eerie smile appeared as Little Cell made his entrance, drawing everyone's attention. There are a total of 8 arenas, and each person will have one opponent, no objections, right? Don't say I'm not following the rules. Even I need to defeat one of them. Cell's gaze swept across the crowd, lingering a bit longer on Li Xing and Sun Wukong's father-son duo. Although he didn't know how strong Sun Wukong really was, he was certain that Li Xing, the female Saiyan, was not weak. If Sun Wukong and his son had comparable strength to her, then he would have a tough time. Therefore, to avoid exhausting his strength due to too many opponents, he could only choose to use a special method. This guy, does he look down on us? Future Trunks gritted his teeth, watching Cell's demeanor. Shut up. These little ones are quite strong, can't you see? Vegeta frowned and scolded. After 6 years of training, his temper had clearly mellowed, and he began to analyze the strength of his enemies. If you can't win, remember to surrender or call for help. Li Xing quietly tugged at Android 18's sleeve, reminding her. Among those present, only she and Piccolo were not Saiyans, and only their strengths were somewhat lower. Among the other father-son pairs, the weakest, Future Trunks, was still on par with Little Cell in terms of combat power. I understand. Android 18 nodded slightly, looking at Li Xing with a somewhat complex expression. After spending 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, she had come to regard Li Xing as her second family member besides Android 17. Li Xing had not hidden her strength from her and even demonstrated the Super Saiyan 3rd stage transformation in front of 18 to reassure her about fighting Cell. Go, Little Cells, each of you, select an arena and wait for your opponent. If you're the slowest, then just stay here. As Cell's words fell, the next moment, the Little Cells, who had been watching the crowd's reactions, all changed their expressions and rushed to their respective arenas. The implication of being the slowest was clear. If they didn't grab an arena, they would have to face their father, Cell, which was undoubtedly a death wish. Thud! 7 figures landed on the arenas one after another, their faces once again showing those eerie smiles. On the main arena, one Little Cell stood with a panicked expression, looking around and breaking into a cold sweat when he saw all the arenas occupied. After hesitating for just a moment, he became the slowest, which meant his opponent was the calm-faced Cell on the main arena. All right, let's get started. Who will go first? Once the Little Cells had spread across all 8 arenas, Cell began to urge Li Xing and the others to take action. All right, let me go first. Sun Wukong quickly jumped into one of the arenas, his face filled with excitement. He knew his strength might not match Cell's without achieving the second transformation, but he still had a lot of confidence against these 7 little guys. Oomph. Seeing his move, Vegeta snorted coldly. He had been one step too late again. Just as he was about to act, he saw Sun Wukong already on the arena. Meanwhile, Li Xing and Cell looked on as spectators. It was impossible for all 8 battles to occur simultaneously. Cell also wanted to take this opportunity to test everyone's strength. If they were anything like Vegeta a few days ago, then these Little Cells were enough to take down several people. As soon as Sun Wukong appeared on the arena, the Little Cell immediately launched his attack. The Little Cell was incredibly fast, without any complex body movements, just charging straight at Sun Wukong. Whoosh! His figure flickered, and Sun Wukong's attack landed on a mere afterimage. So fast, not only the spectators, but even Sun Wukong in the battle showed a surprised expression. The fight had just begun, although he had observed and understood that these Little Cells were not simple. He still hadn't used his full strength. After missing his attack, Sun Wukong suddenly felt a sense of alertness arise in his heart and quickly sidestepped to avoid the Little Cell's punch coming from behind. Boom! The punch hit the arena, creating a large crater in the ground. Watching this scene, Sun Wukong slightly squinted his eyes, and his gaze began to sharpen. That last hit, not only in speed, but even in power, probably wouldn't lag too far behind his own. After dodging the Little Cell's attack, Sun Wukong subtly raised his energy, and before the Little Cell could react, he slammed an elbow into the opponent's back. Bang! To his surprise, the Little Cell's body spun 180 degrees, turning from facing away from him to facing him, then raised his arms to block the attack. These little guys are surprisingly strong. Watching the two on the arena locked in a fierce battle, Android 18 couldn't help but feel a hint of danger. She believed her strength was not as good as Sun Wukong's. If she were to go on stage, she feared she would be defeated in just a few moves. And those little cells could hold their ground against him. So even if they ultimately lost, it wouldn't be by much. Her worries disappeared the moment her gaze landed on Xing. Bang! Bang! The sounds of collisions shifted from the arena to the air as the two fought back and forth. Sun Wukong's expression grew more excited. Yet he still had no intention of using his full power. He was enjoying the battle. To be precise, he was enjoying the process of fighting. As for Xing, she was fine. While watching the battle, she occasionally whispered a few words to Android 18, while the others looked serious. Damn it, Kakarot, stop stalling. Vegeta couldn't sit still anymore. Seeing Sun Wukong holding back, he was filled with anger. If you can't do it, then hurry up and get down. He shouted into the sky, wishing he could give Sun Wukong a beating on behalf of the little cell. It was always like this. No matter what kind of battle it was, Sun Wukong would take his time, testing the waters for a long time before slowly using his full strength. If the opponent were himself, Vegeta could understand this behavior, but when it came to a fight against an enemy while he was watching, he couldn't stand it for even a second. Chapter 85. Crushing Little Cell, Overwhelming Power Boom. Hearing Vegeta's voice, Goku couldn't help but get distracted for a moment, and Little Cell took the opportunity to strike, sending his body crashing to the ground. TCH. Watching Goku's awkward state, Vegeta became even angrier and spat on the ground beside him. Hey, Vegeta, don't rush. The real battle is just beginning. Goku quickly got up from the ground, flashed a grin at Vegeta, and then turned his attention back to Little Cell in the air. Hiya! A shout erupted from him, and a golden aura surged around his body, along with a powerful energy radiating outward. Unable to withstand Vegeta's urging, and having tested Little Cell's strength enough, he decided to unleash his full power to end the fight. Haim! Goku tightened his wrists together, blue light gathering in his palms. Clearly, he had no intention of dragging this out any longer and was ready to finish the opponent with a single blow. After all, this was just Little Cell. The real showdown was reserved for that guy on the main stage. Hey. In the air, seeing Goku's stance, Little Cell chuckled and struck the same pose. This guy, truly worthy of being a collection of various cells. Not bothering too much with Little Cell, Goku quietly glanced at the still figure of Cell not far away, thinking to himself, just releasing a few small guys like this possessing such powerful strength, and they could even unleash their ultimate techniques. Haim! Ha! In the next instant, a tremendous energy soared from Goku's hands, and a massive blue beam shot toward Little Cell in the air. In sync with Goku's movement, Little Cell forcefully pushed his hands forward, unleashing a similar blue beam diving down. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout, as a collision of the two energies created shockwaves that stirred up dust on the ground. Hiya! Goku shouted angrily, and the energy from his palms suddenly surged even more. Under Little Cell's shocked expression, it pushed back his attack and engulfed his body. Bang! Under this giant blue beam, Little Cell's body exploded, turning into a speck of dust in Goku's Kamehameha. Phew! The battle was over, and Goku let out a long sigh, wiping the fine sweat off his forehead. Just a little guy, yet he managed to exhaust quite a bit of his energy. First match, Goku wins. Without a host, Cell took on that role. Since he set the rules, he would naturally announce the results. After taking a deep look at Goku leaving the stage, Cell couldn't help but feel somewhat relieved. All along, he had believed that Goku was the strongest on Earth, but from the recent battle, he didn't find Goku's strength to be that overwhelming. In fact, he was even weaker than Trunks. As he pondered, Cell's gaze shifted to Trunks. For the second match, I'll take it. With Goku's battle finished, Vegeta cracked his knuckles and stepped onto another stage where Little Cell stood. Soon, several matches passed. Aside from Piccolo and Android 18's defeats, the others all emerged victorious. Only future Trunks faced a tougher fight. His power was on par with Little Cell's, but thanks to his excellent combat experience, he ultimately secured victory. In the final match, Cell's voice fell, and everyone present turned their eyes to Trunks. Her power was evident. Although Little Cell seemed somewhat tricky in everyone's eyes, the outcome was still predetermined. Nevertheless, Goku and the others watched Trunks with curiosity. After 2 years in the Spirit Room, they wondered how strong Trunks had become now. As Trunks stepped onto the stage, a spark of battle intent ignited in his eyes. According to the rules revised by Cell, it was 16-8, 8-4, 4-2, and 2-1. As such, there would inevitably be internal battles among their group. He just didn't know who his next opponent would be. Hey. On the stage, Little Cell wore a sinister smile. Among everyone present, only Trunks and Android 18 were the two girls. After enduring a few hits in the previous battle, Android 18, knowing she was outmatched, chose to follow Trunks' advice and voluntarily jumped off the stage to concede. Even though Little Cell wanted to kill Android 18, she had already returned to the side of the others, and the plan was clearly thwarted. Now, another girl similar in stature to Android 18 stepped onto the stage. And this time, he would certainly learn from the experience of the other Little Cell and kill Trunks before she could concede. Seeing the expression on Little Cell's face, Trunks couldn't help but frown. To be honest, it made her feel a bit nauseous. Without any hesitation, Little Cell placed 2 fingers on his forehead and quickly gathered energy, launching a red spiral beam toward Trunks. Demon's Light Cannon, one of Piccolo's ultimate techniques. When the combat power is on par or even slightly lower than the opponent's, it can directly pierce through the opponent's body, achieving a one-hit kill effect. Back then, Raditz died to this move from Piccolo, and now, this move used by Little Cell was hundreds of times more powerful than back then. Watching the incoming attack, Trunks snorted coldly and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Boom! The distant mountains collapsed as her transformation unleashed a terrifying aura that swept across the arena. Everyone felt the unparalleled pressure emanating from Trunks. This guy, sensing Trunks' power, not just Goku and the others. Even Cell on the main stage had his pupils constrict and displayed a look of shock. Clearly, after finishing her training, Trunks' base power soared to 200 million. And even while only using the first stage of transformation, it instilled an idea of invincibility in the hearts of everyone, including Cell. How is this possible? Facing Trunks directly, Little Cell felt even deeper terror, his face filled with fear. The pressure radiating from Trunks rendered his body unable to move, and he couldn't muster even a hint of resistance. Bang! With a casual palm strike, Trunks sent Little Cell's concentrated Demon S Light Cannon attack back on its original path. Whoosh! In Little Cell's terrified eyes, before he could even let out a scream, his chest was pierced by the return attack. Chapter 86, The Operator, Piccolo. Bang! Watching Xing effortlessly defeat the small Cell, Cell could no longer contain his temper and wave his hand, crushing the small Cell on his main stage. To be fair, including himself, there were a total of 8 people, and he released 8 small cells. Now that all the battles of Xing and others had concluded, it was naturally his turn. This guy even kills his own children. Not far away, Xing, who had just stepped down from the stage, slightly darkened his expression upon seeing Cell's actions. In the next round, let us draw lots. Cell frowned, his expression somewhat complex, and he somehow produced a box for drawing lots. Although he was an artificial human, Dr. Gero had never stopped studying Son Goku and had incorporated all related events into Cell's chip. The rules of the martial arts tournament were naturally part of it. Cell snorted coldly, took out a number 8 ball from the box, and casually tossed the box towards the crowd. The round of 16 was over, and now the second round required 4 battles, and the number 8 ball in his hand meant it was the final match. Thinking of this, a slight curve appeared at the corners of his mouth. From observing the first round of battles, aside from the last to appear, Xing, he had no absolute confidence against the rest, including Son Goku. However, despite the large gap, Cell would not adhere to the original round-robin rules if he wasn't careful. He was also worried about exhausting himself and losing. Drawing lots, Watching Son Goku and others gather around the box thrown by Cell, a strange glint appeared in Piccolo's eyes. Besides the people drawing lots, Cell also noticed his anomaly, but did not intervene. Controlling the match? Or does he want to do something else? Meanwhile, on the adjacent land, Satan and his group, who had been blown away by Cell's momentum, crawled out from the rubble. Damn it, what are those people doing? From a distance, watching the group gather there, Satan couldn't help but grind his teeth and murmur. It seems like they're drawing lots. Following his gaze, the host also noticed the anomaly on the stage. Just as he wanted to call the cameraman over, he suddenly realized that not only the camera, but even the microphone was gone. Mr. Satan, are you not planning to participate? After a while, the host poked Satan's face with an empty hand. Ha ha, the box they are drawing from contains my name. Let us see who is unlucky enough to draw me. Satan placed his hands on his hips and pointed at the position of Li Xing and the others, laughing heartily. Huh, I'm number 1. Over here. The draw had also ended, and Son Goku raised his number 1 ball. TCH. Looking at the number 5 ball in his hand, Vegeta curled his lips, seemingly dissatisfied. Not matched against Cell, not even against Kakarot. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze towards Li Xing, number 7. Upon seeing the number 7 ball in her hand, Vegeta's pupils involuntarily constricted. If it's number 7, doesn't that mean the outcome of the final battle will be decided right away? He gritted his teeth, his expression filled with reluctance as he shifted his gaze between Li Xing and Cell. Clearly, based on the strength displayed in the first round. Aside from the freak that is Li Xing, the remaining fighters who defeated the small cells and remained should not be too different in strength. None had stepped into the so-called Super Saiyan second stage. Vegeta had to admit that Li Xing was still the strongest among them. Now that the first round of the draw faced Cell directly, this martial arts tournament. No, perhaps it should be called this game. It should be ending soon. Huh, Dad, I'm number 2. At this moment, Son Gohan's slightly surprised voice rang out as he walked over to Son Goku, holding the number 2 ball. Father-son battle? Seeing this scene, Li Xing couldn't help but slightly turn her head, apart from being shocked that she and Cell met in the first round. She was also paying attention to the draw results of the others. On the other side, just as Vegeta was about to say something, Future Trunks walked up to him, holding the number 6 ball. A double father-son battle. Results of the 8-4 draw. Number 1, Son Goku versus number 2, Son Gohan. Number 3, Small Cell versus number 4, Small Cell. Number 5, Vegeta versus number 6, Trunks. Number 7, Li Xing versus number 8, Cell. Seemingly satisfied with the results of the draw, Piccolo couldn't help but squint his eyes. After looking it over, he shifted his gaze to Li Xing. From his perspective, clearly, aside from Li Xing, the others should not be able to contend with the current Cell. Therefore, the draw results could only be arranged this way, partly for safety's sake, and partly because he wanted to see just how strong Li Xing could be when she unleashed her full power, which he had intentionally held back before. As for the battles between Son Goku and his son, and Vegeta and his son, that was none of his concern. He had only manipulated Li Xing's number 7 ball. Now that the draw was over, let us begin. As the draw concluded, Cell calmly announced, his gaze lingering on Li Xing. As soon as he took the stage, Son Goku unleashed all his energy, and in an instant, a fierce wind surged around the ring, immediately enveloping Son Gohan in pressure. Come on, Gohan, just like when you were training. Show me your strength. He looked at his son, but had no intention of attacking immediately. He merely displayed all his power in front of Son Gohan. This is Dad's full power? Why does it feel not that strong? Across from him, Son Gohan's figure also floated onto the stage, looking at Son Goku with a slightly dazed expression. Without much thought, he also unleashed his own energy. During their time in the hyperbolic time chamber, the two had trained in combat more than once. Thus, when Son Goku mentioned it being like that time, he had no further concerns. Crackle. Subtle lightning circled around Son Gohan, although it had not materialized. Based on the intensity of the aura, the spectators could easily tell. He has already surpassed Son Goku. Very good. Watching his son's appearance, Son Goku revealed a look of gratification and satisfaction. I concede. Chapter 87. Father-son battle disappointed Vegeta without any hesitation. As soon as Goku sensed Gohan's overwhelming aura, he uttered surprising words. I concede. What's going on? This is not the style of the Saiyan race. Except for Xing and Piccolo, everyone wore a look of astonishment. In Xing's eyes, Goku's concession did not come as a surprise. After all, with the help of the scouter. She had already noticed Gohan's change in power. He had already surpassed everyone except for her and Cell. Piccolo, too, had noticed during their training in the hyperbolic time chamber that Goku seemed to be at a disadvantage against Gohan during one of their sparring sessions. Therefore, his expression did not show much fluctuation. After all, Goku's behavior, even if aimed at conserving energy, undoubtedly avoided a civil war. Kakarot, and this little brat. Vegeta's brow furrowed, his eyes fixed on the father-son duo on the stage. Since being overwhelmingly defeated by Cell after the first training session, he had become much calmer. Although he was still somewhat impatient when the two's auras erupted one after the other. How could he fail to notice such an obvious gap? He just never expected that Gohan could reach this level, even surpassing Goku before him. With this thought, Vegeta shifted his gaze to the future Trunks. Concede? Goku, are you sure? On the main stage, Cell also wore an incredulous expression. The purpose of holding the so-called Cell Games was solely for Goku. The appearance of Xing had disrupted his plans, driven by the fighting impulse from the multiple Saiyan cells within him. He had no choice but to arrange this martial arts tournament. Now, Goku's withdrawal from battle truly left him feeling somewhat displeased. Even if he concedes, once the battle is over, I will kill you. A cold thought flickered in Cell's mind, but did not show on the surface. I'm sure, compared to his anger, Goku's attitude was indeed very resolute. Not caring about the surprised gazes from everyone, he directly leaped down from the stage. Dad! Watching Goku leave, Gohan's gaze flickered slightly, and he followed suit. Although he was unclear about Goku's intentions, since his father had made a choice, he naturally had to respect it. At least, he would not contradict Goku's thoughts in such a tense situation. All right, then, let us continue to the second match. After Goku's withdrawal, Cell's mood changed significantly. Now, he just wanted to quickly advance to the quarterfinals. As soon as his words fell, two purple-red beams of light burst from his eyes. Boom! Accompanied by an explosion. The two small cells that had just stepped onto the stage exploded. Double knockout. It was clear that in Cell's eyes, regardless of who won or lost between Goku and Gohan in the first match, the winner would directly advance to the finals. After all, during the first round, Small Cell had already assessed everyone's power. All those left had strength exceeding that of Small Cell. To expedite the tournament, Cell chose to eliminate the last two small cells directly. Thus, all 8 small cells disappeared, with 3 having died by his hand. This guy is starting to lose patience too. With the second match ending so quickly, Xing couldn't help but glance at Cell a few more times. While her mind pondered, should she give Gohan a chance to transform? Xing turned her gaze towards Goku and Gohan, and upon noticing her look, Goku shook his head. It seemed to be telling her that there was no need to hold back in the upcoming battle against Cell. There was no way. Even though she wanted to give her son this opportunity, Gohan still hadn't truly completed the transformation in a Super Saiyan second stage. If Xing also withdrew from the fight, and the eventual victor ended up being Cell, Earth might be doomed. It was also because Goku had not witnessed Xing's strength after her training that he did not have much confidence in her. Only Android 18 watched everything unfold without a ripple of emotion. After silently nodding in response to Goku, the third match quickly began. Unfortunately, Vegeta was not Goku, and future Trunks was not Gohan. After being defeated by Cell earlier, Trunks' foolish transformation infuriated Vegeta. Although both had reached the full-power Super Saiyan stage in the last few days of training, facing his son from the future, Vegeta was still filled with rage. Before long, future Trunks was covered in wounds. I concede, just as Vegeta was about to send him off the stage with a final blow, future Trunks suddenly blurted out the same words as Goku. He had given it his all, but he was still significantly weaker than Vegeta. Knowing he couldn't win, he did not want to waste any more of Vegeta's energy, so he did not make a final struggle. You little brat. Seeing his state, Vegeta grew even angrier. It wasn't that he didn't want to give his son a chance, but future Trunks was simply too disappointing. Goku conceded because he knew Gohan's strength had surpassed his. However, expecting Vegeta to concede was absolutely impossible. Future Trunks had to demonstrate strength that he could acknowledge, defeating him fairly. But now, let alone showing his strength, Future Trunks was even too lazy to make a final struggle in front of a strong enemy. With the same Saiyan bloodline, how could there be such a difference? A fiery anger ignited inexplicably in Vegeta's chest, and he wished he could immediately beat his son, Future Trunks, into submission. Boom! Ignoring the so-called rules in Future Trunks' words of concession, in the next moment, Vegeta charged forward and delivered a knee strike to his abdomen. Future Trunks spat out a mouthful of bile, collapsing to the ground, and at the same time, he was forced out of his transformation state. Idiot! I don't have a son as useless as you. After leaving this remark, disappointment was evident in Vegeta's eyes as he floated down from the stage alone. Not standing with everyone else, he quietly stayed in a corner by himself. Chapter 88. Li Xing vs. Shalu, the battle without holding back father. After a while, the Future Trunks, who had finally regained his composure, struggled to stand up from the platform and staggered down. This child, seeing his appearance, even Son Goku, with his good temper, couldn't help but mutter softly. Vegeta, being the proud person he is, could never bring himself to admit defeat to his son, unless Future Trunks was stronger than Vegeta and defeated him outright. But from the earlier situation, it seemed that Future Trunks was not only weaker than Vegeta, but also had some issues with his mentality when facing an opponent. The fourth match. Let's begin. Including the first round, quite some time had passed, and Shalu was already growing impatient. He lowered his arms from his chest, directing his gaze towards Li Xing. Still ready for battle. This time was different from the previous two. If Li Xing were to lose, he would not hesitate to kill her. Be careful. All eyes were focused on this battle. And before stepping onto the stage, number 18 clenched her fists and quietly cautioned Li Xing MM. Li Xing nodded heavily, then took a step forward and directly arrived at the main arena. Mr. Satan, it seems you weren't drawn in the lottery just now? On the nearby land, seeing everyone proceed with their battles in an orderly manner, the host couldn't help but pose a soul-searching question. What do you know? Including those little guys Shalu just released, there were a total of 17 of them. Satan felt a bit embarrassed, but pretended to look like he was participating, then continued to explain. Odd number. Do you understand? Odd numbers. Mr. Satan means, you have a buy? His voice was extremely loud, and, as he shouted, the host couldn't help but pull out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the saliva off his face. That's right, Shala must have used some underhanded trick. He doesn't dare to fight me, and has actually made me have a buy twice in a row. As he spoke, Satan wore a look of righteous indignation. At that moment, even he believed it. On the other side, watching Li Xing step onto the stage, Shala did not rush into action, but instead carefully scrutinized her. Clearly, the burst of energy Li Xing exhibited during her fight with little Shalu in the first round made him vigilant. Crack! The two stood facing each other not far apart, and dark clouds gathered in the sky, causing the atmosphere to become oppressive. Seeing that Shalu had no intention of attacking first, Li Xing took the initiative to launch her attack. In an instant, her figure flashed, and she appeared right in front of Shalu, her body enveloped in golden flames as lightning crackled around her, activating her second transformation in the process. So fast, watching Li Xing's movements, Shalu's pupils constricted. He couldn't even see when Li Xing began her action. In stark contrast to the situation a few days ago, Li Xing, in her Super Saiyan 2 state, now possessed a combat power of 20 billion, surpassing Shalu by more than double. Even without using her third transformation, she was enough to crush Shalu. Boom! Li Xing's fist swung out, carrying an unparalleled momentum, and struck directly at Shalu's abdomen. Shalu let out a scream, and with that single blow, his body was knocked back uncontrollably a few steps. He covered his abdomen with both hands, and a grimace appeared on his face. Since absorbing another Shalu, this was the first time someone could truly hurt him. Of course, as a complete form, Shalu was not the kind of being who would just take a beating without fighting back. Enduring the intense pain in his abdomen, he forced himself to stabilize his body and then let out a loud roar, unleashing his full combat power of 5 billion. Rumble, the ground shook violently, and all 7 temporary arenas surrounding the main stage crumbled to dust. Is it finally getting serious? Not far away, the onlookers began to retreat. Shalu, bursting with power, even though the crowd was located in an island area not far from South City. could be felt by people as far away as West City on the other side of the Earth. To ordinary people, it felt like the entire planet was experiencing a massive earthquake. As Satan, the host, and the cameraman clung tightly to Satan's leg, struggling to shout. Even though they were not on the same land, they were only a few hundred meters apart, and Shalu's overwhelming energy almost lifted their bodies off the ground. Using Satan's size advantage, the three of them huddled together, but ultimately couldn't withstand the pressure and were all thrown over. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of three impacts echoed as their bodies crashed against the mountain, their eyes wide open like brass bells before they fainted. Such huge fluctuations? Watching the commotion around her, Xing couldn't help but frown. This was only 5 billion in combat power, and it could cause such tremors on Earth. If she also unleashed her full strength, with a terrifying 300 times boost of Super Saiyan 3rd stage, her combat power would reach 60 billion. If she were to unleash that without control like Shalu, wouldn't the impact on the Earth be even greater? Thinking of this, she took a deep breath, and at the same time, more urgently considered gathering the Dragon Balls than in previous days. As everyone's strength increased, if she didn't reinforce the Earth, it would truly be a case where even a casual visitor could make the Earth disappear from the universe. So this is the second stage of Super Saiyan? Seeing the lightning sparks surrounding Xing and Shalu, Sun Gohan's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but murmur. He raised one hand and clenched it into a fist, instantly causing lightning to appear and swirl around his fist. Gohan, Son Goku also noticed his reaction and widened his eyes, looking at his fist. Oof. After a brief moment, the massive fluctuations stopped, and Shalu, bathed in golden flames, displayed his full aura. Swish! With a flash, he reappeared in front of Xing, then swung his fist directly toward her face. Boom! Even though Shalu had unleashed his full power, in Xing's eyes, his speed still seemed to slow down significantly. She extended one hand to block Shalu's punch. It wasn't that Shalu had become weaker, but rather that during the 2 years in the Room of Spirit and Time, Xing, who had never trained before, had become stronger. In the next moment, she gripped Shalu's fist tightly and then suddenly threw him, sending his body soaring into the air. Chapter 89 Intense Battle, Arrival of Whiz Swish. Just as Cell stabilized his form, Xing appeared behind him. Boom! With a punch, his body crashed down like a comet, creating a deep pit in the ground. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Even though they knew Xing had intentionally held back during her previous fight with Cell, they had never imagined her strength could be so overwhelming that she could crush this monster before them. Moreover, looking at Xing, it seemed she still had plenty of energy left. What is her limit? Sun Wukong murmured, glancing at Xing in the air, then shifted his gaze to Sun Gohan, a hint of anticipation rising in his heart. Booming! Meanwhile, the deep pit in the ground began to crack, and the earth trembled again. This was just the beginning. Cell's aura showed no signs of weakening. Just moments ago, Xing had smashed him down onto the arena below, and he hadn't fallen out of bounds. Otherwise, Cell would have revealed his true form. The rules of the martial arts tournament were set by him, and attempting to fight after falling out of bounds would clearly violate the regulations. Ha! Accompanied by a roar from below, in the next moment, Cell's figure reappeared, and at the same time, a golden red spiral beam shot up into the sky. Bang! Seeing this familiar attack, Xing remained calm, slightly tilting her head to dodge it. Whoosh! Whoosh! After failing to land a hit, Cell waved his fingers in the air again, instantly transforming Piccolo's charged special beam cannon into a rapid-fire attack. In an instant, a multitude of spiral beams whistled out, shooting towards Xing in the air. This guy. Watching this scene, Xing couldn't help but frown. This rapid-fire version of the special beam cannon seemed much less powerful than the previous attack she had dodged. Could it be Cell was getting desperate? Swish! Being in the air, the attacks were directed upward, allowing Xing to dodge the overwhelming beams without concern. Oof! Below, Cell watched her movements, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He turned around and immediately threw a punch behind him. Boom! Xing, who had just flashed to this spot, was caught off guard and took the hit squarely to her chest. He can keep up? Suddenly hit, Xing slid back a few meters, feeling quite surprised. With a power gap of more than double, Cell was actually able to keep up with her movements. This was simply unbelievable. In the Divine Temple, although the television broadcast was interrupted and they couldn't see the scene live, everyone's minds were focused on this battle. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sky seemed to open up, and a colorful beam of light shot straight down to the Divine Temple. What is this? The sudden change startled everyone, and Daba quickly stepped in front of the crowd. However, this beam of light was not an attack from someone. It did not have any substantial harm. It looked more like a space-time portal. Soon, the colorful beam dissipated, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. The newcomer was tall, wearing a deep red robe, with blue-green skin and long white hair. It was easy to tell he was not from Earth. He held a staff in his right hand, with a black magic ball on top. Whis. If Xing were here, she would definitely recognize his identity. Whis, the servant and teacher of the god of destruction Beerus, one of the sons of the Grand Priest. An angel from the divine realm. As Beerus's martial arts teacher, his strength was already above that of the 12 gods of destruction. Who are you? While surprised by this stranger Whis, Daba kept a wary eye on him. Unable to sense Whis's aura, he didn't dare to act lightly and could only protect everyone behind him. Just from Whis's entrance, Daba understood that this person was definitely not an ordinary individual. I apologize for the abrupt interruption, but may I ask, is the hyperbolic time chamber located here? Whis spoke softly, wearing a gentle smile, as if indifferent to the surrounding events. The hyperbolic time chamber? What do you want? Upon hearing this, Daba was taken aback, and then his expression suddenly darkened. His gaze towards was becoming even more guarded. The hyperbolic time chamber above the temple should be a secret known only to them. The other party's intention was so clear. Looks like it really is here. Observing Daba's strong reaction, Whis narrowed his eyes, confirming his suspicions. Just as he was about to bypass everyone to enter the temple for a closer look, he suddenly noticed the two figures standing at the entrance. There, Dondi was cautiously peeking around the wall to observe Whis, and behind him was a person with completely black skin, wrapped in white bandages. Mr. Bobo. Upon seeing him, Whis's expression slightly changed, and he stopped in his tracks. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Both of them exchanged glances, while the people in the temple held their breath, not daring to make a sound. I understand. After a moment, as if realizing something, Whis murmured to himself. Then he tapped the ground with his staff, and the colorful beam reappeared, shooting into the sky at incredible speed. Before long, the beam disappeared, and Whis's figure was also gone from everyone's sight. He left. Daba wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still in shock over Whis's appearance. Even though Whis had no detectable aura, just standing there made him feel utterly devoid of any resistance. Watching Whis leave, Mr. Bobo said nothing, instead staring intently at the distant sky, his gaze seemingly piercing through the void to see what was happening in the universe. On the other side, the battle between Xing and Cell was gradually intensifying. Bang! Bang! The sound of fierce collisions echoed throughout the battlefield, and the figures of both fighters flickered in the area. Xing looked just as she did before. After taking that one punch, Cell had not found another opportunity to harm her. It was during the subsequent fighting that Xing realized Cell's earlier strike was merely a fluke and did not indicate he truly had the strength to contend with her. Boom! On the ground, another clash of power occurred as their fists collided. The shock wave spread, and enormous cracks opened up in the ground of the battlefield. Meanwhile, the arena beneath their feet was also shattered by the force of this strike. Chapter 90 Instant Transmission, Cell's Trump Card Cough. Cell's body retreated several dozen meters. Purple blood spilling from his lips, and he uncontrollably fell back to the ground. Unfortunately, the arena had already been shattered. Otherwise, he would have been outside the ring. Impossible. I'm already complete. How could this happen? He struggled to stand up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his fingers. His eyes fixed on Li Xing, filled with intense shock. I actually lost to a Saiyan in the previous battles. Even though he knew Li Xing hadn't used all of his strength, he himself had not held back either. This is the end for you, Cell. Seeing Cell's state, Li Xing walked over slowly, without any flashy movements, just taking one step at a time until he stood in front of him. Each of Li Xing's steps felt like a mountain pressing down on Cell's heart. making it hard for him to breathe. Damn, I am a complete form. How could I lose to such a Saiyan? I am the ultimate life form in this universe. Cell gritted his teeth, his pupils radiating anger. Huh, he roared, his muscles suddenly swelling several times, his entire body becoming significantly larger. TCH. Li Xing scoffed at Cell's transformation, seeing him now completely resembling future Trunks from that day. Simply increasing power also meant sacrificing speed. Boom! Since Cell was already desperate, she lost patience to play along and raised her hand, driving her fist into his abdomen. Uffed! Just as Cell's fist was raised, his body suffered such a heavy blow that he spat out green liquid. His blood was purple, and the prominent green liquid now could only mean that Li Xing's strike had nearly forced his bile out. Crack! Lightning ravaged around the two, and Cell clenched his teeth, trying to smash down his raised fist. Bang! Without giving him any chance to counter, Li Xing's body slightly lifted off the ground, delivering a knee strike hard to his chin. Creak! Accompanied by the cracking sound of bones, Cell's body fell like a parabola, crashing to the ground not far away. Huff! Huff! Lying on the ground, Cell gasped for air, while the recently shattered bones slowly began to heal under Piccolo's cells. After being struck twice in a row, he finally calmed down, realizing he had let his anger get the best of him and transformed like that. Thinking this, his muscles gradually shrank, and his body slowly returned to its original state. Cell did not immediately get up from the ground. Instead, he started laughing maniacally. Even though he was truly at a disadvantage in the fight, he had calmed down. I still have a trump card. It's time. This guy, has he gone mad? Seeing Cell's unusual behavior, Li Xing also hesitated from continuing her pursuit. To onlookers, the outcome seemed already decided, and it was puzzling that Cell could still laugh. Sister Li Xing, be careful. Looking at Cell's state, for some reason, Sun Gohan felt a surge of unease. But now that Cell was lying on the ground, he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. It was as if Cell's laughter foreshadowed something even more dangerous to come. Upon hearing Sun Gohan shout, Li Xing also paused for a moment, then quickly focused her gaze on Cell. Time is of the essence. Gohan was right. No matter what trick Cell was up to, she needed to end this battle quickly. Otherwise, if he chose to self-destruct, everyone would suffer. In the thick of it, Li Xing had unknowingly given Cell many opportunities. Just like now, as she reacted and flew swiftly towards Cell's lying figure, she saw Cell's 2 fingers resting on his forehead. Swish! In the next moment, his figure vanished from the ground. Instant transmission. Li Xing's figure halted again mid-flight. Not just her. Everyone was shocked that Cell had learned instant transmission. Clearly, while everyone was queuing up for the hyperbolic time chamber, Cell had not been idle. After witnessing Li Xing, Vegeta, and Son Goku repeatedly use instant transmission to test him, he naturally wanted to master this ability as well. Soon, with his unique genetic makeup comprising the cells of many fighters, Cell's innate talent allowed him to successfully learn instant transmission in just a few short days. A scream erupted, and Li Xing quickly turned her gaze. She saw Cell's figure suddenly appear next to Son Goku, and at the same time, his tail had elongated and was now wrapped around Goku's neck. Visibly, Son Goku's body was gradually shriveling. Dad, Uncle Goku, Kakarot, everyone, including Vegeta, was thrown into a panic. That bastard. Li Xing gritted her teeth, and in the next moment, she also used instant transmission to reach where everyone was. Boom! Energy gathered in her hand, piercing through Cell's body and sending him flying. Everyone was present, and fearing the energy might affect them, Li Xing dared not use too much power. From the moment Cell used instant transmission to the instant Li Xing chased after him and blasted him away, only a very brief amount of time had passed. Yet Son Goku's body had already weakly fallen down. His eyes were vacant, and his skin looked like crumpled paper. Ha ha! Your end has come. In the air, Cell's face twisted, and the body that was pierced by Li Xing's attack quickly restored itself. Although his mouth still bore blood, his eyes were filled with excitement and madness. His goal had been achieved. Having absorbed Son Goku's life essence, Cell not only recovered his depleted strength and injuries, but even felt himself becoming significantly stronger. In an instant, he returned to his peak and this feeling of becoming stronger again was indescribable. He believed that there was no one in this world who could match him anymore. Dad. Kneeling weakly beside son Goku, son Gohan's eyes brimmed with tears, while memories of his time with his father flashed through his mind. Crack! Lightning split the sky, striking around the father and son. Gohan. Seeing his state, Piccolo couldn't help but shout loudly. With son Goku in such a condition, his eyes vacant and breath gone, the senzu beans had long lost their effect. Chapter 91. Disappear Cell. Name, Cell. Future, Combat Power, 13 billion, 9540 to 5130, Self-Sun Healing. Having absorbed Goku's life essence, Cell's combat power has once again taken a leap, reaching a whole new height. Damn it! Xing was also angry, glaring at Cell in the sky with clenched teeth, her aura rising once more. So far, this future Cell had not absorbed any human essence since arriving in this world. The only ones who had died at his hands were Dr. Gero and the Cell of this era. But now, his actions showcased an evil demeanor that made anyone want to kill him. Rumble. A terrifying aura began to spread from Xing, shattering the ground beneath her feet. Even though she controlled her power, the force still caused the earth to tremble. In Super Saiyan Stage 3, Xing no longer had any intention of playing with Cell. She only wanted to finish him off as quickly as possible. Crack! As Xing's aura intensified, the lightning around her body became denser, while her golden energy flame transformed into a radiant light, constantly undulating. Strangely, her eyebrows began to disappear, and her brow bones slightly protruded near her eye sockets, giving her a more ferocious look compared to Stage 2. This terrifying guy, still able to improve? Around Xing, everyone unconsciously retreated behind her, but they didn't dare to go too far. They were also afraid of being ambushed by Cell with instant transmission, just like Goku before. Rumble, a tremendous noise erupted, and the surrounding waves of the ocean rolled violently. Before long, the land was shattered into the sea. Everyone's bodies were lifted into the air as Xing clasped her wrists tightly at her side, a blue light illuminating the entire sky, poised to end the battle with a single strike. Kamehameha. In the distance, Cell noticed the commotion and assumed the same stance. With his power having once again soared, he was filled with confidence and had no worries about being overwhelmed by Xing's attack. As long as the chip in his mind exists, he can regenerate unharmed. As the two charged their powers, a flash of gold suddenly burst out from behind Xing, shooting straight towards Cell. That is, Gohan. Except for Piccolo, no one else reacted to his movement. Since Goku's death, his power had been steadily climbing, and after reaching a peak, he successfully entered the second stage of Super Saiyan. With Xing's aura exploding and the ground beneath him collapsing, he handed Goku's body over to Piccolo, without caring about the two charging their powers. Tears welled in his eyes, and he rushed straight towards Cell. Name, Gohan Combat Power, 8 for billion. Watching Gohan's back, Xing was momentarily stunned. But her power charging did not stop. After several setbacks, Gohan ultimately outpaced everyone except her, transforming into the second stage first. However, even so, he was no match for the currently far stronger Cell. Therefore, unable to concern herself with Gohan's actions, Xing chose to continue charging her power. Besides her, no one else present could completely kill Cell. Mere punches and kicks could cause Cell pain, but they could not eliminate him entirely. Boom! In the air, Gohan's foot suddenly kicked Cell, causing his entire body to shake, even with power far exceeding Gohan's. Cell had no time to deal with Gohan's attack, as he was also charging for the Kamehameha. Whoosh! His limbs restricted from making excessive movements due to charging. Cell still fought back, extending his tail like a thick python, stabbing fiercely towards Gohan. Is this the thing that absorbed my father's energy? Gohan focused on Cell's movement, raising one hand as the ki blade surged forth. Buzz! Swinging his hand out, the rapidly spinning ki blade sliced through Cell's tail, then aimed for Cell's body. That little brat! With his tail severed, Cell let out an angry roar, while Piccolo's cells surged, preparing to regenerate the severed part. Haim! Not allowing himself to be distracted, Xing's voice rang out nearby, and a thick energy beam surged towards Cell, eager to kill the opponent. After transforming into Super Saiyan Stage 3, Li Xing did not spend as long charging as Vegeta had before. She knew that her attack could easily destroy Cell, so she only took a short time to charge. Damn it! Cell's face twisted in rage. After being distracted by Gohan, Li Xing's attack was already closing in on him. Ha! Abandoning the idea of countering Gohan, he hurriedly released the energy from his hands. Rumble. The moment the two beams collided, the entire earth shook. In the city, numerous buildings collapsed, as if it were the end of the world. Everyone knew that someone was fighting for the earth. Monsters. These people are all monsters. Below, Satan, who had been knocked unconscious by the shockwave, was the first to wake up, staring wide-eyed at the scene above. Looking around, the two pieces of land that had once existed across the sea were now reduced to just the one beneath his feet. As for the previous martial arts tournament venue, it had long since crumbled into the ocean along with the other piece of land. Slap! Feeling the scene was surreal, Satan grabbed the unconscious host beside him and slapped him hard. It hurt, it was real. Although the host remained unconscious, Satan still uttered this line. In the sky, at the moment of their collision, Li Xing's Kamehameha engulfed Cell's attack, then surged with a vast energy towards Cell's body. Just before this energy struck him, Gohan's key blade also landed on him, instantly slicing his entire body in half. No, it's impossible to complete me. How could I? A voice filled with unwillingness echoed as Cell's upper body was gradually consumed by Li Xing's attack. Chapter 92. The Power of the Gods, the Origin of the System Boom. The massive energy beam did not stop there, piercing through the earth and into the vast universe. No, wait, what is that? As the attack submerged Cell, the system's prompt did not sound immediately. In the next moment, Li Xing noticed something unusual. In the sky, the lower half of Cell's body, severed by Son Gohan's energy slash, was rapidly falling down. As it was about to fall into the ocean below, Li Xing hurriedly gathered energy with one hand while pointing two fingers at her forehead with the other. Swish! In the next moment, her figure appeared at the sight of Cell's remaining limbs. Boom! Another beam of light shot out from Li Xing's palm, enveloping the lower half of Cell's body as well. Even with one hand gathering power, her strength was enough to completely annihilate Cell. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing Task 2. Defeating Perfect Cell personally. Task reward. Permanent doubling of battle power growth rate. Perception of divine power. In her mind, the system's prompt came through, causing Li Xing to let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Glancing around the scene, aside from Son Goku unexpectedly dying after having his life essence absorbed by Cell, no one else was affected by this battle. At the same time, as the reward of divine power was granted, Li Xing sensed a sudden flash of golden light in her mind. In the depths of her being, it seemed something was guiding her. In a corner of the universe, has it already reached this point? The person binding the golden light with giant chains murmured. At the same time, his gaze was fixated on Universe 7. Since Cell's formal death, he had sensed that trace of divine power on Earth. The Grand Priest. By this point, those who were observant would have noticed. If Zeno is the highest ruler of the 12 universes, then calling the Grand Priest Zeno's steward is undoubtedly accurate. Besides being responsible for Zeno's daily life, the Grand Priest also handles many matters beyond the 12 universes. And now, the number 2 experimenter he mentioned earlier refers to Li Xing herself. Long before the battle with Raditz began, he had been paying attention to many matters related to Li Xing. The Grand Priest closed his eyes, and as time and space flowed in his mind, it seemed he wanted to traverse the river of time to recall the events that transpired. Several years ago, at the highest point of the 12 universes, in front of the palace where Zeno resides. The Grand Priest stood at the door, seemingly sensing some unusual commotion. Outsider, Universe 7. He summoned his staff, and threw the black magic sphere at the top. His gaze finally landed on Li Xing. At that time, Li Xing's soul had just barely crossed over, and her system had yet to awaken. Just like at the beginning, she was merely a mysterious traveler, without any golden finger, and did not understand the world she was in. Without divine power, she was just an ordinary person. After observing for a long time, the Grand Priest murmured. He sensed no divine power within Li Xing, and even when comparing her with all the humans on Earth, he found no abnormalities. Forget it. It might be an illusion. The Grand Priest shook his head. His divine power was vast, and almost nothing happening in the 12 universes could escape his perception. In that earlier moment, he seemed to have sensed something descending from outside the 12 universes, which led him to track that perception to Li Xing. After a thorough investigation, he discovered that Li Xing was just an ordinary person. Thus he assumed it was merely his illusion. As Zeno's spokesperson, perhaps due to the multitude of affairs in the universe, he only reminded the Angel Whis of Universe 7 and did not pay much attention to Li Xing. Until 3 years later, after Li Xing blurted out this sentence, a golden light that ordinary people could not see burst forth from her mind, rapidly trying to escape from this world. It seems my father was right. In Universe 7, Whis watched this dazzling golden light, instantly appearing near it. Whoosh, whoosh. However, even using his angelic powers, he could not stop it, only managing to slow its escape. Ultimately, with no other choice, Whis had to seek help from his father, the Grand Priest, through telepathy. In the depths of the universe, the Grand Priest stood in front of the golden light, his gaze fixed on this foreign entity. At this moment, the light had already broken out of Universe 7, just one step away from leaving the 12 universes under Zeno's control. Rumbling, the Grand Priest raised his hand, and the entire starry sky trembled, with countless giant chains like stars blocking the light's path. In the end, they completely bound it within the universe. Perhaps due to not being a physical entity, the light did not speak. No matter how the Grand Priest questioned it, it remained silent, only struggling madly against the chains, trying to leave. But who was the Grand Priest? Since he could capture it, he certainly would not let it escape so easily. After a long time, the light gradually stopped its violent struggle, seemingly accepting the reality and perhaps contemplating other methods. Seeing the light cease its movements, the Grand Priest couldn't help but fix his gaze on it even more intently. In the end, without needing Whis's explanation, he discovered the origin of this light. It was precisely the anomaly he had observed several years ago. Following this source, the Grand Priest shifted his gaze back to Li Xing in Universe 7. At the same time, he also noticed the remaining golden light in her mind. Is there a backup plan? He retracted his gaze and began to scrutinize this foreign entity closely. Unfortunately, until the very end, he could not decipher anything from the light, but instead traced it back to Li Xing. After relentless efforts, the Grand Priest finally discerned the golden light left in Li Xing's mind. It felt as if it was a special way to enhance a person's strength. However, the Grand Priest could also do this himself, so he did not find it particularly extraordinary. What truly surprised him was that enhancing strength this way seemed to have no side effects, at least after observation. He did not detect any side effects in Li Xing, ultimately driven by curiosity about this method and wanting to understand the purpose of this foreign entity. The Grand Priest chose not to order the destruction of Li Xing's existence by the god of destruction. The reason he referred to Li Xing as the No. 2 experimenter was because before discovering the golden light in her mind, he had also found remnants of this golden light in another parallel timeline. Chapter 93. Family and Friendship. Earth. Finally having dealt with the troublesome Cell, Li Xing and the others each went their separate ways. At the same time, they agreed to meet at the Temple of the Gods the next day to plan the aftermath, including using the Dragon Balls. Long ago, after the battle with Raditz, Son Goku had already been revived once, and now, with a second death, it was uncertain whether the new Dragon Balls made by Dandy could break the original limitation of only reviving twice. Moreover, due to the fluctuations from the battle, various regions on Earth were affected to different degrees, as if facing the end of the world, and all these matters required the dragon's power to assist. Of course, there is also the issue of Android 17, who had been destroyed by Dr. Gero. It was quiet. Mr. Satan, what happened to Cell? After Li Xing and the others had left, the host and the cameraman slowly woke up on the remaining piece of land. However, in front of them, there was no longer any trace of Cell. Only Satan and the two of them remained. Ha ha ha! After a brief moment of daze, Satan put his hands on his hips, and despite feeling a lingering fear, he had woken up earlier than the other two, having witnessed Cell's demise at Li Xing's hands. I took out Cell. I was tired of their game, so I took action and killed Cell in an instant. How about that? Impressive, right? Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Once he confirmed that Li Xing and the others had left, Satan was completely unrestrained, laughing wildly as he recounted his great achievement. Hearing this, the host and cameraman couldn't help but twitch their lips. At the same time, the host touched his own half of his face. It hurts. It's real. Late at night, Bowsy Mountain. Goku, ugh. Upon hearing the news of Son Goku's death, Chi-Chi wept bitterly, burying her head in the ground, her shoulders shaking incessantly. In response, Gohan also knelt on one knee, constantly patting her back. Son Goku's death was a tremendous blow to their family, especially for Chi-Chi. Although Son Goku had always liked to cause trouble since he was young, at least he was able to return safely every time. But now, he would never come back. This feeling was like the pillar of the family had collapsed. Even though Gohan informed her that the new god had taken over the temple and the dragon was different now, Chi-Chi knew that Son Goku had been revived once before, and this time, the hope was truly slim. Son is dead? West City, Bulma's home. At the dining table, after learning this news, the atmosphere fell silent. Unlike Li Xing, the outsider, Bulma had met Son Goku when he was very young due to the Dragon Balls. And now, today was the day she and Vegeta became a family. But Son Goku was still an irreplaceable partner in her eyes. At the same time, she was the one who understood the new dragon's abilities the best. Just like before, it only increased the number of wishes from 1 to 3. I'm full. Vegeta stood up first, pushed the door open, and walked out into the yard. Unlike usual, he didn't even eat a single bite, as if he had only sat there to keep Bulma company for a while. Kakarot, looking up at the starry sky, Vegeta's heart was filled with unknown thoughts. Father. At some point, future Trunks had also come to his side. Looking at his father in a daze, tears unconsciously streamed down his face. In the future world, there were only him and his mother Bulma at home, so one could imagine what his mother had gone through. Now, future Trunks was also about to leave this era. He just wanted to see his father's face, which his mother had mentioned for over a decade, a few more times. After comforting Bulma for a long time, Li Xing finally returned to her room. Leaning against the door, she sat on the floor weakly, remaining silent for a long time. Did I do something wrong? Raising a hand, she wanted to slap herself awake, but tears dripped on her hand, and she couldn't bring herself to do it. If only she had eliminated Cell during the first test, or when Vegeta and Trunks challenged Cell, or on the day of Cell's game, if she had acted a bit earlier. So many opportunities, yet she had not seized a single one. Li Xing buried her head deep between her knees, an overwhelming sense of guilt washing over her. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. She struggled to get up from the floor and wiped her reddened eyes. Opening the door, she saw Android 18's figure. During dinner, Android 18 had noticed something was off with everyone, but since she had just started staying at Bulma's place with Li Xing, she felt hesitant to say anything. Ugh. Closing the door, Li Xing directly threw herself into Android 18's arms, tightly hugging her as she cried out loud. Forget about the Dragon Ball world. Forget about being a traveler. It was only when she saw Bulma in a daze that she truly understood. The pain of losing loved ones and friends far outweighed everything else. She wondered if her parents were still well in the world before her travels. How would they feel upon learning about her death? And what about the parents in this world who had been destroyed by Raditz? What kind of experiences would they have had in the afterlife? Years had passed since Son Goku's death, and she realized for the first time that she still had so much left undone. Seeing Li Xing's appearance, Android 18 was at a loss for words, only holding her tightly in return. In fact, she had just woken up not long ago. When it came to family, she only had Android 17 left. And perhaps Li Xing counted as well. Are you okay? After a long while, sensing that Li Xing's cries had quieted down, Android 18 gently asked. Seeing that Li Xing did not respond, Android 18 looked down and saw that the exhausted Li Xing had already fallen into a deep sleep. 2 trails of glistening tears still lingered at the corners of her eyes. Gently releasing Li Xing from her embrace, Android 18 placed her on the bed, then opened the curtains in the room, revealing the twinkling stars outside. Sorry, host. I might have to leave soon. In her dreams, Li Xing seemed to hear a voice, but she was too tired to wake up. Eventually, she felt a bit cold, and then there seemed to be some soft movement beside her, followed by her hugging something warm. The next day, the sun shone brightly on the earth, illuminating every inch of the city. Li Xing groggily opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was that familiar face. Chapter 94 Future Plans 18. Li Xing murmured as she looked at the person in her arms. She only remembered feeling very sad last night, and that 18 had come to comfort her, but she was unclear about what happened afterward. To her surprise, 18 actually chose to stay here to take care of her, and slept in the same bed. You're awake. 18 opened her eyes and looked at Li Xing, revealing a gentle expression. She had actually woken up long ago, but since Li Xing was holding her too tightly, she couldn't move. So she could only close her eyes and wait for Li Xing to finish sleeping. I'm sorry. Realizing her actions, Li Xing's cheeks turned slightly red, and she quickly loosened her hold on 18. However, to be fair, even though both of them had worn clothes to sleep last night, the sleep was surprisingly good. Especially when she just woke up, 18's warm body temperature and faint fragrance made her reluctant to get out of bed. Thinking of this, Li Xing had no intention of getting up. She rested her arms under her head and looked at 18, who was less than 10 centimeters away from her. It's okay. Don't call me 18 anymore. Seeing Li Xing's dazed expression, 18 smiled slightly and got out of bed on her own, saying, "Call me Razily." After saying that, 18 gently brushed her golden hair and didn't give Li Xing a chance to continue being dazed, then pushed the door open and walked out. Razily. It wasn't until a while later, when the warmth of the bed gradually faded, that Li Xing reacted. Razily, isn't that 18's real name? Originally, Razily and Raditz were a pair of twin siblings who lived a normal life on Earth before being modified by Dr. Gero. Unfortunately, in order to achieve the Red Ribbon Army's goal of killing Sun Wukong, the crazed Dr. Gero kidnapped the two and modified them, causing them to lose their real names and be referred to by their code names. Forget it. Let's think about what to do next. Li Xing shook her head and rolled out of bed. After what happened last night, there were too many wishes she wanted to fulfill, and she didn't know how to describe them at the shrine later. Moreover, amidst all this complexity, Li Xing also didn't recall the farewell from the system in her mind. What? You want to move out? At the dining table, hearing Li Xing's thoughts, Bulma was taken aback and couldn't help but raise her voice. I want to go back to E-City, Li Xing said softly, lowering her gaze. No way, I don't agree. How can a girl like you live so far away by yourself? Bulma furrowed her brows and spoke seriously, wanting to veto her idea. Puffed. Hearing this, Li Xing hadn't had time to respond when Vegeta spat out his food. What a joke, calling Li Xing a girl. This woman can't be beaten by anyone on Earth. And cough cough. Vegeta tried to argue a few words. He wanted to say more, but when he caught sight of Bulma's unfriendly gaze, he swallowed the remaining words and sulkily drank the soup on the table. Not just for myself. Isn't there something to handle at the shrine later? Number 17 will be revived, and I want to move to East City with 18. No, Razily, Li Xing explained, biting her lip. Halfway through her sentence, she glanced at Razily's reaction. Seeing that she seemed to have no objections, she continued. Razily? As soon as Li Xing's words fell, everyone at the table turned their gaze to 18. Future Trunks clenched his fists under the table, but managed to suppress his changing expression. Razily, this evil android in the future actually has a human name. The house is big enough. You really don't need to move out. Bulma wanted to insist further, but at that moment, she no longer looked at Li Xing and Razily with that meaningful expression. After all, over the years, she had become accustomed to Li Xing's presence in the house. Even though she and Vegeta had started a family, in her eyes, Li Xing was still an indispensable existence. I want to go back and spend time with my parents. Li Xing gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening slightly, and ultimately expressed her thoughts without holding back. Although she missed her parents from her past life very much, she couldn't neglect her family in this life either. Even though she only remembered them now, it was still possible to use the Dragon Balls to revive them. It wasn't too late. I see. Bulma stroked her chin, looking thoughtful. For years, she had never heard Li Xing mention her parents, and now that Li Xing was determined to leave, it was hard for her to stop her. Heavenly Temple. After the meal, everyone gathered here. Come out, Dragon. Dandy placed his small hands over the Dragon Balls. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground suddenly glowed with golden light. The sky darkened, and amidst the dazzling golden light, the dragon soared into the sky, finally transforming into a 100-meter-long green dragon, coiling above the temple. All right, state your wishes. I can grant you any 3 wishes. The dragon looked down at the crowd with its red eyes, its whiskers fluttering, and spoke in a slow, authoritative voice. Dragon, please revive those killed by Cell and Raditz. Li Xing raised her eyes, looking at the dragon with a burning gaze. The group had already agreed beforehand that she would make all 3 wishes. After years of getting along, they had become partners, and there was no worry that Li Xing would selfishly make other wishes. If there was any surprise, it was regarding Raditz. They actually forgot about the people from the Eastern City back then. Just a small matter. The crimson eyes lit up, and the dragon emitted its divine power, quickly fulfilling the first wish. Is it really not possible? Not sensing Sun Wukong's energy, Piccolo's face grew serious as he muttered to himself. Not just him. Everyone realized that Sun Wukong had not been revived, and they all fell into a somber silence. All right, state your second wish. Ignoring everyone's reaction, the dragon continued to ask, can you revive Sun Wukong in number 17? Li Xing clenched her fists, quickly considering the next wish. Even though she knew the outcome, she still had to try asking, especially after seeing the disappointment on everyone's faces. As for number 17, although she had not witnessed his death, based on the speculations of Li Xing and Razali, it was undoubtedly due to Dr. Gero's hands. Chapter 95, Farewell. A brand new beginning Sun Wukong has already been revived once, and number 17 can do it too. Is this the wish you want? The voice of the dragon, Shenron, rang out, directly dispelling the last glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts. Please wait a moment. Li Xing gestured toward Shenron, then turned his gaze to the crowd. Brolin, that's right, the dragon of Namek can revive the dead infinitely. Just when everyone was a loss, Dandy suddenly became excited. Infinite resurrection of the dead has already broken the limitations of the Earth Dragon. Perhaps it can only be said that each has its own merits. Although it can revive infinitely, the dragon of Namek can only revive one person at a time. Everyone, wait a moment. Just as everyone was planning to use the Dragon Balls to send people to Namek, Sun Wukong's voice suddenly echoed in their ears. It's me, Wukong. I'm speaking to you from another place. Please let me finish. On North Kai's planet, with the help of North Kai's abilities, Sun Wukong conveyed his thoughts to everyone. That is, to refuse resurrection. After his death, he watched the outcome of the battle with Cell while in the underworld. Sun Gohan successfully broke through the limits and transformed into Super Saiyan Stage 2, which undoubtedly brought him great comfort. After that, Sun Wukong kept pondering that perhaps it was because of him that enemies kept coming, which made him feel that Earth might be more peaceful without him. In the end, Sun Wukong chose to refuse resurrection, wanting everyone to live in peace. After a brief farewell, with a hint of reluctance, his optimistic attitude eased everyone's hearts quite a bit. Wukong, that, Except for Vegeta, everyone was saying goodbye to Sun Wukong. Vegeta, however, clenched his fist. Training in the underworld? Although he was somewhat surprised by Sun Wukong's refusal to be resurrected, it seemed there were many strong fighters in the underworld. And since Sun Wukong did not stop his training, why should he? Without any more complications, the next 2 wishes were granted according to Li Xing's intentions. The first was to revive number 17, and the second was to remove the explosives implanted in their bodies. In fact, there were many wishes he wanted to express, but the most important thing at the moment was the reunion of partners and family. Afternoon. Bulma's house. Take care, Trunks. Bulma held future Trunks' hand tightly, her face full of reluctance. Despite hearing that future Trunks already had the ability to bring peace back to the future world, in her eyes, he would always be her child. I understand, Mom. Future Trunks smiled, happy to meet so many companions in this era, and at the same time, he met his father, Vegeta, under the big tree. Watching him about to board the time machine to leave, Vegeta couldn't help but give him a hand gesture. Although he was not completely satisfied with his son's strength and mindset since he was leaving, he wanted future Trunks to carry his will and take care of Bulma over there. Dad, Trunks responded to his gesture and then set off on his journey home alone. He knew his abilities were not as good as his father's, but after this, he would devote his life to protecting that future world. Well, Sister Bulma, we are leaving too. It was only at dusk that Li Xing said goodbye to Bulma in the yard. She and Lazili each carried a backpack, and even in their hands, they held a heavy suitcase. Setting aside Li Xing's strength, Bulma was completely unable to rest easy about their daily lives. So she filled both the backpacks and the suitcases with the universal capsules. That's right, not luggage, but universal capsules. Although Bulma was the richest person in the Dragon Ball world, with so many items, Li Xing even thought she had inherited her wealth. Take care. Remember to come back and visit often. Bulma tightly hugged Li Xing, and, after giving her some last-minute advice, reluctantly let her go. Miss Li Xing. Naba, standing behind Bulma, hesitated and raised his hand, staring blankly to say goodbye. No matter how strong Li Xing's abilities were, he still hoped that one day, Vegeta's planet could regain its former glory, and until then, he would follow Vegeta closely. 3 days later, I will come to find you. Vegeta stood at the entrance of the newly built gravity training room at Bulma's house, dropped this sentence, and then walked in. No need to think. It was definitely another sparring session. Future Trunks left, and Sun Wukong was in the underworld unwilling to be revived, so only Li Xing could be his training partner. As for Son Gohan, he went for a visit in the afternoon, but unfortunately, he was chased away by Chi-Chi, who said that the kid wanted to become a scholar. Leaving, after saying goodbye to everyone, Li Xing signaled for Lazili to put a hand on her shoulder. Whoosh! In the next moment, the two figures disappeared from Bulma's house. South City. Li Xing and Lazili suddenly appeared here. She did not choose to go directly back to East City, and since her parents were ordinary people, mixed in a vast sea of people, she couldn't clearly sense their aura. Therefore, instant transmission couldn't lead her directly home. So Li Xing chose to first pick up the revived number 17. To her surprise, no, 17 actually appeared in the city and seemed to be doing no destruction at all. Who are you? The sudden appearance of the two made number 17 become cautious. And when he saw their faces clearly, he finally relaxed. You. And number 18? How'd you two end up together? Because he didn't know Li Xing's name. He vaguely remembered that before being attacked by Cell, it was this girl who reminded him to be careful of danger. After that, he was knocked out by Cell, then appeared in the underworld, and now, for some reason, he was revived again. Number 17 was utterly confused about the situation, and since Dr. Gero's research lab, where no 17 was killed, was relatively close to South City, he ended up here. While he didn't recognize Li Xing, he was very familiar with Lazili. Take this. Without further ado, Lazili threw the suitcase full of universal capsules into his hands, then threw Li Xing's suitcase over as well. This, with his hands suddenly occupied by items no 17 showed a puzzled expression. Let's talk on the way. As the sky began to darken, Li Xing called to the two, then shot up into the sky, heading towards East City. Their parents had just been revived, and if she didn't come home at night, it would surely worry them. On the way, there would be enough time to explain everything to number 17. Dad, Mom, Chapter 96. Money-obsessed Lazili in the eastern capital, on the edge of the city. Li Xing stood in front of her home. Her expression was complex as she knocked on the door, memories swirling in her mind. Behind her were Lazili and number 17. Dad, I'm back. Inside, a commotion arose, and soon Li Xing's parents appeared in the sight of the three. In that moment, Li Xing finally understood the source of her powerful genes in this life. A man and a woman walked out, looking almost the same age as Li Xing, with no trace of time on their faces. Her mother had a full head of silver hair, while her father had the normal black hair of an ordinary person. Surprisingly, despite Li Xing thinking her height of 175 centimeters was tall, she still felt shorter in front of her parents. For an adult male, her father was perhaps normal, being about half a head taller than her, but her mother was surprisingly about the same height as her father. What's going on? Didn't you go to school? Why are you back so late? Li father said sternly, hands behind his back. Don't be like that. The child is back safely. And, it seems they're guests. Li mother tugged at his sleeve, whispering a few words in his ear. School? Hearing this, Li Xing was taken aback. Yes, when Raditz destroyed the East, her high school life had just reached its end. Now that her parents were revived, it seemed their memories were stuck there. I have already graduated from university. Thinking of this, Li Xing's eyes reddened again as she suddenly rushed into her mother's embrace. This child, Don't be so formal, come in and sit. Seeing her like this, Li mother couldn't help but shake her head, then called out to Lazili and number 17 to join them. A gentle breeze blew. No one noticed that at this moment, as Li Xing reunited with her parents. The eyes of the two behind her seemed a bit moist as well. They had been captured by Dr. Jero for transformation, not knowing how many years they had been asleep and their parents were long gone. Late at night, after learning that Li Xing had graduated from university, unsurprisingly, her parents were shocked. Then, she expressed her desire to live alone in the countryside, as it was clearly impossible to live with her parents while bringing Lazili and number 17 along. Moreover, because she was no longer ordinary, Li Xing feared that any accidents could affect her parents. Ultimately, unable to argue against her stubbornness, Li father and Li mother had to let her have her way. After all, in their eyes, they didn't know why time had passed so quickly, but since their child had graduated from university, she should have her own life. However, now it was late at night. Moving out would clearly be a matter for tomorrow. The conditions at home were not affluent, with only 3 rooms in total, one for Li father and Li mother, one for number 17, and the remaining one would have to accommodate Li Xing and Lazili. Though it was said to be cramped, upon hearing this, Li Xing's mouth nearly watered. Last night's events were still vivid in her mind, but unfortunately, she had been so preoccupied with her thoughts that she hadn't noticed Lazili's actions in the middle of the night, just that brief moment in the morning. What is in this capsule? After everything was settled, Lazili and Li Xing returned to their room and began to play with the pile of universal capsules that Bulma had sent over. Bang! Lazili casually threw one on the ground. Smoke dissipated, and both Li Xing and she widened their mouths. Money. The two exchanged glances. Just this simple capsule contained a whopping 10 million Sony, the currency of the Dragon Ball world, comparable to a certain currency value in Japan. Clap. Seemingly unable to believe her eyes, Lazili tossed another one down. As expected, another 10 million Sony appeared on the ground. Rich girl. The words slipped out, and Li Xing thought Bulma's various gifts would include some daily necessities, but unexpectedly, this wealthy woman, after having little trunks, had even put aside much of her research work. Thus she was too lazy to pick out things for Li Xing and chose the simplest and most straightforward method instead. However, perhaps this was exactly what Li Xing truly needed. We struck it rich. Lazili didn't think too much, picking up a stack of bills from the ground and enjoying the smell of money. So much money. Let us leave some for my parents. Li Xing's gaze focused on the 2 backpacks. She now realized that they contained not only universal capsules, but also stacks of white bills. Not only were there 2 backpacks in their room, but there were also 2 larger suitcases that number 17 had brought into his room. No way. It's all mine. As soon as she said this, Lazili instantly became unhappy, pressing a small button on the side of the capsule. She hurriedly collected the Sony from the ground and quickly positioned herself in front of the 2 backpacks. During her stay at Bulma's house, she had already figured out the current world. If you didn't use force to rob, money was the way to go. There's so much money. We can't spend it all. Seeing her like this, Li Xing couldn't help but laugh and cry. Lazili's personality was really something. Although she appeared to be a cold and beautiful woman to outsiders, after not causing destruction in this world, she was actually someone who loved dressing up and money. I don't care. If it runs out, you and number 17 go earn more. The next day, after another peaceful night, Li Xing woke up in the morning, stretched lazily, and walked out of her room, feeling refreshed. It turned out that in the Dragon Ball world, one could also have such a simple and beautiful life. Dad, Mom, this is for you. After a night of constant persuasion, number 18 finally agreed to let Li Xing leave a backpack full of money. Oh no, universal capsules for her parents. This is a universal capsule? As long-term residents of Earth, Li father and Li mother naturally recognized this item. After all, the technology of Bulma's Universal Capsule Company had long dominated the entire Earth. Except for Dr. Jero, who was not included. One benefited humanity while the other transformed it. Moreover, Dr. Jero was also dead. Where did you get such a valuable item? Li mother asked as she tossed one on the ground, wanting to see what Li Xing was actually leaving for them. Xing, yeah? Did you rob a bank? The next moment, when she saw the stacks of cash appearing on the ground, Li mother's expression changed instantly. Let us go. Seemingly feeling that the explanation was somewhat implausible, Li Xing grabbed Lazili's hand and quickly dashed out. Puff! While drinking water. Number 17 saw their actions and directly spat out, hastily grabbing the 2 suitcases from the previous day. Wait for me. Chapter 97. After the plainness. The unusual finally emerges 3 days later. I'm going out. The 17th, who finished breakfast first, said to Li Xing and Lazili, then quickly ran out the door. Come back early after work. Don't run around outside. Lazili shouted a reminder towards the door. As artificial humans, the two actually don't need to eat. But it can't be helped. Li Xing needs to eat, and her appetite is astonishingly large. By the time they just picked up their chopsticks, the food on the table was almost cleared away. As for what the 17th referred to as going to work, it seemed he couldn't sit still and had taken a job as a ranger in an animal protection zone. Today, do you have anything to do? Seeing that only Li Xing was left in the house, Lazili asked. It had been several days since they left Li Xing's parents' home. The 3 of them managed to set up their residence in less than a day, and the remaining time was spent on buying furniture and her shopping. Vegeta will come over later. Although the table was already piled high with empty plates, Li Xing's battle was still ongoing. Smack! With her mouth full of food, Lazili couldn't hear what she was saying, so a light smack landed on Li Xing's head. Why are you hitting me? Li Xing, feeling the pain, immediately put down her bowl and chopsticks and covered her forehead. Swallow your food first. Still unable to understand, Lazili shook her head helplessly. Remembering when Li Xing spoke like this at Bulma's house, the other person could actually understand her. Truly, she is worthy of being the richest person on Earth and a scientist. Gulping down the food after a few quick chews, Li Xing finally swallowed her mouthful. It was hard to imagine that beneath her appearance, she was so ungraceful while eating. Vegeta should be coming over soon. Wiping the grease from her mouth, Li Xing explained again. By this time, the plates on the table had piled up to a person's height, but she only felt about 70% full. Unfortunately, there was only this much food made. Otherwise, all right. Be careful, don't get hurt during sparring. Since Lazili left with Li Xing from Bulma's house, she clearly knew Vegeta's intentions. Swish! As the two were talking, Vegeta's figure appeared nearby. He looked around at Li Xing's home. From the outside, it was just a 2-story building with a fenced yard and a balcony on the 2nd floor. What? Does it feel like I've returned home? As he looked around, a strange feeling suddenly arose in Vegeta's heart. Of course, he couldn't be blamed. It was mainly because this building was Li Xing's masterpiece. Having gotten used to living at Bulma's house, she didn't bother to design anything elaborate, aside from Dr. Brief's laboratory and the gravity training room. It was almost a 1-to-1 replica. One difference was that Bulma's house was in the city, while the place where Li Xing and the others now lived was quite far from East City, in the countryside. I'm going out too. Noticing Vegeta's energy signature, Li Xing hurriedly stood up, ready to head out. Wait! As she passed by Lazili, she was suddenly pulled back by her shirt. What's wrong? Li Xing turned around in confusion, looking at the puzzled expression on Lazili's face. Then, Lazili's next sentence left her dumbfounded. Whoever eats, whoever cleans. Pointing at the mountain of empty plates on the table, Lazili stood up without a backward glance and stepped out the door first. Outside the house, Vegeta was anxiously waiting. Wash the dishes. Hearing Lazili's words, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. As a Saiyan, he actually does such chores? Though surprised, Vegeta thought about it and realized that in his own home, it was also Nappa who cleaned up every day, so he understood it a bit better. After a while, boom! The ground suddenly shook, and Vegeta's energy fluctuated. He had been waiting for half an hour, yet Li Xing still hadn't come out. How much has she eaten? Forget it. I'll come back tomorrow. Seemingly unable to wait any longer, Vegeta said this and prepared to leave. Hey, don't go. Noticing the commotion from earlier, Li Xing hurriedly ran out of the house, her hands still covered in dish soap foam. TCH. Seeing her hands, Vegeta disdainfully spat to the side. Swish! In the next moment, without acknowledging her reaction, he disappeared from the spot. What kind of person are you? You came here yourself. Li Xing angrily gestured a middle finger at where he had vanished, then returned to the house. There was no help. It was just way too much. She initially wanted to ask for assistance, but unfortunately, Zelia's figure was nowhere to be seen in the house. Without a doubt, she had gone shopping again. Another half-hour passed. Li Xing finally finished cleaning up her glorious battle results and was now weakly slumped on the sofa in the living room. Fortunately, Vegeta had left due to impatience. Otherwise, she felt like she didn't even have the energy to transform now. System, what is the perception of divine power for? Li Xing closed her eyes and asked in her mind. Several days had passed, and she finally remembered that she hadn't looked at the reward for defeating Cell. System. Little system? However, no matter how Li Xing called out her mind, she could not hear the system's response. What on earth is this system doing? Li Xing fronut. First, there was a disconnection during her training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Then after coming out, it inexplicably asked her where she went, and now there was another disconnection. Forget it, I'll research it myself. She still couldn't remember what the system said when it left, only recalling that after the reward that day, there seemed to be a golden light in her mind. Where's the light? In the next moment, Li Xing suddenly sprang up from the sofa. The system was gone, and even the reward disappeared. In that instant, a sense of absurdity suddenly welled up in her heart. Wait, my strength hasn't changed, right? Li Xing raised her hand and clenched her fist. If the system had run away, she hadn't felt any loss of her power. Instead, it seemed to have increased significantly. What on earth is going on? At that moment, she even began to doubt her life. Finally, Li Xing noticed something unusual. During the previous disconnection in the hyperbolic time chamber, her abilities had been significantly restricted. For instance, she couldn't detect others' combat power or check her own panel. But this time, she could still use those abilities. Chapter 98, The Legacy of the System. The Transcendent Bloodline. Name, Li Xing. Gender, female. Age, 24 years. Dragon Ball World. Height, 175 centimeters. Race, Legendary Saiyan. Skills, Chi Control. Flight Technique, Chi Slash. Energy Cannon, Kamehameha. Final Flash, KO Kin. Current maximum 30 times. Items, Sinzabine X1. New Type Power Level Detector X1. Combat Power, 200 million, 128 minute. Has the bloodline changed? Li Xing looked at her attribute panel, confusion filling her eyes. In fact, she had thought about this when Cell appeared ahead of time in this era, but she didn't delve deeper. Otherwise, with her ordinary Saiyan bloodline, even if her cells were injected into Cell, his power growth would be too astonishing. Even she herself, with the help of the system, didn't have such a terrifying speed. Now, with the transcendent bloodline at her side, Li Xing felt that it might make sense. However, just a few days had passed since the battle with Cell, and this sudden appearance of the transcendent bloodline, did it replace the previously awarded divine power perception? Also, why had the emotional value section completely disappeared? What did this represent? 3 days ago, has it already reached this point? Upon sensing the divine power on Li Xing, the Grand Priest's eyes flashed with heaviness. It had been several years. Although he had bound this golden light cluster for so long, he still couldn't discern its origin or use his energy to destroy it. Thus, the trace of energy left in Li Xing's mind became the breakthrough for the Grand Priest. Over time, although he was powerless against the main body after spending several years, the Grand Priest was now able to convey some messages to her through that golden light in her mind. This meant that when Li Xing emerged from the room of spirit and time, the one she had questioned was not the system, but the Grand Priest. Though he could achieve this, that golden light still had its own consciousness, and the energy it contained made the Grand Priest feel extremely vigilant. Finally, upon sensing the emergence of divine power, he immediately made a decision. Li Xing must not take that step into divinity, no matter what purpose this golden light had. Since it chose Li Xing and was continuously nurturing her strength, the Grand Priest certainly would not turn a blind eye to the creation of a new god without his assessment. Thus, he employed some special means. He killed the divine power and the golden light in Li Xing's mind, but even after doing so, he still couldn't eliminate Li Xing's existence. The Grand Priest was also curious about what kind of magical power this selected individual possessed. Let me see how far she can go without your assistance. Saying this, he turned his gaze to the golden light behind him, revealing a grave expression. The light seemed to have its own consciousness, flickering slightly before returning to calm. Earth. Li Xing's figure appeared in the sky over an uninhabited area. although she didn't understand what was wrong with the system. With the transcendent bloodline replacing the divine power, she wanted to verify how far her strength had come. Ha! Accompanied by her shout, a terrifying pressure descended, causing the mountains below to shatter at that moment, and the aftermath swept across the ground like a cataclysm. The earth below was continuously torn apart, revealing deep chasms. This energy is Li Xing. In the next moment, the Z fighters on Earth all felt this vast aura. The energy erupting from Li Xing had reached an alarming level. Even from far away, they could clearly sense this overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe. No, the Earth can't withstand this. It seemed Li Xing sensed that her energy fluctuations were too strong, and she hurriedly tried to contain her energy. However, it was already too late. A green aura spread out, her muscles began to swell rapidly, and her entire figure seemed to grow taller. Suddenly, Li Xing cried out in pain, clutching her head tightly. Bloodthirsty and violent impulses surged through her mind, and at the same time, her pupils were flickering. The wild power surging within her seemed ready to make her completely lose her rationality. This feeling, Li Xing had only experienced the first time she was forced to transform into a great ape. However, at that time, her power and the energy from the transformation were far less than a tenth of what she had now. Boom! After just a moment of struggle, Li Xing's figure still hovered in the air, her hands dropping down, her entire body engulfed in green flames. It seemed she had completed the transformation into a Super Saiyan, but her pupils had completely vanished. Roar! In the air, Li Xing opened her mouth and let out a beastly roar. Crack! The violent aura spread wildly around her. In her current form, she looked like a rational-less humanoid beast. The wildness that destroyed everything took over, and in the next moment, she opened her mouth, shooting scorching energy toward the ground below. Boom! The massive energy beam struck the earth, causing the entire planet to tremble, and a pit several hundred meters in diameter appeared on the surface. If viewed from space, one would see that Li Xing's attack had directly pierced through the entire earth and emerged from the other side, crashing into the void and then vanishing without a trace in the universe. Swish! Vegeta's figure appeared in midair. The current fluctuations were too impactful for the earth. He had to come and check what Li Xing was doing. This appearance is... However, the moment he saw Li Xing, his heart sank hard, cold sweat beating on his forehead, and his entire body trembled. The legendary Saiyan, being well-versed in Saiyan history, he recognized Li Xing's current appearance at a glance. Unable to suppress his inner fear, he involuntarily took a few steps back. The aura emanating from Li Xing had far exceeded Vegeta's imagination, and, judging by her appearance, she seemed to have lost her rationality completely. He had no confidence in being able to wake Li Xing up. Roar! Vegeta's presence did not attract Li Xing's attention. She opened her mouth and continued to accumulate that terrifying energy. No, if this continues, the entire earth will be destroyed by her. Watching her, Vegeta cursed angrily, then clenched his fists, unleashing all his energy in an instant. Wake up! Boom! His speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to Li Xing's side and kicked her in the back. Chapter 99. The frantic uprising of violent rumbling sound echoed from the sky, and Li Xing's figure remained suspended there, not moving an inch, while the energy in her mouth had already been charged. Roar! In the next moment, another surge of scorching energy erupted, shooting straight down towards the ground. Swish! A golden figure wrapped in lightning appeared, and upon seeing this scene, without a moment's hesitation, it dashed towards the direction of the attack. Sun Wukong. The reckless Li Xing posed an immense threat to Earth. Long before the first attack pierced through the planet, Piccolo had hurriedly alerted him to come here. There was no other option, aside from Li Xing. Sun Wukong was currently the strongest, and perhaps only he could give Piccolo a glimmer of hope in stopping Li Xing from destroying the Earth. This little brat has come too? Vegeta frowned, surprised by Sun Wukong's movements below. Without much thought, he quickly retreated, increasing the distance between himself and Li Xing. He understood that the gap in power was too great, and that his martial skills were no longer effective. Crack! With his wrists tightly clasped in front of him, Vegeta began to charge his final flash. Meanwhile below, Sun Wukong had already arrived beneath Li Xing's attack. Kamehameha. Time was running out, and he exerted all his strength, unleashing a terrifying attack from his hands. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated across the sky, mountains and land, obliterating everything in the vicinity. This little guy really doesn't let me rest easy. Through his staff, the Grand Priest observed everything happening on Earth. It had only just been a short while since he detached the remnants of that light mass from within Li Xing, and yet such a commotion had ensued. Subject no. One is much stronger than you. Saying this, he extended his finger and gently tapped the magic ball. A barely noticeable white aura then seeped through the orb, heading towards the seventh universe. Rumble. At this moment, Li Xing's attack was nearly upon Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, exerted with all his might, only managed to slightly delay Li Xing's attack, which continued its unstoppable descent. Damn it, Li Xing, what the hell is going on? Sun Wukong, positioned directly beneath the attack, gritted his teeth, still holding on to his technique. Crack! Lightning crisscrossed in the space around them, and Vegeta's charge reached completion at that moment. Finally, final flash. With a furious shout, the golden beam shot towards Li Xing. In the clash between the attacks of Li Xing and Sun Wukong, this attack appeared minuscule. At the same time, neither he nor Sun Wukong noticed a light, airy white aura descending from the sky, landing on Li Xing. Li Xing's pupils suddenly brightened, and her body, which was launching an attack downward, momentarily halted. Ha! In the next instant, sensing the interruption of the opposing energy, Sun Wukong shouted, and the Kamehameha in his hands surged upward. Boom! The moment Li Xing regained consciousness, she felt two intense impacts strike her. A massive explosion resounded in the sky, and just as she regained her sanity, her mind was filled with a thunderous sound, followed by a blank void. A howling storm spread around Li Xing, dispersing the gloom from the battle. Whoosh! Sunlight poured down, and both Vegeta and Sun Wukong were gasping for breath, their gazes fixed on the smoke in the air. Monster! Although they did not know why Li Xing had lost her sanity, in their hearts, they had already labeled her a monster. So terrifying, even the cell from a few days ago was nowhere near the aura Li Xing had just exhibited. Swish, finally. Under their watchful eyes, a slender figure fell. Restored to her senses, Li Xing was completely unprepared at that moment, even retreating from her transformation unconsciously. After that, she was consecutively struck by Vegeta and Sun Wukong's attacks, which led her to fall into unconsciousness. Even so, after gaining the Super Saiyan bloodline, Li Xing's physical strength in her normal state had reached an extremely high level. Even after receiving such strikes from the two, there were no signs of damage to her body. TCH, watching her fall, Vegeta gritted his teeth, and in the next moment, disappeared from the scene. He did not care whether Li Xing was still alive. He was only concerned that her power had reached a whole new level. Li Xing, with a crisis averted, Sun Wukong quickly exited his transformation state and caught Li Xing's falling body below. If Piccolo hadn't notified him in time, the entire Earth might have been destroyed. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong's expression turned somewhat heavy. In just a few days, had Li Xing broken through again? But why had she lost her sanity? Moreover, judging by the power she had displayed, even her transformation looked different from before. Wasn't the Super Saiyan transformation supposed to be golden? Why did it turn green? In front of Li Xing's home. Knock, knock, knock. Sun Wukong gently tapped on the door a few times. He didn't know where Li Xing's home was, only that she seemed to have moved out from Bulma's house. Thus, during his flight, he suddenly noticed that the building below resembled Bulma's home. So he decided to knock and ask, "Who is it?" A voice from inside, Lazuli's, confirmed Sun Wukong's suspicions that he had not made a mistake. Li Xing. Sun Wukong. Seeing Sun Wukong carrying the unconscious Li Xing, her surprised voice slipped out. What happened? She hurriedly took Li Xing's body, noticing the charred appearance of her clothes, as if she had just been in a battle. Lazuli couldn't sense energy, but the earlier violent fluctuations on Earth were unmistakably clear. At that time, she had been curious about who was fighting, but when she returned home and didn't see Li Xing, she guessed that she had probably gone to spar with Vegeta. After all, when she left, Vegeta had been waiting outside for Li Xing to wash the dishes. However, even if it was sparring, there was no need to create such a huge commotion, right? Moreover, with Li Xing's strength, How could she have been knocked unconscious? Lazuli couldn't make sense of it, and could only ask Sun Wukong for the reason. That, Li Xing almost lost control and destroyed the earth. Sun Wukong scratched his head. At this moment, he was still about half a head shorter than Piccolo, but he was still just a kid. Lost control. Hearing Sun Wukong's explanation, Lazuli stood there stunned, looking at Li Xing in her arms. She saw that she had no visible injuries and was likely just unconscious. Chapter 100, Priest Realm, terrifying Bobo late at night. After safely sending Li Xing home, Sun Wukong briefly explained to Lazuli before leaving. Li Xing groggily opened her eyes and found herself lying in bed. Wait, where am I? Clothes. The next moment, even though she was in bed, she couldn't help but scream. She clearly remembered trying to unleash her transcendent bloodline. Then her consciousness was suppressed by a violent aura in her mind, and after that, she felt 2 attacks hit her from behind. However, although she didn't know where those attacks came from, she distinctly remembered that she was dressed properly at that time. So why was she now lying in bed, completely naked? Are you awake? Just as Li Xing was hiding under the covers, dazed, a familiar voice rang out from inside the room. Following the sound, she saw Lazuli sitting in the corner of the bed. Lazuli, what is going on? Li Xing tightly wrapped herself in the blanket, struggling to prop herself up against the headboard to ask. Sun Wukong said, You lost control and almost destroyed the earth. After Lazuli's explanation, she finally understood what had happened. It turned out that the transcendent bloodline was so terrifying that after losing consciousness, she had caused such destruction to the entire earth. However, based on Li Xing's understanding of her own strength, even if Vegeta and Sun Wukong worked together, they shouldn't have been able to bring her back to her senses. No matter how she thought about it, it still felt a bit strange. Forget it. At least the earth is still here. Li Xing lifted the blanket, covering her head, and muttered to herself. After the battle with Cell, she had just managed to revive everyone. And now such a big problem had arisen again, which made her feel quite distressed. Aren't you going to explain? Seeing Li Xing's expression, Lazuli had a serious look on her face. At the moment the earth shook, she had been shopping in a mall, and the mall collapsed. Not only failing to buy clothes, but also getting dust all over the outfit she was wearing. Shouldn't you explain first? Li Xing poked her head out. Her cheeks flushed, responding to Lazuli. According to what Lazuli just said, she had been returned in perfect condition by Sun Wukong, yet now her clothes were gone. So someone else must be involved. I threw away those clothes. You can't wear them anymore. All right, now it's your turn to explain. Lazuli gently brushed her hair, but inside she was holding back laughter. Threw away. Those were made by Bulma. There are only a few sets. Li Xing extended a white arm, pointing at Lazuli and shaking it continuously. No matter what, they couldn't have just been thrown away, and to do so without saying a word, leaving her in this state. This is taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Li Xing's heart raced, wanting to express her anger, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what Lazuli had done wrong. What? Should I let you lie there covered in dust? Lazuli stood up from the corner of the bed, hands on her hips, scolding. Besides, you're a girl. I'm not afraid. So what are you afraid of? The next moment, a scream rang out as Lazuli directly pulled off her blanket. The next day, what were you two doing last night? Number 17 yawned, his eyes constantly drifting between Li Xing and Lazuli. Although, as an android, he didn't need to sleep, he was still curious about the ruckus. Fighting, Lazuli replied coldly, her face unusually flushed. Li Xing remained silent, focusing on her food. Last night, she had already taken her revenge. After all, Lazuli's strength was not as strong as hers, and after putting aside her shyness, she easily pinned Lazuli down on the bed. To be honest, your figure is really good. Li Xing didn't know that she wasn't the only one thinking this. Lazuli thought so too. I'm going out. Unlike before, Li Xing had learned her lesson. After eating just enough to feel satisfied, she suddenly used instant transmission to leave home, eating and then disappearing. This guy, looking at the pile of dishes left on the table, Lazuli's pretty face turned cold as she squinted her eyes and cursed. Swish! In the time chamber, Li Xing's figure appeared here. It had only been a few days since her last wish, and it would take nearly a year to restore the Earth situation. She wanted to test her strength, and to avoid a repeat of yesterday's situation, she could only choose the most mysterious place on Earth, the time chamber. At least here, she wouldn't have to worry about hurting others, and even if she accidentally destroyed the exit, as long as she used her Super Saiyan third stage power, she could still open a way out. Li Xing's sister. Oomph. 3 people were present: Dandy, Piccolo, and Bobo. Dandy was the most enthusiastic, while the other 2, Piccolo had a cold expression and Bobo remained expressionless. Faced with Piccolo's slight anger, Li Xing was self-aware and averted her gaze with a hint of apology. She knew that she had almost destroyed the Earth yesterday, and such a huge disturbance surely couldn't escape the notice of the people in the time chamber. As for Bobo, Li Xing couldn't sense his aura, and based on her understanding of the Dragon Ball world, he should be a god. The specifics of his divine rank were unknown, as the system had run away, and no one was left to answer these questions for her. However, name, Bobo, realm, Priest Realm first stage. Priest Realm? Thinking about the ability left by the system, Li Xing couldn't help but probe Bobo's strength. The result made her heart sink, and cold sweat unconsciously appeared on her forehead. There was no specific battle power. That section had been changed to realm, and upon seeing the words Priest Realm, Li Xing was even more shocked. Bobo was not just a god. He seemed to be a god of a different level. Destruction God, Angel, Grand Priest, Zeno. She silently recited these titles in her heart. Following this order, it seemed Bobo had already reached the level of Grand Priest. I would like to borrow the time chamber. Suppressing the shock in her heart, Li Xing's tone became extremely polite, her gaze fixed on Bobo, almost bowing to him. It was evident that after realizing Bobo's strength, something like the time chamber could almost certainly be attributed to him. Otherwise, she truly couldn't think of anyone else on Earth who had the ability to control the flow of time. Follow me. Chapter 101. First stage of transmission, success. Ignoring the gazes of the few people, Bobo walked into the interior of the temple. Seeing this, Li Xing hurriedly followed. Although she did not understand why Bobo, with such strength, would stay here, her own power was vastly inferior, so she dared not ask and could only pretend to be unaware as she entered with him. Go in. At the door of the room of spirit and time, Bobo stood aside, still with a calm expression. Thank you. After a quiet thank you, Li Xing felt relieved and stepped inside. Creak. As the door closed, she did not notice that Bobo silently entered as well. Am I going to start training too? Looking at the blank space in front of her, Li Xing sighed inwardly. Initially, she only wanted to test her strength, but unexpectedly, there was such a significant turn of events, and before she knew it, she had proactively come here. Forget it, I can't rely on the system anymore. After a brief pause, Li Xing realized that no matter what was happening with the system, she had already gained many companions in this world. Moreover, her strength had reached this level. For the sake of family and friendship, she no longer wanted to depend on the system and slack off. After coming to this understanding, Li Xing began her experiment. The earth could not withstand her oppressive aura, and now that she was here, she could release her energy without reservation. Roar. Feeling the surging power within her, Li Xing unconsciously let out such a sound. Calm down. Calm down. She continuously tried to suppress the bloodthirsty and violent will in her mind, while at the same time, her muscles began to swell rapidly. The emerald green flames burned around her, and Li Xing's pupils once again vanished from her eye sockets. The terrifying energy erupted, and the shock waves spread out from her center. Yet within this room of spirit and time, there was no sensation of vibration at all. This time, thanks to her mental preparation, even though her pupils had disappeared, her body did not show any unusual movements. She simply stood still, her tail wildly swaying behind her. As time passed, Li Xing's body seemed to be frozen in place, motionless against the vast emptiness. Stop it. In her mind, reason was constantly suppressing the violent side. Thump. Thump. The heartbeat from the depths of her soul echoed, and Li Xing felt a warm current flowing down from her head, quickly filling her entire body. Huff. After a while, she exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and her eyes finally returned to normal. The legendary Super Saiyan. I did it. Feeling the surging power within her, Li Xing excitedly raised her arm. Boom. She threw a punch into the distance, and a loud rumble echoed, reverberating throughout the space. Combat power. 50 billion? After checking her combat power, Li Xing couldn't believe her eyes. Looking around her body, there was no lightning. This was just the first stage of transformation. Terrifyingly, compared to the ordinary form of Super Saiyan, the bloodline enhancement of the transmission actually multiplied her power by 5 times. But will the next stage of transformation go as smoothly? After forcibly suppressing the violence in her mind, Li Xing felt herself on the brink of collapse. If she wasn't careful, she might lose control of her body again. Forget it, there's no one around. After scanning the surroundings, she still did not find Bobo behind the building at the exit. Boom! Li Xing's aura continued to rise. She wanted to see where her limit was. Crackle! Tiny lightning began to flicker around her, and her pupils disappeared once more. However, this time, it was not like before. There was no struggle in her mind. Just as her aura broke the tranquility of the first stage, the violent side surged in the next moment, directly overwhelming the last shred of reason remaining in her mind. Roar! The roar erupted from Li Xing's mouth, echoing around her, while her body did not stop, opening her mouth wide as a beam of emerald green energy surged forth. Racing toward the only building at the exit, Bobo's figure slowly floated in front of the building, and seeing this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head. Swish! He moved his fingers, without any fluctuation. A small, inconspicuous light beam headed straight toward the massive energy beam from Li Xing's mouth. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that, unlike the white aura released by the Grand Minister yesterday, the energy from Bobo was a completely different black. Bang! There was no violent explosion, only a faint muffled sound when the two collided, followed by a shocking sight. The originally overwhelming beam of light instantly disintegrated, turning into specks of starlight that dissipated in the air. Roar! Li Xing, losing her reason, felt a bit confused, but understood that the building in front of her was still there, so she prepared to launch another attack. However, this time, her posture changed. Li Xing raised one hand above her head, and in the next moment, her body slowly lifted off the ground. Suddenly, a giant energy ball wrapped in lightning appeared in her hand, with a diameter of several dozen meters. The surface of the sphere was constantly surging and erupting with energy, resembling a small sun. Under this massive energy ball, Li Xing, who was supporting it, seemed a bit small. Thankfully, this was in the room of spirit and time. Otherwise, if such an attack landed on Earth, the entire planet would disintegrate, vanishing into the vast universe. Roar! She shouted loudly, and the violent energy within her surged wildly, preparing to throw this energy ball toward the nearby building. Bang! Before Li Xing could swing her arm to release the attack, the aura that Bobo had emitted earlier reappeared, effortlessly shattering the energy ball she was holding. This time, even though she had lost her reason, she seemed to understand that her charged energy ball had been destroyed. Roar! Forgetting about the idea of destroying the building, she clawed her hands and rushed toward the black mist-like aura. Bang! Just as Li Xing was about to pounce on that aura, it seemed to have consciousness and substance, crashing hard into her forehead. Snap! The air suddenly fell silent. Her transformation came to an abrupt stop, and her body heavily crashed to the ground in the next moment. Chapter 102. Bobo's Reminder Goku. In the time chamber, after an unknown amount of time, Li Xing was awakened by hunger. What have I? Lost control again. Dazed, she stood up from the ground, rubbing her somewhat dizzy head, her face filled with confusion. Never mind. Let's find something to eat first. Although she didn't understand what was going on, it seemed that the energy she had expended earlier was quite large, so Li Xing decided to go out for a bit. There was no way around it. She couldn't cook, and the financial control at home had long been seized by Lotzi Li. Although she couldn't verify her current strong estate during this trip, she had successfully maintained her sanity in the first stage of Super Saiyan, which was already worthwhile for Li Xing wait. Just as Li Xing was about to push the door open, a voice that made her shiver suddenly sounded from behind. Mr. Bobo. Turning around to see who had come, Li Xing's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly adjusted her state to greet the other party. No kidding, this all-black Bobo was a being of the divine priest realm. Even if she had 100 times the courage, she wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of him. Li Xing felt a bit regretful, wondering why she hadn't discovered Bobo's strength earlier. If possible, she even wanted to learn from him. Bobo said nothing, only pointed to the building next to the door. Food. Through the gap in the building, she saw a table full of delicacies, and Li Xing swallowed hard. Is it for me? The temptation of the food was immense, and her eyes revealed a longing as she tentatively asked. Bobo nodded. It was unclear whether he disliked talking or had other reasons, but he seemed unwilling to engage in much conversation with Li Xing. Then I won't be polite. However, the starving Li Xing didn't care about that. Upon seeing his nod, she rushed over eagerly. So delicious. She frantically swept away the food on the table. And even though chopsticks were placed beside her, Li Xing had no intention of using them. That would be too slow. Watching her devour the food, Bobo silently moved to the side, leaning against the building and quietly observing her. Who? Burp. After a while, the entire table was cleared, and Li Xing gently patted her belly, closing her eyes and comfortably leaning back in the chair. After glancing at her, Bobo silently began to clean up the dishes on the table. I'll clean up. Noticing the movement beside her, Li Xing quickly opened her eyes, then stood up to help Bobo clean up. She didn't think she had the status to let a divine priest clean up after her, not to mention her. Even the god of destruction and angels wouldn't dare to ask the grand priest to clean up their dining utensils. If anyone had that privilege, Li Xing could only think of Zeno. But at least, she didn't have that privilege at the moment. Your transformation. It's best not to use it for now. As Li Xing was vigorously washing the dishes, Bobo suddenly spoke up to remind her. Huh? Why? She was taken aback, stopping her dishwashing action and turning to look at Bobo with a confused expression. She had just obtained the super bloodline, and this was only the second time she transformed into a super Saiyan, yet she could already control the power of the first stage. Now Bobo said it was best not to use it. What was going on? Unclear. After frowning in thought for a moment, Bobo shook his head and continued. It's best to wait until you have confidence in mastering that energy before attempting such a transformation. Huh? I don't know. Li Xing silently complained at her heart, thinking she could learn from Bobo how to maintain sanity in such situations, but ended up gaining nothing. Moreover, if she didn't try, she wouldn't know if she could suppress the violent power within her. You could try to feel the divine power first. Perhaps it could help you complete the transformation. Seeing Li Xing's puzzled face, Bobo hesitated for a moment before offering her the suggestion. In fact, through the void, he had already seen the figure of the Grand Priest in the universe. Although he wasn't sure what the golden light behind the Grand Priest was, he had witnessed the Grand Priest's intervention when Li Xing lost her sanity and posed a threat to Earth. It was then that he realized the Grand Priest was actually paying attention to Li Xing's movements. But what is there about such an ordinary Saiyan that is worth paying attention to? Indeed, in his eyes, once one reached the divine priest realm, Li Xing wasn't even a god, so there was really nothing to watch. Thank you, Mr. Bobo. Upon hearing this, Li Xing's eyes lit up for a moment before dimming again. She wanted to feel the divine power too, but for some reason, after the battle with Cell, the system had clearly rewarded her with divine power, and she had truly felt that glimmer of golden light in her mind. However, now it inexplicably disappeared, and even the system seemed to have run away, leaving her only with her current strength. The super bloodline should be the last ripple. Thinking of this, Li Xing couldn't help but sneak a few glances at Bobo. He had no aura, but still instilled fear. The ready-made god was right here, wasn't he? Just as she was about to ask for help, Bobo's next words directly interrupted her thoughts. Come find me after you become a god. Li Xing's glorious results were almost cleaned up, and after leaving this sentence, Bobo disappeared before her eyes. There was no sign of movement, nor did it seem like he instantaneously moved. Li Xing stood there, speechless for a long time. Come find him after becoming a god? Bobo left, leaving only this sentence echoing in Li Xing's ears. She wanted to become a god too. She had already reached the third stage of Super Saiyan, just one step away from reaching that new height. But now, with the super bloodline, she couldn't even maintain her sanity in Super Saiyan 2, let alone become a god. Sigh. After a slight sigh, Li Xing also left this place. Although a year in the time chamber was only equivalent to one day outside, she truly had no idea how much time had passed outside after losing her sanity. You're out so soon? Outside? Piccolo showed a look of surprise upon seeing her push the door open. To them, only a few minutes had passed. Even if she was inside, it might have only been a few days. Ah, I finished my training. Sorry for the disturbance. Li Xing smiled awkwardly, glancing around but not finding Bobo's figure, then dove down towards the heavenly temple. As for why she didn't use instant transmission, of course, she had to take it slow if she went too fast. Lotsili might not have finished washing the dishes yet. Chapter 103. Leaving Earth, the way to become a god. Speak. Where have you been? As soon as she got home, without any explanation, Lazuli raised her ears. Although the bowl this time wasn't as full as yesterday's, it still took her half an hour to finish, and now that Li Xing had returned from running away, how could she feel at ease lying in her room? Ouch! Ouch! I went to the time room. Li Xing was tugged painfully by her and hurriedly explained her whereabouts. Aside from concealing matters related to Bobo, she only told Lazuli that she was searching for a way to become a god. As for Bobo, the news from the god realm was too terrifying and too far removed from everyone, so she was afraid Lazuli wouldn't understand such news. Becoming a god? Didn't you already transform into that third stage? Lazuli let go of her grip, and it was clear that although she still bore some resentment, at least she accepted Li Xing's explanation. That stage is still far from being a god. Li Xing plopped down on the sofa and began describing the power of a destroyer god. Destroy a planet with a snap of the fingers? Seemingly finding it hard to believe, Lazuli widened her mouth and then sat down across from Li Xing, listening intently as she spoke. Soon a year passed. In the heavenly temple, Li Xing and a group of Z warriors gathered here once again. However, unlike before, she had cut her hair short. Don't ask. Just know that during one of her sparring sessions with Vegeta, she saw her own head full of green. But at this point, she could better distinguish the differences between the 3 stages of Super Saiyan within herself. During this time, she also borrowed the spaceship left by Piccolo and made a trip to King Kai's planet. She intended to ask about Beerus's whereabouts, but upon hearing that name, the other party took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off their forehead, ultimately unable to say anything. Helpless, she could only wait for the dragon to recover and ask it for help. Mimicking Dandy from last year, Li Xing extended her palm toward the Dragon Balls on the ground. Come forth, dragon. As her voice fell, the sky darkened, and the dragon appeared in the sight of everyone, as per usual. Please restore Earth to its state before destruction. Without waiting for the dragon to ask, Li Xing proactively threw out this thought that had been buried for a year. But that's redundant. The entire Earth had been pierced when she transformed for the first time, like a deflated balloon, and there were some ecological issues as well. But it was okay. There were no casualties, which was already enough to be thankful for. Otherwise, she would need to use another wish. Buzzed the red light in the dragon's eyes brightened, and the entire Earth trembled slightly, restoring not only the hole that pierced through the planet, but also gradually returning the collapsed buildings to their original state due to the aftershocks. All right, state your second wish. The dragon spoke calmly. This little matter was actually quite simple for him. Please reinforce the current Earth. Li Xing thought for a moment and felt this wish was more reliable, just like Namek back then. After reinforcement, Frisia was furious but couldn't destroy it. Although she wasn't sure how much stronger it would be after reinforcement, at least it shouldn't fall into crisis as easily as it did now. And she only needed to save the last wish for Beerus. God's power. A few years ago, it still felt like a distant thing. Yet she didn't expect to be dealing with a destroyer god and an angel so soon. I understand. After saying that, the dragon began to draw upon its energy. Boom! A golden light, like fireworks, burst in the sky and scattered across various locations on Earth. After this light landed, the interior of the entire Earth began to undergo gradual changes. Within my capabilities, I have reinforced it to the limit. State your final wish. The dragon continued, its massive body spiraling in the air, overlooking the crowd below. I want 3 more wishes. I know. Send me to where Lord Beerus is. Li Xing stood below, almost letting her inner thoughts slip out. Lord Beerus? Are you sure? Upon hearing that name, the dragon changed from its previous majestic demeanor, its gigantic head starting to look around nervously. Seeing its expression, Li Xing almost burst out laughing. She merely asked to be teleported there, and Beerus wasn't even here, yet the dragon was this scared. Are you sure? The dragon asked again, seeming to sweat coldly, looking quite flustered. Beerus. Everyone was somewhat unclear about the meaning of that name, except for Vegeta, who stood there in a daze. Memories from his childhood flooded his mind, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. The destroyer god Beerus. He remembered it was this name. He had witnessed this person stepping on his father's head when he was young. Thinking of this, a wave of hatred surged within him, accompanied by a deep-seated fear. The destroyer. God. The other party was a complete god. Crack. Vegeta's nails dug into his flesh, and his gaze seemed to shoot flames. The gap was just too vast. He originally thought that the only ones stronger than him now were just Li Xing and a few scattered individuals. Hearing Beerus's name now brought nightmarish memories flooding back, making him realize how far he still had to go. What does she want with Beerus? Realizing this, Vegeta suddenly reacted and looked sharply at Li Xing, noticing his gaze. Li Xing just glanced at him and made no effort to explain. Confirmed. After giving the dragon a definite answer, the next moment, her figure vanished before everyone's eyes. Lord Beerus, this isn't a little god trying to disturb your rest. After muttering to itself, the dragon's figure then transformed back into the Dragon Balls, scattering across various places on Earth. At the same time, along with its departure, several light wisps fell into the minds of those in the temple. Beerus's residence. It looked like a gigantic conical floating flower pot, with a towering giant tree growing on it. Li Xing's figure suddenly appeared here, glancing around, and through the sky, she could actually see many surrounding planets. At this time, Beerus should still be sleeping, right? Looking at the towering tree so close, she couldn't help but mutter softly. But it didn't matter. With Beerus's personality, it would be good enough if he didn't destroy this intruder. She just hoped to seek his guidance on how to become a god, which might be a wild fantasy. Li Xing opened her pocket. The food-filled capsule was still there, and she let out a long breath. She knew Beerus would be sleeping at this time, but she still came. Her purpose was very clear, and that was Whis. Chapter 104. Training, Apprenticeship with Whis inside the Great Tree. A slender, large-eared cat wearing pajamas lay on a golden cylindrical bed, and with each breath, the bubbles on his nose fluctuated in size. As expected, it was currently the time when Beerus was sound asleep. Even in deep slumber, there was no aura emanating from him, exuding an incredible sense of mystery. In another room, Whis seemed to sense an outsider's arrival, and he instinctively set down the food he was holding. Is it her? After using his staff's power to see what Li Xing looked like, even as an angel, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Clearly, the Grand Minister must have mentioned Li Xing's existence to him long ago. After all, a year ago, he was specifically sent to Earth to investigate the time chamber. But what truly surprised Whis was that Li Xing was able to find her way here. Remembering the Grand Minister's words from a year ago, Whis' expression slightly changed, and he already guessed Li Xing's purpose. Taking the step out of being a god. A guest is a guest. Although, according to the Grand Minister's instructions, Li Xing's character still needed to be assessed. Since she could find this place, Whis decided to prepare to meet her. Whoosh! A green energy sphere enveloped his body, slowly floating out of the great tree and landing in front of Li Xing below. Whis! Whis! Seeing the visitor, Li Xing stood up straight, her hands hanging at her sides, resembling a military training posture. Roar, 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 roar. Li Xing, you actually know me? Whis chuckled lightly, but there was a hint of questioning in his tone. It was obvious he wanted to ask Li Xing how she knew of this place and why she had come. Beerus had been asleep for decades, and during this time, apart from matters arranged by the Grand Minister, he hardly showed himself to the outside world. Li Xing couldn't possibly know of this place out of nowhere. I'm here to be your apprentice. It is said that Lord Beerus lives here. Whis' intentions were clear, and Li Xing wasn't foolish. She immediately clarified her purpose. As for whether the other party believed her, she had no way to know and could only tightly clutch the universal capsule in her pocket. Beerus was just a decoy. The true purpose was Whis in front of her. However, angels do not easily reveal themselves and do not participate in disputes between planets or humans, generally following the destroyer. Therefore, Li Xing could only use Beerus as a shield. After stating her intention, she couldn't help but secretly observe Whis in front of her. Name, Whis, Realm, Angel Realm. 6th level, Angel Realm. Sure enough, my guess was not wrong. Divine Realm, Angel Realm, Minister Realm. Upon seeing Whis' realm, Li Xing couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Of course, it wasn't because of Whis, but because Bobo. In the 12 universes controlled across the entire network, there was actually a minister-level existence on Earth. Not to mention anything else, at least for now, Bobo was the highest-level person she had ever encountered. Apprenticeship? Whist's eyebrows twitched twice, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Upon hearing this, Xing understood that it wouldn't be so easy to come here to learn, so she casually took out a universal capsule from her pocket. Yes, this is a meeting gift for Lord Beerus. With a snap, she threw it on the ground, and a heap of Earth's specialty sweets appeared in front of Whis. Xing kept mentioning Beerus, while also stealing glances at Whis's reaction. Roar, 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 roar. You really understand Lord Beerus's preferences. Looking at the pile of delicacies in front of him, Whis's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but compliment. But Lord Beerus is still sleeping, so I'll taste it first. Saying this, he couldn't help but lick his lips and casually picked up a piece of dessert to put in his mouth. As expected, Xing had almost scavenged all kinds of delicacies from Earth, and Whis's expression immediately changed after tasting the food. Incredible. There's actually such food. While chewing the food in his mouth, Whis commented in shock. He and Beerus had once scavenged food on various planets in the 7th universe, but they had never tasted food from Earth. Soon, a piece of the most ordinary dessert was finished, and Whis reached out, preparing to continue tasting the next piece of food. No, this is my apprenticeship gift. Seeing that the food was having an effect, Xing used a strategy of feigned retreat and directly restored it back in a universal capsule. Whis's reaction was so strong, so Beerus would definitely like it too. With the delicacies in hand, she felt confident in handling both of them. Watching Whis's expression, she sighed in relief internally, while a subtle, mischievous smile appeared on her face. An apprenticeship gift. Lord Beerus has no idea when he will wake up. Whis rested his chin on one hand, yet his gaze never left the universal capsule in Xing's hand. I see. I'll just go back. What a pity I brought dozens of these capsules. Xing shrugged her shoulders with a hint of regret, as if she was preparing to turn around and head home. Wait, what do you want to learn? Perhaps I can teach you. Just as she took a couple of steps away, was called out to her from behind. Hey, mission accomplished. Xing chuckled lightly with her back to him. Unfortunately, Whis didn't know that she had no way to return. The distance from Beerus to Earth was simply too far. Unless a powerful being unleashed their full aura, she wouldn't be able to sense anyone's aura back on Earth. I want to become a god. Time flew by. It had been several years since Xing began training with Whis. During this time, all the universal capsules she brought had been exhausted, and afterwards, at Whis's strong insistence, Xing even personally took him to Earth several times. Of course, each time, she returned with a lot of spoils. But one thing puzzled her. As an angel, Whis actually didn't like using techniques like instant transmission. Was it that he didn't like it? Or was it that he couldn't? Xing found it somewhat confusing. Each trip to Earth took more than half an hour one way, and they always descended in that colorful light beam manner. Over time, she couldn't help but feel that Whis was doing it for show. The martial arts tournament on Earth is about to begin. Are you sure you don't want to go back for a visit? One day, while practicing with Xing, Whis suddenly stopped and asked her meaningfully, Martial arts tournament? Has that much time passed? Chapter 105 Reunion. Martial arts tournament opening. Xing also stopped her movements, memories swirling in her mind. Unknowingly, 7 years had passed since the battle with Cell. During this time, except for the first year, she had been here training with Whis. Although she would occasionally return to Earth, it was strange that the people she knew seemed unfamiliar with the name Beerus, only knowing that she had gone to some distant place to train. Unfortunately, in recent years, the dragon's wishes had all been taken by Bulma. Otherwise, Xing would have definitely asked the dragon what was going on. On the other hand, Whis learned about the martial arts tournament because he accidentally discovered the changes occurring on Earth during one of his food-seeking trips. So, do you need to go back to handle something? Seeing Xing lost in thought, Whis asked. Of course. Xing nodded in agreement immediately. The martial arts tournament was about to begin, which meant that the resurrection of Majin Buu was imminent. Although her training speed had increased significantly under Whis's guidance, she still wanted to participate in the upcoming crisis on Earth. One reason was to test her training results, and the second was to learn from the experience of the battle with Cell, not wanting to see any casualties again. Then, let us set off. After saying this, Whis tapped his staff on the ground, and the two figures shot up into the sky along a colorful beam of light. in the depths of the universe. The Grand Priest said nothing, silently watching the actions of the two. Naturally, he couldn't miss the fact that Li Xing had been training with Whis. In his eyes, it seemed that the bloodline within Li Xing had been altered by the light mass behind her, which had led to the earlier incident on Earth. If she could fully control this power within her, she might have already reached a level comparable to the gods. However, in the Grand Priest's view, a god with a breath was not so perfect. Moreover, after years of observation, he had also noticed the changes in Li Xing. Since the battle with Cell, she seemed to have started valuing companionship and family. If that is the case, perhaps she could be cultivated. The Grand Priest said, then turned to look at the reaction of the golden light mass behind him. You think so too, right? Earth, the opening day of the martial arts tournament. Haha, all the fans of Satan worldwide, thank you for your patience. Facing a group of reporters, Satan laughed arrogantly. In the stands, a crowd of enthusiastic fans cheered for him. That guy actually has so many fans? Aside from Son Goku and Li Xing, the Z warriors were gathered together, speechless at Satan's antics. Whoosh! As they exchanged pleasantries, Son Goku's figure suddenly appeared in sight. Hee-yo! He tilted his head slightly, smiling and greeting everyone. Goku, Dad! It had been 7 years since his death, and now seeing him return, everyone showed joyful expressions. Well, I'll leave you to it. Remember to come find me after you're done. On the other side, in an inconspicuous corner, Whis sent Li Xing off and left Earth quietly. Before leaving, he reminded Li Xing to come back to find him afterward. Having been immersed in Earth's delicacies for a long time, Whis had long fallen in love with Earth. Unfortunately, he had no money, so he always relied on Li Xing to pay the bills. For this reason, Li Xing had been scolded by Lazuli more than once for spending too much. Next, the registration proceeded in an orderly manner, and Li Xing's mind was racing. She couldn't remember where Babiti's spaceship was docked, only recalling that it seemed a bit far from the tournament venue. But the exact location was something she couldn't recall no matter how hard she tried. Forget it. I'll just follow those two guys later. Glancing at the two muscular guys squeezing in the registration crowd, Li Xing quickly made her plan. Name, Li Xing. Gender, female. Age, 31 years, Dragon Ball World. Height, 175 centimeters. Race, legendary Saiyan. Skills, control of ki, flight technique, Keyblade, energy cannon, Kamehameha, final flash. Kaioken, current maximum 30 times. Items, Senzabine X1, new type battle power detector X1, battle power, 2,128 minute. After taking a look at her attribute panel, Li Xing pouted, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. After all, she had been training with Whis for 6 years, and aside from her battle power increasing tenfold, she still hadn't grasped the way to become a god. According to Whis, she needed to first control the violent power within her body before proceeding with the training methods of a god. However, isn't this contradictory to what you said? One said to become a god first, while the other said to control power first. Li Xing didn't know whom to listen to. Therefore, after the martial arts tournament, she still planned to try the method she remembered from Goku's first transformation, gathering 5 Saiyans with righteous hearts. As for why she hadn't done this before, it was simply because there weren't enough people. After Goku's death, future Trunks had also left. Aside from Li Xing, there were only 4 Saiyans left on Earth. Li Xing, long time no see. Oof. Lost in thought, she inadvertently found herself in front of everyone. Due to her repeated returns to Earth to scavenge for food, her return didn't seem surprising to anyone. In fact, the earlier humph came from Lazuli, who probably regarded Li Xing as someone who had come back to ask for money again. I'm out of money. I'll buy it myself if I win the championship. Everyone had already completed their registration, and Lazuli coldly set a line before turning to walk into the arena without looking back. Don't be like that. I'm not here to ask for money. The martial arts tournament proceeded as usual. Soon, they reached the preliminary test for punching strength. Like the games hosted during the Cell Saga, a total of 16 contestants would be selected. However, because this was an era where all Earthlings revered the strong, the number of applicants far exceeded the few during the Cell event. Besides the world champion Satan occupying 1 spot, only 15 remained. The selection rule was simple. It was just a test of punching strength, and the top 15 with the highest values would pass the preliminaries. Bang! After a brief explanation of the rules, several staff members brought out the punching strength measuring machine. Chapter 106. The preliminaries are over, and the headache of Xing. Let's welcome World Champion Mr. Satan to demonstrate for us. The host in charge of the preliminaries stood next to the machine, introducing him in a loud voice. Meanwhile, the surrounding contestants waiting for the preliminaries erupted in cheers and screams. Sweat. Watching Satan reveal his championship belt again, Xing couldn't help but want to slap him twice. If I meet him in the finals later, remember to beat him up first before asking for money. Thinking of this, she whispered a few words to Lazili beside her. The finals, isn't that your home ground? Lazili was a bit confused. After so long, she had already blended into the mundane life on Earth. She just wanted to casually earn some prize money, and now that so many Saiyans were present, she had no confidence in making it to the finals. We might leave early. Anyway, remember to beat him up first. Xing explained briefly and then fixed her gaze on Satan on stage. Seeing him posing in front of the camera, she felt a wave of speechlessness. Bang! Bang! Obviously, it wasn't just her. Everyone couldn't hold back. Piccolo focused his gaze, and in an instant, all the cameras in the venue exploded. There's no way. I can't let the audience at home enjoy my heroic figure anymore. After a brief silence, Satan finally began his performance. Bang! 137. It's 137 points. As the host's voice fell, Satan put his hands on his hips, enjoying the cheers from the contestants, seemingly satisfied with the number. Number 6, 97 points. Number 76, 112 points. After showcasing his strength, Satan finally exited the stage, and the preliminaries proceeded step by step. TCH. So boring. Vegeta gritted his teeth, watching this scene, on the verge of exploding. In contrast, Xing had given up struggling. She didn't know where she had found 2 cucumber slices to stick on her eyes, looking like she was meditating. Next, number 18. Finally, after a while, the host's voice finally lifted the spirits of the drowsy crowd. Now it was Lazili's turn, which meant it was everyone's turn next. And externally, Lazili was still known by the name number 18. Only those familiar with her would call her by her real name. Hit hard. Just break it, Xing whispered to her, already losing patience to wait. Boom. Hearing this, Lazili, who had initially wanted to pretend, disregarded the gaze of ordinary people and casually punched the punching machine, sending it crashing into the wall behind. Nice. Xing cheered for her from the bottom of her heart. It was just a preliminary. How could it make everyone wait for more than an hour? If this continued, they would miss lunch. However, in the end, Xing was disappointed. Although Lazili, who broke the machine, was directly promoted, the staff quickly brought out a new machine. Not long after, boom, in front of Xing, Vegeta also punched and sent the newly replaced punching machine flying. What? A monster? Is this a joke? Such a guy also came to compete? That woman just now too? What the hell are these people? The contestants waiting in line all widened their eyes. The punching machine was destroyed one after another. Not to mention them, even Satan, whom they regarded as a god, couldn't do this. Let's change another one. 2 staff members, covered in sweat, confirmed Vegeta's advancement and then called for others to bring up new machines. At the very end was Xing boom. Without exception, everyone successfully passed the preliminaries. After lunch, Xing and Bulma chatted about their daily lives over the years, besides little Trunks having grown quite a bit. Before Goku's death, Chi-Chi was also pregnant again. Thus, Goten, who was a little younger than Trunks, was also born. You're over 30. Haven't you considered finding a suitable person to marry? As they chatted, the topic turned to Xing, and Bulma didn't hide the hint of marriage pressure in her tone. Don't rush. Lazili isn't married either. Xing showed an awkward expression. This topic was just too heavy. Just thinking about the glaring 31 years on her tribute panel made her feel uncomfortable, so she had to use Lazili as a shield. You can't be that, can you? Mentioning Lazili, Bulma seemed to think of something and suddenly looked at her with that strange gaze from years ago. That, my sexual orientation, is normal. Don't misunderstand. Hearing this, Xing's face turned even more awkward, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Why bring up Lazili out of nowhere? I really have a big mouth. It's just that I haven't met the right person. She squatted down, not knowing where she had found a stick to draw circles on the ground. I understand. Bulma smiled and patted her shoulder, giving her a thumbs up. On the martial arts tournament stage, the first battle to begin was the youth group. Unsurprisingly, the final matchup was between Trunks and Goten. These two little guys were exceptionally gifted. At the age of 7 or 8, they had already managed to transform into Super Saiyan for the first time. Ha ha ha. Kakarot, it seems my son's bloodline is indeed more noble. Vegeta laughed, placing a hand on Goku's shoulder while Trunks had already claimed the championship in the youth group. Huh, Li Xing isn't married yet? Why haven't I seen her children? Regarding Vegeta's actions, Goku didn't have any particular reaction. Instead, he looked toward Li Xing with a somewhat strange expression. Since their acquaintance during the Raditz battle, it had been over a decade, and according to his calculations, Li Xing must be over 30 now. TCH, with that woman's temper, she might be single for life. As soon as Goku's words fell, Vegeta couldn't help but mock. Not necessarily could it really be like Bulma said as they spoke. Both of their gazes turned in unison toward Li Xing, who was happily chatting with Lazili. Bang! Bang! Li Xing wasn't deaf. The next moment, she flashed behind the two and gave each of them a hit on the head. If you can't speak properly, just shut your mouth. Shaking her little fist, Li Xing was filled with anger. Why bring up something like that? Originally, just looking at her age made her angry. She could still accept Bulma urging her to marry. But now these two guys even dare to bring it up, and right in front of her. It was simply a landmine dance party. Chapter 107. The Supreme Kai appears. Daba goes missing this guy's strength. I wonder how far he's come. Vegeta held his head with one hand and clenched his fist with the other. In that moment, he hadn't even noticed Li Xing's movement. In the blink of an eye, he had taken a hit to the head. Ha! Once the drawing results come out and we have a fight, I'll know. Staring at Li Xing's back, Goku also held the bump on his head. Vegeta, do you think? Can two women have children? Are you an idiot, Kakarot? The group was heading toward the preparation area, and the two at the back were whispering to each other. Just as they were about to reach the preparation area to draw lots, two unfamiliar figures suddenly appeared before them. The leader floated less than half a meter off the ground, short in stature, with a white punk hairstyle and light purple skin. Li Xing recognized the identity of the person at a glance. Supreme Kai, Shin, and the tall figure behind him was obviously his attendant and bodyguard, Kibito. Patera earrings. Li Xing immediately spotted the ornaments on the Supreme Kai's ears. She wasn't too surprised by their appearance. It was just that the Patera earrings were indeed a powerful artifact. They could allow two people to fuse and give birth to an even stronger warrior. The so-called fusion is not just about adding the two fighters' powers together. It far exceeds the simple addition of their strengths by multiple times. However, unfortunately, if used by anyone other than the Supreme Kai, the fusion can only last for 1 hour, and if the user's powers are too strong, it might even fall apart prematurely due to the overwhelming energy. Nonetheless, despite many limitations, the Patera earrings still deserve the title of a divine artifact. Hello, you must be Li Xing? Unexpectedly, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the Supreme Kai actually floated right in front of Li Xing. Li Xing pointed to her nose, equally puzzled. Shouldn't this be about finding Goku? Why did they come to me? I also passed the preliminaries. It'd be great to battle you. Of course, I don't have confidence in winning. I just want to see how strong you are. The Supreme Kai smiled, then extended his right hand. Please do shake my hand. Looking at his appearance, Li Xing was instantly speechless. It seemed that the various battles on Earth had not escaped the Supreme Kai's attention. Her strength had surpassed everyone else's, and she was already seen as a leader who had surpassed Goku. There was no way around it. She could only extend her hand to shake with Shin. You must help us. This handshake wasn't a big deal. In the next moment, the Supreme Kai tightly grasped her outstretched hand, and his previously calm expression instantly turned excited. In Li Xing, he felt an unparalleled power, like a beast ready to break free from its cage. It was hard to imagine that such terrifying strength was hidden beneath such an exterior. You, speak properly. Seeing his expression, Li Xing slightly exerted force and quickly withdrew her hand. Helping out is one thing, but what else with the groping? It's like this. The egg of Majin Buu has been sent to Earth. The Supreme Kai took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, then furrowed his brow and began to relay the information regarding Majin Buu to everyone. You don't know where Babidi is now either? After hearing his explanation, Li Xing, who had been mentally prepared, also showed a puzzled expression. I thought the Supreme Kai would know the location of the other party, but it turns out we still have to wait for those two puppets to gather the energy and lead the way. I don't know. The Supreme Kai shook his head, his tone somewhat helpless. The creator of Majin Buu, Bibidi, has already been killed by me and Kibito. The egg of Majin Buu is now in the hands of Bibidi's son, Babidi, and this person is much more cunning than his father. Babidi can control those with evil thoughts within them. To gather enough energy to resurrect Majin Buu, he has probably already controlled quite a few puppets. Just like the two muscle-bound guys Li Xing saw during the preliminaries. Then there's no choice. We can only find a way to send some energy to those two and follow behind them. Saying this, Li Xing moved to the side, then walked past the Supreme Kai and Kibito, deep in thought as she headed toward the preparation area. Although she was confident in defeating Majin Buu, she also knew that if they followed Shin's idea, it would only be about snatching the egg that seals Majin Buu. Try to rely on external forces to forcibly destroy, it would likely still allow Majin Buu to awaken, unless it was destructive energy. Unfortunately, Beerus was still asleep, and Li Xing was only familiar with Whis. Perhaps they could find a way to release the opponent and then kill him. That should be able to put an end to it. Soon, the drawing for the 16 members who passed the preliminaries was completed. Surprisingly, this guy Spopovich, the muscle-bound puppet, was drawn against Vegeta, and it was the first match, which gave Li Xing a headache. Should she let Vegeta pretend to be defeated and have the opponent absorb energy? Or should she trick Vegeta into getting angry to give the opponent a chance to sneak attack? With the match approaching, Li Xing's face wrinkled in frustration. The drawing results were truly terrible, and she ended up in the last match, with her opponent being Kibito. Thinking it over, she finally turned her gaze to Gohan, who was not far away, happily chatting with his future wife, Videl. Gohan, Li Xing waved to him, and upon hearing her call, Gohan stopped talking and walked over. What is up, Li Xing? Sister? Gohan scratched the back of his head, looking quite confused. After Vegeta goes on stage, you and Goku. Li Xing explained a few things to him, and then asked him to relay her plan to Goku as well. There was no way around it. With Vegeta's personality, defeating him outright would be fine, but getting him to intentionally lose to a stranger would be a bit tricky. It's a pity Daba didn't come. Wait, where's Daba? Thinking of this, she immediately began to look around. Ever since the preliminaries started, she hadn't seen Daba's figure. Where did that guy run off to? On the other side, in a corner of Earth. The Saiyans, truly live up to their name. A short, ugly-looking person with yellow-green skin was cackling as he looked at the crystal ball in front of him. Babidi, a dark sorcerer who seeks to kill the Supreme Kai Shin to avenge his father and intends to use Majin Buu to conquer the world. Behind him stood two tall figures, one dressed in blue clothing with an open top, revealing part of his muscles. The other was dressed oddly, with a bare upper body, wearing only shorts, but around his waist was wrapped a brown tail. Dabura, Daba. Chapter 108. The Resurrection of Majin Buu, for some reason. That guy Dabura actually fell into Babidi's control, and at this moment, the scene displayed on the crystal ball in front of Babidi was also that of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Following the shadows of the three, just a little further ahead was the egg sealing Majin Buu. It was almost time. Majin Buu was about to be resurrected. Babidi glanced at Dabura behind him, a sinister expression appearing on his face. What are you looking at me for? As if sensing two unfriendly gazes just before stepping onto the stage. Vegeta turned back to look at Goku and his son, who were closely following behind him. It's nothing. Goku quickly shifted his gaze, whistling to the side. As for Gohan, he also scratched his head awkwardly and turned his back. Two idiots, truly worthy of being a father and son. Xing slapped her forehead, unable to refrain from cursing inwardly. She just wanted the two to hold Vegeta back a bit, to prevent him from killing Spopovich. As for what would happen afterward, she planned to secretly infuse energy into the opponent's energy collection device during the fight, making them think it was filled during the battle. She wanted to do this before the fight, but Babidi's two puppets were hiding the energy collection device so well that it was impossible to see. Moreover, these two guys had long since fallen under Babidi's control, and aside from collecting energy, their lives and deaths had been forced aside. She was afraid that if they accidentally angered Vegeta, they could be killed right away. However, just by observing the situation, she thought they could hold Vegeta back a bit and let the opponent go. Instead, those two idiots just followed him straight on. Moreover, judging by their demeanor, if Vegeta hadn't turned around to say something, they would have followed him onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Who will be the ones standing at the pinnacle of this world? Without further ado, let us begin the first match. On the arena, cheers erupted, and the official host of the martial arts tournament finally began speaking, announcing the two contestants for the first match, Spopovich versus Vegeta. Who? Spopovich gritted his teeth, his breathing uneven, resembling a muscle-bound humanoid monster. TCH, you two get lost. I know my limits. Seeing his appearance, Vegeta snorted coldly and then turned to Goku and his son. Under his questioning, Goku, the big mouth, reluctantly revealed Xing's arrangement. Vegeta, you need to do your best. The two slowly stepped onto the stage, and from the audience's direction, Bulma stood up, raising her arms and shouting. She and Chi-Chi were unaware of what was happening here. And naturally, they didn't know that many people would choose to forfeit during this match to deal with Majin Buu. But it didn't matter. In Xing's view, she could handle alone. If others went, they would only become a burden to her actions. Disgusting guy. On the stage, Vegeta's fight had begun. Without any transformation, he simply threw a punch that landed in Spopovich's abdomen. The sight of Spopovich gasping for breath made him feel nauseous. He had initially thought to hold back a bit, but after this blow, Spopovich fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Although the fight on the stage didn't go as expected, Xing still noticed another guy in the preparation area stealthily taking out the energy collection device. Whoosh! In an instant, she shot a wave of energy toward that person's position. Buzz! The energy collector in that person's hand immediately vibrated. Energy, incredible energy. Watching the needle on the energy collector instantly reach its peak, the person widened his eyes. Whoosh! Having collected enough energy, he, under Babbidi's control, didn't care about anything else and shot up into the sky, leaving Spopovich behind and quickly fleeing the martial arts tournament venue. Got it. Watching this guy abandon his teammate and turn to run, Xing smirked, and the next moment, she called for Xian and Jebit to follow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Three figures swiftly departed. Wait for me, Goku shouted, about to follow the footsteps of the others. Just as his body lifted off the ground, Vegeta, returning from the stage, suddenly grabbed one of his ankles. What's wrong, Vegeta? Looking down at Vegeta's action, Goku was somewhat confused. Vegeta didn't say much, but silently pointed at the lottery results over there. He had already seen it. Next up was Goku's match against the big guy, and once Goku won, the two would meet in the quarterfinals. A small Majin Buu, since Xing has already gone. He naturally didn't want any extra complications. It had been 7 years. Xing had always been elusive. Every time Vegeta heard news of her return, he would rush over to spar with her, only to always be a step behind. He even wasn't sure what level Xing's power had reached now. But right now, he truly couldn't wait for the match against Goku. He wondered how Goku, having trained in the other world, would compare to him. You're not thinking of fighting here, are you? There are so many people in the audience. Bulma is here too. Goku shook his head, understanding Vegeta's thoughts. However, in such a confined space as the martial arts tournament, even if they wanted to fight, they couldn't unleash their full power. Let's talk. Then you pick the place. Vegeta released his grip on him, then haughtily turned his head aside. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, aren't you going to follow Sister Xing? I need to take a look? Before Goku could respond, Gohan stood beside the two. Sorry, Vegeta, let us fight another day. Seeing his son come over to remind him, Goku made a quick decision and immediately abandoned Vegeta, shooting into the sky. Damn it, Kakarot! Watching his departing figure, Vegeta's expression darkened, but he had no choice but to follow. With Xing and Goku gone, staying at this broken martial arts tournament no longer made sense to him. As for Gohan, based on his speculation, ever since the battle with Cell, this guy had been so engrossed in his scholarly pursuits that he hadn't improved at all. His current strength was likely to have diminished. After the two left, Piccolo and the two curious little ones also followed. Forget it. Since everyone is gone, I might as well stay here. Watching Spopovich being carried off the stage, Gohan felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Chapter 109, Control Nappa. Trouble again, Vegeta. By the way, why haven't we seen Nappa? On the way, Xing couldn't help but ask what was on her mind. Babiti's puppet was slightly slower. And soon Goku and Vegeta caught up to Xing's position. That guy married an Earthwoman and moved out a long time ago. Vegeta's words made her body tremble, almost causing her to fall from the sky. That Nappa guy, he's settled down? Various complex images flashed through Xing's mind, and she also thought about things from over a decade ago. When she first met Nappa, he was just a subordinate following Vegeta, but as fellow Saiyans. She inadvertently spared his life. In the following years, Nappa worked diligently at Bulma's place, and the initial hostility he had long since disappeared. Now, she didn't know what he was thinking. Perhaps after seeing Vegeta have a child, he had a lot of feelings. And this guy had actually figured out how to live his own life on Earth. No way. Why do I care so much about him? Lost in thought, Xing suddenly shook her head. She was just a bit curious about why Nappa didn't come to the martial arts tournament, nothing more. Right? It seems like there's also Android 16 who went missing during the battle with Cell, and now no one knows where he is on Earth. They're about to arrive. Let's set off too. Keek. Through the crystal ball, the movements of Xing and the others were all exposed to Babiti's view. According to his original plan, Majin Buu would still need a lot of energy to completely break the seal and revive. However, by chance, while looking for puppets, he unexpectedly encountered Nappa and an Earth girl in a bustling street. Originally, he just thought Nappa's sturdy physique would make him quick to act, but he was both surprised and delighted. After successfully controlling Nappa, Babidi discovered that Nappa was not just physically strong, but also a Saiyan. After that, with the help of Dabura and Nappa, the progress of Majin Buu's revival accelerated rapidly, and to this day, only the final step remained. However, although it was the last step, it was by no means easy. Ordinary humans had very little energy, so he had to shift his focus to the grand event on Earth, the martial arts tournament. Buzz! A cylindrical teleportation portal opened on the ground, and he directly left the interior of the spaceship with Majin Buu's egg. Accompanying him were Dabura and Nappa, who had an M symbol on his forehead. After a while, in a desolate area, they began to land. In such a place, the King Kai reminded everyone, and they began to conceal their energy as they landed behind the rocks. Strange, we clearly investigated this place. Could be Babidi hid the spaceship underground? Jebbit gritted his teeth, clearly filled with deep hatred for Babidi. TCH, no need to bother, watch me blow them out. Ignoring the King Kai's objections, Vegeta soared into the air and directly fired a key blast at the ground in that area. This guy, Xing, was shocked at his appearance. It had only been a few years. When did Vegeta become so impatient? Even according to the plot, he should have fought with Babiti's subordinates first before losing his composure. Name, Vegeta, power level, 100 million, normal. Name, power level, 100 million, normal. This guy has already caught up to Goku? After secretly glancing at the power levels of the two, Xing was even more puzzled. Vegeta is overly repressed from training alone? Clearly, she couldn't find a better explanation for Vegeta's behavior, because at this moment, Vegeta felt like a beast that had been pent up for a long time, showing no patience at all. Unfortunately, Xing didn't know that because of her presence, Vegeta's goal had already changed. From initially wanting to surpass Goku alone, it had now transformed into surpassing both of them. And since Goku had only been resurrected for a day, Xing had become elusive. After finally gathering together today, Vegeta had already set a task for himself, to beat them one by one. So much time had passed, and he couldn't even find a sparring partner on Earth. He was about to go crazy for being repressed. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, Vegeta's ki blast instantly surged towards the person carrying the energy collector, and after engulfing him, it violently exploded on the ground. A strong shockwave spread outwards, instantly creating a large pit in the ground, and at the same time, Babiti's spaceship was exposed to everyone's view. Damn it! What if Majin Buu wakes up? Jebbit cursed angrily. They all clearly remembered the ferocity of Majin Buu. Don't act rashly. It seems there is no movement inside the spaceship. The King Kai raised a hand in front of him, seemingly sensing something unusual. Swish! Before the others could react, Xing's brows furrowed, and her figure disappeared from there. Before Vegeta's attack even landed, she had already sensed something was off. Logically speaking, even if everyone concealed their energy, the movements near the spaceship should not escape Abiti's attention. Now that Vegeta was about to directly destroy the opponent's spaceship, it was clear that something was wrong. The martial arts tournament. On the other side, on the stage of the martial arts tournament. Damn it, Uncle Nappa, what the hell is going on? Gohan's arms were pinned by Dabura from behind, while Nappa had an evil grin as he extracted energy from him. The suddenly appearing Babidi and his group immediately ordered the two to collect energy from the contestants in the arena. Coincidentally, after everyone left, Gohan had clearly become the strongest here. Thus, he was quickly targeted by Babidi. Hey, in response to Gohan's question, Nappa merely gritted his teeth and smiled, looking quite ruthless. His already muscular body bulged with veins, and at the same time, golden flames burned around him. In no time, the energy within Gohan was almost entirely drained, and he collapsed weakly on the stage. He desperately wanted to struggle, but after not experiencing battle for too long, he was caught off guard by Dabura, and the energy he had just gathered to transform was also extracted by Nappa's energy collector. Ha ha ha! Finally about to be revived, Majin Bu,